birthday, no one will compete with you," Jende said with a smile. Hongdu's face turned slightly red, a little embarrassed, and he quickly said carelessly, "It's not my fault. You usually refuse to do what I ask you to do. If you find it troublesome, it's troublesome. You also said that birthday cakes can only be eaten on birthdays, so then I'll take advantage of my birthday to eat more. It's not just your birthday. Next time it's Hong's birthday and Asma's birthday, won't I still do it?" Jende stood up again to pick up the knife. Asma was stunned, and suddenly felt the urge to cry, and finally, took me with her. "It's too long. Sister Hong's birthday has to wait until June next year." Hongdo pouted, "Hey, Asuma, when is your birthday?" 4 days ago." "Ha!" Anko wanted to take away the knife that Zheng was wearing. Zheng Dai laughed, Okay, I remember Obito's birthday is in February, let's celebrate his birthday then, okay? February is a long time. Don't eat too much cream cake. Eating too much is bad for your health." Jende handed the cake to Hongdu. Cream cake is a powerful tool to correct red beans. Jende doesn't feed red beans often to satisfy her appetite. On the one hand, making cakes is troublesome. On the other hand, eating too much cake is bad for the body. Finally, Jende is not in a hurry now. Anyway, I only plan to correct it to about 70%. Just keep going slowly and you will get there. On Hyaga Takuma's side, Shode feels that his relationship with him is already very good, but using Takuma as a lever to leverage Hinata Hisashi, he still dares not act rashly. Hey? Thinking about it this way, it seems that there is no place to earn attribute points for the time being. Red Bean Correction Degree 54%. Red Bean Correction Degree 55%. Obtain free attribute points *2. Zheng Dai took a quick look. Free attribute points, 13. 13 points, plus at least 3 points for Kakashi's 100% correction, and only about 3 points are needed to get a perfect score in all subjects. The remaining points are still 13 points, which is enough for him to increase his strength after he is promoted to the template. If you haven't found someone new to correct by then, it depends on the situation. Hisashi's side is really too tricky. Besides, Hisashi's 3 ninjutsu have just helped him a lot. He also wants to correct Maseda. Yu stands in Hisashi's position. Help him overthrow the Zone family? It's even more difficult. Let's fight Kakashi first to correct him to 100%. Jende was looking forward to it day and night, hoping that the graduation exam would come soon. Countdown to 2 months. 2 months passed by in a blink of an eye. Aunt Yu, give me some money. The final exam is tomorrow. I'll buy some exam supplies. Okay, is 20 taels enough? That's about right. Jende took the 20 tael silver note from Aunt Yu and went out helplessly. Aunt Yu is really stingy. A month ago, the third Hokage gave him a reward of 300,000 taels, but Aunt Yu forcibly kept it and only gave him 12,800 taels of pocket money at a time. The third Hokage also dug. The compensation that Orochimaru asked for from the Suna ninja village was 300 million taels in monetary compensation alone, as well as countless supplies. For the person involved, even though he was backed by a big tree of Konoha, he should have 1 million, right? 300,000 is the minimum reward for A-level tasks. Only the Sand Ninja village didn't hold back. Those supplies were a crippling amount for them. Zheng Dai didn't know how they were willing to agree so easily. In fact, without killing Kakashi and him, Raza was in a very bad situation after returning to the village. Without Chiyo's support, his reckless actions were unanimously criticized, and some even suggested handing him over to calm Konoha's anger. Fortunately, in the end, the third Kazekage rejected the proposal, but said that all losses would be borne by Luo Shat. Without much bargaining, the amount was set at 300 million taels. Luo Sha wanted to use placer gold to bury those hateful elders and the third Hokage together. The final exam is coming soon, the stationery store is full, but I don't see anyone I know. Zheng Dai struggled to squeeze in, randomly selected 2 pens, an eraser, and a stack of draft paper, and squeezed out again. When I got home, I turned the 2 newly purchased pens with my right hand and fully opened the property bar. Template, Genin, 3/4. Basic attributes, 3. Physical strength, 45.74. Mental strength, 30.88. Chakra amount, 46.32. Main skills, 4. Physical skills level 2, 28%. Others omitted. Auxiliary skills, 15. Introduction to Ninjutsu level 1, 32%, Introduction to Fire Nation's characteristic ninjaism level 1, 21%, Ninjutsu research methods level 1, 11%. Research on the international relations of the 5 major powers in modern times level 1, 35%, Frontiers of modern ninjutsu level 1, 42%, Theoretical guidance on independent research and development of ninjutsu level 1, 48%, Study of historical Hokage works level 0, 94%. Others omitted. Real skill 1, cooking level 4, 58%. Free attribute points, 13. His eyes wandered over the auxiliary skills. You read www.yukanshu.net was thinking about it in his heart. Judging from past examination experience, 10% of the skills at level 1 are basically the level of full marks in the ninja school. Among the assessment items, Jundei was only satisfied with studying the works of previous Hokages. Don't hesitate to add a little more. Study of historical Hokage works level 1, 24%. This subject was stable, and Jundei focused on the ninjutsu research method that only had 11% of the first level. Compared with other skills that are above 20% at level 1, it is the lowest, only 1% above the full mark. If the test paper given by teacher Amu was slightly more difficult and he only got 98 or 99 points, failing to get full marks in all subjects, Zheng Dai would have died unjustly. Ninjutsu research methods seem to be a very useful skill. If you learn it well, I can try to develop several unique ninjutsu in the future. Unfortunately, with my modern thinking, it is currently too difficult to learn it well through hard work. Then add some. Ninjutsu research method level 1, 41%. At this point, full marks in all subjects are basically guaranteed, and there are still 11 attribute points left. No matter what happens in the exam, Zheng Dai has room to make a decision on the spur of the moment. Full marks, he is determined. You will advance after you get the reward, but the 4th skill that reaches the limit of the template, which one should you choose? Jundei touched his ears and considered the 6 ninjutsus he knew. Add smaller activities. It took half a month after publishing the book, and it was almost 100,000 words. Suddenly I remembered that I had not yet published a testimonial for the new book. I won't say much, and I won't say that everyone may like to read it. Just thank you for your support. By the way, I would like to ask for recommendation votes, book reviews, chapters, book lists, collections, investments, rewards, etc., etc. Apart from anything else, I feel that my character is still guaranteed. The story was very popular and ended at the right time. It didn't continue, and many brothers said it was a bad ending. I was wronged, please write more. The chapter earned hundreds of dollars more, why did I fail to finish it? I really thought the open ending was very good. Then I restarted the game, and ended up with more words than I had seen for a long time, and the story was completely told. I admire this character myself, so please feel free to pursue books. Then the ones that were criticized were the Si Yang and Air Yang. Well, I may have given them the wrong names. So let's play a little game of adding updates to liven up the somewhat silent chapter reviews and book reviews. I am revising the first volume of this book. It is about to end. Dai is about to graduate and Kakashi is about to be completely conquered. The end of the first volume is quite difficult to write. It leads to the final chapter of the book. Unique setting and main line of the book. So let's take a guess, who is Zheng Dai's instructor? Who are the two teammates? I won't give too many hints, I can only guarantee that they are definitely not original characters. If you guessed it correctly, the teacher will add another chapter next week. I guessed the teacher correctly, and also guessed the other two teammates. 2 more chapters will be added next week. All guesses are correct, and the analysis is reasonable and well-founded and fits my thoughts. I will add 3 more chapters next week. I won't cheat, for sure. Also, if there is no accumulation, even if 100 people guess it all correctly, only 3 chapters will be added, although there will definitely not be that many correct guesses. Please leave your valuable chapter review or book review. A single person can only guess once, and the first time will be considered, so think carefully before answering. The time limit is before the answers are announced. That's all. Chapter 45 Relaxed Final Examination. On the morning of December 23, Zheng got up and washed up and wanted to go into the kitchen, but was pushed out by Aunt Xiu. Xiao Zheng, you can take the exam with peace of mind today. Auntie will prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner for you. Just wait and eat. Zheng scratched his hair, shook his head and smiled. It was quite grand. What was he doing? College entrance examination. However, the exams today and tomorrow are really just like the college entrance examination for students preparing to apply for graduation from ninja school. The ninja school says there are 3 semesters per school year. In fact, the second holiday and the third semester are very short. The winter vacation is only 12 days from January 1st to January 12th, and the third semester is only 1 month. Spring break will be on February 13th. The third semester, which lasted just 1 month, was actually a buffer time for ninjas to graduate, reclassify, and enroll students. There would be no more exams. Most ninjas graduate at the end of the second semester, December 30th. For those who graduate at other times, special applications and separate assessments are required, which is very difficult. In other words, if they fail the exam this time, most students will have to graduate in December next year. Without cooking, Zheng has more time to pack up exam supplies and images. He didn't leave the room until Aunt Xiu called him to eat. When I got to the dining table, I saw, tisk, pork chop rice. Crispy and browned fried pork chop, served with Worcestershire sauce, shredded cabbage, and white rice, which makes people very appetizing at first sight. But this is breakfast, Aunt Xiu. Aunt Xiu looked on, eat more, Xiao Zheng. Pork chops, victory. In Japanese, pork chop is a homophone for victory. Zheng started an unpleasant breakfast. When we arrived at ninja school, the classroom smelled like pork chops as soon as the students greeted each other. Asking each other, 8 out of 10 eat pork chops. Those who don't have pork chops are quite envious. Obito came over, it's over, Zheng, I forgot to eat pork chops this morning. I have a bad feeling about the exam soon. Don't worry, you have to believe that you can overwhelm Kong now. Zheng comforted. Yes, I can overwhelm the Kong. Obito clenched his fists and returned to his seat with great momentum. After a while, he came back with a frustrated face crying, what if I can't overwhelm the Kong, Zheng, you? He squeaked twice, feeling a little embarrassed. Don't worry, I will comfort you if you haven't passed the exam. We will all comfort you. Zheng said with a smile. No, that's it. Well, Lin and you must have graduated. If I were to happen, wouldn't you have lost the opportunity to be assigned to the same class as me and be taken care of by me? Zheng Dai wanted to spit pork chops in his face. Obito is thick-skinned in some areas, and quite thin-skinned in others. If someone helps him cheat, he won't be able to speak out. Gendai didn't take the initiative to say anything. He kept teasing Obito by nuzzling him and never said what he wanted to hear. Idiot Obito! Kakashi muttered in his seat, his eyes meeting Masade's. Are all the students here? Teacher Amu's voice came into the classroom, and at the same time he walked in and climbed onto the podium, holding a stack of papers in his hand. Good morning, teacher. The students greeted in unison, and then the classroom fell silent and the tense atmosphere spread. Obito returned to his seat 3 times a step. The little expression is very resentful. Good morning, students, are you all ready? Our exam tasks today are very heavy. There are 2 subjects in the morning and 3 subjects in the afternoon. It will test the students' mental and even physical strength. You must allocate your energy properly. Of course, some students without taking all the subjects, exams are less stressful. Amu said, but the first subject, the introduction to the fire country's characteristic ninjutsu taught to you by the teacher himself, is a compulsory course, and no one can be missing. The exam starts at 8:30, and the time limit is 1 hour. Now, well, at 8:20, let's hand out the papers. This time I will give you 10 more minutes to answer, so take the exam well. Thank you, teacher. Amu sipped his index finger, twisted the paper, and handed it out. Gendai received the paper and read it from beginning to end, with a slight smile on his lips. Bad easy. Stay steady, don't wave, this wave is a sure win. Pick up the pen, write your name, answer the questions calmly, 1 question, 2 questions, 9 questions, 10 questions. Only 20 minutes had passed, and Gendai had finished answering the entire test paper. This was because he wrote the words very neatly and was afraid of losing paper points. Zhang Dai raised his head and glanced around. Most of the students were still answering the questions. Some looked relaxed, and some had trembling legs, anxious. There is Obito among the shivering legs. Obito graduated this year in the anime. Can he pass the exam on his own? Gendai muttered and straightened his bangs. Check again, help him. Cough. At this moment, Teacher Amu suddenly let out a heavy cough. Gendai thought someone was being warned for cheating. He raised his head and found that Teacher Amu was looking at the door, nodding from time to time, as if communicating with someone. Then, he turned back and said, Students, please don't cheat. The teacher will go out for a while. The patter of footsteps is far away. Zhang Dai blinked in confusion. Just now, was anyone outside? What is Teacher Amu playing? Kakashi didn't notice anyone, and looked at each other with Masade in a tacit understanding. Teacher is out. A classmate finally reacted and shouted in a low voice, mixed with surprise. Obito also perked up and poked his head towards Lin's paper. Lin smiled helplessly and showed the paper to him. Obito smirked. He and Lin had a grandson. It wasn't until 15 minutes later that Teacher Amu returned in a hurry. The students didn't cheat, right? No. He responded weakly. That's good, there are still 30 minutes left, everyone hurry up and answer the papers. Teacher Amu ignored Kai, who had just pulled his head back from someone else's desk. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Zhang Dai. In the next few exams, Teacher Amu went out twice because of non-existent calls, slept on the desk and snored twice, stared at the spider on the ceiling in trance once, and thought about the wall once. On the afternoon of the 24th, the 3rd grade students began their final exam in a relaxed and happy mood. The last subject is the basics of ninjutsu. There is no answer sheet for the basics of ninjutsu, it is an on-site assessment. Students walked up to the podium one by one, were asked a question by Teacher Damu, and then completed the madras required by Teacher Damu as quickly as possible. The question is both difficult and easy. When asked Obito, what are the 5 attributes of chakra? The attributes of yin and yang are not within the scope of study in ninja school. Asked by Kaishi, how many cells in the human body can be used to extract chakra? When asked about Jendai, which seal does Feng Dunduo begin with and which seal ends with? Why? The difficulty fluctuates greatly. Ma Se-dai finally noticed that teacher Amu was obviously deliberately letting Obito and Kai graduate smoothly. As for those who are not very strong and are released by the way, after being divided into classes, they will probably be sent back to the ninja school to study again by their instructors. No wonder Obito and Kai both graduated successfully in the original work. This is a good intention. Obito, bear the Sunjo Yin Mao seal. When it is worn, it will bear the Sunjo Mao Yin Chen Si Wei Wu Shen Yu Hai Su seal. Zheng Dai. Helplessly, he glanced at teacher Amu, who had held a grudge against him since he chose the course, and he was doing the hand seal. 12 seals were completed in 5 seconds, and the dazzling hands attracted waves of low-pitched exclamations. Zheng Dai took a long breath. The relaxed final exam is over. Chapter 46 News of Perfect Scores. Ninja School, Teacher's Office. The first question is completely correct. The second question is completely correct, the 10th question is completely correct. Damo held a red pen in his hand and quickly marked one test paper after another. When he subconsciously wanted to put aside the test paper he had just finished, he suddenly froze and felt something was wrong. He pulled back the test paper and read it carefully from beginning to end. A perfect score? Not bad, not bad, I'm wearing it. Just at this moment, a young male teacher wearing glasses opposite him raised his head and said, Teacher Amu, the kid named Jendai in your class is pretty good. He got full marks in the ninjutsu research method test. The teacher at the next table heard the conversation and turned his head in surprise. Zheng Dai? He also got full marks in my study of the international relations of the 5 major powers in modern times. Damu was stunned for a moment, looking at each other with his 2 colleagues, and then quickly stood up and went to the empty table beside him to look for the test papers. I also gave him full marks for his ninjutsu basics, so he gets full marks for the 4 subjects. Soon, Amu dug out the other 4 test papers belonging to Jendai. He gave 1 copy to each of the other 2 ninja teachers, and he took 2 copies and quickly marked them. The cutting edge of modern ninjutsu, full marks. Self-trained ninjutsu, perfect score. Introduction to Ninja Studies, full marks. After 3 consecutive calls, the other 2 people gathered around Damu eagerly and reviewed the last test paper with him. The First Lord's speech on the founding of Konoha village in the Land of Fire was reproduced correctly with key points. The second generation's War and Peace is correctly understood and fully explained. The third generation's declaration of Konoha village, extension and expansion of the Will of Fire, and message to Konoha ninja, are understood correctly. Full score. Full marks in all subjects. Damu's breathing quickened slightly, he was happy for Jendai, and also happy for himself. The students he teaches get perfect marks in all subjects. The teacher Wen Shi who taught perfect scores in all subjects in Bo Feng Shui is now the director of Wen Shi. The other 2 teachers were a little envious, and one of them said, Damu, when you were invigilating the exam, were you too relaxed? Omu shook his head, that child has full marks for strength. Besides, I have approved half of the papers. In the course Introduction to Ninja, which is characteristic of the Land of Fire, Lin only got 98 points. There is no perfect score for copying. Don't get too excited. Don't you still have one subject that you haven't tested yet? The actual results are not yet certain. He has perfect scores in 8 subjects. He might alert the Hokage and some Jonin to watch. It's not easy to get full marks in actual combat. Another teacher said. Amu was poured cold water on him, and his excited expression calmed down, and he hurriedly gathered the 7 test papers he was wearing. I'm going to report to the Hokage-sama. 10 minutes later, the Hokage building. The 3rd Hokage took a long puff of his pipe. I understand, leave the papers and you can go back and continue marking other children's papers. Yes. Damu bowed and asked, do you want to be there to observe the actual combat assessment the day after tomorrow? The third Hokage took another puff from his pipe and said thoughtfully, how are Kakashi's grades? There are still a few subjects that have not been approved, but his score in Introduction to Ninjaism, a characteristic of the Fire Nation, is good, with a score of 96. Daiki replied. The third Hokage, okay, I will go. Let's arrange another fight between Kakashi and Masade. Yes. When Amu exited, the third Hokage's tense and calm expression instantly relaxed. He exhaled softly, his eyes full of surprise, that child really got full marks in all subjects. The first two ninja school students with perfect scores, Orochimaru was because of his talent and intelligence, and the subjects tested at that time were far less difficult than they are now. Namikaze Minato is the most perfect ninja the third Hokage has ever seen. Moreover, when Namikaze Minato was studying at the ninja school, it happened to be the peace period between World War I and World War II. He attended the ninja school for 6 years. In other words, Jendai's full score in general medicine is higher than that of Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato. The third Hokage thought for a moment, looked down at the class list he had drawn up, and crossed out the names of the 5th class instructor Yamanaka Kiki, students Masade, Shizuan, and Yamashiro Aoba Nakamasade. Then he rubbed his eyebrows with a headache, thought for a while, and took the test paper he was wearing to check. Hey? My article, is this how it should be understood? Well, not bad. At noon, we were at Dai's house. Auntie, your cooking is delicious. Don't everyone in your Xiaomu mountain village have great cooking skills? Hongdu praised. Aunt Xiu smiled broadly. Xiao Jendai told you about our Xiaomu mountain village. Hongdu, well, there are Master Yang Qiaovu, Master Lei Jie, Master Baker. Aunt Xiu? Zheng Dai's face darkened, he grabbed Hongdo and forced a smile. Come to my room, Hongdo, I have something to tell you. Anko was stunned and was dragged into the room by him. Aunt Xiu was also stunned. She wanted to follow him curiously, but then she heard a bang and the door closed. Xiao Jendai, are you embarrassed? Speaking of which, apart from being younger, this little Hongda girl is pretty good, especially she eats cutely, just like me. Aunt Xiu, who weighs 180, said with a smile, stick it on the door. In the back room, Jendai said helplessly, Hongdu, why did you suddenly come to my house? I want sweets, lots of sweets. Ah! Zheng Dai was stunned, what's wrong? Hongdu curled her lips, didn't you say that eating sweets can bring happiness? I am lacking happiness. I failed in the exam. Kanshu www.uuganshu.net I may not be able to graduate with you and Sister Hong. Hongdu said with an unhappy face, really, the final exam was fine last time, why is the invigilation of the final exam so bad this time? Strict. The first grade exam is very strict. Zheng Dai was not surprised. Xiao Zheng Dai remembered that the exams in the first and second grade were also very strict. This is probably an unspoken rule. Students should be allowed to graduate as soon as possible starting from the third grade. Look, I usually ask you to follow suit when I give Takuma questions, but you don't want to. Forget it, you don't have to worry, even if you really miss a few credits, Orochimaru-sama can still let you graduate. I hope so. How did you do in the exam? Of course I have perfect scores in all subjects. Hey, just blow it. Jendai smiled and raised his hand to form a seal. Water escape, the art of water body transformation. Go get Anko something delicious. Shui Shui went out in response, while Jendai rolled his eyes helplessly at Aunt Xiu, who was cleaning the doorframe outside. Anko stared, your clone. Hey? Why, isn't that what the clone is used for? Zheng Dai said matter-of-factly. At the same time, the news that a third student with perfect scores in all subjects appeared in the ninja school gradually spread to the ears of the major clans and powerful people in Konoha. Shodai, who was famous for defeating Kakashi who had cheered up, became known to more people. Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, Inyazuka clan, Abarame clan. Sunan, Namikaze Minato, Inakacho. Mito Minitis, I moved to Koharu. Danzo Shimura. Chapter 47 Initial Contact with Roots. In the afternoon, feed red beans. Dai was going to the woods near his home to practice ninjutsu again. When a guy wearing a black robe and a strange patterned mask suddenly appeared in front of him, he waved his hand and turned out to be a kunao. It has been 2 years since he became Danzo-sama's right-hand subordinate. Ryoma Abarame has traveled all over the country and contributed to the foundation construction. He has recruited many subordinates for Danzo-sama, and he is well informed. But he never expected that someone would attack him upon meeting him in Konoha. He couldn't help but froze for 0.41421 seconds before dodging. With a stab, a small slit was made in the black robe, vaguely revealing the silk shirt with larger mesh underneath. The awkward atmosphere spread. Ah, sorry, I thought you were, that or something. Uncle, oh no, sister, I will pay for your clothes. Sister is an ANBU, right? Lord Hokage is looking for me? I'll go right away. Zheng Dai said a series of words. Lu walked out, turned around and left. Slow down. A slightly hoarse male voice stopped him. Zheng Dai stopped in his tracks, turned around, and the apology on his face became deeper. Ah, I'm sorry, it's my uncle. A few words from a kunao, coupled with the other person's mask that was different from the ordinary ANBU, and the strange and familiar shirt on his body, he was wearing it and had already judged the identity of the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. Abarame clan, Root Ninja. It should be said that since he finished the exam, he was always prepared to meet all kinds of big people, but he didn't expect that the first one to come would be Jin. This also represents. Uncle, is the Hokage-sama looking for me because I got perfect marks in all subjects? I'll go right away. Zheng Dai continued to turn around and was stopped again. I am not an ANBU ninja, but a ninja from the ANBU training department, the Roots. Masade, the elder of Konoha village Danzo Shimura values your ninja talents and specially approves you to join the Roots. Come with me. The Abarame Ryoma answered the question incorrectly. So Jendai asked, so? I got full marks in all subjects, right? Yes. Jendai touched his head and praised, oh, how come my head is so spiritual? Abarame Ryoma. At the same time, the Hokage building. The half-mummy old man Danzo Shimura stepped into the Hokage's office on crutches. Behind the large curved table, the third Hokage was staring intently at his precious crystal ball, not even noticing or paying attention to Danzo's arrival. Danzo shook his head helplessly. Hiruzen was spying again? Bang! He pressed the ground heavily with his crutch and said, Hiruzen. The third Hokage then raised his head. Here we are, Danzo, come over and watch together. I do not watch. Hey! The third Hokage was stunned, blowing his beard and said, put away your dirty thoughts. Danzo was slightly stunned and stepped forward. When he saw the picture on the crystal ball clearly, his one eye immediately narrowed. After a long while, he said dissatisfiedly, have you been spying on him for a long time? Do you want to take him under your command again? Jiraiya and Tsunade already have disciples, and Orochimaru has also decided on a disciple. Are you planning to let him become your direct ANBU? No. The third Hokage denied, I want him to graduate normally and enter the ordinary ninja team. Danzo frowned when he heard this. Hiruzen, you are wasting his talent. A perfect score in all subjects means that he has a comprehensive and thoughtful mind. In the previous conflict handling with the Hokage boy from the ninja school, he was able to accurately grasp the opponent's character weaknesses and pretend to be weak to gain sympathy and protect himself. Many trained A and BU ninjas and even root ninjas were unable to do that. Leave him to me. I will train him personally, and there is nothing wrong with accepting him as my disciple. In 2 years he will become the best spy. The third Hokage glanced at Danzo, smoothed his beard, and said nothing. Danzo continued to persuade, the Second Ninja War is not so much the end as it is that after 10 years of war, we can no longer hold on and are just recuperating temporarily. The war may restart at any time, and the Leaf villages you and I know the situation best. We can easily defeat the first village, but if we are targeted by the fourth village again, we will not be able to cope with it at all. Let me train him for 2 years, and he may be able to influence the outcome of a battle in the future. Now is not the time for indecision, Hiruzen. Incorporate him into the ninja squad? After 2 years, there will be nothing more than an excellent Chuunin or an ordinary Jounin. That is a waste of his spy talents. The third Hokage nodded slightly, what you said makes sense. So, who is more suitable to be his instructor? Danzo. The third Hokage recalled the first time he met Ma Seidai and Ma Seidai applauded him secretly. He shook his head and smiled, Danzo, this kid is not suitable to be a spy. He may have some spy talent, but in my opinion, his ninja talent is more important. Tomorrow's actual combat assessment, you can participate with me, or watch in the dark. Danzo looked unhappy, and at that moment, Ma Seidai's voice came from the crystal ball. What kind of training do you have at your base? His face brightened slightly, and he hummed softly, maybe he will choose to go to the roots on his own. Hiruzen, you can't make the decision for him. Assassination, espionage, sabotage? Isn't that what ninjas do in the first place? I have been studying at ninja school for 3 years and I am finally about to graduate. You want to send me to another school? I don't go. The third Hokage chuckled. Real. Can I learn the water escape technique of the second generation master at the root? The third Hokage's smile stiffened, and he turned to look at Danzo. Danzo showed a proud smile, I have also mastered the teacher's water escape technique. You don't have as much control as I do. Haha, he doesn't know. The third Hokage regretted peeping here so confidently. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Unexpectedly, Danzo, the one-eyed and thick-browed man, would actually deceive a child this time. Shameless. Speaking of water release technique, I remembered that Lord Hisashi gave me 3 water release techniques before. I agreed to become a subordinate ninja of the Hyuga clan after graduation. Doesn't it have any impact on joining the root? The third Hokage's eyes lit up. Danzo Shimura's expression turned anxious. In the crystal ball, Abarame Ryoma said, the ninjas of the root only obey the orders of Danzo-sama, join the root, and you don't need to pay attention to Hinata anymore. Danzo frowned and shook his head, staring at Masato with one eye. Hiruzen, you saw it. A mere 9-year-old child can easily set a trap for Ryoma with words. He is a born spy. In the crystal ball, Masato looked behind Abarame Ryoma with a smile and said, Hisashi-sama, why are you here? Is what he said true? Abarame Ryoma instantly froze. Hinata Hisashi looked up and nodded slightly in greeting. The third Hokage smiled and touched the crystal ball with his hand, and the scene disappeared. It seems like he can't go to the root. Danzo, who do you think is suitable to be his instructor? Humph. You must have already chosen someone in your mind. Danzo looked unhappy and said in frustration, during the Second Ninja War, the intelligence ninjas at my base suffered heavy losses, and now there is a serious shortage of manpower. Even my deputy, only Ryoma is left. You refuse to let me have a single person. Are you planning to burn the bridge and destroy the roots? After the Second Ninja War, there was no shortage of people in the village. The third Hokage rubbed his forehead and decided to give Danzo a sweet date, who do you want? Your disciple, Orochimaru. Chapter 48 Announcement. The Abarame Ryoma at the base retreated due to the arrival of Hinata Hisashi. Hisashi didn't say much and only chatted briefly with Masade before leaving. In his words, he expressed his appreciation for Gendai's perfect score in all subjects and told him that the Zone family would probably summon him after he officially graduated and was divided into classes. Zheng Dai knew the subtext of Hisashi, he was reminding him, and he was also worried that Zheng Dai would defect to the clan. Even if Shodai had told the head of the Hyuga family and Hyuga Hisashi that Hisashi was secretly accumulating power that belonged to the branch family with unknown intentions, it would not have caused the slightest harm to Hisashi. But Zheng Dai, who had perfect scores in all subjects, was beginning to gain popularity, and his words had a lot of weight. But I'm crazy enough to complain. Masade shook his head. The relationship between the Hyuga clan and him was that there was Hinata's father. How could the branch family be close to him? Hisashi's 3 techniques helped a lot. His younger brother Takuma and his classmate Hideki were also from separate families. I can't care about it for the moment. I achieved full marks in all subjects and got involved in the storm. I don't know who else will come to me besides Ne and Hinata. Unexpectedly, until night, no one came to see Gendai, which made him feel that he was being sentimental. As for the news of perfect scores in all subjects, he did not tell Uncle Jiangxiu and Auntie Xiu for the time being. It would not be too late to tell them and celebrate after receiving the ninja forehead protector after the practical examination was over and the graduation examination was completed. Early the next morning, Gendai ran to school. Normally only 3 or 5 students would arrive at this time, but today half of them arrived. They are all worried about their grades and go to the class to look for comfort from classmates who have worse grades than themselves. Kakashi has also arrived. He is particularly energetic today, even radiant. He is sitting upright in his seat, closing his eyes and concentrating. Perhaps sensing Zheng Dai's arrival, he opened his eyes and met Zheng Dai's eyes. 100%, today. After straightening his clothes, Zheng Dai returned to his seat and sat upright to relax. If Kakashi and Kakashi are not in the same group for the actual combat assessment later, they will also have a match after receiving the forehead protection in the graduation exam in the afternoon. This battle has been scheduled for a long time. Dai despises Kakashi strategically and attaches great importance to it tactically. After all, it is Kakashi. Gendai once saw a post on a forum that listed 3 common illogical points in Hokage fanfiction. First, the time traveler achieved or even surpassed Kai/Lee's efforts. Second, the time traveler has the deep trust of Danzo/Orochimaru. The third is to be the same age as Kakashi and beat him before the age of 12. Before the long-term hang-up began, Kakashi was undoubtedly the most talented person. Excluding the first Hokage and Madara, Kakashi was almost invincible before the age of 12. Being idle for more than half a year has had a great impact on Kakashi's strength, so he can easily catch up with him after wearing it for the last time. In the past 6 months, Kakashi has probably worked harder than before, and since he has an affair with Yukang, he probably won't be much weaker than the normally developing Kakashi at the same time. Of course, even so, Gendai still feels that his winning rate is 100 divided by 3*3%. Who is not a hangover? But the attention should be given. After brewing his emotions for a while, Gendai could not completely calm down due to the chatter of results discussions behind him, so he turned his head and looked. Ibiki, are you using your modern ninjutsu skills well? Yi Bixi was taken aback. It's okay, I can probably get 80 points, but it's definitely not as high as you. Gendai sighed faintly, oh, well, I'm afraid I failed the exam. Hey? Is it bad? It's particularly bad. My advanced modern ninjutsu may not be able to get full marks. Gendai shook his head. Ubixi. The sound of discussion gradually faded away, and several students behind Zheng Dai moved the discussion location. Tisk, tisk, how lonely it is to be invincible. However, he still couldn't be quiet. Obito arrived at school. Hey! Zheng Dai, you think I got the forehead protector? Should I tie it under the goggles or put it somewhere else? Wrap around your neck. The neck. Obito was thoughtful, his face full of longing, and murmured, wouldn't it look bad? Hey, Zheng, why are you not looking forward to it at all? Did you fail the test? It's impossible. Of course not. I just found out the results yesterday and the excitement is over. Yesterday? Did you come to school yesterday? Obito was startled. What about me? What's my score? I didn't come to school, I just got full marks in all subjects, someone told me. Zheng said calmly. Then he turned his eyes and counted secretly in his heart, 1, 2, 3. Full marks in all subjects. Really? Are you kidding me? Obito shouted. Well done. Zheng felt that the eyes of his classmates were attracted, and he gave Obito a thumbs up in his mind. You really didn't disappoint me, Obito. He stood up and Yun smiled and said, don't be in a hurry to admire me. I just heard people say that I have perfect scores in all subjects. It's not confirmed yet, not sure yet. Hey? Zheng, has anyone told you your results? At this moment, Teacher Amu walked into the classroom with the report card, smiled and sent the last wave of assists, which was perfect. 1, 2, wow! After 2 seconds of silence, the classroom burst into flames, and there was no need for Zheng Dai to secretly applaud again. Teacher Damu, did Mr. Zheng really get full marks in all subjects? A girl said. Is it true? A certain boy said. Where's Lin? A certain boy asked. What about me? A certain Obito asked. You reading www.ukanchu.net. Quiet. Damu shouted, students, please go back to your seats and sit down. I will announce the results. First of all, we would like to congratulate Mr. Zheng for getting full marks in all the 8 courses he has taken. As long as he gets full marks in the practical examination later, he will become the first student in the history of our ninja school. 3 candidates with perfect scores in all subjects. The class was in an uproar again. No one thought that Zheng could not get full marks in actual combat. In other words, the 3rd person in the history of ninja school with perfect scores in all subjects was born beside them without any warning. In the 35 years of ninja school's history, nearly 1,000 students have graduated, and only the 3rd person has received perfect scores in all subjects. Everyone knows what this means. Is it possible for Shodai to become a ninja like Minato Jounin or even Lord Orochimaru? Kakashi looked at Zheng. Obito looked at Zheng. Hinata Hideki looked at Zheng, degree a degree. Lin looked at Zheng. Teacher announces another piece of good news. Teacher Amu said loudly, as long as they pass the practical assessment, all 43 students in our class will be qualified to take the afternoon graduation exam. Oh, cheers broke out in an instant. Kai looked left and right, and after 5 seconds, he understood what Mr. Omu meant. Oh. Then the teacher will continue to announce the results. 2nd place, Lin, currently has an average grade point of 4.795 in 8 subjects. 3rd place, Hinata Hideki. Hey! The exclamations sounded again. Zheng Dai blinked and looked at Hinata Hideki. Could it be that I copied it? Hinata Hideki's face turned red. I didn't, I copied Nohara Rin. Don't look at me, I'm really copying Nohara Rin. Chapter 49 Dealing with Kakashi again. 4th place, Hitaki Kakashi. Teacher Amu announced the results of 43 students one after another. Compared with the last time, there were considerable changes. Among the top 10 echelons, there were 3 changes: Masade who jumped to 1st place, Hideki Hinata who was 3rd, and Kakashi who was 4th. The last 30 or so were in total disarray. Both Obito and Kai were near the 20. On the contrary, several of those who had finished in the 10th before were at the bottom this time. It can only be said that the worse your grades are, the more aggressive and shameless you will be if there is a chance of plagiarism. Okay, students, get ready. We will conduct the last subject, the practical assessment. Perform well for today's assessment. Teacher Amu paused as he spoke, looked at the door of the classroom, nodded slightly, and walked out quickly. Students, wait for the teacher. This time was different from the exam. Someone was really calling Teacher Damu outside the door, and Damu came back very quickly. Teacher has just been notified that our class's actual combat test will not be held at our school's training ground, but will be moved to the Chunin examination venue. Students, pack up and let's set off. Chunin exam venue. A surprised low voice sounded, and Zheng Dai was thoughtful. Maybe I wasn't too sentimental yesterday? 10 minutes later, groups of chattering third-year students walked into the Chunin exam venue. They all immediately shut up and became quiet. Zheng, we agreed, if I'm still in the same group as Kai, remember to cheer me up. Obito's loud voice was particularly obvious at this moment. After he finished speaking, he reacted belatedly and looked around strangely. Lord Fugaku. In the northwest stand, Uchiha Fugaku, a square-faced man with an unsmiling smile, stood with his hands behind his back. Near him, there was a beautiful woman with long straight black hair and black eyes standing side by side with a girl with fiery red hair, looking in this direction. Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina. Moms of the two male protagonists, how are you when we meet for the first time? He greeted silently in his heart, and Zheng Dai took a breath. It seems that the fourth generation is not here? This battle is really big, are they all here to see me? In the huge Chunin examination venue, there were about 20 people scattered in groups. These people were leaning, standing, or sitting in different postures. The same thing was that they were all wearing jounin vests. Seeing the third-year students arriving, they all cast their gazes over. In the end, most of them landed on Zheng Dai's face, and less on Kakashi's mask. Zheng Dai glanced at it and then quickly retracted it. Being stared at by so many people made him feel a little panicked. In addition to Uchiha Fugaku, Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina, there were also many acquaintances. The fat Akimichi Choza who had the word food on his jounin vest, the bright yellow-haired handsome guy Yamanaka Kiki, Narashikaku seemed to be absent. The spiky-headed girl holding a black one-eyed wolf dog, with a somewhat impatient look on her face, must be Kaiba's mother, Inyazuka Katsuo. The cold man with a collar covering his face and wearing sunglasses should be Shino's father Abarame Shimai. There were also a few male jounin who looked slightly familiar, but couldn't name them. In the center of the auditorium, the third Hokage was smiling kindly. Not to mention the nervousness of the students, Teacher Ogai was also nervous about this battle. He pressed his backhand and asked them to wait, and trotted to the third Hokage's side. One bow and two nods. Damo ran back. Students, don't be nervous, just treat this as an ordinary assessment. Well, we will change the order of the battle today and fight from front to back. In the first group, Kakashi will face Masade. Hideki Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't me who lost to this commoner in front of so many jounin. No, Hideki Hinata, you can't admit defeat. The students at the bottom of the rankings also breathed a sigh of relief, and then felt a little disappointed. They can imagine that most of these big shots, who are rarely seen in daily life, are here for those top students, or even for those who have perfect scores in all subjects. If they are at the back, there may be no opportunity for them to show off. Shode and Kakashi looked at each other. This fight is coming faster than expected. But not suddenly. Kakashi, come on. Lin whispered. Masade, come on, cough, come on you and Kakashi, you bastards. Obito whispered. Come on. Then there were a few more scattered cheers. More than 20 jounin looked on, and the students who were so restrained didn't even dare to cheer too loudly. Shodai and Kakashi walked forward side by side, stood in the center of the venue, about 20 meters apart, raised their hands, and formed the seal of opposition. Peripheral gaze. Northwest stand. Let's get down to business in the first scene, Kushina. The black-haired child is Masede, who got perfect scores in all subjects. And the white-haired Kakashi Hotaki will soon become your disciple of Minato. Uchiha Mikoto whispered. Yet. Kushina paused for a while before responding, Minato, he has a headache. It's his first time taking care of a student, and he was given 3 children with complicated relationships. The third generation has such a bad taste. Obito is a good boy. Uchiha Mikoto smiled softly. By the way, whose class is this Masede assigned to? Kushina pursed her lips, then pursed her lips, and then said after a long while, it was that annoying guy who led him. Hey, hey, hey! Mikoto, don't stick to my Minato, my Minato. Speaking of which, you and Fugaku, the wedding will be consummated in 2 months. That guy. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Gendai, a hint of sympathy suddenly flashed in her eyes, and smiled. Yeah, are you anxious? Kushina. Kushina's face turned red. I'm not in a hurry. Hey, it's about to start. Let's watch the assessment. Uchiha Mikoto looked at her funny. Why didn't you reply to me slowly this time? In the middle of the field, Amu raised his hand and then lowered it. You reading www.yukanshu.net. The battle begins. When Masato and Kakashi heard the sound, their feet sank at the same time, the aura spread, the bangs on their foreheads fluttered, and the distance of 20 meters was covered by the two of them. Bang! Bang 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 bang! Fists and kicks were exchanged, and the sound of banging and banging echoed throughout the Chunin examination hall. The wind pressure caused by the extremely fast movement made Damu tremble in shock before he could retreat far. He hurriedly retreated and almost fell down, and the corners of his eyes twitched. It's really time for these 2 kids to graduate. If they don't graduate, I should retire. Some people around did not pay attention to the children's competition, but just came to watch the fun and get to know the jounin who was wearing it, and they took it a little seriously. Kushina said, oh. In the field, the figures of Kakashi and Maseda flashed rapidly, colliding at least 4 or 5 times per second. Isn't that too exaggerated? Many students murmured subconsciously. They found that they couldn't even see the 2 people clearly. Kai clenched his fists excitedly. He felt that his speed was much slower than Masede and Kakashi. Dad, there are indeed geniuses in this world, more than one. Bang! After nearly 100 collisions, the 2 of them exchanged fists and legs with all their strength. Maseda took 2 steps sideways, and Kakashi slid out to regain the distance. It's not bad. I have to be serious, Kakashi. Maseda reached for his ninja bag. Ah, me too. Kakashi drew the knife with his back hand, moving slowly to hide the trembling of his arms. Sure enough, Zhang Dai's power has surpassed him. The gap is bigger than imagined. We can't confront him head-on. In the stands, Kushina's O slowly changed to O, and she muttered, Kakashi Hotaki's strength is not bad, I have to tell Minato. Well, today. I've already gone out, and I'll go back tomorrow, and tell him. Chapter 50 completely revised. AMU, AMU. Hi, I heard that originally the 3rd generation wanted you to take charge of Zhang Dai, who has perfect scores in all subjects, but then he changed the person. In the stands, Akimichi Tingzao chewed unknown food in his mouth and spoke vaguely. Yamanaka Hai nodded, ah, fortunately there is a replacement. If I were to take him, it would be really troublesome. Really? Amu, I heard that his cooking skills are excellent. It would be great if you could take care of him. Akimichi Choza said with regret. Shan Zhonghai couldn't laugh or cry. Can you handle the students I brought with you? He shook his head and said, just watch the duel with peace of mind. This throwing method is somewhat similar to that of the Uchiha clan. Really? Didn't you say that this child has been Hinata's for a long time? Amu. In the field, 3 kunao struck in twos and then scattered and shot at Kakashi at tricky angles. Kakashi swung his sword calmly, and the short sword passed diagonally downwards. With just one strike, he knocked 3 kunao away one after another. After the 3 kunao, 6 shurikens followed closely, drawing 6 shell arcs in the air, blocking all Kakashi's retreat and dodge space. Kakashi turned slightly. Puff. 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 Ah! Kakashi! After 3 muffled sounds, dozens of low screams rang out among the third-year students. When Kakashi was turned into a wooden stake after being hit by 3 shurikens, they relaxed and immediately became nervous again. Kakashi, who used the substitute technique, quietly appeared behind Jendai and stabbed him in the back. Wow! Zheng, who was stabbed through, disappeared in Huashui. On the side of Kakashi, he is wearing a black face and holding a kunao and rushing forward. Kakashi is 20 centimeters shorter than him. Although he uses a water avatar, the position of the knife in his back makes him very unhappy. Hack this bastard to death! Kakashi swung his sword to fight. Ping! The short sword collided with the kunao, and their arms shook at the same time, sliding backwards relative to each other. At the same time, Jendai put away the kunao in his hand, freeing his hands to quickly form seals. Water escape, water rush wave. With his mouth beeping, Jendai spurted out a thick and powerful jet of water, like a high-pressure water gun, hitting Kakashi straight away. Kakashi responded calmly, twisting his hips and leaping sideways. He turned his head, causing the water column to drift to catch up, and Kakashi slashed with his sword. Puff! 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 Water splashed all over the sky, soaking Kakashi's clothes, but did not cover his eyes. His eyes were sharp, he stepped heavily on his feet, and in an instant he was in front of Zheng Dai, who had just finished spraying water. He exerted all his strength and slashed hard with his sword. Ping! From top to bottom, after accelerating and accumulating Kakashi's full-force sword, Zheng Dai's legs were slightly bent, and then he stepped heavily on the ground, shook the short sword away, and turned around and kicked like a dragon. Kakashi connected with an elbow. Bang! After a muffled sound, Kakashi quickly slid out, bent down and inserted the short sword into the ground to relieve the force. The strength is too exaggerated. The last time we fought, I was stronger. In just half a year, Zheng Dai's strength was almost twice as strong as mine. Is it the difference in physical development caused by age? Kakashi, who was 140, stared at Jendai, who was 160, with a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. The sheer power gap made him feel like he had nowhere to start, and all the full-strength swords he had accumulated were easily taken. In this case, if you want to win, you must find a way. After half a year of practice, my physical fitness should catch up. Do I want to drag myself into a protracted battle? A few thoughts flashed through his mind, and Kakashi saw Maseta forming seals with his hands again. Using ninjutsu again. You've already used water wave and water stand, and you're wearing a lot of chakra? It shouldn't be, then let's give it a try. Kakashi thrust the short sword heavily, and used the force to stop his body from sliding backwards. He also formed seals quickly, which seemed to be 2 minutes faster than Jendai. Water escape water. Earth escape earth formation wall. With a roar, the earth wall rose in front of Kakashi, and he bowed down to prepare for a secret attack when the ninjutsu he was wearing hit the earth wall and stirred up smoke. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Zheng Dai's water cannon has not yet arrived. Kakashi's face darkened, and he had a bad feeling. That bastard seemed to be playing dirty tricks again. A figure jumped onto the earth wall, and he immediately pulled away and retreated. He saw Zheng Dai standing on the earth wall, pursed his lips and blew bubbles at him. Water release blister technique. AMU, AMU, yo, cough cough cough. Yamanaka Kiki smiled helplessly and patted Ding Zhao on the back, who was choking. The third Hokage was also dumbfounded. He glanced at a hidden corner of the venue. Danzo, just say that this child is not suitable for Jin. Kakashi staggered in anger, and quickly regained his composure. Veins were pulsing on his forehead, and he drew his knife and struck Shode, who was charging towards him with a kunao. Ping! Puff! One sword slashed Masude kunao away, and the other slashed Masude into water splashes. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly. Water body? While my earthen wall blocks my own view. Behind. He twisted his hip bones again and instantly completed a 150-degree diagonal backward turn, but he couldn't find where he was wearing it, and he secretly exclaimed that it was bad. Looking out of the corner of his eye, he realized that Jende was standing unobstructed on the earth wall, with his hands forming seals. Water release water cannon technique. This time it was real. The turbulent water waves came, and the previous turning power was exhausted. Kakashi had no time to react. He could only turn his wrist to make the blade downward and meet the water waves head-on. Kakashi! Following several worried cries, Kakashi was hit by the wave from the front and fell to the ground with a thud, while Maseda dodged and jumped to pursue the victory. Are you going to lose again? His body was in great pain from being hit by the water waves. Kakashi closed his eyes slightly, feeling extremely unwilling. Why did he get tricked by that bastard again? The depressed look on his face disappeared in a flash, and Kakashi quickly became determined. He didn't want to lose. Holding the dagger tightly, a picture buried deep in his memory flashed in his mind. Kakashi, your body has initially met the conditions for learning Hotake knife technique. From today on, you will practice sword technique for 3 hours every day. There are 8 methods of swordsmanship: sweeping, splitting, poking, whittling, plundering, slicing, chopping, and stabbing. UU reading www.uuganshu.net, and my flagwood swordsmanship focuses on 3 of them: chopping, stabbing, and cutting. See clearly, this is cutting. When you can concentrate your strength, chakra, and spirit at the same time, you can be invincible and move forward indomitably. Father! Kakashi opened his eyes suddenly. He sat on the ground with his arms raised. Silver light flew across the sky, the breeze blew, and Kakashi was seen waving his arm, but the blade was not visible. Zhi! Bright sparks suddenly shined at the point where the dagger and kunao met. Jende's heart skipped a beat. He stepped hard on the ground with his toes, and retreated quickly. White Fang! Bursts of noise came from the stands, and the third Hokage stared and trimmed a handful of his beard. Danzo, hidden in the darkness, stared with one eye. After standing firm, Jende lowered his head and looked at the clothes that had been cut diagonally by 20 centimeters on the chest and a shallow wound 4 to 5 centimeters long. He smacked his lips and put aside the upper half of the kunao, making a dinging sound. Another small universe exploded. That's too much. If he hadn't realized something was wrong at the last moment, he would have been seriously injured by this knife. Kakashi swayed to his feet, with a look of regret on his face, and murmured, I still can't win against you, Jende. But, thank you. He raised his hand and made a crooked seal of reconciliation, then fell down and was held up by Teacher Amu, who ran over in a hurry. Kakashi! Lin exclaimed. Subtitles flashed before Jende's eyes. Kakashi's correction degree is 100%. Get free attribute points *5. Kakashi completely corrected. Gain world correction 1%. Get the real Kakashi, 31 years old, bonus. Choose 1 out of 3 to obtain full level real skills. Chapter 51 Harvest. The child is fine. His injuries are not serious. They are just scratches and bruises. He can rest for half a day. As Kushina, who had the highest level of medical ninjutsu present, slowly gave out the diagnosis results, the students who were worried about Kakashi were greatly relieved. Zheng Dai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and straightened his bangs in confusion. Kakashi is fine, why did Kushina check him for several minutes and scare me and my classmates? Looking at Kushina, who is still a 17-year-old young girl in front of her, Jendai always feels a slight sense of disharmony and smells an inexplicably familiar smell. When Kushina covered her mouth and yawned, and walked towards the entrance of the venue with a bit of laziness step by step, the smell became stronger. It smells like home? No, right. After watching Kushina's back disappear, Jendai muttered uncertainly, and two medical ninjas ran over carrying a stretcher. Kakashi was taken away by the medical ninja, but the shallow wound on his body had stopped bleeding automatically. He was not able to enjoy the second medical ninjutsu treatment, and only earned a set of clothes. He did not enjoy it. After changing into his spare clothes, he retreated to the sidelines, his eyes wandering, thinking in his mind. Lin, who had just escaped from her worries, walked to the field with a nervous mood. In the second game, Rin vs Shizuan. Ma Seidei, you did a great job, and you used conspiracy and tricks to defeat that guy Kakashi. Obito gave a unique compliment, and then whispered, it's Rin's turn, come on for me to help Rin. Come on for you. Lord Fugaku came to see me duel. I cheered for Linear. A little bit, hee hee. Look at you. Do you think he's still here? Ah. Obito was stunned, looked towards the northwest stand, was stunned, and murmured with pity on his face, you are really gone, there must be something going on in the clan. Then you are no longer needed, Jendai. He would also comfort himself, and the other students knew it well. Although they had expected it, after seeing the duel between Ma Seidei and Kakashi, most of the Jonin left, feeling a little disappointed, and looking towards Zheng Dai's expression was quite complicated. I have been in the same class for 3 years and have been a little transparent for 2.5 years. Suddenly, in the last half year or so, I suddenly emerged as a new star. I got perfect scores in all subjects and got the attention of big shots. How could I not be envied? In addition, during this period of time, Shodei was bullying Kakashi happily in the class, and his popularity was not very good. Only people like Obito and Guy, who had no grudges, and familiar people like Kurane and Asuma, said congratulations. Hinata Hideki's eyes almost turned red. Jendai didn't care, he was thinking about finding an opportunity to contact Kushina, confirm it, and focus on the attribute column. Kakashi's correction rate was 100%, and he did not disappoint Jendai. Not only did he give him 5 attribute points, but he also gave him a bunch of fresh tips, which was a big gain. First of all, the world correction degree is 1%, which is easy to understand. Kakashi is an individual, and the world is the whole. But it's only 1% that Kakashi is completely corrected. There can't be 100 Kakashi Anko, right? After all the corrections, wouldn't I be scorning Kaguya? You have to dig into it carefully. There are so many of them. Maybe some of your acquaintances need to be corrected, but you haven't noticed it yet. Some people look like this on the surface, but are they actually like that? Putting aside the world correction prompt, Jendai looked at the extra attributes in the last row of the attribute bar. Real Kakashi, age 31, bonus, not activated. Physical strength, 203. Mental strength, 248. Chakra amount, 165. This is a bit powerful. The 31-year-old Kakashi is the Kakashi of the Fourth War, a Kage level with adequate 3-dimensional attributes. Looking back at myself, my physical strength is 45.83, my mental strength is 30.89, and my chakra volume is 46.39. They are not even 1/4 of his, and my strength is even more different. He can be beaten by him with one hand. But after all, he was only 9 years old, and his strength was only at the top among the Chuunin. Of course, he couldn't compare with Kakashi, who could participate in the final battle. When he grew up, he could automatically catch up a lot. It's not activated. Zheng Dai was a little disappointed. There was no activation method given in the attribute column. Zheng Dai guessed that his body could not meet the requirements and could not hold so much power. If this is the case, this harvest will probably only be viewed as a comparison benchmark of strength for a long time. If you want to accommodate this power, you must at least surpass it yourself, right? But why does it also have reality? Zheng Daixu narrowed his eyes and his thoughts were churning. This kind of naming always reminded him of certain online game novels he read before traveling through time. The abilities, cheats, that could be brought into reality from virtual games were all real XXX. Did I really win the infinite Tsukuyomi? The suspicions that he had long came to mind again, and Zheng Dai's expression changed. Let's take a look again, find a few people who need to be corrected, and take a look at the situation. He looked towards the last harvest. Choose 1 out of 3 real skills at full level. 1 XXXXXX secret, X year. 2 ninja scale. 3 XXX secret XXXX dance. A bunch of big. Look down on me. The first one is a no-brainer, Konoha's secret body technique, 1000 years of killing, I would be a fool to choose it. The second one, a bit difficult. Winner. Lin. Next group, Asuma vs Hideki Hinata, 2 classmates come forward. Teacher Amu's shouting interrupted Zheng train of thought. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. He looked up, turned around and said, "Come on, Asuma." Asuma nodded slightly. Hinata Hideki, humph. Zheng, Asuma, beat him hard. Hinata Hideki, humph. Asuma smiled helplessly, her father was watching. Hey? He looked at the stands and suddenly said to Zheng Dai, "Dad seems to be calling you, Zheng Dai." After hearing this, Zheng Dai turned his head and found that the third Hokage was indeed nodding to him to let him go. His expression moved, and he ran up the stairs on the northeast side of the stand. When he passed by Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Hiki, who had not yet left, he nodded and saluted, and found that Akimichi Choza seemed to have stopped talking and wanted to say something to him. Say something. In the end, he didn't say anything. Zheng Dai felt slightly strange, but without thinking much, he quickly ran to the third Hokage's side. "Hokage-sama, are you looking for me?" The third Hokage smiled gently. 2 months ago, you asked me what the special reward was for getting perfect marks in all subjects. I didn't expect that you could really get perfect marks in all subjects. You must have studied hard, right? It's not hard, it's not hard. I love studying the most. The third Hokage was stunned, shook his head and laughed. Well, don't forget your promise. Promise. Zheng Dai was stunned for a moment, looked at the third Hokage with a smile in his eyes, suddenly realized, and said decisively, "Don't worry, I will keep your works by my side and study them carefully." Haha. The third Hokage laughed 3 times, stopped joking, took out a scroll from his arms, and handed it to Zheng Dai solemnly. Zheng Dai's eyes lit up, the ninjutsu reward of perfect scores in all subjects. Give me the reward on the spot? Happy. I love you, Hokage-sama. Chapter 52 Choosing Techniques. Zheng Dai took the scroll with both hands and eagerly opened it. He was slightly shocked to find that it was not what he imagined. There were no hand seals or chakra lines, it was all densely packed with words. Is this a sealed book? He knew that the third Hokage would definitely not be able to give him the original version, but the abridged version shouldn't be like this, right? He glanced at it a few times, and his eyes flashed with surprise and disappointment. It turned out to be just ninjutsu information. The third Hokage also said, these are 11 types of information suitable for your ninjutsu. You can choose 3 from them. Only 3 types. Zheng Dai was even more disappointed. Give them all to me, 3rd generation, I can learn them. Don't be greedy for too much. The lowest among them is B-level ninjutsu, which is more difficult to master. 3 kinds of ninjutsu are enough for you to learn for a long time. The third Hokage said with a smile. After trying for a few more words, the third Hokage still refused to let go. Ma Se-de could only choose between these 11 ninjutsus with some regret. The art of multiple shadow clone, level B. Shuriken shadow clone technique, B level. The first thing that catches the eye are these 2, among which the Shuriken shadow clone technique is more attractive to Gendai. After all, the throwing technique will be very useful all the way to Jounin duels, and Shodai also plans to keep improving it. With the Shuriken shadow clone technique, the variety and power of throwing will be greatly increased. As for the multiple shadow clones, Gendai feels that the water clone is enough for the time being. Moreover, with his chakra capacity, he can only create 3 or 4 clones at the same time. Learning it is a bit redundant and has little benefit. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Level B. Water Escape, Water and Sky Attack, Advanced version of Water Prison Technique, Wider Range, Level B. Water Escape Water Dragon Whip, Level B. Water Escape Huge Water Wrist Technique, Level B. Water Escape, Great Waterfall Technique, A Level. Water Release Water Breaking Wave, Level A. Water Escape, Water Mirror, S Level, needs to learn chakra perception, extremely difficult to master. Aren't they all the techniques in the sealed book? A wave of 7 consecutive water escapes made Zheng Dai's eyes flash. Except for the 44 seals, which was a bit useless, he wanted every one of them. But the third Hokage made it clear that he could only choose 3, and the attribute points he wears are not unlimited. There is indeed the possibility of biting off more than he can chew. Water Release, Water Mirror, create the same clone as the enemy, use the same technique as the enemy, also known as Water Release, copy Ninja Kakashi summoning technique. This technique fascinates Gendai the most. The key to choosing it is whether it can provide chakra perception. Soon Gendai realized that he had thought too much. The last 2 techniques are Raise Nan, Grade A. Chakra Perception, S Level, Secret Technique. Rubbish Business, actually bundled sales. Also, even if you reincarnate in the dirty earth, you don't have the Flying Thunder God technique. Why? Because someone has already learned it. Is there still a way to tell that I don't have space talent? Zheng Dai said, and this chakra perception also determines that I have a talent for perception. How to judge? He couldn't ask. The name of the 17-year-old Minato's golden flash had not yet spread throughout the ninja world. It was even unclear whether he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique at this time. He was still just a relatively famous jounin. The Raise Nan had already been developed by Minato, and the third Hokage also offered it to Ma Se-de to choose from, but Ma Se-de dismissed it. He thought for a while, raised his head and asked, Hokage-sama, are the water escape mirror and chakra sensing considered 2 different techniques? Certainly. You really can't let me choose a few more? Just 6 or 5. Gendai made a last-ditch effort. The third Hokage shook his head. Both Minato and Orochimaru only learned 1 technique. Gendai smacks his lips. Can it be the same? The Yondaime studied Flying Thunder God, and Orochimaru studied the 5th level Rashomon Psychic, right? The 3 ninjutsus given to me together may not be as good as one of them. But it's pretty much the same. The original water release ninjutsu of the 2nd generation Hokages all have power beyond their original levels, as well as chakra perception, although I don't really want to choose it. Gendai's eyes lingered for a long time. He closed his eyes to think and then opened his eyes again, and finally made a decision. Hokage-sama, I would like to choose the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, Water Release, High Water Arm Jutsu, and Water Release, Water Breaking Wave. Oh! The third Hokage was slightly surprised. Don't you choose both S-level techniques? Zheng Dai hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and nodded. Know the trade-offs, not be greedy, and know the needs. The third Hokage's eyes flashed with relief, and his right hand passed across the large Hokage robe. Bang! 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 3 sounds followed by smoke, and he had 3 small scrolls in his hand. Keep it well and don't lend it to others. Yes. Masade handed the introduction to the 11 types of ninjutsu back to the third Hokage. He took the 3 small scrolls with a very painful look on his face, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Hokage-sama, for the other techniques, there should still be a chance to get it, right? The third Hokage smiled and nodded. After you become a Jonin, you will have a chance. Okay. Jendai breathed a sigh of relief, excused himself to the third Hokage, and hurriedly returned to the team. He was afraid that if he stood beside the third Hokage for a long time, he would change his mind. Reason told him that the 3 techniques he chose were the most suitable for him at this time. Not to mention the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. The technique of Hao Shui Wan is to concentrate a large amount of water in the body on the wrist. Reading www.yuyuganshu.net to generate strange force that is enough to cut through iron gates and rock walls. In terms of pure power, it is certainly not as good as Tsunade's strange power fist, but in terms of sharpness, it is slightly better. It has the same effect as the Raikage's Thunder Plow Hot Knife. For Jendai's Taijutsu, is a good enhancement buff. As for Water Release, Water Breaking Wave, even though it is only an A-level ninjutsu, in terms of power, it is by no means inferior to ordinary S-level ninjutsu, and even surpasses it. It is a powerful offensive ninjutsu created by the second Hokage. It sprays ultra-high-pressure fine water jets from the mouth to attack the enemy. The thin water column is extremely powerful and extremely lethal, just like a sharp blade. It is a water escape ninjutsu with a wide attack range and a long distance. Zheng Dai plans to solidify it into a second real skill, and upgrade it to level 5 or 6. It can definitely be used as a trump card, probably comparable to the power of the Rasen Shuriken, and can spit out a child. The 2S level ninjutsu that were gridded and abandoned actually had their own drawbacks. Shui Jing can only use techniques with the same power as the opponent, which consumes a lot of chakra. It can only assist and cannot be the main attack. As for chakra sensing, it is a secret technique belonging to the Yamazaka clan, which can sense the chakra of enemies within a certain range. This is very ambiguous within a certain range, and is based on one's own chakra level. It is far worse than Kagura, the blood successor of the Uzumaki clan, and it will not be of much use in the hand of a regular wearer for at least 3 or 2 years. The one with a high level is not as good as the one that suits you. I feel really distressed. Forget it, Hinata should still be able to gain something, and the Jonin is not far away either. Kakashi is the youngest Jounin at 12 years old, why don't I make him 11? It's just over a year, so let the third Hokage keep my ninjutsu for a while longer. At least before the third war, I have to get my chakra perception back. Chapter 53 Chunin Template. Returning to the third grade queue, Jendai immediately felt dozens of eyes on him and the 3 small scrolls in his arms. A special reward for perfect scores in all subjects. Dad gave you 3 techniques? Asuma asked first. The duel between him and Hinata Hideki has ended long ago. As for the result, let's not mention it anymore. Give some face to Hideki-san. Asuma asked. Obito didn't say anything, which surprised Masade. When he turned around, he realized that it was Obito and Guy who were fighting in the field. It seems that in the 20 minutes I spent choosing techniques, I completed 7 or 8 groups. Facing the curiosity and envy of all his classmates, Jendai slowly stuffed the scroll into his sleeves. It's nothing, just 1 A-level ninjutsu and 2 B-level ninjutsu. If it wasn't so easy to get perfect scores in all subjects, this reward would really not be worth my special efforts. All students? Underscore? Hey, isn't that right? Gendai suddenly blinked. Kakashi has already completed the strategy. Why am I still so arrogant? It's over, now it's time to play the villain. He hesitated for a moment and said, after the graduation assessment in the afternoon, let me treat everyone to dinner and celebrate our successful graduation together. Oh, maybe some students can't graduate, right? Then, I would like to thank everyone for taking care of me in the past 3 years. Yes, that's it. Without lovely classmates like you, I wouldn't be able to achieve perfect scores in all subjects by myself. It's my turn to treat you. This is an open word. Gendai gave himself a thumbs up in his heart, but found that there was very little response. Only Asuma, Hong, and Lin responded. Forget it, let's watch the showdown. The duel between Obito and Kai was quite exciting, and it was even said that after the battle between Shodai and Kakashi, this was the most exciting match between them. The Taijutsu battle was only slightly inferior to that of Kakashi and Shodai, and Obito also successfully used the fire escape go fireball technique he had just mastered. Very handsome. Of course, using this technique means that Obito loses this game again. The next dozen or so duels were lackluster, and they were all over at the early 10 o'clock mark. Teacher Ogai judged the scores on the spot, and Kakashi received full marks as a matter of course, while 11 students unfortunately failed. Practical courses are one of the 3 compulsory courses, which means they lose the opportunity to take the graduation exam. Students, please disperse on your own. Those who have to take the graduation exam should have a good rest at noon. We will meet in the classroom at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Saying goodbye to several familiar classmates, Gendai felt a little anxious and went home as quickly as possible. He told Aunt Chiu his graduation results, and finally asked for 2,000 taels of silver notes from the smiling Aunt Chiu, which he would use to treat guests to dinner in the evening. Just as he was preparing for the graduation assessment with an excuse, he went back to the room. Arranging the 3 scrolls in his sleeves on the table, Maseda took a deep breath and closed the scrolls of the 2 B-level ninjutsu. The only A-level ninjutsu left is Water Release, Water Breaking Wave. Template Promotion, long awaited. Water Release, Water Body Technique Level 2, 89%. Water Release Water Cannon Technique Level 2, 3%. Water Escape Water Substitute Technique Level 1, 97%. Water Release Water Wave Level 1, 82%. Water Escape Water Formation Wall Level 1, 77%. Water Escape Water Prison Technique Level 1, 28%. 6 types of Water Escape Ninjutsu, with levels ranging from high to low, passed before Gendai's eyes. From the perspective of saving attribute points, adding water to the body was the most suitable, but from a functional and long-term perspective, Gendai chose to add energy to create energy water. The water rushes away from the favorable environment. 4 o'clock. Water Release, Water Wave Level 2 100%, Ninjutsu limit has been reached, current template limit has been reached. The limit of ninjutsu? Zhang Dai was stunned for a moment, and a line of subtitles crossed over. The ninja template has met the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade the template? Just take it easy and calm down, yes. The ninja template is upgraded to a Chunin template, the upper limit of skill level is increased to level 3, free attribute points 5 are obtained, and real skills 1. It's basically the same as when upgrading the Genin template. Gendai glanced at it and saw real skill 2, at the end. After that, he quickly gathered his thoughts and focused his gaze on the water-breaking scroll placed on the table in front of him, without thinking about it. The seals, the chakram movement route. 20 minutes later, real skill 2, water escape water breaking technique level 0, 1%. Success. It is indeed an A-level ninjutsu. The path of chakra movement is really complicated. If I were to learn it by myself, I would not be able to reach the passing level and release it within 3 or 2 months. Template, Chuyunin, 0/5. Basic attributes, 3. Physical strength, 45.83. Mental strength, 30.89. Chakra amount, 46.39. Main skills, 4. 3 Body technique level 1, 7%. Physical skills level 2, 29%. Chakra refining method level 3, 2%. Throwing level 3, 2%. Auxiliary skills, 15. Ninjutsu basics level 3, 0%. Water release, water wave level 2 100%, has reached the limit of ninjutsu. You can use 1 attribute point to advance, needs level 3 ninjutsu independent research and development theoretical guidance. Ninjutsu self-study level 1, 41%. Others omitted. Real skill 1, cooking level 4, 54%, /real skill 2, water escape, water breaking wave level 0, 1%. Free attribute points, 21. Is it possible to advance to the level of Jounin after reaching the limit of pentathlon? It's not very far away. As for the advancement of ninjutsu, advanced water blast? Is there such an operation? After looking at the new attribute panel for a long time, Zheng Dai clicked his tongue and said, I don't know how to use the blackjack attribute points. It's such a worry for happiness. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to consider the so-called ninjutsu advancement for the time being, which required investing 7 attribute points. If the advanced ninjutsu in exchange was water blasting, it would be difficult to explain the source. He added 4 points to the chakra extraction method, 4 points to the throwing technique, and 3 points to the ninjutsu, and used 10 attribute points at one time. Chakra refining method level 3, 82%. Throwing level 3, 82%. Ninjutsu basics level 3, 90%. Free attribute points, 11. The attribute bar was 1 empty and 1 real. Zheng Dai clearly felt that his chakra had become easier to control. He concentrated on it and could actually see the slightest trace of light blue chakra on his fingertips. This level of chakra control may be enough to learn Tsunade's strange power. Then he raised his hand and performed 12 basic mudras in sequence, his hands so fast that they were blurred. From the original 2.4 seals per second, it has probably improved to 3 seals per second, which is not a small improvement. As for the chakra extraction technique and throwing, there is no need to try too much. It is estimated that the improvement of each is about 2.50%, and the overall improvement is achieved. This time, I am adding points to gain experience. UU reading www.uuganshu.net. Each skill leaves a little bit of attribute point vacancy. Daily use can make them progress without being completely stuck at the limit of the template. A 1% increase on its own is still an increase. The remaining 11 attribute points are being used by Dai on the 3 newly obtained ninjutsu. When all of them are learned, they will be distributed according to the difficulty of mastering and the speed of progress of each. Of course, there must be a majority in water-breaking waves. Then Zheng once again looked at the 3 real skills to choose one. The second option was Ninja Technique X Color X. Zheng had already remembered what it was. Ninja Technique, Camouflage Hidden, mastered by the ninja of Iwa Ninja Village, Oishi. In the third battle, Oishi used it to attack Kakashi's team and captured Lin, which led to a series of events such as subsequent eye changes. A very good ninjutsu. But Zheng is more optimistic about the third option. He very much doubted that it was the Flying Thunder God secret art, XXXX dance, because the 4th generation was so willful in naming ninjutsu, and Zheng remembered that he had a casual expression like what are the 3 dance moves? There are 3 styles, so there is 1 style, right? Thinking about it from another perspective, 1000-year kill is Kakashi's technique, camouflage hidden is the technique of the enemy that affects Kakashi's life, and the third option is Kakashi's teacher Minato's technique. It makes sense, right? As for Kakashi's friend, Tsukiko Heiatsu's Mikazuki dance has no title. If it does, it can only be Konoha-style swordsmanship, not a secret. It's a gamble. I'll check my memory carefully tonight. If the camouflage is hidden, I won't feel bad if I lose it. If I win the Thunder God, I'll make a lot of money. P.S. There is a bug in the last chapter. Water escape, rich water wrist is the secret skill of the Ghost Lantern clan. Well, I made an omission when making the settings. I can't change it. Please forgive me and ignore it. Chapter 54 Enlightenment Reading, Children. After lunch, Gendai memorized the seals and chakra movement roots of the other two ninjutsus in the room, and activated them in the attribute bar. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Gendai rushed to school. In the third grade, 32 people can take the graduation examination, 22 people apply for the graduation examination, and the other 10 people continue to study in the fourth grade due to various considerations. Kakashi had just woken up, and teacher Ogai specially approved him to be exempted from the exam and let him rest in the hospital, so a total of 21 people took part in this graduation exam. As soon as Gendai arrived at his seat and sat down, Hong came over and said helplessly, "Anko, well, Anko failed 4 subjects. She said she didn't have the nerve to go to Lord Orochimaru. Gendai, what do you think we should do?" 4 subjects? Gendai was dumbfounded. Not counting actual combat, there were only 8 subjects in total. Hongdu was an idiot. What else can we do? In fact, she is only 5 years old. It would be good to stay in the ninja school for a few more years. It is not impossible to improve her strength in the ninja school. Hong nodded, and discussed with Gendai a few words about the Hong bean feeding recipe for the next few days, thinking of ways to make Hongdo happy. Asuma saw something was wrong and came over. The 3 of them chatted for 10 minutes, and then teacher Amu walked into the classroom. "Everyone is here, we will start the graduation assessment in a moment. But before the assessment, the teacher still has something to say to you," he said earnestly. "After you become genin, you will be in a team of 3, led by a jounin or an experienced choyunin teacher to perform tasks. The teacher here will give you a few final instructions." More than an hour later. "Okay, let's not talk about the teacher. Those who have successfully graduated will have to go their own way in the future. If you have any difficulties, the teacher will always be waiting for you at school. Let's start the assessment." The content of the graduation assessment is. Teacher Amu played a long note playfully. Boom boom. Boom boom. Some students were so nervous that they could hear their own heartbeats, and then they felt something was wrong, and they all turned to look at Gendai. Zhang Dai looked expressionless. Damu couldn't laugh or cry, substitute technique. Ah. Oh. Some people are cheering and others are worried. The graduation assessment is random among the 4 items, the 3 body technique and the throwing technique. There are always people who are good at this and not good at that. Kai jumped up on the table excitedly. Regardless of transformations and clones, it was great. Obito despises it. Just these 4 items, I can pass any test. Why can't I beat Kai, a loser? He must have not performed well. Let's go from front to back according to grades. Gendai, you come first to set an example for the students. Gendai put his hands together, bang. 21 people used the substitute technique in turn, and it only took 10 minutes in total, and the graduation assessment was over. All passed. Including Kakashi, who was exempted from the exam. 22 students graduated from the 3rd grade of the ninja school this year, received their ninja forehead protectors, and became genin. Of course, the 12-day winter vacation is also a time for the team leader to test them, and it is likely that a few will be returned. But all in all, this moment was exciting for them. Zhang Dai awkwardly tied the forehead protector to his forehead, covered it with his bangs, shook his head and said, "Students, I'm inviting guests to dinner tonight, how many of them are going? Where's Teacher Amu?" Damu smiled, "Teacher won't be going. You guys have fun, but don't forget to arrive at school at 8:30 tomorrow morning. We will divide the classes into classes. Around 9 o'clock, the leading teachers will arrive one after another." "Got it," the new genin responded and looked at each other, asking whether they were going to treat the guests or not. Gu Yang suddenly shouted, "If you don't go, it will be in vain. Zhengde has been in so much limelight recently, we have to give him a hard meal." "Okay." One after another, the genin agreed. Even Hinata Hideki hesitated for a moment and hummed lightly, "I'll go too." Zhengde smiled, suddenly remembered something, and looked at Gu Yang in surprise, "You have also graduated? You are quite good at copying, Gu Yang." Gu Yang didn't want to go. "You can work hard, but I can't. I will absolutely never give up Lin San to you." The next morning, Zheng Dai opened his eyes and looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. It read 7 o'clock. "Get up and get up. I will be divided into classes today. I don't know who I will be in the same class with and who the instructor will be." Zhengde sat up straight, smacked his lips, and touched his belly. After celebrating with his classmates last night, he came back to celebrate with Uncle Craftsman and Aunt Chiu. He ate until his stomach was about to explode. The unscrupulous Uncle Craftsman actually said that he had become a ninja. "You can have a little drink. All in all, it's not that comfortable at the moment. After wandering to the bathroom to wash up and tidy up, I only had a bowl of porridge for breakfast prepared by Aunt Chiu. I just left the house and returned soon. I forgot to fasten my forehead protector. I am a Konoha genin." Putting on his forehead protector, Zheng Dai suddenly felt a little unreal, as if he had traveled back in time. A year ago, he was still a keyboard warrior who teased others on the internet that Konoha genin are invincible. "So, I am invincible?" Seeing Zheng Dai's dazed and nagging look, Aunt Chiu had already decided that Uncle Zhang would die tonight. It wasn't until he arrived at the gate of the ninja school that Zheng Dai was completely awakened by the wind and shook his head speechlessly. "This physical quality can beat me 100 times in my life, but my drinking capacity is too bad, so I just took a few sips." After scanning the attribute bar, he was disappointed to find that the drinking skill did not appear. Zhengde shook his head mockingly and stepped into the campus and into the class. "Zhengde, morning." After several greetings came, Zhengde and the energetic Obito waved their hands. Looking around the classroom, they found that the students were divided into 4 small piles. 1 pile each for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders. There are the most students in the 3rd grade, and the other 3 grades combined are similar to the 3rd grade. They are all paying attention to Zhengde. It is obvious that they all know the news that Zhengde has obtained full marks in all subjects. Just as Dai was getting used to being starstruck, Yoon responded with a smile and walked straight to the 3rd grade team. The party that cost more than 1,000 taels last night improved his relationship with the 3rd-year graduates a lot. UU reading www.uuganshu.net received more than a dozen nods. They were all chatting and thinking about who was in whom's class, and which teacher they wanted to take care of them. Several comments attracted Zheng Dai's attention. "Hey, I heard that Namikaze Minato Jonin will also become the leader of a certain team this time. Ah, is it true? Is he the disciple of that Sunan-sama? You are quite well informed." Asma stepped in and confirmed the news. Ma Se-de chuckled, he was more informed, as long as he was not influenced by him. He would even know which class the Namikaze Minato Council would instruct. He glanced at Kakashi and Obito, and when he looked at Lin, he was slightly startled. I saw Lin holding fists with both hands and looking forward to it. Zhengde couldn't help but teased, "Lin, are you praying to be assigned to the same class as Kakashi?" Lin glared angrily, "Don't talk nonsense, Ma Se-de-kun, I hope to be assigned to the class of Namikaze Minato's Jonin." Oh. Kurane smiled and interjected, who wouldn't want that, Rin? Namikaze Minato-sama's teacher is that toad sage Jiraiya-sama. Toad immortal. Zheng Dai was stunned, did I hear it correctly? These two don't seem to be fans of Minato or Jiraiya. And is Jiraiya's toad sage so famous? Don't you know that Sunan Jiraiya-sama who is known as the master of 10,000 people? Jendai, didn't you read Jiraiya-sama's children's enlightenment books when you were a child? Kurane looked over strangely. Zheng Dai looked confused. Jiraiya? Children's enlightenment books? Making out heaven? Isn't it appropriate to add the word children? No, there's something going on here. Chapter 55 Classification. By the way, I forgot. You were not in the village before you were 4 years old. At that time, Jiraiya-sama's works were only popular in the village. They were only spread in the 2 years after the Second Ninja War. He has just earned the title of Master of 10,000s in the Land of Fire and even the ninja world. Oh, no wonder you don't know Jiraiya-sama, Masade. We all grew up reading Jiraiya-sama's works when we were children. Yes. Hong and Lin kept talking to each other, making Zheng Dai's eyes twitch. How could I not know about Jiraiya? It's just that I really don't know what Jiraiya you are talking about. He was not the only one who didn't know. Obito's big head came over and said, who is it? Master Jiraiya? I remember, it seems. Sunan Jiraiya-sama. Lin reminded helplessly, a short story a night, Toad Sage's fairy tale. Obito, haven't you read it? Oh. That, I remember, my grandma read it to me when I was little. Obito suddenly realized. Jendai was silent for a moment. This needs to be corrected, right? Can it be corrected? How to fix it? I'm still just a kid. Jiraiya-sama is very handsome. He is the favorite of many female ninjas in our village. Lin said with admiration, but Jiraiya-sama seems to have his own heart. He rejected all suitors and hurt many people. Where is my heart? Hangchi, haha, haha. Jendai, why are you laughing? It's okay, haha, I just want to laugh, ha ha ha. Zheng Dai's face was full of funny. I can go to hell. Lin and Hong looked at each other. Hey, Jendai, what's wrong with you? Obito pushed him in confusion, suddenly remembered something, and said in surprise, hey, you guys don't know the results of the placement in advance, do you? When the third generation grandfather called you yesterday, he said didn't you say? Were you assigned to that Namikaze Minato Jonin's class? Ha, no, Jendai refused, you have to ask Asuma about this, I don't know. Asuma said he didn't know either, and the third master didn't say anything. Kurane shook her head. The group of people resumed their normal discussion of class divisions and expectations. Obito's eyes were blank and he fell into reverie. It would be best if we could be in the same group as Zheng Dai and Lin, with me protecting them. If you want to lead a team of Jonin, you should have Namikaze Minato. Lord Jiraiya's storybook is quite good. Oh, yes, it would be better if Lin and I were in the same class. There seem to be a total of 44 graduates in a class of 3, so there should be 2 more, right? Bang! Ah! Obito covered his head and screamed. He turned around in anger, who hit me? Then he met Lin's shy and angry eyes, and he felt guilty. Jendai patted him on the shoulder, haha, next time you have something on your mind, don't say it out loud, ha ha ha. Obito thought it was enough to survive until next time. Obito was making a fuss, and at 8:30, Teacher Amu walked into the classroom on time, holding a class list in his hand. The classroom suddenly became quiet, some people even started to breathe, and Maseda finally suppressed his twitching. Corner of mouth. I'm in the same class as Lin, I'm in the same class as Linear. Obito didn't even remember to hit him, he clasped his hands and muttered. Those classmates who had a good relationship with each other also silently prayed to be placed in the same class. Zheng Dai was relatively calm. He didn't have many requirements. He wanted to have a familiar teacher more than familiar classmates. Of course, it would be better if the classmates are familiar with each other. Teacher Amu stood in front of the podium and said with a smile, "I and other teachers have already told you what needs to be said yesterday. Teacher here once again wishes you a smooth graduation from the ninja school. Seeing how anxious you are, the teacher will just announce the class placement results." "Okay," responded neatly. First class, Shuimu, Giliang. Class 6, Shizuan, Yamashiro Aoba. Class 7, Uchiha Obito. When Obito heard his name, he stood up and waited excitedly. When he saw Teacher Oki mouthing a slightly familiar mouth shape, his eyes widened, his mouth opened, and he was ready to cheer. "Nohara Rin, Hitaki Kakashi." "Oh. Cough cough cough, what? Kakashi." Obito said with a devilish face, "How could I be assigned to that coward?" Kakashi looked at Obito with disdain, and Dai calmly patted Obito on the back, while Lin shook her head helplessly, and then showed a bit of joy. Teacher Amu glanced at Obito and felt somewhat relieved at the thought of not having to teach him in the future. The class placement results were decided by the Hokage alone. Moreover, Kakashi and Lin's overall average scores were second and third respectively. 3. Your overall average score is 17th, what's there to complain about? Obito opened his mouth, but, Damu ignored him and continued to read, Class 8, Ibuxi, Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, Daimyo. Obito sat down slumped, looked at Masato with a sad face, shook his head and looked at Kakashi again, full of disgust, then turned to Lin, only a little happy. Fortunately, okay, Lin is here. Ogai continued to read, Class 9, Metkai, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu. At this point, Zheng Dai, who had always been calm, finally showed a little surprise. Originally, he thought he was the most likely to break this class, but he didn't. It is impossible to assign two weak chickens to myself who has perfect scores in all subjects, so the only thing left is Class 10, Yu reading www.Yu is wearing, Yuhi Hong, Sarutobi Asuma. Oki said. Jendai suddenly turned around, looked at Asuma who was wide-eyed, and looked at Hong who looked delighted, and smacked his lips. Third Hokage, you are a werewolf. You are such an outstanding and handsome boy. If you share it with Asuma and Hong, aren't you afraid that I will kidnap your daughter-in-law unintentionally? Asuma's mouth twitched, recalling his father's somewhat strange expression during dinner last night. Does that mean guilt? Although Zheng Dairen is actually quite good, his cooking is delicious and he is very strong. Having him as a teammate makes him feel comfortable in every aspect. No, Asuma, you can't lose your guard against him just because of a few meals. Hong's joy is real joy. Jendai is strong and cooks delicious food. It's reassuring to become a teammate. And Asuma, although her strength is average, she doesn't know how to cook, and her irritability is a headache, but, it's nothing. Class 11, Hideki Hinata. 5 or 6 minutes later, Teacher Amu finished reading the class divisions of all 14 classes, and said that the two poor little ones who were left behind would be added to the senior class team. Okay, classmates. You guys should wait here for the instructors of your respective classes. The teacher will leave first. Teacher Amu said solemnly, I hope I hear your name again, not because you were kicked back to the ninja school. But you have become a strong person with a reputation throughout the Leaf Village. We will, teacher. Jendai responded, Teacher Amu, goodbye. All the students shouted in unison, Goodbye, teacher. Damo waved his hand and walked out of the classroom, leaving them with a much more generous figure than when they first met. In the past 3 years, Teacher Amu has gained a lot of weight. Chapter 56 Infinite Tsukuyomi, Solution. End of Volume 1. As soon as Teacher Amu left, 2 young men came in. Neither of them were wearing ninja vests. They looked like they were just Choyunin. They took away the 2nd class and the 3rd class respectively. A minute later, 3 more Choyunin came together and took away classes 1, 4, and 5 respectively. After waiting silently for 2 minutes, 2 Chunin appeared again and took away class 13 and class 14. Then finally a Jonin arrived, from the Hyuga clan, and took away class 11, where Hideki Hinata was, and gave Maseda a nod and a smile. In the Hyuga clan, there are very few people as stubborn or even paranoid as Hideki Hyuga. The number of students in the class was instantly reduced by half, and the remaining students became more and more excited. Basically, half of the graduates every year are led by Choyunin and half by Jounin. 6 Chunin have already arrived, so there is a high chance that the rest of them will be assigned to be led by Jounin. They changed seats, and 3 people in the same class sat together. Asuma was the first to sit next to Kurane, separating Gendai. Seeing this, Obito showed slight annoyance, glared at Kakashi, walked around in a big circle, and sat on the other side of Lin, sandwiching Lin in the middle. Lin stared helplessly at Obito, who pretended to be nonchalant and looked left and right, feeling very panicked. Kakashi snorted, "Idiot! Coward! What did you say?" Obito was so flustered that he jumped onto the table. The class instantly became lively again. When Akimichi Koji, Yamanaka Kiki, and Namikaze Minato came together, what they saw was Obito arguing with Kakashi on the table, Lin helplessly holding on to the argument, and the other students watched the fun. "Minato, your class is not easy to lead." Yamanaka Hiki chuckled, then coughed heavily, reminding everyone in the class to be quiet. The eyes of the cute new genin gathered at the door, passing over Ding's plump Akimichi Dingza and B's handsome boy Yamanaka Hiki, and fixed on the face of A's male god Namikaze Minato. The appearance of the idol-like figure with golden hair, sunny smile, instantly caused several people to gasp in anticipation. "It's Namikaze Minato Jounin. Which class, which class?" Yamanaka Hiki glanced at Namikaze Minato helplessly, "You are still so popular." Minato smiled brightly and gasped again. Gendai also gasped. He was a little excited when he first met the idol of Yandere, but not much. After all, he had already adapted to it after traveling for more than half a year, and he was very calm when he saw Kushina before. He gasped because his favorite instructor was not here and probably never would be. After all, pigs, deer, and butterflies usually move at the same time. Choza Akimichi and Kai Yamanaka arrived together, but Shikaku Nara didn't come. "Nara Shikaku doesn't lead the team? Then my teacher, could he snatch the Yandere over, or snatch Akimichi Choza away?" As for Yamanaka Hiki, Guitar Kurane is very suitable, but Masede and Asuma are not Genjutsu-type ninjas at all. From the standpoint of his son, the 3rd Hokage cannot make such an allocation, right? Sure enough, Yamanaka Hiki spoke first, "The 3 children from Class 6 are following me. Akimichi Choza, Class 9, follow me." Minato smiled brightly, "Hello, Class 7, Kakashi Hatake, Rin Nohara, Obito Uchiha, please give me your advice next time." "None of them." Zhang Dai was surprised, who could it be? He turned to look at Asuma. Asuma shook his head, indicating that his father didn't say anything. When Obito went out, he bumped shoulders with Kakashi in a somewhat depressed manner, and reluctantly looked back at Maseda for a few times, which made Minato's smile freeze slightly and he scratched his head in distress. "Minato Jounin, Choza Jounin, Hiki Jounin, hello." Greetings came from outside, and another Choyunin walked in and took Team 12 away. Soon, a Jounin with a somewhat unfamiliar face took Team 8 away. Asuma sighed softly, "There are only 3 of us left." "Asuma, did Hokage really not tell you about our instructor?" Kurane asked. "He didn't say anything." He didn't even want to say that I would be in the same class as Zheng Dai. He was so mysterious. Zheng raised his eyebrows. That means that Hokage-sama told you that you would be in the same class as Benny. Asuma's handsome face turned red. He didn't ask for it, but if his father was ignorant, he would have to tell him about secretly smoking. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something. Hey, Zheng, do you think there are any snacks that can taste like tobacco? Dai was stunned. Did Asma start smoking at this age? This kid is a bad learner after graduation. Why do you ask? If it smells like tobacco, then tobacco must be added to the snacks. Smoking is not good, so don't try it. Zheng admonished Asma from the perspective of a friend. Asma shook her head repeatedly. No, it's not me who wants to smoke. I know smoking is bad. It's my dad who smokes all the time. He's getting older. I'm thinking of ways to see if I can help him quit smoking. Zheng Dai was shocked. You mean smoking is bad? Don't you have the slightest intention to give it a try? Asuma was stunned. Of course. Well, smoking is actually not all bad. Men who smoke are more classy and handsome, right? Zheng admonished Asma from the perspective of a friend. Asuma? Hong was also confused. Then the three of them started a heated discussion about the 100 disadvantages and 1 advantage of smoking. Zheng Dai was completely defeated. It's getting more and more difficult to correct this. Yu Kansha www.yuyuganshu.net Hisashi can't do it, Jila can't do it, and Asuma can't do it. Zheng silently mourned in his heart. He had to think carefully. So I temporarily interrupt the topic of smoking. Our instructor isn't here yet. Yes, it's already past 9:30. The instructor is actually late? Zheng smiled secretly in his heart. Kakashi comes in and I think you are awesome. At this moment, laughter suddenly came from again. Oh ha ha ha, you're late. My lovely students, you've been waiting for a long time. The voice came first before the person arrived, and the way he spoke seemed familiar to Masahiro, like Jiraiya, but the master of 10,000's Jiraiya would certainly not be like this, right? The voice was very unfamiliar. Zheng thought about it for 2 seconds. It didn't seem to be anyone he knew well. He cast his eyes curiously to the door. Oh my god, it can't be him, can it? Asma suddenly said with a trembling voice, smelling like his father was cheating on him. Really, it's him. A young jounin about 20 years old walked in. He was tall, with a straight face, and his dark red hair was cut into a ridiculous 5-pointed star shape, as if he had a Patrick star on his head. Zheng Dai rubbed his eyes blankly, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he swallowed hard. Grass. His hands quickly formed a seal, and chakra circulated rapidly. Infinite Tsukuyomi, solve. Solve. There was no change in the scene in front of him. The young jounin looked at Zheng Dai strangely and blinked. Boy, are you interpreting an illusion? Ha ha ha, are you too excited to see me and think it's an illusion? He pinched his waist and laughed. It's not an illusion, I am your leading jounin. It seems that you have heard of my name. Yes, I am the super ninja of Konoha and the future star of the ninja world. Oh. Hara no Omen. It is also. Chapter 57 Dreams and Dreams. Ninja School, on the rooftop. Hara no Zhao pulled Zheng and Dai to introduce themselves, but Zheng wanted to jump down. He wanted to see if he could knock himself awake. Well, it's a bit high. Hara no Omen, the father of the Naruto heroine Hara no Sakura, was originally supposed to be a useless Chunin, but the man in front of him has become a jounin, and he can still lead Asuma to the red class. He is an extraordinary jounin. Of course it's not ordinary. The context of the following story is already very clear. In the election of the 4th Hokage in the next few years, Hara no Ou will beat Namikaze Minato and be elected as the 4th Hokage. In the future Kyuubi attack on the village, Harano Zhao will sacrifice himself to seal the Kyuubi, making Harano Sakura the daughter of the Konoha hero. This is the story of Naruto the movie, the Road to Ninja version. And that story takes place in the Tsukuyomi world. Taking 2 seconds to rule out the possibility that he had traveled directly into the world of Tsukuyomi, Gendai gave up on taking chances and knew that he had indeed won the infinite Tsukuyomi, but where? Is it the limited Tsukuyomi of the theatrical version? Or the unlimited Tsukuyomi of the Fourth War? No matter which one, I'm a bit useless. The current situation seems to be that I traveled to the same time as Kakashi. As a time traveler, I have been struggling in the ninja world for more than 20 years, but I still failed to protect myself under the infinite Tsukuyomi. No, if you limit Tsukuyomi, you shouldn't lose your memory, and your true body will travel through time. In other words, it will be an infinite Tsukuyomi during the 4 wars. In the final battle of the Fourth War, I was hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi. The memory of the ninja world of more than 20 years was gone, but the memory of my previous life was still there, so I regarded myself as if I had just traveled through time. It should be like this, right? Gendai made an analysis and inference and asked himself, what should I do now? Infinite Tsukuyomi, the first thought must be to get out, but he can't get out, and Gendai suddenly had a thought. Why should I go out in a hurry? After all, the attribute panel is basically certain to be real. Infinite Tsukuyomi's dream will not create cheats and real skills based on my subjective thoughts. If it can indeed be used outside of infinite Tsukuyomi, then what? Aren't you going to be invincible after a short sleep? Only in the infinite Tsukuyomi world would someone need to make corrections in order to earn attribute points. At least I would have to stay until I was strong enough and had enough real skills before I would need to consider taking the initiative to go out. As for whether we can catch up with the final battle, if we go out with the strength of a weak chicken, it is better not to catch up and die. Before that, just maintain the original life? The only troublesome thing is that infinite Tsukuyomi's dreams are different for each dream, and they are a virtual world built based on the memory of him as a time traveler. In other words, except for him, everything in the dream is a dummy. He turned to look at Asuma, then at Kurane. Are these all dummy? Gendai, what do you think I'm doing? It's your turn to introduce yourself. Asuma frowned. Ouch, you are worthy of infinite Tsukuyomi, this little expression is so real. Gendai blinked and suddenly reached out and poked Asuma's beardless face. Asuma. Red, dot. Opposite me, Harano Zhao laughed and touched the red star above his head. Boy, you haven't fully woken up yet? Come to your senses, it's time for you to introduce yourself. You have perfect scores in all subjects, you are wearing it, right? Ah, yes, teacher. Gendai retracted his finger and turned his eyes. It felt good. No, the infinite Tsukuyomi world is actually an independent world. It cannot be simply regarded as a dream. Even if it is a dream lasts a lifetime, and everyone in it has independent personality and thoughts. It is no different from a real life. They cannot be regarded as fake people. They are real lives in this world. However, since this is infinite Tsukuyomi, can I just do whatever I want? Anyway, they won't know when they get out. Outside the dream, on the branches of sacred branches that span the entire ninja world, there are people who are tightly bound by bandage-like objects and trapped in infinite Tsukuyomi. In the sky, the light of the 9 Megatamarind Sharingan on his forehead dissipated, and Uchiha Madara, holding the sage staff, snorted, "What a strange guy, he can faintly resist the power of the infinite Tsukuyomi. But I finally fell into a dream, and now, there are only a few of them left." He lowered his head and looked over. Susan, the perfect blue body belonging to Sasuke, was protecting Kakashi, Naruto, and Harano Sakura with his wings to prevent them from being illuminated by the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara looked around, found Obito who was possessed by Black Zetsu, and smashed him straight down. Feeling the end of the infinite Tsukuyomi release, Sasuke opened the wings of the complete Susan, causing Susan to turn into blue flames and float into the air. It's okay, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, Sakura. Fine. That person just now. Kakashi-sensei, that seems to be our Konoha ninja, do you know him? Kakashi scratched his head, maybe, we know each other, right? I remember that he seems to be my classmate? His name? I can't remember it. Now is not the time to discuss such things. Kakashi pointed forward. Uchiha Madara fell suddenly, and the four of them were on guard. Uchiha Madara was facing them, and he was about to speak, but then he thought about the strange guy who had resisted the infinite Tsukuyomi for a while, and he was really concerned. He turned around and asked Black Zetsu, have you collected any information about that strange guy? Yes. Black Zetsu said hoarsely, the Konoha Chunin of the Second Alliance Army are wearing it, there is nothing special about it. Chunin, nothing special. Uchiha Madara frowned, turned his head, and stopped paying attention. Maybe it was just a coincidence? It doesn't matter if it's not a coincidence. Even if a strong man who hides his strength sinks into the infinite Tsukuyomi world, what can he do? After getting rid of the few guys in front of you, the ninja world will finally usher in peace. As the savior. Puff. Suddenly, a dark arm pierced Uchiha Madara's chest from behind, causing blood to fly. Uchiha Madara groaned, his eyes full of disbelief. Black Zetsu. He. Heiju laughed 3 times and suddenly froze. What about chakra? Why can't I sense the chakra absorbed by the sacred tree from those who were hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi? He stood frozen for 2 seconds, his pupils constricted. Everyone's Tsukuyomi dreams are actually intertwined. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net are working together to resist the sacred tree? Impossible. Everyone's needs and desires are different, how could something like this happen? Uchiha Madara calmed down and looked back at Black Zetsu calmly, what's going on? With independent thoughts, are you going to betray me, the creator? Black Zetsu panicked, unable to absorb chakra, he couldn't control Madara at all. What to do? Escape? But mother! Madara! It thought for a while, tried to use the original tone and said in a low voice, success is imminent. I don't want you to lose your vigilance, so I want to remind you. Then I really thank you. Uchiha Madara raised his hand and grabbed the arm that pierced him. Opposite, the 4 people in Class 7 looked at each other in confusion. Are they fighting among themselves? What happened? Have the opportunity. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly emanated from the Scarlet Moon, heading straight towards the 4 members of Team 7. Sasuke was startled and tried to unfold Susanoo, but it was too late. That light was really the speed of light, and it enveloped Kakashi in an instant. Kakashi-sensei. What's going on? Uchiha Madara frowned and looked back, his eyes opening and closing on his forehead. The power of the Rain Sharingan's pupils was suddenly consumed a little for no reason. Infinite Tsukuyomi, is there any secret that I don't know? On the other side, in the nervous and worried eyes of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, the light that enveloped Kakashi gradually dissipated. Kakashi opened his eyes, and subconsciously grabbed his right hand behind his back, but missed it, and couldn't help but smile a little helplessly. I don't have my father's knife with me. That Konoha ninja just now, his name is Masade, he is a super annoying bastard. Chapter 58 Self-Introduction. My name is Jende, I am 9 years old, I hate being a goblin, I like studying, if I dream, I want to know all the secrets in the ninja world. Hong asked, what is Gangjing? Hara no Zhao, understand all the secrets in the ninja world? What a great dream! Ha ha ha, after the 3 of you introduce yourselves, it's time for me, teacher. You all know my name. I am not much older than you, 18 years old. But 3 years ago, I became one of the youngest jonin in our Konoha village. What I hate? Well, I don't hate anything. I like to drink some wine, and He paused, reached into his collar and took out a cherry blossom pendant, and said with a happy smile on his face, "This pendant." Hong murmured softly, and was about to ask, but suddenly saw Jende shaking his head at him, and subconsciously suppressed his words. Harano Zhao blinked, the smile on his face froze for a moment, and he chose to show off forcefully, "This is a gift from a very gentle and beautiful girl to the teacher." Okay, then let's finish the usual self-introductions after dividing into classes. What's the next step? Well, what's the next step? Teacher, please have dinner. Jende reminded. Yes, should, et. Harano Zhao was stunned, looked at Jende, and suddenly pointed at him and laughed ha 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 with a big grin. To add on, I like not only drinking and pendants, but also jokes. Zheng Dai, you seem to be good at telling jokes. It's really nice. Zheng Dai said expressionlessly, I didn't say anything. Ha 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 ha. Harano Zhao laughed. Asma patted her forehead, Dad, why on earth did you let him take me? Harano Zhao's reputation among the Jounin of Konoha is not very good, but there is no big problem. He just likes to drink and tell cold jokes. As far as Asuma knew, Harano Zhao's acquaintances would basically avoid him when they saw him, because they really couldn't stand his cold jokes. The scariest thing is that if you don't laugh after he tells a cold joke, he will pester you to tell a second one until you have to laugh. He is a man who has defeated most Jounin in Konoha with his cold jokes and is famous in the ninja circle of Konoha. The strong one. As for Harano Oyu's strength, Asuma didn't know much about him, but I heard that he was taught by Sunin Princess Tsunade for a while. If she couldn't stand his cold jokes, Princess Tsunade would probably beat him to death. He is likely to become Princess Tsunade's disciple, and his strength should not be bad. After a long while, Harano Zhao stopped laughing, regained his breath, and said without shame, it's impossible to treat guests. Teacher is short of money. If I treat you, I can only treat a few slices of bread. Why? Speaking of bread, the teacher suddenly remembered a joke. Said, one day, a piece of bread was walking on the street. Suddenly, it was hungry, ha 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 ha, guess what happened next? The teacher invited us to eat the bread, and it will never feel hungry again. Jende replied. Harano Zhao was stunned, ha 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 ha. The teacher originally wanted to say that it ate him, but you are more interesting, a genius, ha 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 ha. Asuma blinked in confusion, my god, Jende could actually follow his train of thought? Hong blinked blankly, where is the point of laughter? Boy Jende, you gave me inspiration and reminded me of another joke, saying. Teacher Zhao, we should talk about the next step, the test. We have plenty of time to tell jokes. Asma interrupted quickly. Oh, that's right, the next link is a test. Harano Zhao said sternly, this is also customary. As an instructor, I will conduct a test on teamwork for the three of you. The test is the content is called Grab the Bell. He touched his pocket, took out 2 bells, and jingled them. This is it. The teacher hangs it on his waist, and you 3 start grabbing it. There are only 2 bells for 3 of you. Those who don't grab it have to go back to the ninja school. This assessment is not difficult, ha ha ha, because the teacher will not take it seriously. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to grab it. The difficulty may lie in the distribution of bells, but the teacher feels that among the 3 of you, Jende, who has perfect scores in cultural classes, Hong and Asuma, who also have very good scores, you will definitely be able to easily grasp the key points of this assessment and pass the assessment. Teacher, you told us the key point of the assessment in the first sentence, teamwork. Jende was amused by this joke. Harano Zhao was stunned for a moment. Ahem, well, the teacher thinks that sometimes knowing is harder than not knowing. Normal people think so, right? Zheng Dai turned to look at Hong and said, this is called Gangjing. In the primary stage, he uses strong words to make excuses. He made the actually shameless mouth gesture. Hong chuckled. Ha 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 ha. You made the teacher laugh again, Zheng Dai. Harano Zhao laughed. The teacher almost wanted to treat you little cuties to dinner, but fortunately I have no money, ha 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 ha. Asma's face was as black as carbon. After laughing for a long time, Harano Zaki said, at this time, it is indeed time to eat. Let's go find something to eat together, and then do the bell-grabbing test in the afternoon, okay? Good. Then what should we eat? Well, we have a test in the afternoon. Don't eat too much, otherwise the teacher will beat you until you vomit. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Harano Zhao narrowed his eyes, and a sharp edge flashed. Suddenly, he changed his silly and cute look from before. Zheng Dai raised his eyebrows, while Kurane and Asuma's expressions were slightly nervous and serious. Ha 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 ha, I scared you. Asma. Red. Zheng Dai suddenly lay back, covering his chest and said, I'm scared to death, but I'm scared to death. I won't be able to recover without the teacher inviting me to lunch. Harano Zhao? Asuma and Kurane looked at each other. Kurane fell back first, and Asma could only follow. Teacher, please lunch. Harano Zhao scratched the red star on his head and said twice, can a joke still be told like this? Ha 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 ha, I am very happy to be able to lead your class. I must drink some wine to celebrate. You are still young and can't drink, so let's have lunch separately. I'm leaving. We'll meet at the 5th driving range at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Call out. The three people lying on the ground turned to look at each other, smiled, and stood up to pat each other on the back. It's quite interesting to instruct Jianan. Hong muttered, it's just a bit tricky, haha. As time goes by, you won't find him interesting anymore. Asma gritted his teeth and said, when you go home, you must confiscate all Dad's cigarettes. Give it to me. Zheng Dai said. Asma, hey, Zheng Dai, you can't be curious about cigarettes. It's hard to quit smoking. I just smell it and try to make the snacks you want. Zheng Dai smiled. Also, let's not have lunch together. I'm going to find a place to get my hair permed. Perm. Ah, perm. Zheng Dai got a haircut, waved and left. Chapter 59 Stories and Fairy Tales. Zheng Dai said he had his hair permed just as a joke, playing a joke about Uncle Yu that no one here could understand. He is only 9 years old and is still a boy. How can he be permed into a flower roll and scare the craftsman's uncle and embroidery aunt to death? Besides, perming your hair will also damage your hair, so doing whatever you want is not a disgrace to yourself. He just wanted to be alone for a while and digest the somewhat excessive amount of information he received this morning. First of all, the issue of unlimited Tsukuyomi. Although I can't go out in a short time, and I don't really want to go out, it's time to put learning illusions on the agenda to be prepared. Even if basic illusions are incomparable to infinite Tsukuyomi. Hey? By the way, if you catch Uchiha Madara or Black Zetsu in the infinite Tsukuyomi world, is it possible to get all the information on the infinite Tsukuyomi? What you learn from anime is only superficial. This thought suddenly flashed through Zheng Dai's mind, and he laughed at himself for thinking too much. What kind of strength does this have? He just wants to catch Master Ban? It's expanded. When you are strong enough, you can try it. The second problem is that after Enko and Kakashi, the newly discovered Hyuga Hisashi is dissatisfied with the clan separation system, the Otaku Kushina who is still suspicious, Asuma who does not smoke, and the children's enlightenment book writer Jiraiya. Which one is better to fix? The one who gets closer to the water first gets the moon. The easiest one is definitely Asma. As for the other three, Jende thought about it, and suddenly the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Jiraiya, the children's enlightenment writer, I really want to see it, ha 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 ha. After giggling a few times, Jende shook his head and walked towards the stationery store on West Street of Konoha village. He remembered that there was a large bookstore near the stationery store, where he should be able to buy Jiraiya's fairy tale books. On the way, Jende cast his gaze on the final question. He had to choose one out of 3 real skills at full level. He hadn't made a choice yet, but it wasn't hard to choose now. As a real skill that can bring out unlimited Tsukuyomi, it is too wasteful to be occupied by camouflage. After all, whether it is to unlock the infinite Tsukuyomi by oneself and participate in the final battle, or to wait for Naruto and Sasuke to seal Kaguya before going out, the camouflage concealment is useless. It's not as useful as 1000-year kill. Maybe the fully leveled 1000-year kill will have a special effect that guarantees a hit every time? It's a terrifyingly powerful skill when you think about it. Of course, you cannot choose to kill for 1000 years, and you cannot choose it in this life. Then the only option is to bet on the third option. Zhang Dai makes choices with his mind. The X's were instantly replaced by words. 1 Konoha's secret body technique, 1000 years of killing. 2 ninja technique camouflage hidden. 3 sex, the secret of seduction, pole belly dance. Damn it! I choose the first one. I have to choose 1000 years of killing. Don't. Options 1 and 2 shattered and disappeared, and the remaining options 3 were perfectly integrated into the property bar. Real skill 3, secret of seduction, pole belly dance level 5, 100% plus 500%. I really am. Zhang Dai felt sad from his heart. Property bar, tell me, where does this kind of thing come from? Where did the pole dancing in Naruto come from? Where did the belly dance come from? Is there any hidden meaning in the art of seduction? How the hell are you still integrating them together? You are really awesome. Why do I need this thing? To fight Kaguya? Hey, it seems to be able to deal with Kaguya. Jende paused for a moment. No, that's not the problem. Using something like seduction, your moral integrity will fall to the ground. Even if it's shameful to be in the infinite Tsukuyomi world. He was heartbroken and suddenly hummed again. This technique seems quite interesting. It's interesting, but it's not necessary. Haha, if I am wearing it, I will die. If I die outside, or be killed by the enemy, I will never use seduction, absolutely. Emphasizing in his heart, Jende continued to stride towards the bookstore, and soon paused again. Jiraiya, the author of children's enlightenment books? Sex, the secret of seduction, pole belly dancing? Fuck me. Zhang Dai felt a deep malice coming from the attribute column. 20 minutes later. There was a little pig in the forest. It had a round head, big ears, a turned-up nose, and a chubby body. It likes to look for food in garbage dumps. After eating, it will roll around in the mud puddle, covered with mud. It thought, humph. I won't take a shower. Pfft, haha. In the bookstore, Jende was holding a copy of Jiraiya's A Little Story a Night and was reading the first story. He finally got over the pain and found it much funnier than Harano Oyu's cold joke. The general content of the story is, a little pig who doesn't like to be clean wants to find friends. The little white rabbit didn't play with it, and the little white goose didn't play with it either. It was very sad. Later, the little pig took a bath, and the little white rabbit and the little white goose finally wanted to play with it. It is very educational. In fact, it is very suitable for children aged 3 or 2 to tell stories or learn to read. But when I thought about it, it was written by Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, no more, no more. The owner of the bookstore had been staring at Jende for a long time. He didn't know whose child it was. When he entered the room, he went straight to the children's story area. holding a storybook by Jiraiya-sama and laughing non-stop. Have you still lost your childlike innocence? Is it really okay for a child like this to wear a forehead protector and become a genin? Uncle, how much does this book A Little Story a Night cost? Gendai asked. Still want to buy it? The boss secretly complained, but he had to do business. 80 taels. How much? Gendai blinked. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. 80 taels, no counter offer. The boss explained half of the sentence, the purchase price is also very expensive. After all, Jiraiya-sama is very famous. Gendai wisely understood the second half of the boss's unsaid sentence. The publishing house gave Jiraiya a large share, so the price of a single storybook would naturally have to go up in order to make a profit. 80 taels, which is only 50 yuan when converted into RMB. As a storybook with only 100 pages, it seems very expensive, but parents can still afford it. Tisk, no matter in the normal world or the infinite Tsukuyomi world, Jiraiya is a very lucky person. Putting aside the remuneration he received from the missions for completing the most S-level and A-level missions, writing a book can make he's making a lot of money. Maybe he can compete for the second richest ninja in the Naruto world. The thought flashed across his mind, and Gendai took out 80 taels and bought the storybook, having an idea in his mind. Who doesn't know how to write stories and fairy tales? Zheng Dai is a modern young man who has read Andersen's fairy tales, Grimm's fairy tales, 1001 Nights, and many children's fables. Although I can't say that I can completely remember the contents, I can always recall the classic ones, which is enough to compile 200 or 300-page fairy tale books. Moreover, many fairy tales are not only suitable to be told to children, but can also be read by older children, such as Spirited Away and Big Fish and Begonia. The parts with fantasy magic can even be replaced with ninjutsu, making the children of this world more magical. Empathy. It seems very interesting to make friends with Jiraiya through literature, and it is a good way to make money. Compared with making money by opening a restaurant, isn't it much better to become a writer? Zheng Dai thoughtfully said, if Jiraiya's wealth is taken away, can he be forced to embark on the path of pornography? It is very difficult, but why not try? It is better than using sex and seduction. Chapter 60 Water Escape Ninja Hara no Omen. In the afternoon, Konoha's fifth training ground. Gendai, Asuma, and Hong gather here. Gendai, how will we fight for it later? It's up to you to decide the tactics. Asuma said. Red nodded in agreement. Zheng Dai did not refuse. As the strongest among the three, he was naturally the leader of the team. Gendai, who was carrying the handle, observed the terrain, his eyes lingering on a few big rocks, and then looked at the larger trees around where he could hide, and said, "You two hide and support, I will fight head-on." Asuma, do you have any smoke bombs? Asuma, I have one. Give it to Hong, Hong. Don't use illusions on teacher Hixing. It won't work and will hurt yourself. If you have a chance, use a kunao to interfere. After interfering, quickly change to a hiding place. If you don't have a chance, pinch a smoke bomb. Just find an opportunity to throw it away. Teacher Hixing. Hong was stunned for a moment. Zheng Dai got a haircut and Hong understood. What about me, Gendai? Asuma asked. Look at my situation. If things don't go well for me, just rush out and help me. This mainly depends on the extent of Mr. Harano Zhao's letting go. Gendai said, if he and I are evenly matched, you just wait. When Hong throws smoke bombs, he rushes out to grab the bell. It's that simple. The simpler it is, the easier it is to use. Anyway, it's a test of teamwork. Let's just work together and show him. Half an hour later, a gust of breeze passed by, and Harano Zhao suddenly appeared in the open space in front of the three of them, holding a small bottle of wine in his right hand, his face flushed. Three little cuties, Did you have a good lunch? Burp, he said with a wine belch. We encountered several classes where their instructors were inviting guests, but our teachers were not, so they didn't eat well. Zhengde said. Ha 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 ha. Harino Zhao laughed, then touched his pocket and hung the 2 bells on his waist, saying, "Let the test begin." The topic changed so abruptly that the 3 of them, including Zhengde, were stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, Asuma and Kurane both pulled away and retreated. "Oh? Hide it? Boy, don't you hide it!" Harino Zhao shook the bottle. "Hiding is unmanly." Zheng Daiduan shouted, "Teacher, be careful!" Asuma, who just hid? Harino Zhao was also stunned, seeing Zheng Dai rushing straight towards him. He chuckled, "Young man, you are reckless." The right hand holding the wine bottle was withdrawn, and the left hand was pushed forward to catch it. Harino Zhao easily grasped the fist he was wearing firmly and twisted it hard. In the blink of an eye, Zhengde was caught in front of him in a grabbing position by Harino Zhao. Asma, who was hiding behind the big rock, stared, cursed, "What the hell," and rushed out helplessly, trying to rescue Zhengde. Hong on the other side of the tree subconsciously tightened the smoke bomb in his hand. "That's it, hui!" Harino Zhao suddenly raised his eyebrows, sensing something was wrong. He raised his foot and kicked the butt in front of him. Wow, Dai Hua Shui disappeared. Asuma, who was about to arrive in front, glared again, braked suddenly, stumbled forward, put his hands on the ground and bounced back, quickly retreating to his hiding place. The corner of Harino Zhao's mouth curled up, feeling the strong wind behind him. It has been a water avatar from the very beginning. Even my teammates don't know about it. Is it used to attract my attention? I can't let you grab it so easily. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed a hand stretched out from behind near the bell. The fingertips of that hand made 2 hooks, but there was still an insurmountable half-centimeter away from the bell. Tisk! Zhengde tutted regretfully, then raised his foot and kicked Harino Zhao's butt hard. Harino Zhao retracted his butt, then pushed it out, pushing his butt against Zheng Dai's calf. The force of the QQ bounce made Zheng Dai's body spin backwards. His left wrist twisted again, and Zheng Dai turned into water again. "It's a water body again, be careful." Harino Zhao turned his eyes and caught the figure of Zhengde, who was forming seals about 20 meters behind. Water escape, water rush wave. The water rush wave that reached the limit of ninjutsu was used by Zhengde for the first time. Compared with before adding points, the water rush wave this time was indeed very different. With almost no effort, the chakra in the body automatically took on the shape it should have. The consumption during the process was greatly reduced, but the power of the ninjutsu was multiplied several times, and it almost never returned to its original appearance. The original water wave sprayed out a powerful water column, but now the water wave sprayed out a fan-shaped high-pressure water wave. Although it is not as good as the technique of a large waterfall, the water waves it spits out are equivalent to a small waterfall, sweeping towards Harino Omen. What kind of water wave is this? Harino Zhao was stunned, and the alcoholism on his face was reduced a lot in an instant. He was secretly wondering in his heart, and jumped back more than 10 meters. Then he took out the kunao from his ninja tool bag, waved his arm, and blocked the kunao that Red took the opportunity to shoot away. He watched quietly as the small waterfall hit the ground in front of him, creating a winding path on the originally dry field. A flowing river. 6 shurikens followed closely, drawing 6 shell-like arcs, blocking his retreat. Harino Zhao is not like Kakashi before, he can only use the substitute technique to dodge. He just used his kunao to block 2 shurikens, jumped forward, and easily escaped from the net of 6 shurikens and stood on the water. Good job, wearing a boy. Zhengde's eyes were slightly solemn. Teacher Hixing was indeed very strong. A whole set of attacks that he had designed for a long time were implemented by him using only some ninja basics, such as jump dodge and kunao block. More importantly, The half cap of the bottle of wine he was carrying in his right hand was open, but his previous evasive movements did not cause it to leak at all. Yu Kanshu www.yuyuganshu.net. This shows that teacher Hixing is very skillful. But he deserves to be strong. Even if Heisei Sensei is compared to Namikaze Minato, who is even older than him at the same age, there is probably nothing wrong with him. Just as Dai regained his composure, he also stood on the water. After 2 feet, 1 deep and 1 shallow, it stabilized. Harano Zhao's heart moved slightly. Judging from his actions just now, he could tell that Ma Seide was treading water for the first time, but it only took 1 second to fully adapt. This shows that Ma Seide's chakra control level has never stepped on water. How did this kid practice? Geek. No wonder the Sandaime Sama specifically asked the future star of this ninja world to guide him carefully, even leaving his own youngest son behind. What should I teach him? Harano Zhao grabbed the starfish in distress, while Jendai formed a seal with his hands. Water release, water body technique. The clone emerges from the water on the side of the body, creating a water-based geographical advantage. The combat power of the water clone can be increased by more than twice, which is roughly equivalent to Asma's combat power. Seeing that Harano Zhao was distracted, Ma Seide was not in a hurry to attack. He used the chakra extraction technique, which was close to the 4th level, that is, close to the limit of Chuyunin and Jiaonin level, to quickly restore chakra. However, Asuma was unwilling to be left alone and threw 2 kunao, but Harano Zhao easily hooked the ring behind the kunao, causing him to flee in panic. Let me show off my skills first. Create a water-attributed environment. I'm also a water escape ninja. Harano Zhao muttered, drank the wine in the bottle in his right hand, and smiled with satisfaction. Water release, Kirigakure's jutsu. P.S. There is the 3rd update today. Also, the technique in the last chapter is just a joke. Don't pay attention to it. It's not that it's a prank. It's just that there was a small problem in the original setting. I had to make such a thing. For a moment. Forgive me. Notice of revision. Based on everyone's opinions and after much consideration, I still feel that I need to change the previous secrets of seduction. As for this place, the original setting was indeed the dance of the 3 suns and moons. As a result, I was confused at that time and added the word full level before the real skills, and then, well, it's hard to describe in a word. I'll change it from the beginning and reload the chapters after reading them. Sorry. Chapter 61. Pass the assessment. Harano Zhao formed a seal with one hand and raised the other hand, chakra flowed and thick mist spread. Jendai was enveloped in it, and Hong and Asuma, who were hiding dozens of meters away, were also enveloped in the mist. But the concentration wasn't too strong. Zheng Dai could still vaguely see something 7 or 8 meters away in front of him. It was estimated that Harano Zhao was merciful. It is indeed a water escape ninja. Being shrouded in mist, Jendai not only did not panic, but also felt a little happy. There was an instructor with the same attributes as him, which greatly helped him in his practice. In Naruto, Harano Sakura possesses water, earth, and yin and yang chakras at the same time, and was suspected of being a member of the Senju clan, so Harano Ou is a water attribute ninja, and Shodai is not surprised at all. He took a deep breath, sucked the thin mist into his lungs, and spit it out again. He was looking around with squinted eyes, and suddenly said in a loud voice, "One day, Matchstick suddenly felt that his head was very nourished, so he stretched out his hand and scratched it. Then he will burn himself to death." Poof! Ha 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 ha, burn yourself to death. Harano's ominous laughter came. Over there. Jendai turned around, swiped his right hand across the ninja bag, and shot out a kunao, shouting at the same time, "Asuma! Art fire escape ho fireball!" Asuma was very good at seizing the opportunity and had already prepared it. He sprayed an old fire directly at the spot where Harano Ou laughed. Sizzling! The mist steamed, the fireball passed by, and Kirigakuru's technique was broken into a large gap. Sensing the heat and moisture, Jendai rushed out in two directions, caught Harano Zhao's figure, and surrounded him. The water body fainted, and Jendai took out a kunao again and cut it towards the bell. Bang! Bang! With two muffled sounds in succession, Harano Zhao's two hands accurately grasped the wrists of Jendai and Shui's avatar, and laughed and said, "Boy Jendai, you are really a genius at telling jokes, and you can crack my Kirigakura in this way. This is my first time seeing a magician." It's the teacher who gave in. Knowing Zabuza Kirigakura's method of blending his voice into the mist from all directions, Masade didn't think that Harano Oyu couldn't do that and deliberately let them find out. A strange light flashed in Harano Zhao's eyes. "This time, the teacher caught your body, right?" Jendai didn't answer. His hand that was caught shook. The kunao reached back, his index finger hooked into the ring of kunao, and stabbed Harano Zhao's wrist. Harano Zhao let go and raised his feet. "Where and press your elbows to connect your feet." Bang! A surge of force came over him, and he quickly slid out while touching the water with his feet. At the same time, he flicked his hand, and the kunao shot straight towards the bell lanyard. The water body spins and kicks. Harano Zhao exerted force with his left hand, and he easily carried the water body in front of him. The kunao he was wearing was shot into water splashes. However, these water splashes failed to merge into the river at his feet. Harano Zhao grabbed them with his backhand and absorbed them. "In the palm of your hand. Water escape water dragon whip." Harano Zhao waved his hand, and the water droplets condensed in his palm were like bullets, forming a dragon-like arc and hitting Jendai. Isn't it a bell-grabbing test, but he actually uses ninjutsu to actively attack students? Surprise flashed across Jendai's eyes. This teacher is really stupid. He quickly formed a seal, water escape water formation wall. Poof, the water wall rose, and Harano Zhao's water dragon whip hit it. When the water wall came to an end, Masade discovered that the hole burned out by the Kirigakura jutsu and the Go Fireball jutsu had been filled with mist again, and Harano Omen had disappeared again. The match burned itself to death. "Ha ha ha ha! Over there!" Jendai curled his lips, rushed away, and at the same time shouted, "Asuma! Asuma is here with me!" The sound of Harano's Omen came, and just as Dai suddenly stopped, he saw a tall figure behind the mist in front of him holding a humanoid object in his hand. Tisk, was it solved so quickly? Jendai frowned. "Where's Hong? Why not? He paused for a moment, turned his eyes a few times, and muttered, "When did you fall into the illusion?" He formed the Mao seal with one hand, and his chakra flowed, exposed the illusion. The picture in front of him was shattered, as if rewinding back to the moment when Masahiro was grabbed by Harano Zhao's wrist, but the water clone next to him was no longer there, replaced by Asuma, who was kicked out by Harano Zhao. Not far away, Hong was also waiting for an opportunity to rush forward. "Hey? Unlocked the illusion on your own?" Harano Zhao was slightly surprised. Masade acted decisively, using the same response strategy as in Genjutsu. The kunao looked back and stabbed Harano Oyu's wrist in the opposite direction, forcing him to let go. "Wearing it?" Hong shouted in surprise, his eyes lit up at the same time, and he threw the smoke bomb with all his strength. As soon as Harano Zhao repelled Jendai, the smoke bomb exploded in front of his feet. The smoke bomb activated by chakra can be used even if it is half immersed in water. The purple mist that is different from the water mist spreads and completely envelopes Harano Oyu. Asuma, who had just returned, quickly formed a seal when he saw this, and used the shadow clone technique. The main body and the shadow clone jumped into the mist together, fighting Harano Omen. Zheng Dai also rushed back, and when there were two bangs, Asuma's clone was scattered, Asuma was knocked away, and his right hand was inserted into the mist. Water escape water prison technique. Snapped. The water prison took shape. Zheng Dai felt that he had successfully covered the person. He couldn't help but feel slightly happy. Then his eyes focused, his hands shook, and the water prison shattered with a bang. A foot stretched out from the smoke and kicked the arms that were wearing cross protectors. Wow! When Dai slipped 10 meters backward on the water, he shook his arms in pain and patted his chest. The purple mist faded away, revealing Harano Ou, who was slightly stained with water. Jende and the other three stood in a triangle position surrounding him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Teacher, wasn't the force you used to break my water prison a little too much? Jende asked helplessly, was he not serious about his promise? Harano Zhao grabbed the starfish. Haha, boy Jende, how did you see through the illusion before? Well, there are two loopholes. The first is that although Asuma is very weak, it only took 1 second from the time you laughed out loud to holding him in your hands, teacher, and there was no sound at all. I don't believe it. Asuma. Of course, it's not even possible to knock Asuma unconscious in 1 second. The key point is another point. You can't kill both Asuma and Hong in 1 second. In this case, I think Hong Shi could definitely throw smoke bombs, but she didn't. Red pursed her lips and smiled. Asuma? Underscore? Harano Zhao laughed, ha ha ha, yes, that's what teamwork is, you have to trust your teammates. So then you will pass the test. As for the bell, it's not important, it's not important. You think it would be embarrassing if we snatched the bell, teacher? Jende said. Ha 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 ha, boy, you are really good at telling jokes. Okay, okay, I'm almost late for the teacher's appointment. That's it for today. Tomorrow is the new year. Let's rest. We will meet at the Hokage building at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. The teacher will take you do the task. After Harano Zhao finished speaking, he disappeared suddenly. Leaving in such a hurry? Jende and the other three looked at each other in confusion. This teacher always gave them the impression that he was out of tune. A few hundred meters away, in an uninhabited corner, the Harano sign that flickered here clicked its tongue, turned into water and disappeared. On the west street of Konoha village, in a certain tavern, Harano Zaos, who was sitting alone and sipping a drink, raised his eyebrows. The illusion was broken too quickly, unexpectedly. I used water to separate myself and was lazy, I almost couldn't hold on and was discovered, haha, it's embarrassing and embarrassing. Chapter 62 Hinata with wrong style. The next day. Only when he sat down at his desk, picked up his pen, and couldn't write a single word for more than 10 minutes did Jende realize how difficult it is to be a writer. Even if you have dozens or hundreds of short story outlines suitable for children in your mind, it is still very difficult to put them on paper. Fuzziness of memory is one thing, not knowing which to write is appropriate and which is inappropriate is another. Farmer and Snake? I'm afraid I have to be cut by Orochimaru. Emperor's new clothes? In the world of Naruto, it should be the daimyo's new clothes, which are too ironic and prone to accidents. Snow White? There are more questions, and Snow White's reading age should be around this age. It's difficult. Writing is not easy, very difficult. Zheng Dai sighed with emotion, fortunately, I have a water body. Before I come back, I must write at least one story, got it? Shui Shui nodded expressionlessly. Zheng Dai straightened his clothes, tightened the forehead protector on his forehead, turned around and went out. He didn't shirk the task to the water avatar just because he was lazy or afraid of trouble. He had serious business. Today is January 1st, Konoha 42, the New Year's Day in the Naruto world. Almost all ordinary people and ninjas in Konoha village will have a rest. Zheng Dai originally wanted to give himself a day off, not to practice or do anything else, just to rest for a day. However, early in the morning, he received a message from the Hyoga clan, telling him that the Hyoga clan leader would be available to see him around 10 a.m. There is no way, the vacation is in vain. Out of politeness, Gendai arrived at the door of the Hyoga clan at 9:30. Hinata also valued him very much, and there was already an acquaintance waiting at the door. "Hey, Hideki-san, are you waiting for me?" Hinata Hideki's face was extremely dark. "Stop talking nonsense and follow me. The clan leader is waiting for you in the side hall." "Oh, Hideki-san, are you really waiting for me?" Sorry. Gendai said with a smile, but he was making plans in his mind. "Let Hideki Hinata pick me up?" "What's the meaning? Do you want my relationship with Hideki to ease? Or, are you reminding me that the Hyoga clan already knows about my trick on Hideki Hinata?" It was a little thoughtless at the time. "Just in time, we will settle this matter today." Following Hideki, he walked into the Hyoga clan's territory and came to the side door of the huge building in the center. "Wait for me here, I'll go in and report." Hinata Hideki pushed open the door and entered, leaving Gendai alone outside to look at the building in front of him. This is a 3-story pavilion, covering an extremely large area, about 500 to 600 square meters. It has 3 doors. Dai is currently in front of the side door on the left. Not far away, in front of the main entrance, there are 2 trees. One is a cherry blossom tree, and the other is also a cherry blossom tree. Under one of the cherry blossom trees, Gendai closed his eyes and leaned against a ninja of the Hyoga clan. Gendai glanced at him twice, and he opened his eyes sensitively to look at Gendai, and then closed his eyes again. "A Jonin guard? He looks very strong. Hinata still has a lot of knowledge. He can easily bring out a dozen Jonin, right? I don't know how many people support Hinata and Hisashi in wanting to change the system." Thoughts flashing by, Gendai looked back. Just at this moment, the door in front of him was pushed open, and Hinata Hideki came out and said, "Gendai, go in, remember to see the clan leader, hum." He hummed softly and left quickly. Zhang Dai smiled helplessly, stepped into the side hall, walked around a gorgeous screen, and saw 3 people sitting on chairs directly in front of him. On the left and right, respectively, are Hinata Hisashi and Hinata Hisashi. These twin brothers all have solemn expressions and are 98% similar. The middle-aged man sitting in the middle is almost exactly the same as the appearance of Hinata, who lived in Konoha for 60 years in Naruto, when he first appeared, and he is also unsmiling. Masade knew that this was the father of Hisashi, and the current patriarch of Hyoga. "Hey, how should I say hello?" Gendai paused for a moment and stepped forward quickly. "Hello, Mr. Patriarch, Mr. Rizu, and Mr. Hisashi." After 2 seconds of silence, Zhang Dai felt that the eyes of Hinata Hisashi and the Hyoga clan leader were sweeping over him, and he just rolled his eyes to see through him. "No need to be formal, we have met before, right?" Hinata Hizu broke the silence. "This sounds familiar." Gendai cursed secretly and said, "Yes, Mr. Rizu, I saw you when I was brought to the village when I was 4 years old. It's so big in the blink of an eye." Hinata Hisashi said in an elder's tone, "Hisashi told me and my father about meeting you a few months ago. Are you willing to become my Hinata's subordinate ninja?" "Yes, I have always regarded myself as a subordinate ninja of the Hyoga clan." Masade said, "But Lord Hizu, Lord Clan Leader, half a year ago He explained the conflict with Hinata Hideki in detail and apologized, "It was my fault." "It doesn't matter." The Hyoga clan leader finally spoke with a calm voice, "That kid Hideki is also at fault for this matter. There is some friction between your classmates. After graduation, let's just get over it. There is no need to mention it again." "Thank you, Patriarch." The head of the Hyoga clan nodded, and Hyoga Hizu continued, "If you want to become a subordinate ninja of my Hyoga clan, there are some rules you must abide by. On weekdays, we will not place too many restrictions on you, and we will rarely assign tasks to you. However, in some major matters, you must clearly stand for the standpoint of our Hyoga clan. For example, the third ninja war is likely to happen. Or, the election of the fourth Hokage. Speaking of the selection of the fourth Hokage, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. A strange look suddenly flashed across Nizu's rigid face. When Hyaga Hisashi proposed that Maseda be just a subordinate ninja of his branch, that the kind of ambitious look is very similar. Zheng Dai was secretly shocked. What's the situation? Hyaga Hizu intends to compete for the position of the fourth Hokage? Does this happen in anime? Does Hinata and Hinata also need correction? Seeing that Jendai was silent, Hinata looked slightly solemn. You don't want to? Hinata Hisashi also frowned slightly. Obviously, they all agreed that as long as Jendai grew up smoothly, he would have greater influence in the village when the fourth Hokage was elected, so they paid more attention to Jendai's attitude. Maseda paused and shook his head. No, Master Hizu. I'm just hesitating. If Harano Zhao guides the Jounin to participate in the future Hokage election, I may be in trouble. Hinata nodded. That's it. Harano Zhao does have a chance to participate. But you don't need to worry too much. Compared with me, Hinata, the possibility of him being a civilian ninja as Hokage is very slim. Whether you support him or not will not have any impact. This sentence is a disguised admission that now that the third Hokage is getting older, Hinata has the idea of competing for the position of the fourth Hokage, and this idea is almost naked. Even he, a commoner who is about to become a subordinate ninja, has informed him. What's going on? Not only Hisashi, but the whole style of the Hyaga clan seems to be wrong? Zheng Dai was puzzled in his heart and said. Yes, please rest assured, Hayashi-sama. After becoming Hinata's subordinate ninja, I am in Hinata's position. Even if Harano Jounin participates in the fight for the fourth Hokage, I will not support him. Chapter 63 Attack. Seeing Maseda agree, a smile finally appeared on Hinata and Hinata's serious face. Become my Hinata's subordinate ninja, and you will get more. The exams and selections of Chuunin and Jonin, and daily practice, we will all help you. Because you became the third student from the ninja school to graduate with perfect scores in all subjects, the third generation rewarded you with 3 ninjutsus. Hisashi also gave you 3 ninjutsus before. You should have no need for ninjutsus for the time being. In terms of endurance tools, with your adoptive father here, you will not be lacking. So this time, I specially selected some things that you should like and give them to you as gifts. Something I would like? Curiosity flashed in Zheng Dai's eyes. Thank you, Mr. Rizu. The Hyaga clan leader said. Hisashi, take him to get those things. Hinata Hisashi, yes, father. Those ones? Quite a lot. The meeting with the Hyaga clan leader and Hizu ended like this, and Maseda followed Hinata Hisashi out of the side hall. Along the way, Hinata and Hisashi kept a straight face and said nothing, and Jendai didn't say much. They arrived at a small guarded house. Hisashi opened the door, and the smell of pen and ink hit him. Jendai was startled for a moment, and saw scrolls scattered all over the dark room. Hinata Hisashi pointed to a small pile of scrolls inside. There were nearly 100 scrolls, and said, you can take those with you, don't spread them around. Zheng Dai was startled again. So many? What is it? He stepped forward, picked up a scroll and opened it. In the dim light, he saw the title clearly, Attempts to Improve the Chakra Extraction Technique. A more effective chakra extraction technique. Dai Yuxi looked carefully and realized that it was not the case. The last modified version looked much simpler and rougher than the one he was learning now. We Hinata are the oldest family in the ninja world. This is some important information we have collected over thousands of years. It contains a lot of knowledge that you cannot get elsewhere. The scroll in your hand was written by a senior ninja who lived more than 200 years ago and made great contributions to the improvement of chakra refining techniques. Since you can get full marks in all subjects, you will probably like this knowledge. This. Zheng Dai blinked and looked confused. I got perfect marks in all subjects, just to get the ninjutsu reward. Who likes learning anymore? I was having a headache, so I picked up a few more scrolls and found that they were all similar things, most of which were records of the improvement of ninjutsu by old-timers. Is this thing useful? It works. Reading them will definitely greatly enhance Jendai's understanding of the ninja profession and his understanding of various techniques. But it was too much effort. When the water avatar is idle, there is no problem in learning it, but now that the water avatar has a task, creating another avatar will somewhat affect Jendai's daily practice and tasks. As for learning in person? Hehe. Seeing Jendai's reaction, Hisashi frowned and asked, "You don't want these information?" Jendai hesitated and said frankly, "It's okay. Actually, I want more information on the history of the ninja world. I'm more interested in that." Because Harano Zhao serves as the instructor for the Jounin, Masade's acquisition of ninjutsu is no longer as urgent as before. History. Hisashi frowned even more tightly. Remember, any family's historical records are their most precious things and cannot be asked for at will. Zheng Dai was stunned and immediately said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hisashi, I understand." Hisashi hummed, and then said, "Also, Takuma improved to 6th place in the class in this final exam. Although you have graduated, if you have time, you should give him some more questions." Zheng Dai nodded, "I will." "Okay." Hisashi suddenly stepped forward, patted Jendai's shoulder 3 times, and said, "If the ninjas at the base come to you again, there is no need to offend them. Just refuse politely." Zheng Dai was stunned for a moment and responded in a deep voice. "Go back with your things. There are too many scrolls, so I'll ask Hideki to deliver them to you." "Ah? Ask Hideki to deliver it for me? How can I be embarrassed to refuse? Come on, Hideki, take it slow, come in, just put it on the bed, I'll take my time to clean it up." Hyaga Hideki, who was holding a large stack of scrolls, entered Jendai's room with a dark face, and threw the scroll that almost covered his eyes onto Jendai's bed. Breathing heavily, he turned his head and glared at Zheng Dai, who placed his stack of scrolls on the bed without blushing and out of breath, feeling secretly annoyed. Facing Zheng Dai, he certainly didn't want to suffer a loss. The two of them were equally divided scrolls. However, he ignored that Zheng Dai was 10 centimeters taller than him and his arms were much longer than him. With the same number of scrolls, he could hold more scrolls than Zheng Dai. It's much more difficult to wear it right now. "Zayashu, wait a minute, I'll get you a glass of water," Jendai said enthusiastically. Hinata Hideki wanted to refuse, but was suddenly startled. He looked at the smiling Jendai in front of him, and then looked at the bitter Jendai at the desk next to him. Annoying civilians *2. Clone? You bastard, it's just your clone that went to see the patriarch. Hinata Hideki said angrily. How dare you? He is the clone. Sit down for a while and I will pour some water. Zheng Dai turned around and left the room. Hinata Hideki snorted, his expression relaxed a bit, he paused, then walked to the side of the water clone with a little curiosity, and looked at the desk. The water avatar glanced at him and didn't stop him. The tortoise and the hare? Is this a fairy tale? Humph, childish guy. 1 minute later. Just as Dai was returning with water, he saw Hinata Hideki snatching the water glass from his hand with a strange aura and drinking the water in one gulp. Commoner, since you can write such a story, don't become a rabbit yourself. What do I do, rabbit? Jendai looked at Hinata Hideki with a confused look on his face and left the house aggressively. Hearing Shui Shui chuckle a few times, he walked over in surprise, took a look at the manuscript on the table, and suddenly understood. He chased to the window with a smile and shouted to Hideki, Hinata, are you going to be a turtle, Hideki? Hinata Hideki stumbled, turned around to glare at Masade, and walked faster. Haha! Jendai laughed a few times, thinking deeply in his heart. Seeing Xiaoshu's reaction, he became more confident in modern fairy tales. Children in the non-internet era should be much better off than those in the internet era. Well done, keep up the hard work and write another story before lunch. In the afternoon, around 2:30, Zheng Dai left the house again, and his destination was the small woods near his home. In the morning, Hinata Hisashi patted him on the shoulder 3 times unexpectedly, and suddenly mentioned the route, which made Zheng pay more attention. Should he be asked to go to the grove where the root ninja is at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Regardless of whether it is or not, you have to come and see it. At about 2:50, Zheng arrived at the place where he was last time. He looked around and found no one, so he stood still and waited. Reading www.yuyugonshu.net. 20 minutes later, Zheng muttered to himself, "I'm thinking too much," and turned back. At this moment, a sharp and biting chill suddenly hit him from behind. Zheng Dai couldn't help but reveal his heartbeat, and moved his body sideways, only to see a sharp kunao scratch the corner of his waist. The tail end of the kunao was held by one hand, making it impossible to hit it with one strike. That hand folded the wrist, flipped the kunao over, and stabbed Zheng lower abdomen. Snapped. Zheng Dai came to his senses in time, clasped the wrist of that hand with one hand, and bent his elbow with the other hand to fight back. Bang! The people he hit turned into wooden stakes and disappeared. Zheng Dai let out a breath and stared around. He could only hear the rustling of leaves, but no one was there. From beginning to end, he didn't even know what the other person looked like, or even whether he was a boy or a girl. Who is it? Want to kill me? Who have I offended? Who dares to kill me in the village? Several thoughts flashed through his mind, and Zheng tried to calm down his pounding heartbeat and calm down. In terms of strength, he may not be as good as me, and the thickness of his wrist is also similar to mine. The assassin should be slightly older than me. It's hard to judge the strength, but he just sneaked up behind me, and I didn't notice. He is proficient in assassination, and his roots are. He immediately blamed Danzo and felt that the accuracy rate was above 80%. You just failed to recruit me, but you actually want to kill me? Is it possible that Danzo in Infinite Tsukuyomi is crazier than Danzo in the outside world? Dai Jing stood vigilant for 2 minutes, but failed to find the assassin, so he moved slightly, As he took steps, the chill hit him again. Just wear it and stay still, the chill disappears. What the hell, where are you hiding the flaw? Zheng thought for a moment and moved, step by step, 2 centimeters and 2 centimeters outside the woods, moving and moving, faster and faster. Chapter 64 Route 2 Contact. When Zheng moved almost out of the woods, the person hiding in the dark finally couldn't bear it anymore. A kun shot towards Zheng. He was running his hand over the ninja tool bag, took out the kunao, picked it up, and blocked the kunao. His eyes were locked on the guy who was several dozen meters away and kept using trees to cover his body and rushed towards him. Sure enough, it was a boy about the same height as him, wearing black clothes and covering his face. His face could not be seen, but he could roughly judge that his age should be 11 or 12 years old. Zheng flicked his wrist, and the kunao shot out, but the opponent deftly dodged it. After a few leaps, he arrived 4 or 5 meters in front of Zheng and waved his hands violently. Dozens of tiny needles were fired at him. Puff 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 puff. Zheng Dai Hua Shui, who was trapped like a hornet's nest, disappeared and appeared on the other side, quickly forming a seal with his hands. Water escape, water cannonball. The big waves hit him, and the masked boy twisted his body dexterously and jumped out. One side of his body was hit by the waves, and he spun and fell. At the same time, he waved his arms and shot 2 more kunao towards Zheng. Not strong. Zheng felt certain in his heart and easily blocked the kunao with his hand, but he did not let go of his vigilance. To put it more broadly, he is now a well-known figure in Konoha's ninja circle. No matter who wants to kill him, they must at least send an elite Chunin or even a Jounin. Although the guy in front of him was very threatening in the previous stealth assassination, when faced head-on, his strength was mediocre, and he might not even be as good as Asuma. If something goes wrong, there must be a backup plan. Sure enough, just as Zhang Dai was about to step forward and inflict severe wounds on the masked boy, he felt a pinprick-like sensation on his back again. His eyes narrowed slightly. There's another one. He turned around and moved sideways, hitting the attacker's wrist hard with his right fist, catching it with his left fist, twisting his body, leaping and kicked the attacker's chest with a bang, kicking him away. Immediately, Jendai retreated quickly, avoiding the thrust of the masked boy who flew towards him. He took out a kunao and exchanged blows with it several times. Due to his strength advantage, he knocked out the opponent's kunao. He is wearing a writhe and kicking. Bang! The masked boy crossed his arms to defend himself and slid out, feeling that his face was empty. When he regained consciousness, he realized that the black cloth of the mask had reached Zhang Dai's hands. Jendai glanced at the ordinary face of the masked boy and turned his eyes. It looks a little familiar. Have you seen it somewhere? He looked at another person in the same dress. Judging from his height and body shape, he should be about the same age as the boy whose face he revealed, and his strength was also similar. Is there a third person? Thoughts flashed across his mind, and the two people on the other side looked at each other, drew arcs from both sides and rushed toward Zhang Dai, with a very high synchronization rate. Bang! He spat softly, and the hands he was wearing turned into residual images, doing 3 seals in 1 second. Water escape, water rush wave. A huge column of water spewed out of his mouth, surging like a small waterfall, covering the two people who were responding to the attack a few meters apart. The speed of the two did not slow down, and one of them also formed the seal, wind escape, great breakthrough. He blew out a whirlwind, cutting a gap in the middle of the small waterfall. The two of them walked through it, one to the left and one to the right, concentrating, and 2 kunao pierced Jendai. Bang! Bang! Jendai reached out with both hands, clasped their wrists at the same time, and applied force to the middle, causing their hands to collide heavily, and the kunao fell from their hands. The two of them moved in sync, one stretched out his left foot and the other stretched out his right foot, and kicked the 2 fallen kunao, causing them to shoot upwards and stab Ma Seidai. Zhang put it on and leaned back to avoid the kunao. At the same time, he pulled the 2 bodies forward, while he used the force to roll over and twisted their arms. The 2 of them writhed, and with their free hand they took out another kunao and stabbed it at Zhang Dai again. Jendai let go, put his hands on the ground, raised his feet and spun around, kicked their arms away, and then kicked them in the chest. There were 2 bangs and the 2 of them stepped back. As soon as Jendai stood up, the 2 men attacked him aggressively again. Damn it, the cooperation is pretty good. He was wearing annoyance, forming the yin seal with one hand, and the water that was writing the story at home turned into water and disappeared. Then he quickly formed seals. Water escape, the art of water body transformation. The 2 were putting it on and separated the 2 attackers. The strength of the water avatar was only 1/10 of that of Zhang Dai. In just a few strokes, he was stabbed into water by the unmasked boy Ikakunao. However, after delaying this little time, Jendai hit the other person so hard that the door was wide open, and kicked him hard on the side of the face. Bang! The mask fluttered, and the attacker flipped and flew out. Jendai saw another slightly familiar face. The unmasked boy took advantage of the moment when Dai's feet landed, and rushed over quickly, stabbing with kunao. Shodai used a backhand elbow to knock his arm away, and the kunao passed him by. The other hand held a kunao and pressed it against the opponent's neck, trying to restrain him. However, at this moment, the unmasked boy suddenly leaned forward and bumped forward. With a pop, the kunao he was wearing pierced his shoulder, and blood spurted out. Just as Dai was stunned, he saw a face with a rather ferocious expression coming towards him. Boom! Their foreheads touched, and the two of them fell back at the same time. Zheng Dai felt slightly dizzy, but the sense of crisis in his heart made him quickly wake up and move sideways. Zhi! A slight tingling sensation came, and Zheng Dai knew that his waist was probably scratched, but he ignored it and angrily raised his hand and hammered hard with all his strength. Bang! The guy who was kicked hard on one side of the face by him was hit hard on the other side of the face by him. He fell to the ground with a thud. Smoke and dust rose up. His eyes rolled up and he was completely unconscious. On the opposite side, the unmasked boy was covering the bleeding wound on his shoulder with a weak expression. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. It was obvious that he no longer had much fighting power. Zheng Dai wiped the wound on his waist and raised his hand to see a few wisps of bright red. He exhaled softly and silently added a little more physical skills to try his previous idea to see if adding more physical skills could speed up the healing of the wound. The vigilance in his heart has not yet dropped. The strength of these two people is comparable to the 3 people from Suna Ninja Village who came to take the exam, except Ye Kang. But the sense of crisis they bring to Zheng is currently second only to Luo Shat. Mainly due to the exquisite coordination, the fierce momentum and the simple and neat killing techniques. If you were still throwing pots casually before, you can be sure that you are wearing them now. These two people are definitely genuine people and have undergone special training. He thought for a while, reached into his ninja bag, took out a kunao, bent down and stabbed the unconscious attacker's neck hard. Snapped. His wrist was firmly clasped by a big hand. Zheng Dai narrowed his eyes and turned into water and disappeared. Have you made the seal of the water substitute in advance? Did you expect that there would be others there? I really did not misjudge you. A gloomy and deep voice came. Ma Seidai, who appeared a few meters away, suddenly looked back. This was Danzo's voice. He actually came in person. And the one who just grabbed his wrist was the root ninja of the Aberame clan who had recruited him before. Have you guessed my identity? Danzo said solemnly, Ryoma, take them for treatment. Yes. Aberame Ryoma took away the 2 attackers one by one. Zheng, Ryoma invited you to join the route before, but Hinata Hisashi interfered. Now, I personally invite you to join the route. Do you agree? Ma Seidai paused for 2 seconds and said slowly, Are you Elder Shimura Danzo, right? These 2 people. Chapter 65 Genocide. Oh? Didn't you recognize them? Danzo said unexpectedly, they are students who graduated from the ninja school last year and became genin 1 year earlier than you. No wonder it looks familiar, I saw him in ninja school. There was a flash of confusion in Zheng eyes, and he waited quietly for Danzo's follow-up words. Danzo's one eye stared at the wound on Dai's side and said, Their talents are far from yours, but they almost seriously injured you. Zheng thought for a while and nodded in admission. In the previous battles, he did have a lot of problems with his performance. The biggest problem was holding back. He always wanted to capture the 2 attackers alive, but the other party was rushing to take his life and was always fighting for his life. There is a gap in combat experience, as well as some differences in beliefs and thoughts. The most important thing is that the blood Zheng has seen is not human blood after all. Thank you, Elder, for pointing out my shortcomings. Danzo nodded, the 2 of them only received 1 year of assassination training at my route, and they have advanced from the most ordinary genin to the strength that can fight for your life. Do you know what this means? Zheng thought for a moment and said, Thank you, Mr. Elder, for your compliment. Did I praise you? Zheng Dai looked surprised, isn't it? They are genin who have graduated for 1 year and received 1 year of basic training. They can only fight with me if they join forces, and I am only a student who has just graduated 2 days ago. Danzo was silent for 2 seconds, they were all the last ranked graduates a year ago. A year ago I was ranked 5th from the bottom and couldn't even graduate. Gendai said. This time, Danzo was silent for a long time. Is this kid just pretending to be dumbfounded, or does he really think so? After thinking about it, he changed his mouth and said, just think that I am praising you. You are indeed a rare genius. So, I would like to formally invite you to join the root group. I will personally guide you in your practice, and even accept you as a disciple. If I go, Danzo wants to accept me as his disciple? Zhang Dai felt weird. Judging from today's contact, Danzo's character is not as distorted as the infinite Tsukuyomi. Perhaps this guy is so bad that even the infinite Tsukuyomi cannot change his character. This makes it even more impossible to join the root. Sir Elder, I have officially become a subordinate ninja of the Hokage clan, and I have been assigned to the team. I can't join your roots, right? It's the root of Konoha. Danzo corrected him and said, don't worry about Hinata. Today Hisashi asked you to meet me here, which represents Hinata's attitude. Zhang Dai's heart sank slightly, so he didn't understand what Hinata Hisashi meant by patting him on the shoulder 3 times. What does this mean? As for Harano's omen. Hey, let it go, let it go. At this moment, there were voices coming from afar, and with 2 muffled bangs, Teacher Hikesing, carrying a small wine flask, wandered this way. Hey, I feel like someone here is using water escape. It's really you, the boy wearing a mask. Hey, Elder Danzo, you're here too, ha ha ha. Danzo narrowed his one eye slightly, and the 2 men in costumes ducked around him, one on the left and the other on the right. Danzo-sama, we. Danzo tapped his cane to express that he did not blame the 2 for failing to stop Harano Omen. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked away. Hey? Elder Danzo, are you leaving now? I came up with 2 jokes yesterday because of the boy Gendai, and I will tell them to you. Harano Zhao chased. Danzo didn't even look back. Dai was stunned. Teacher Hikesing could actually scare Danzo away? Is it so powerful? Harano Zhao looked at Danzo's back and patted Masude's shoulder. A soft green light emerged from his hand and attached to the wound on Masude's waist. The wound healed quickly, leaving only blood. Oh, you have a good physique and recover from injuries faster than ordinary people. He muttered, Boy Gendai, don't let that old liar fool you to the core. I want to get more jokes from you. What about inspiration, ha ha ha. He waved his hand and wandered away again. Just as Dai opened his mouth to speak, he saw Harano Zhao almost swaying and hitting a tree, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Drunkard, thank you tomorrow. He thought for a while, frowned and muttered Hyuga Hisashi twice, and walked home quickly. In the evening, the Hokage clan practice ground. Hinata Takuma wiped the sweat from his forehead a few times, packed up his ninja tools, and prepared to go home for dinner. He has been in a very cheerful mood in recent days. In the final exam, he got 6th place and many elders praised him repeatedly. Now he walks with wind. The most important thing is that the devil has finally graduated, and he no longer has to live the inhuman life of reading notes and doing questions until early in the morning. Hey Takuma, did you miss me? Suddenly, Hyuga Takuma heard a familiar voice. He turned his head stiffly and saw Gendai holding a large pile of paper standing not far away waving to him, as if he had returned to the ninja school in a trance. He rubbed his eyes in confusion. It's me, Takuma, giving you a question. Are you happy? Gendai said with a smile. Hinata Takuma's eyes were red with joy. A few minutes later, using the excuse that the information he took away in the morning was incomplete, Masude met Hinata Hisashi again. Hisashi was a little surprised by his arrival and asked, Have you seen the root ninja? Zhang Dai nodded and asked, You mean, you agree with me joining the root? Hey! Hisashi was slightly stunned, didn't I already tell you that you should refuse politely? Genbu's status in Konoha village is quite special. Although I won't be afraid, there is no need to offend him. The way you refused last time was inappropriate, so this time the root ninja came to me and wanted to try to invite you again, so I didn't refuse. Dai Li was surprised. What was going on? He told Hisashi everything that happened this afternoon from beginning to end. Hisashi frowned. You mean, Elder Danzo personally invited you? And told you that I was tacitly approving you to join Gen? Gendai nodded. Hisashi frowned deeply and fell into deep thought. Gendai had a strange expression on his face. What kind of trick was Danzo playing? Playing around with the day difference? Kidding me? At this moment, subtitles suddenly appeared across the screen. Hyuga Genocide Incident Correction Rate 1%. Obtain free attribute points *2. Hyuga Genocide Incident Correction Rate 2%. Hyuga Genocide Incident Correction Rate 5%. Obtain free attribute points *2. Wearing, degree A degree. Hinata, Genocide Incident. With his pupil shrunk, he is reading www.yuuganshu.net. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. There were many conflicts within the family, and he was ambitious for the position of Hokage. Danzo. This number seems familiar. He was also lost in thought. At the same time, Konoha was underground, at its roots. The appearance of Harano Omen represents Hiruzen's attitude. It is meaningless to continue the invitation, not to mention that the other purpose has been achieved. Danzo briefly explained to Abarame Ryoma, who had just come back, that he was puzzled. With that child's alertness and caution, he would probably bury today's doubts deeply in his heart and not dare to go directly to Hinata to question. Ichiji thorn has been left by me between him and the Hyuga clan. At this moment, a famous root ninja suddenly arrived and whispered a few words beside Danzo. Danzo tightened his grip on the crutch, and a look of astonishment flashed in his one eye. Go directly to the Hyuga clan to meet Hyuga Hisashi? I actually misjudged him? No, could it be said that Hyuga Hisashi only gave him 3 water escape ninjutsus and gained his deep trust and loyalty? Or does he have complete distrust of me as the elder of Konoha village? Impossible, there is no reason why you should not believe me so much. How come? His face was uncertain. He stood up with his stick and took 2 steps. Damn it, I'm afraid Hinata and Hisashi will be suspicious of this. Hinata. Does the reincarnation eye exist on par with the samsara eye of the Sage of 6 Paths? The last sentence is too low to be heard. Chapter 66 Visitation. If it weren't for the prompt in the attribute bar, Gendai wouldn't have even thought about that. But as soon as the 6 characters of the Hyuga genocide incident came out, Gendai connected the previous experiences together, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity came over him. Ambitions coveting the position of Hokage, hidden conflicts within the family, and Danzo's involvement, aren't these the 3 elements of the Uchiha genocide? So, the one who was exterminated in the infinite Tsukuyomi world will become Hinata? And what I want to correct is not the person, but this thing. Gendai glanced at the attribute bar. Free attribute points, 13. Probably because of his own reminder to Hisashi, Hisashi became more suspicious and wary of Danzo, so he jumped the 5% correction rate. And this 5% gave him 4 attribute points. Compared with correcting people, there are 2 more points for correcting events, or maybe twice as many. It's a profit. No, if there is just some suspicion and vigilance, the correction rate will jump by 1% or 2% at best. Moreover, the correction rate jumped within 5 seconds after I explained today's experience to the daily difference. This proves that, the daily difference you didn't tell me something. A thought suddenly flashed through Gendai's mind, and he remembered another doubt. Last time Hisashi drove away the root ninja, he told him that he didn't need to pay attention to the root ninja again. However, this time his attitude changed drastically and he asked him to be nice to him. Reject. Something must have happened in the meantime. Did Hisashi seek the skin of a tiger in order to overthrow the clan? He is really bent on annihilating the clan and there is no turning back. Gendayan was vigilant and suppressed the other words he originally wanted to say. Mere persuasion may be useless, but it will make you unable to explain why you are on guard against your roots. Then do it your own way. After leaving the Hyoga clan, Ma Se-dae stood there and had his hair cut, pondered for a moment, and walked in the opposite direction to his home. Passing by a fruit shop, he thought for a while, went in and bought 2 baskets of apples, 1 basket in each hand, and walked faster after leaving the store. A few minutes later, he came to Konoha Hospital for the second time. Walking into Konoha Hospital, he stopped a passing nurse sister and asked politely, "Hello sister, are there 2 boys aged 11 or 12 who were sent to the hospital this afternoon? I want to visit them." The 11 or 12-year-old boy. The nurse sister recalled for a moment and asked, what kind of injury did he suffer? One's face was swollen on both sides, and the other's right shoulder was stabbed by a kunai. It's quite serious. Gendae replied, about 3:30. Kunai penetration wound. The nurse sister was stunned for a moment. That is indeed very serious, but I probably haven't seen them before. Just wait a moment, and I'll ask other people for you. Okay, sorry sister. Gendae responded with a smile, standing still and waiting. About 2 minutes later, the nurse sister hurried back, found Gendae and asked, "Little brother, are you sure they were sent here?" "That should be it." Zheng Dai scratched his head and said uncertainly, "I saw the 2 of them being taken away and said to be taken for treatment. They are both civilian ninjas. If they don't come to the hospital, where else can they go?" "That's right, but our hospital did not receive these 2 boys this afternoon." "How were they injured?" "I accidentally hurt him during the sparring session." Just as Dai was smiling, he suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Hey, sister, they are ninjas from the roots. Could it be that they were not sent here because the roots have their own medical ninjas?" "The root?" The nurse sister was startled. "What is the root?" "Sister, don't you know?" Gendae was surprised. "The root is Shimura, the elder of Konoha village." "Wearing it?" When Dai was mid-sentence, he was interrupted by a voice from behind. The corner of his mouth curled up, but he immediately stopped it. When he looked back, he saw a ninja dressed in shorts looking at him from behind, gesturing for him to come over. Zheng Dai looked surprised and walked over quickly, saying, "Are you inviting me to join your roots again?" The existence of the root is a secret and must not be leaked to ordinary people without authorization. Juri and Heffen are receiving treatment at the root, and you do not need to visit. "Ah, confidentiality, I'm sorry, I didn't know." Gendae apologized repeatedly and handed over the 2 fruit baskets hanging on his arms. "Then can you trouble uncle to help me hand over the fruit baskets to them and hurt them? It's so serious, I feel so sorry." Doubts flashed in the eyes of the root ninja, and he slowly took the fruit basket, nodded and said, "Okay. Thank you." Gendae thanked him, then turned around and ran to the nurse sister to apologize, and followed the root ninja out of Konoha Hospital. When the root ninja disappeared carrying 2 fruit baskets, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Duanzo, the old thief, indeed sent people to keep an eye on me, but after this time, he may not dare to keep an eye on me. 10 minutes later, Gendae entered the Hyoga clan for the 3rd time today. When Hinata and Hisashi saw him, they were in a daze. What happened again? "It's okay, Hisashi-sama. I left you just now. I thought that the 2 seniors were seriously injured in the afternoon, so I felt a little sorry. I bought 2 fruit baskets and went to the hospital to visit them. As a result, I asked the nurse sister and found out that they were not there. When I mentioned the roots, a root ninja suddenly came out, stopped me, and told me that the existence of the roots should not be told to ordinary people. I just want to ask you, isn't this root part of the dark part? Why keep it secret? There are some differences between roots and ANBU, hey. Hyaga Hisashi was suddenly stunned, frowning, and asked, "You mean, as soon as you mentioned roots, a root ninja appeared and stopped you?" Zheng Dai was stunned. "Yeah, are they following me? Staring at me?" Hinata Hisashi nodded slowly, the sharp look in his eyes flashed away. "I'm afraid not just staring at Gendai, but more importantly, staring at Gendai who enters my Hyaga clan's territory." Humph, Danzo. The correction rate of the Hyaga genocide incident is 6%. The correction rate of the Hyaga genocide incident is 7%. It's over. 2 lines of lonely barrages passed by, and Gendai cursed in his heart. "Hisashi, you are a pig teammate. I am very tired from performing this scene, so you just give me 2 points as an appearance fee? You've been rolling your eyes for a long time, can't you understand that Danzo is an old yinbai? If you tease Danzo one more time, Danzo might explode. I really want to blow your head off." At the root, Danzo stared at the 2 fruit baskets in front of him in silence for a long time, his face gloomy. After taking one glance, or even 2 glances, at the subordinate who was still reporting with his head lowered in front of him, I almost couldn't help but hit his head with my hand. "I understand, go down." "Yes. Lord Danzo, do you want to give these 2 fruit baskets to Juri and Zifu? Also, do you want to follow that child for a while longer?" "No need to follow him," he went to Hinata. "Hinata?" The root ninja was stunned. "Was I not the only one following that child?" Danzo tightened his hand on the crutches and held back one word, "Get out." "Ah, yes. Idiot." After his subordinates left, Danzo finally couldn't help but curse. On the same day, he suffered 2 losses at the hands of a child. The cooperative relationship he had just established with Hisashi during this period was probably on the verge of destruction. Broke in. After a long while, he whispered again, "You are truly a born spy. I want you even more. Ryoma, go ask Orochimaru to come." Chapter 67. Are you bringing someone back? 7 p.m. Xiao Gendai, why are you back so late again? The food is completely cold. Aunt Chiu scolded. "Hee hee." Gendai responded with a silly smile, "Something happened and I was delayed. I'm sorry. Auntie Jiangxiu, if I come back late next time, you don't have to wait for me to eat. Just eat first." "How can that be done?" Aunt Chiu said, "How can we be called a family when we eat separately? Alas, time flies so fast. In 2 years, Xiao Gendai will marry a daughter-in-law, and he will rarely be able to eat with us." When Dai was helpless, the craftsman next to him couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Eat, I'm hungry." "Hungry, hungry, hungry, you know you are hungry. Tomorrow Xiao Gendai will go out on a mission. When I think of the dangers that ninjas may encounter, I have no appetite at all." Aunt Chiu sighed. "When you first become a ninja, there will be a period of adaptation. D-level missions are not dangerous." Uncle Zhang muttered, not daring to say it loudly. After thinking about it, he turned to Gendai and said, "Be careful." "Hey!" Dai responded, and then said, "Uncle Craftsman, I need a knife that is slightly longer, about 60 centimeters, and sharper." "Well, give me a day and I'll give it to you the day after tomorrow." Uncle Craftsman agreed. The 2 of them chatted about knives for a while, but Aunt Chiu couldn't get in the conversation, so she took a few bites of a bowl of rice. Seeing that the 2 of them were still chatting, she said, "Aren't you hungry? Eat quickly, and you can chat after eating." Gendai and Uncle Zhang looked at each other helplessly. They understand Aunt Chiu, this is a kind of unparalleled pride that their children will grow up to be smart, handsome, outstanding, mixed with a little bit of anxiety. After all, it had only been 5 years since the biological son of Uncle Craftsman and Aunt Chiu died on the battlefield, and Gendai remembered that at that time, their son was also his age and had just become a genin. I wonder if Infinite Tsukuyomi has the same experience. Everyone had their own thoughts, and for a while, the atmosphere at the dinner table became slightly quiet. At this moment, a clear cry suddenly came from outside, "Jende!" Hongdu. Jende was startled. Anqiu reacted much faster than him. Her nearly 200-pound body caused the stool to fall over. She turned into a gust of wind and passed by Jende. She said with a smile on her face, "Little Hongdu is here. Hey, this is little Hongdu, are you an elder in your family?" "Hello, I am Anko's teacher, Orochimaru." A hoarse voice came. Pfft! Dai Jende spit a mouthful of rice back into the bowl. His movements were much faster than Anqiu just now, and he took a few strides out, "Lord Orochimaru." "Ah, Mr. Jende, long time no see." "Hey, you're wearing it, you saw the teacher, but didn't you see me?" Hongdu said dissatisfied. She sniffed her nose and said to Anqiu, "Auntie, are you eating? It smells so good." Anqiu said happily, "I'm going to get 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks." "Xiao Hongdu, come in and sit with your teacher." She didn't know Orochimaru, but Uncle Craftsman came out and asked, "Is this Sunin Orochimaru-sama?" "Hello." Orochimaru nodded. "It's really you, please come in quickly, please come in quickly." Uncle Craftsman said politely, crooked his aunt with his elbow, and whispered, "A disciple of the 3rd generation master." "Ah!" Anqiu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly her eyes lit up. The 3rd generation's disciple was Xiao Hongdu's teacher, so isn't Xiao Hongdu the 3rd generation's direct disciple? Fortunately, my Xiao Zheng is so talented that he is no longer worthy of Xia Hongdu. It's great. After a flurry of greetings, Anko went to the table to eat without ceremony. Orochimaru said that he had already had dinner and just sat aside, his snake eyes constantly rolling around Maseda's body. Jende approached him knowingly, "Lord Orochimaru, do you have any orders for your visit this time?" "Jende-jun, you have grown up. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. There's no need to be modest. Juri and Zifu are the genin with the highest assassination skills among the newcomers in the roots. Even if they join forces, they can't do anything to you. You have indeed grown a lot." Orochimaru said hoarsely. "Hey!" He was stunned. Has Orochimaru already joined the root at this time? Did the old thief Danzo ask him to invite him again? What to do? No, this is the infinite Tsukuyomi world. Orochimaru might just be a gentle elder who respects life and never conducts human experiments. There is no need for me to be afraid of him. Besides, I am not the same as before. I am better than when we first met him. I couldn't make any waves in front of me, but now I can at least make one." The thought flashed through his mind, and Jende said shyly, "Thank you for your compliment. I have indeed grown a little bit." "Haha, Elder Danzo gave me a task, asking me to borrow the information I got from the Hyoga clan." Orochimaru smiled hoarsely, "I am indeed very interested in those. I don't know if Masade-kun. Let me select some information." "I see. You are not allowed to borrow it from others at will." The figure of Hisashi flashed through his mind, and Danzo, the old thief who was wearing a hidden lining, was really insidious in his way of fighting back. "If you let Orochimaru see it, you will offend Hinata. If you don't let Orochimaru see it, you will offend him." Orochimaru actually took the initiative to explain that this was the task assigned to him by Danzo. "It seems that he also knew that this request would embarrass me. However, the information Hinata gave was indeed very attractive. Danzo used it as a conspiracy, but he was unwilling to take the blame and threw the blame back to Danzo. The two of them are not of the same mind." Jende quickly made an analysis and judgment, and felt more confident in his heart. He smiled and said, "Of course there is no problem, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net, but Lord Orochimaru, after all, this belongs to the Hyoga clan. After you borrow it, I have to tell them just report it and say, Danzo-sama asked you to borrow it, is that okay? Orochimaru's snake eyes stared at Masade, and licked the corner of his mouth with interest. Okay. Come to my room. Those things are still on the bed and I haven't had time to clean them up. Gendai introduced Orochimaru into the room and let him choose. Most of this information is outdated and is of no use in the eyes of ordinary people. But in Orochimaru's eyes, this is the treasure. The Hyuga clan is worthy of being a great clan that has been passed down for thousands of years. Orochimaru praised. The correction rate of the Hyuga genocide incident is 6%. Suddenly, a line of subtitles flashed across, and Zheng Dai was stunned for a moment. How come I haven't even gone to make a report yet? That's not right. 6%. It was clearly 7% an hour ago. Isn't this the one who jumps back? Zheng Dai blinked in confusion, and suddenly looked at Orochimaru, who was holding up documents with great interest in front of him. Hinata, what can I do to save you? We have to think about it in the long term. I didn't expect that the correction rate would jump back due to my influence. The difficulty will be higher, which will make people bald. I'm afraid it's not enough to alert the Hinata internally. We need to find external aid. Aren't I the external aid? If the Hyuga genocide happened in Konoha 53 like the Uchiha genocide, I would probably have the strength to do so at that time. No, it's not enough to be simply reckless. If Hisashi is impulsive and rashly launches a rebellion, Rizeo will be half dead if he separates the family with just one hand seal. The key point now is, who will take action to destroy Hinata? Danzo cannot and does not dare to do it himself. He needs to find someone similar to Ataki. Who will this person be? Masade was lost in thought. Chapter 68, Fishing in Zinquan River, Part 1. At 8 o'clock the next day, Class 10 gathered again. After becoming a genin, they were about to embark on their first mission. Kurane was obviously looking forward to it, but Masade and Asuma were both very calm. Even Uncle Takumai knows that except during war times, ninjas who have just become genin have to perform adaptive D-level tasks for 2 or 3 months, weeding, planting and watering flowers, which is nothing exciting. Zheng Dai planned to see the situation and see if he could discuss with Harino Zhao about using a clone to perform the task while he stayed at home to practice. Of the 3 ninjutsus that he had obtained perfect scores in all subjects, he had not been able to successfully release any of them. The high correction difficulty of the Hyuga genocide incident put a little pressure on him. The key is that the complete correction rewards for people are so high, and the complete correction rewards of the event must be higher. He doesn't want to miss it, and from the bottom of his heart, he doesn't want the Hinata to be annihilated, even though Hisashi's pig teammate pissed him off so much. Kurane had actually learned about the situation from her father, but she still couldn't hold back her anticipation and repeatedly asked Asuma and Masade what mission they wanted to do. Me, catch the cat. Gendai replied casually with a slightly difficult answer, then turned to ask, Asuma, didn't you receive Hokage-sama's cigarette? When it came to this, Asuma gritted his teeth and said, no, the old man must have been prepared for it. I searched for a long time and couldn't find it. You can't do this. Searching for items is one of the basic skills of a ninja. After chatting and joking for a while, Harino Zhao finally arrived at around 8:10 and said, I'm late. I'm sorry, the teacher got up late. Gendai smiled, teacher, you are too honest. If you are late again next time, just say that you were delayed in helping the old lady cross the road, or that you are lost on the road of life. Harino Zhao's eyes lit up and he burst into laughter. Gendai, you are telling a joke again. Teachers never make excuses for being late. Late is just late. This is a problem brought from the womb and cannot be changed. A problem in the womb. Teacher was born 8 days later than the due date. Harino Zhao said seriously. Gendai, _ Red /U0026 Asuma, . Actually, the teacher also wants to overcome it. Yesterday afternoon, I even bought a rooster that could crow to wake me up. Harano Zhao added. Zhengde didn't want to start a fight. Harano Zhao thought to himself and continued, it turned out that the stewed chicken was so delicious that the teacher was so full that he couldn't sleep at night, so he got up late, ha 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 ha. Masato, Kurane, and Asuma looked at each other and laughed in unison. Suddenly, there were 4 more sand sculptures in front of the Hokage building. Harano Zhao was finally satisfied. He walked closer, put his hand on Zhengde's shoulder, and gently walked towards the Hokage building. Go in, let's take the mission. Also, there is no need to thank the teacher. Zhengde was choked. He originally wanted to find a chance to thank him for yesterday's rescue. Asuma and Kurane looked at each other in confusion before entering the Hokage building together. On the 2nd floor, at the mission reception area, Harano Zhao pulled Zhengde again and said, we don't accept ordinary missions like this. Let's go. The teacher will take you directly to the Hokage-sama to pick up the mission. Zhengde was slightly stunned and looked at each other with Asuma and Hong. Is it true? 10 seconds later, Harano Zhao really took them into the Hokage's office and saw the 3rd Hokage wearing a Hokage robe and a Hokage hat. Hokage-sama, give us a mission. The 3rd Hokage seemed to have expected it, with helplessness flashing in his eyes. He took out a task list from the table and handed it to Harano Oyu. Harano Zhao glanced twice, that's it. The task order was passed on, and Zhengde and the other 3 were watching. D-level mission, fishing in Xingqin River. Xingqin River? Fishing? Just as he was at a loss, the Xingqin River was a large river 7 or 8 kilometers northeast of Konoha village. Half of the fish, shrimp, and crabs eaten by Konoha village residents came from there. Can you leave the village on the first mission? Fishing? Is that the job of fishermen? Could it be that there is a water monster in the Xingqin River, a kind of fish that becomes a spirit and extracts chakra? But clearing out the water monsters is at least a sea-level mission. Looking further down, the reward for the task is even more strange. They are actually paid by the pound, and every pound of fish caught is worth 10 taels. Everything is weird. The 3 of them were looking at each other in confusion. At this moment, Asuma sniffed suddenly, turned his head quickly, and stared at the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage panicked and glanced inside the table guiltily. Dad, hand it over. Ahem, that. Zhao, let's take them out. Xingqin, he says it's not close. A light flashed in Asuma's eyes, and she rushed forward, leaning down to look into the table. Hey? No. Ahem, Asuma, this is not home, don't be ridiculous. The 3rd Hokage spoke righteously, with a flash of satisfaction in his eyes, and straightened his hat. Asuma smiled slightly, then heard Masade say, Asuma, stop looking for it. How could Hokage-sama hide the cigarette in a place that is so easy to find on the table or under a bamboo hat? Asuma's eyes lit up. The 3rd Hokage coughed. Harano Zhao laughed. 10 minutes later, the 4 members of Class 10 arrived at the entrance of Konoha village. Zhengde had an extra cigarette bag and a pack of tobacco leaves in his hand. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Remember the taste. And on his, Kurane, and Asuma's backs, there was a huge plastic bucket half a person's height. They took over the Xingqin River fishing mission and discovered another doubt. There was no client for this mission, so they could just carry it out themselves. The time is limited to 1 day, and the fish will be handed in before 5 o'clock in the evening. The Xingqin River is about 8.5 kilometers away from our Konoha village. Let's run there as fast as we can. The time limit is half an hour. Can we do it? Zhengde and Asuma looked at Hong, who pursed her lips and nodded, yes. Then let's go. Harano Zhao ran out first, followed closely by Zhengde and the other 3. For a ninja, running 8.5 kilometers is nothing, but it is still a little difficult to complete it within half an hour. Especially for Zihong, a girl who is only 9 years old and less than 140 centimeters tall, the pace is too short and she basically has to use full speed throughout the process. The first 5 kilometers were fine, but in the last 3 kilometers, Zhengde and Asma protected Hong Xian from behind, fearing that she would trip. When she arrived at the Xingqun River, Hong immediately put her hands on her knees and gasped violently, her face turned pale. There was sweat on Asma's forehead, but she didn't blush or breath while wearing it. Harino Zhao looked at the three of them and suddenly said, "Zhengde, you can tie 2 weights tomorrow." Zheng Dai was stunned for a moment. "Okay." Harino Zhao nodded, waved his hand, pointed to the river hundreds of meters wide in front, and shouted, "Have a rest, let's go catch fish." The three of them were stunned for a moment. "Teacher, where is the boat?" "Ha ha ha, are you telling jokes to the teacher together? If you have a boat, are you going to use us ninjas to catch fish? Roll up your sleeves and get in the water." Chapter 69, Fishing in Xingqun River, Part 2. Wow, wow! Half kneeling on the broad river, Zhengde used his right hand to gently stir the water, his eyes turned, and at a certain moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly reached out his hand. Snapped! The water splashed, and a few drops hit his face. Zhengde stood up and shook his head, clenching his fists thoughtfully, recalling the feeling of having touched the fish just now, but then the fish ran away. Harino Zhao did not allow him to make a simple wooden gun, saying that he must catch fish alive. Catching fish with bare hands is not an easy task. The surface of the fish's body was smooth, and it was very responsive in the water and swam very fast. Even if he was wearing chakra to assist him, he could only catch 3 fish in an hour. Each one is only about a pound in size. According to the task of turning in a pound of 10 taels, his harvest in more than an hour was only 30 taels. It was not as good as making a meal for the little greedy red bean, and it was not worth using the Hokage's common currency to compare. As for Asuma and Kurane, Hong couldn't tread water, and Asuma couldn't tread very firmly either. The 2 idiots helped each other and were still playing mandarin ducks playing in the water in the shallow water. Teacher Hixing, on the other hand, took out a bottle of wine from nowhere and lay on the branch of a tree on the shore to watch the excitement, with no intention of helping. "There's no need for them." Zhengde knelt down on the water again, his eyes bright. Catching fish with bare hands is also a kind of spiritual practice. It can train your eyesight, accuracy, stability, and other abilities, and Dai Le is among them. And he was almost getting the right feeling. Squinting his eyes slightly, he locked onto a black fish of about 20 centimeters. Zhengde held his breath and focused on its swimming trajectory, taking into account factors such as light refraction, hand speed, catching position, etc. Snapped! The water exploded, and when Dai's hands came out of the water, there was a black fish weighing 1 pound in his hands. The black fish kept struggling, slapping its tail, splashing, and spraying water on Zhengde. Zheng Dai didn't care. He had chakra attached to his hand to prevent the black fish from getting away, and strode towards the shore. "Zhengde, we caught another one." Asma shouted in a sullen voice, "Wait a minute, give me another hour, and I will go help you." Hong stood dangling on the water. He wanted to speak, but stumbled and almost fell into the water. He shut up and dared not speak again. Zhengde replied, "Come on, otherwise I will have to complete my first mission after becoming a ninja." He returned to the shore and walked to the huge plastic bucket half a man tall that he had carried on his back. It contains half a bucket of river water and 3 lively fish, which are giving their companions +1. With such a big bucket, it's probably no problem to hold 30 or 40 fish. 3 buckets are really too much for me. Just try to load as much as you can. Carrying too much will be a problem. He was turning around to return, but at this moment, Harino Zhao suddenly stepped out of the way and stopped him. "Oh? There are 4 fish, very good, enough for lunch." Harino Zhao took out the 4 prepared wooden thorns and took action. 4 fish died in a fatal accident. Jende? What about catching live fish as promised? I finally caught the live fish. If I could kill them, I would use a kunao. Now I have 40 of them. Asuma, Kurane, stop practicing. Come here, let's have lunch, a grilled fish each. Harano Zhao shouted, and then took out the seal scrolls from his arms, unsealed them, salt, oil, cumin, pepper noodles. Jende, what are you doing standing around? Go and collect some firewood. The teacher heard that you cook well. Do you know how to grill fish? Let's try your cooking skills today. More than half an hour later, Harano Zhao ate the last trace of fish meat left on the fish bone in his hand. The expression on his face seemed to be reminiscing, and he was confused for a second, and then disappeared in an instant. A few seconds later, he ducked back with a big, lively fish in one hand. Zhang Dai understood what he meant. Asuma and Kurane looked at each other and smiled while holding the fish in their hands. If they weren't already used to eating the food cooked by Jende, they would probably have the same reaction. Although they couldn't catch fish. After the 2 fish were grilled and Harano Zhao was satisfied, Zhang Dai returned to the water and continued the task of catching fish. Asuma and Kurane also continued to practice treading water, and Harano Zhao found a place to sleep under the shade of a tree. At 3:30 in the afternoon, I wake up naturally. He went to the bucket belonging to Jende and looked at it. The bucket was mostly filled with about 20 or 30 kilograms of fish. Harano Zhao nodded with satisfaction. Asuma and Kurane still gained nothing. Harano Zhao picked up 2 empty buckets and walked towards Jende on the water. Okay, it's almost time. Today only Jende has earned 300 taels of mission gold. Let's catch the rest of the teachers. Jende, who was half kneeling on the water, stood up. Asuma and Kurane in the shallow water both looked over. Is Mr. Hikesing going to catch fish with his own hands? When he was grilling fish earlier, he caught it too quickly and suddenly, and the 3 of them didn't even see it. Now they were all looking forward to it. Seeing their expressions, Harano Zhao laughed and said, Jende, come here and hold the 2 buckets. Jende stepped forward quickly, holding a bucket in one hand and holding it steady on the water. Harano Zhao walked forward for another 10 meters, turned around, and clasped his palms together. Stand still. Muatun, there is a mop in the water. Water release waterspout. Waves arose, and the water at Harano Zhao's feet spun up like a tornado, covering him. In the tornado current, fish of various sizes were also caught in it. Asuma and Kurane stared in shock. They didn't see Heisei-sensei forming the seal. What kind of technique is this? Looks very powerful. Masaide was also stunned. The second Hokage's special water escape ninjutsu, Harano Zhao can actually use it. Can I learn it? Soon, the waterspout crashed down, Harano Zhao's palm turned into an afterimage, and the larger fish was accurately shot and flew into the bucket that Dai was pressing. 10 seconds later, both barrels were filled. Haha, you must be stunned. Harano Zhao laughed proudly. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net waved his hand. Each person carries a bucket and returns to the village. It is better to run back. The water in the bucket cannot be spilled and the fish cannot be dropped. The time limit is 45 minutes. Teacher Hikesing is really bloated, but she is really powerful. Zhang Dai paused and asked, can we freely allocate more and less? As you wish. The journey back to the village was far more difficult than when we came here. Jende, who had caught half of the fish by himself, was panting from exhaustion, and Asuma and Hong were sweating profusely. Back at the entrance of the village, Harano Zhao clapped his hands, formed a seal to separate 3 shadow clones, and said, give the bucket to my shadow clone. Today's mission is over. Asuma was startled. Teacher, don't we have to hand in the task? Ha ha ha, you thought this was an ordinary task? There is no reason to hire ninjas to catch fish. This is a special task that I entrusted myself to train you. Harano Zhao laughed. Now the teacher has to find a way to get rid of these fish, and he has to pay the commission tax and the 300 taels of Jendai's reward. Tomorrow morning, we will still meet in front of the Hokage building at 8 o'clock. Looking at the backs of Teacher Hixing and the 3 shadow clones, Hong was startled and said with some emotion, Teacher Hixing is not so cool. For the sake of our practice, he actually issued the commission himself. Yet, Asuma agreed. Zheng Dai smiled helplessly, you two should take the time to go to the seafood market. Fresh river fish weighs 10 taels per catty. 50 taels is about the same. Asuma and Kurane stared in shock. This, we, are wearing it. Why didn't you expose Teacher Hixing before? It's not necessary. We did get some exercise, didn't we? This is better than catching cats for farming. Right. So next, the 3 of them fished in the Xingqin River for more than a month. Chapter 70 Fairy Tale Book. On the Xingqin River, there were crackling sounds of fighting, and Dai kept retreating to defend under Asuma's fists. At this time, there was a weak whirlwind on Asuma's fists. Whenever he punched, he could create a whirlwind of fist wind. B-level ninjutsu, wind release tornado fist. This kind of technique can be regarded as a semi-ninjutsu, and it has a lot of blessings on the body. Even if you are wearing it, you don't dare to use your flesh and blood to attack it head-on. However, the consumption was not small. After 3 seconds of strong attack, Asuma became sluggish, stopped and panted slightly, thanks, Jendai. Little things. Fishing in the Xingqin River lasted for 1.5 months and went through 3 stages. On the 3rd day of fishing, Jendai could easily fill 3 plastic buckets within an hour. At this time, Asuma also successfully caught the first fish, so Asuma took the lead next. Masade was his assistant, and Masade spent his spare time practicing ninjutsu on the water. When Asuma catches fish quickly, Hong can also help, and Jendai does not need to participate at all. 3 days ago, Hong was able to finish fishing independently, and Jendai Asuma concentrated on practicing, sometimes sparring with each other, mostly using Jendai's feeding moves. After feeding Asuma again, Jendai pulled out the long knife carefully crafted by his uncle from behind, concentrated his mind, and slashed hard. With each blow, the wind pressure caused by the short knife hovering nearly 1 meter high on the water surface can cause a deep mark to be split in the water surface. Acquiring the real skill dance of the 3 suns and moons forced Zheng Dai to learn sword skills. Probably because sword skills were included in physical skills, sword skills did not appear in Zheng Dai's skill bar, but he could indeed feel this. More than a month of progress. The more obvious point is that Jendai never tried to use the dance of the 3 suns and the moon, and the dance of the 3 suns and the moon actually quickly increased to 70% at level 0. As for the 3 new ninjutsu, Shodai has not stopped practicing. He has mastered the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu by 80% at level 0, and the Water Release Hour Water Arm Jutsu by 72% at level 0, and they can all be used successfully. As for Water Release, Water Breaking Wave, the difficulty level is indeed not the same. Up to now, he has only mastered 48% of level 0, and the progress is getting slower and slower, and the successful release is far away. Jendai doesn't plan to wait that long. If he keeps grinding, the rate of return will be too low. When the water break reaches 50%, he will add more points. Free attribute points, 15. After the 4 attribute points obtained in the Hyuga genocide incident, Jendai has not gained much recently. Only the snack food Anko gave him 2 more points. This is because some correction preparations have not been completed, but it's almost there. Half an hour to split the knife, 5 minutes to form the seal. Rest for 5 minutes and chop for half an hour. The whole morning passed like this. Jendai looked at the sky and felt that it was almost done. He took a knife and scanned the water, preparing to insert 2 fish for lunch. At this moment, Hong shouted with surprise, all 3 buckets are full. Zhengde looked sideways. He had completed the task of catching fish in one morning, and Hong's progress had caught up. Harino Zhao flashed to the 3 large barrels to check them out, and praised, "Not bad, not bad. It seems that after lunch today, we can go back to the village to hand in the task. Your fishing practice is almost done here. Is it over? Finally going to take on other tasks?" Kurane and Asuma spoke one after another, and Harino Zhao laughed and replied, 1.5 months of adaptation period for D-level tasks is enough. I will go back today and give you a few days off to take stock of your gains. On March 1st, I will take you to perform more challenging C-level and B-level tasks. That would cause injuries and death. Kurane and Asuma looked slightly tense. Ha ha ha, did it scare you? Teacher, the C-level mission won't be to go up the mountain to catch wild boars, and the B-level mission won't be to go to the sea to catch ninja beasts, right? Zheng Dewei shouted. Ha ha ha, Zhengde, you told a joke to the teacher again. Harino Zhao laughed. After finishing the last meal of grilled fish, the 3 of them each carried a bucket of fish and ran back to Konoha village. Harino Zhao announced that the team was disbanded and went home to rest. It's February 21st, the holiday is until March 1st, and they get a National Day holiday. The 3 said goodbye to each other and went home. After returning home, Zhengde received good news from Shui Shushuan. The first fairy tale book, with a total of 18 stories, was finally completed, leaving only the final revisions and adjustments. Zheng Dai was very satisfied. I've finally finished writing it. I'll do the rest of the revisions myself. He pointed to the corner. Orochimaru has finished picking it, and Hinata's scroll has been idle for a month and a half, and it has become ashes. Go clean it up and start studying. Shui Shui stood up expressionlessly and walked over expressionlessly. Zheng Dai was sitting on a chair, looking through the 18 children's stories and fairy tales he had written. The tortoise and the hare, the kitten fishing, the pony crossing the river, Little Red Riding Hood, the little tadpole looking for its mother. Hey, the tadpole is looking for its mother? Zhengde frowned, took a pen to delete, and changed the mother of the tadpole. No more frogs. This was a tadpole born by a toad. Looking back, Cao Chang called the elephant a mentally retarded water avatar. The name Cao Chang is as weird as it gets in the world of Naruto. Changed. Zhengde thought for a long time, gritted his teeth slightly, and with another wave of enthusiasm, he changed it to Minato calls clam. Cao was changed to Jiraiya, and the ministers were changed to students of the ninja school. UU reading www.uuganshu.net. Minato cleverly weighed the giant toad, which was praised by Jiraiya, and he was accepted as a disciple. Is this easy to get into trouble? It's okay. I met the Yandere on the day of the division. I felt that he didn't need to be corrected, and Jiraiya became an elegant and cultural person. Anyway, in the dream, as long as you don't commit suicide, just commit suicide. It does not matter. Zheng Dai comforted himself. He knew that in the era before the internet, it was impossible to publish a book and become a hit. Jiraiya's fairy tale book also took several years of accumulation, and he was a well-known figure before he gradually gained his current fame. Although Zhengde is relatively confident in the modern fairy tales and stories he writes, he doesn't think it can become a hit in 3 or 2 months. What's more, even if there is a big fire in March or February, Zhengde still thinks it is too slow. At this time, some means must be used. Anyway, Konohagakure had no charges of infringement of portrait rights, so he made slight modifications in the subsequent short stories. But this alone is still not enough. Just thinking about it for a moment, since I have already done it a little bit, why not do it a little more? Scientific research shows that when people encounter some text sequence errors when reading, the brain will automatically correct them and there will be no reading difficulties. So Jende decided on the title of the book. The Fairy Tale of the Toad Fairy 2. There is no need to trick people into buying the book with the title, it is enough to make them pay attention to the book, and then they will be attracted by the story of Watergate Clam. After this set of tricks, the purchase rate of the book will definitely increase greatly. It always feels like I'm playing with fire, it's so exciting. Shode straightened his bangs and said, in this way, we can make this book a big hit quickly, seize part of the fairy tale book market, and get in touch with Jiraiya, right? The next problem is finding a publisher. Chapter 71 Issuance. Finding a publisher was easier than Jende imagined. No matter which world it is, piracy is always prohibited. Even Jiraiya's books are sold directly with different covers, which is very bold. Before Jende traveled through time, he supported the genuine version in most cases, but this time he had to find pirated versions to cooperate. There is no way, his fairy tale book, especially the title, has become too popular. A genuine publisher, especially a publisher that cooperates with Jiraiya, will never publish such a thing. Pirates won't have such scruples, and such marginal things will come to them more easily. After reading the content, the pirate publisher, no, it should be said that the owner of the pirate printing shop was shocked and even had evil thoughts. They are not religious men and women. Fortunately, Zhang Dai is better at it. Harano Zayajounan, you should be very familiar with Jiraiya-sama, why? Harano Zhao caught the starfish, laughed slightly awkwardly and said, no, people are always short of money. I've been particularly short of money recently and need to make a quick buck. The owner of the pirated printing shop nodded slightly and asked another concern, are you sure this is not the manuscript that Lord Jiraiya is working on? If so, we really don't dare. Don't worry, don't worry. Who do you think I am, stealing Jiraiya-sama's manuscripts? How can I be so worthless? Besides, Jiraiya-sama's literary talents are not as good as mine, okay. So what do you want? Distribute it to the market as quickly as possible. Within 3 days, I want to see it in the bookstore of Konoha village. Harano Zhao said. 3 days, okay. I don't want a share. You have to give me 100,000 taels every month, and I'll pay you 3 months in one lump sum. No problem. So happy? It's going to be less. I'm sorry I haven't seen the world. Harano Zhao secretly regretted it and added, when the book becomes famous, I may cooperate with genuine booksellers. Before that, how much money you can make depends on your ability. This. The pirate printing shop owner's chubby face flashed with embarrassment. Harano Zhao narrowed his eyes and tapped his wrist on the table in front of him. No? I'll tell you a joke. Your table is a pirated version. Table? Are there pirated copies on the table? Bang! With a loud bang, the pirated table broke off, scaring the fat boss to wipe his sweat away. Okay, I agree. That's right. Don't think I don't know that you make a lot of money from 100,000 taels a month. I didn't make much, I really didn't make much. 2 minutes later, Harano Zhao was carrying a huge sum of 300,000 taels, and was respectfully sent out by the fat boss. He walked to a deserted corner and the transformation technique was released. Hey! I almost lost my ability to transform after using the Hao Shui Wan. Fortunately, my chakra control didn't fail. Jende exhaled lightly. The most critical step is completed, I hope all the subsequent development goes smoothly. 3 days later. At the West Street bookstore in Konoha village, a young woman in her 20s or 14 years old was flipping through children's books in the children's book section with some distress. For mothers, of course they want their children to be as smart as possible, but children who are too smart can sometimes cause some distress. She is very troubled now. My son can call people at 6 months, walk at 8 months, and write at 1 year old. When he was 2 years old, I told him stories, but he didn't like to listen to them because he thought the stories were childish and boring. But children of this age are at a critical moment in establishing their outlook on life and growing their intelligence. How can they do this without the guidance of children's books? After reading Jiraiya-sama's 2 storybooks for more than half a year, my son was about to turn 3 and finally couldn't bear it anymore. A child under 3 years old wants to refine chakra and become a ninja. How can this be done? No matter how talented you are, you can't encourage it to grow. She was holding out hope that just in case, she could find a passable storybook. Hey? Toad Sage's Fairy Tale 2? When will Jiraiya-sama release the new book? At this moment, her eyes lit up, and she picked out a book from the pile of books. She looked at the cover that looked very crude compared to Jiraiya's other books with a little confusion, and opened the first page with anticipation. Watergate calls clam. Minato Jounin. She murmured in a low voice, reading quickly, her expression becoming more and more delighted, as expected of Lord Jiraiya, worthy of being Minato Jounin. Is there any story like this when Lord Jiraiya accepted a disciple? Strange, I've never heard of it. The surprise was fleeting. She closed the book and took it directly to the bookstore owner. Hello, how much does Jiraiya-sama's new book cost? Jiraiya-sama's new book. The bookstore owner was stunned for a moment, then quickly pointed out, look clearly, this is Toad Fairy Tale 2. Human Immortal. The woman was stunned. The boss looked a bit dumbfounded. The title of this book is taking advantage of Jiraiya-sama. It is not a new book created by Jiraiya-sama, but don't blame me for not warning you. The story in it is quite interesting, so I entered it. How many copies do you want? 22 and 1. 20 taels, so cheap. The woman murmured subconsciously, and then realized that except for Jiraiya-sama's fairy tale books, normal fairy tale books should be at this price. She hesitated for 2 seconds. I bought it. After paying the check, Yu reads a book. www.yuyugonshu.net. She took out the book and went out. On the way home, she read several stories behind Minato's clam, and the expression on her face became more and more surprised. Isn't it really Jiraiya-sama's work? 10 minutes later, she returned to the Uchiha clan in the southwest corner of Konoha village. Sister Keiko, are you out? When the greeting came, she looked up and smiled. Well, I went to buy a storybook. Mikan, you want to go out too? It will be your and Fugaku's wedding in 3 days, why are you going out now? Uchiha Mikoto smiled helplessly, as asked by Minato. I went to take Kushina out for a walk. Storybook? Whose is it? Is it Jiraiya-sama's? No. Keiko shook her head. I don't know who the author is, but it's quite interesting. There is also a short story about Minato Jounin. By the way, Mikoto, do you want to buy a copy? They are sold at West Street Bookstore. I'm afraid it may not be possible for some time. Written about Minato. Mikoto leaned over and took a look curiously. It's true, but this story should be made up. Kushina never said it. It's interesting. I won't buy it, and I won't use it. Why don't you use it? You and Fugaku will get married soon. It's almost time to become a mother by this time next year, so be prepared. Keiko said teasingly. The shyness on Mikoto's face flashed away, and she pushed her, Sister Keiko, plantation. And surrounding the Moon Eye project in Madara's mind, Madara directly or indirectly affected the subsequent major events in the ninja world, causing a lot of casualties, let alone leading to a world crisis like Kagayaji's resurrection. Feng Morimasaki secretly made up his mind to absolutely not let this happen, and the best way is to prevent the reincarnation Eye from appearing in this world. The opportunity is only once. Once it is missed, it is like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. Fengsen Zhengui carefully plans in his heart. When the battle between the pillars and Madara is determined, that is his opportunity. At this time, Feng Morimasaki saw a huge light erupting in the distance. Even if it was very far from Konoha ninja village, he could clearly see it, and there was a tremor in his heart. This is the battle between the pillars and Madara. No longer belong to the realm of mortals, this is a battle between gods and men. Even Kenma, Sarutobi Sasuke and others did not dare to approach the battle center. The aftermath of the battle was unbearable. Cold sweat broke out from the door, and he was nervously perceiving chakra over there. What worries him most is the pillar. The chakra disappeared, but the chakra of Madara still exists. Fengsen Jengui is also using his own perception power. He can't perceive chakra like the door, but he can feel natural power. Once the natural power rushes over there, it means that the column uses the fairy mode and fight it will come to an end. Chapter 27, The Ending of the Spot. Because the battle between the pillars and Madara was too far away, Masaki Fengmori couldn't feel any major movement at Konoha Ninja Village. Only the chakra light that faintly burst out from a distance could tell everyone that it was between the two. How dynamic is the battle between them? If the battlefield is placed here, I'm afraid Konoha Ninja Village has already moved to the ground. The overpowering force even changed the terrain, leaving a deep canyon. This place of decisive battle will be named the Veil of the End in later generations. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Fengmori Jengui would have been unable to believe that there are powerhouses in this world who can even change the terrain. Since the millennium, after the battle between Kagaiji and the brothers of the Six Dao Immortals, only the battle between Asura and Indra may have such a scale. However, by coincidence, Zhujian and Madara are the Asura of this era. And Indra. At this time, the masters in the village have already gone to the battlefield, but they dare not approach and can only wander around the periphery, while Fengsen Jengui and other young people stay in the village. If they see the signal of failure, they must immediately take the villagers with them. Keep young children away from here, and run as far as possible. Everyone's face was filled with anxiety and fear. They thought that a peaceful life had come, but they encountered an unprecedented crisis. How can these young ninjas who grew up in Konoha Ninja Village maintain calm, but thanks to their training, they didn't lose control of their emotions. Rimi nervously held Fengmori's hand, staring at the sound and light from time to time in the distance, praying that the pillars could win victory. Fengsen Jengui breathed slowly, sensing the flow of natural forces. At this time, there was no sign of a large amount of passing, which proved that the fairy mode was not used between the pillars, and the pillars were still entangled with Madara, and there was 9 tails. With help, Madara's strength is already very close to the pillars, and the pillars and the 9 tails are both very large chakra existences. This battle will be very long. Zuma expected that the power of Kyuubi was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Every attack on it requires him to deal with it seriously, and Madara is still watching. In order to ensure that he would not be attacked by his stomach and back, the pillars quickly used the technique of the wooden dragon to restrain the 9 tails. The wooden dragon can absorb the chakra, enough to temporarily hold the 9 tails. Even after temporarily losing the assistance of 9 tails, Madara's fighting spirit was still high, his movements were not chaotic, and the offensive was extremely fierce. When the pillars concentrated on dealing with Madara, the wooden dragon also lost control between the pillars, and his restraint slowly lowering it. The wooden dragon could not completely hold the 9 tails, but now it speeds up the speed of the 9 tails to break free. How long has it been? A thought came to Zhujian. This battle with Madara was undoubtedly the most dangerous time in his life. He had to go all out, and even felt that his successor was weak for the first time. Even with the battle with Madara before the village was built, he didn't push the column to this point, but he was really forced into this situation now. His attention was all on Madara and Kyuubi, forgetting the passage of time, and when chakra gradually couldn't keep up, he suddenly realized that the battle was long. Now Madara has resorted to his new move, combining his own Susanoo and 9 tails. Its power is far beyond anyone, and the wooden figure between the pillars can no longer stop the opponent's attack. Masha, are you really going to destroy our dream? The pillar stared at the Madara wrapped in the blue chakra, and said in a deep voice. Because of the long battle, the voice between the pillars sounded very hoarse. After hearing this, Madara stared at the pillar for a moment and said, "Between the pillars, I have already said that in order to get real peace, you are an obstacle." Really? Zujian felt a sharp pain in his heart, which made him almost unable to breathe. He still had thoughts about Madara, so he dragged it until now, but it seems that Madara has decided to cut off their bondage. Up. In this case, the pillars will also use all of his strength. He joined his hands and temporarily blocked Madara's attack with a wooden figure. He began to absorb natural forces quickly, and immortal patterns appeared on his face. At this moment, the pillars really entered the fairy mode. This is... Madara has never seen such power used between the pillars. His kaleidoscope writing wheel clearly saw the powerful chakra inside the pillars, and said in shock. "Come on, Madara!" exclaimed between the pillars. At the same time, Masaki Fengmori in Konoha Ninja Village opened his eyes wide. He felt the flow of natural power. There is no doubt that the column has already used the fairy mode at this time, and the battle is about to come to an end. What's wrong, Jengui?" Rimi asked. The moment she exited, she realized how hoarse her voice was. The battle between Madara and Zhu decides the survival of Konoha Ninja Village, but the battle between the two is extremely long. With fear of the future in their hearts, everyone is nervously waiting for the end of the battle, forgetting to rest. Even if you know you want to save your energy and prepare to evacuate at any time, how can you rest well in this situation? The battle is about to end soon. Fengmori Masaki whispered. Rimi was a little surprised. How did Fengmori Jengui know? From her point of view, the movement in the distance hasn't diminished very much, but intensified. How can it be said that the battle is about to end at this time? Fengmori Masaki stared at the movement in the distance. He could only feel the power of nature, but could not perceive chakra, so he could not judge who would win the final victory. Although in normal history, the pillars won the final victory, but who knows if there will be any accidents. However, the next thing told him that he was unreasonably worried, and the agreed signal was sent from afar. This was not a signal of failure, but a signal of victory. Everyone who stayed in the village screamed in surprise. As the spirit relaxed, fatigue surged up instantly, and they sat down on the ground feebly. Without fainting anyhow. Masaki Fengsen breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike the others, he was very energetic because of natural forces, so he was ready to rush to the battlefield there. He knew that Madara had buried it in the eyes of his kaleidoscope writing wheel in advance. With Izanaga's technique, it would be activated as soon as the time came, and Madara would resurrect and escape with the idea that he would definitely leave his body behind. His goal is to prevent the reincarnation from being born in this world. The best way is to prevent Madara from resurrecting, and Izanagi is the biggest threat. This pupil technique can turn death into a dream, and it is the ultimate of the Uchiha family. Pupil surgery. However, Izanagi is not without weakness, not Izanami, but its prerequisite only when activated. Izanagi is the strongest pupil technique that can avoid all disadvantages. However, Madara did not activate Izanagi immediately, but at regular intervals, which gave Fengmori Masaki a chance to solve it. Izanaga's carrier is the Shaolunyan. As long as Izanagi is lost, Izanagi will have no basis for activating, and naturally it will not be able to show its ability to evade everything. Masaki Fengsen doesn't know how Madara's corpse is handled by the pillars, but at least Madara's corpse is secretly hidden in the door. He must confirm that Madara's corpse will not be stolen in the process when it is moved here. Hidden, as long as it is guaranteed that Madara's body is real, he can find a way to cremate Madara's body. Before Izanagi was launched, you read www.yunshu.com has no way to stop Madara's corpse, and the moment Madara's kaleidoscope writes that the wheel disappears, Izanagi has no prerequisites to activate it. Fengsen Zhengui also thought about whether to leave the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. After all, it is the only kaleidoscope writing wheel eye in the world that can never lose its light, but he cannot guarantee that the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye will not be activated after it is removed. Izanagi, this technique is too weird, and considering Heiju this guy, he still decided to destroy the kaleidoscope's Wanyan. Seeing Feng Mori's actions, Uchiha Kagami, who also sat down on the ground, quickly stopped him and said, "Masaki, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to see how the Lord Between the Pillars is going. Madara comes with such a powerful monster, even if he wins, the Lord Between the Pillars may have an accident." Fengsen Zhengui said without looking back. "Wait. I want to go too." Uchiha Koji didn't care about Feng Mari's disrespect to Madara. To be honest, after this incident, he was really disappointed in Madara. Even if his ideas are different, there is no need for him. Shooting at the village, this is the painstaking effort between Madara and Zhu. Even so, Madara still nurtures Uchiha Mirror to grow up healthily. Now Madara has failed, and the ending is unlikely to be good. He feels that he must go to see Madara at least one last time. Feng Mori Masahiro looked at Uchiha Mirror's appearance, originally wanted to refuse, and then thought, if Uchiha Mirror followed, he might be able to take care of Madara's body, and the chance of cremating Madara's corpse will also increase. He nodded and said, "If you want to keep up, come on." Fumirai Masaki immediately rushed out, followed by Uchiha's family. Sarutobi and others also wanted to follow, but the village also needed someone to take care of them. They did not act rashly, but waited in the village. Chapter 28, The Birth of the Nine-Tailed Manzulai. The battle is over. There was a drizzle in the sky, falling on Madara and Zujian, wet their faces. The moisture seemed to take away Madara's body temperature, and his body temperature was losing rapidly. However, the real reason was not sudden rain, but a blade pierced from his chest. Stupid, between the pillars. While Madara left, he muttered to himself, sooner or later, this will become the darkness of the village. After leaving this last word, Madara fell on the water, completely losing the breath of life. Standing next to Madara, Madara looked at Madara's body silently. Zuma does not regret it, he will protect the village anyway. If he wants to destroy Konoha, even if the opponent is his brother or child, he will not show mercy. However, Madara's last words still made Zujian's heart sink slightly. What he said seemed to indicate something. At this time, he felt a breath between the pillars and raised his head to look at the high cliffs, but he didn't feel anything anymore. He just thought it was an illusion caused by his nervousness. The battle was too long, the chakra between the pillars was almost exhausted, and unprecedented fatigue spread throughout the body. Zujian couldn't help kneeling on the ground, coughing a few times, turning his gaze slightly, and moving to Kyuubi who was on the side. Kyuubi was twisted and twisted by trees, his eyes closed tightly, as if he was asleep. It is undoubtedly a very good idea for Madara to cover Susanoo and Kyuubi. The fairy magic skill between the pillars, Maki Senju, is just a close match with the opponent, and the Susanoo on Kyuubi is indeed smashed. It was broken, but the arms of thousands of hands were also broken and could not be used anymore. The last celestial chakra was condensed between the pillars, and the secret technique was used to suppress the nine tails and make them fall asleep. Only then did they avoid the crisis and had a final fight with Madara. When both sides were exhausted, they won with a small gap. Victory. Staring at the figure of nine tails between the pillars, suddenly he was slightly surprised, only to see the bright red chakras slowly emerging from the body of nine tails, burning the trees around him. At this time, the celestial chakra between the pillars has long been exhausted, unable to support the power of Kuin enters and droops hands. As long as Kyuubi is given a period of time, it will wake up. The pillars wanted to condense the Zyensha chakra again, but his injury was too serious, and the chakra was almost exhausted, unable to condense the new Zyensha chakra, but because of the forced cohesion, there was a burst of drama all over his body. The pain caused him to spit out a big mouth and lay down on the water. Brother! Between the pillars. Hearing the sound, I struggled to get up from the surface of the water, and turned around. I saw the two men and Mito rushing over, but they didn't look very good. What's wrong with you in the door? Asked the pillar hurriedly. During the battle between brother and Madara, many attacks flew to the village. Although the brothers' weakening and transfer, we still took a lot of effort to block the attack. Fijian quickly said it again, and then saw it down. Madara over there said, "Brother, is Madara dead?" "Ah! It's dead." Hearing this between the pillars, he said softly. Glanced at his brother, the tone between the pillars was very flat, and he didn't know what was going on between the pillars. The only thing he knew was that Madara was dead, and Konoha's crisis was relieved. Asked between the pillars, "Where are the others?" "I let them go back. Now that the crisis in the village has been resolved, someone will be responsible for handling the affairs of the village. I will ask Sasuke for the time being." As he said, he turned his gaze to Kyuubi. Also read the contents of the tail beast from the family history, and the powerful power of the 9 tails also shocked him. It takes some time to cultivate to see the injury between the pillars, but what if this monster awakens? Zujian stared at the sleeping Kyuubi, and said to his worried wife, "I don't have much strength now, Mito, please help me seal Kyuubi." The Uzumaki family from Mito inherited the seal technique. They are unique in the ninja world. Their chakras also have a suppressing effect, possessing a unique ability called Diamond Blockade. Although their combat ability is not very strong, relying solely on the sealing technique, the Uzumaki family also enjoys a reputation in the ninja world. Mito nodded, and said softly, "Zhujian, leave the rest to me, so you can take a good rest. The question is, where do you want to seal this guy?" Zhujian believes in his wife's level of sealing skills. The only headache is how to place the 9 tails. According to ethical records, the tail beast has also been suppressed when it is used as a sealing medium. The better the weapon and the magic weapon, the better the tail beast's seal can be guaranteed, but it needs to be taken care of frequently to prevent the seal from being damaged. For a powerful tail beast like 9 tails, the magical artifact to seal it must be of high quality. Maybe it must be a fairy artifact like Madara's flame ball fan, but the question is, where is the fairy artifact now? The flame group fan can't be used as a sealing device. Facing this problem, Mito said, "Seal it in my body." Both Zujian and Shujian were taken aback, and Mito mentioned a record in the Uzumaki family's ethnography. In ancient times, when the tail beast was in disorder, some people sought a way to suppress it, and the ancestors of the Uzumaki family were invited to suppress it. Tailed beast, it is said that he sealed the tailed beast into his body. This ancestor died accidentally later, and the tailed beast in his body also died. But the tailed beast is an immortal body. Even if it dies, it will be for a while. After the resurrection. According to this ancestor, the physique of our whirlpool family seems to be very suitable for suppressing the power of the tail beast. He used this method to prevent the tail beast from coming out again. It is feasible to seal it inside the body, but this incident is only a record in the ethnography, and I don't know if it is really feasible. That won't work. How can I try to record an inexplicable record? The column immediately refused. Mito shook his head slightly, and said, "Emma, can you find another way now? Once Kyuubi wakes up, you cannot stop it with your injuries. I can only hold it for a while at most, but you don't. It is possible to find a magical artifact that can seal the 9 tails in such a short period of time." The pillars were silent. He had to admit that what Mito said was correct. It is hard to find a magical instrument with a sealing effect, let alone the magical instrument of Kyuubi that can be sealed, but he does not want his wife to take risks. In the column, although this record is unclear, I think it is probably true. The chakra of our whirlpool family does suppress other chakras. In the current situation, I can only try it. Mito said. Then, why don't you let me try? Zhu Jian felt that it would be better to let him take the risk. Does your chakra have the ability to suppress other people like me? Mito scolded. The post can't help but talk. Although the Thousand Hands family and the Uzumaki family are distant relatives, their abilities are not exactly the same. The people of the Thousand Hands family do not have the ability to suppress chakra like the Uzumaki family. So, let me come. Mito said. Zujian looked at Mito's eyes, and was touched by Mito's consciousness. She was ready. What happened to her mother-in-law? Okay. After gritting his teeth between the pillars, he was finally relieved. We'll not just look at it and say, if you need anything, let me help. So www.ltnovel.com. The three of them immediately began to prepare to seal the 9 tails. The secret medicine used to restore the chakras came between the pillars, and some chakras were temporarily restored, and then they used a technique to increase the restraint of the wooden escape. At this time, Kyuubi also slowly opened his eyes. When it saw its current situation, it was full of anger in an instant, and chakra quickly expanded. The pillars tried their best to prevent Kyuubi's rampage, and Mito also used the unique ability of the family inheritance diamond blockade. A large number of chains were drilled out of her body, entangled Kyuubi, Mudun, and King Kong blocked her. The double suppression made Kyuubi no longer able to move. Abominable human! Kyuubi was extremely angry. He was living freely in the forest, but an unexpected guest suddenly broke in, taking away his consciousness without saying a word. When it woke up, it was restrained by other humans, and it seemed that it had to be sealed. What a joke, it hasn't been sealed for thousands of years, but now it's going to be suppressed by humans just like other compatriots. 9 tails exploded with their last strength, only breaking a corner of the tree, and the fragment flew straight to the column, and was blocked by the door in time. Kyu, your power is too strong, I can't let you act recklessly. Zuma knew the anger in Kyuubi's heart, but he couldn't let a creature with such power as Kyuubi leave. Kyuubi screamed angrily. However, it had nothing to do. After the powerful sealing technique, it slowly merged into Mito's body, completely suppressing the powerful chakra of the Uzumaki family, which was far better than any immortal. The device must be firmly yoked. Seeing that Mito was nothing strange, just a little weak, he breathed a sigh of relief, and the same was true. Suddenly, he felt the breath of other people approaching, and quickly turned his head and shouted, "Who is it?" Chapter 29, Cremation. I just drank in the door, and then relaxed, because the two people who appeared in front of him were Masakaru Fengmori and Ky Uchiha, but they frowned and asked, "What are you doing here? Why are you not in the village?" "Staying." "I'm sorry, Mr. Eujian." Masaki Fengmori first apologized. After all, they did violate the order of Eujian. They ran out of the Konoha ninja village without permission, and Uchiha Mirror did the same. Seeing Fijian's expression eased, Fengmori Jengui immediately said, "I saw the signal from Fijian teacher, but I was a little worried about the situation of Master Fijian, so I couldn't help but come out to take a look. Please forgive me." Uchiha Mirror continued, "Teacher Fei, I want to see how Madara Madam is now. I know that the relationship between Zhujian and Fengmori Masaki is closer to the master and apprentice than the others because of the immortal law. On weekdays, Fengmori Masaki also shows respect for the teacher, because he is worried about the situation between the pillars. It's not incomprehensible to come out. And Uchiha Kagami was raised by Madara since he was a child. Madara also has an extraordinary position in his heart, and this is reasonable. However, it seems that violating the order is still not allowed, and it is still easy to deal with. If you violate the order in the future tasks, it will cause trouble for yourself and the village. Okay, at the end of the day, it's good for Jengui to have this heart. You don't need to blame him." Zuma knew his brother's character and said with a smile. Fei Jian looked at Zhu Jian helplessly, and gave the right to speak to Zhu Jian. Zhu Jian looked at the two of them, and said, Zhengui, Jing, I already know what you want. Thank you, Zhengui. There is, the mirror, go and see the last sight of Madara. Uchiha Mirror suddenly understood that Madara was indeed dead, otherwise the column would not say so. He immediately looked for the naked body. Although it was in the dark, he soon saw the figure falling in the water. Uchiha Mirror quickly ran over, turned his body over, and looked at the familiar face that would never open his eyes again. A sour emotion welled up from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't help but hug him tightly. Madara's remains. Zujian looked at Uchiha Mirror's back, feeling a little sad, and turned his head to let him go to see his wife's condition. Then, he slowly straightened up, but his feet were soft, and he almost fell down again. Feng Mori Masaki quickly held the pillars with his hands, and thanked the pillars, letting Fengsen Masaki take him to the Uchiha Mirror. Going to Uchiha Mirror's side, looking at Madara's remains between the pillars, he sighed, and said, Kira, you can store Madara's remains and bury him in the Uchiha family's ancestor grave. Uchiha Mirror shook his head slightly and said, No, Lord Madara has committed too much crime this time, and the family will not accept him. If Madara's body is buried in the ancestral grave, I'm afraid it will suffer. To everyone's opposition. Then, find a place to bury him, at least don't let him go into the wilderness. Zhu Jian felt that there was some truth, thought about it, and said, No. Uchiha Koji still refused. He said, if Madara is buried, I am afraid there will be an idea to bury Madara, so I hope that Madara's body can be cremated so that Madara can be peaceful. What? Not only between the pillars, but also was taken aback. He turned his head quickly, he didn't expect Uchiha Kage to have this idea. Feng Mori Masaki noticed the look in the door, and said inwardly, it really is. On the way they rushed over, they ran into Sarutobi Suzuki and others. This incident was nothing unusual, but in the eyes of Feng Mori Masaki who knew the future, there was something strange in it. The statement made by Fijian is reasonable, but on the other hand, Suzuki and others have been left aside. Masaki Kazemori has been wondering when he replaced Madara's body in Fijian, and arrived at the end of the valley. On the way to Konoha Ninja Village is the most likely, because once back to Konoha Ninja Village, Madara's body will be sent back by the Uchiha family immediately. It is not easy to steal the remains from the Uchiha family. Thinking about it this way, there is another deep meaning in the door to let other people go back, even in the door, to be in full view, especially these people are masters in the Konoha Ninja Village. Secretly give Madara's remains, it is impossible to replace it. But if there were only 3 people, Shima, and Mito, the possibility would be much higher. Shima was seriously injured and Mito would be distracted by sealing Kyuubi. Shima would replace Madara's body at this time. The success rate is greatest. In fact, Fusen Masaki has no opinion on the matter of studying Madara's body. In the tradition of ninjas, there is a habit of destroying corpses. The reason is that ninjas' corpses are of great value. Not only the secret technique, but also the blood inheritance boundary and so on. And for a master like Madara, the value of his remains is even more ridiculously high. Not to mention that it's just a matter of time. Others can't let him go for nothing. After all, it's the only pair of kaleidoscopes in the world that will never lose light. Lunyan, let alone the secrets of the Uchiha family. It's completely normal to have such thoughts during the period. If there is no other reason, Masaki Feng Mori will not prevent such an action from the period. It is a pity that because of Izanagi, the thoughts in the period can only be frustrated. And Uchiha Mirror made this decision and it was not his own thought. As early as in the process of coming here, Feng Mori Masaki asked Uchiha Mirror how to place Madara's body. At the beginning, Uchiha Kyu had the same idea as Shima, but to find another piece of land to bury the spot without facing opposition from other members of the family. Masaki Kazemori immediately asked if someone was greedy for the power of the kaleidoscope to write round eyes and try to win Madara's eyes. Uchiha Mirror's character would not allow him to make such a move, but other people in the Uchiha family cannot guarantee it. In the history of the Uchiha family, there are many examples of taking the eyes of blood relatives for strength. A long time ago, there were some people in the Uchiha family who abused Izanaga's power to constantly grab the eyes of their compatriots. Fortunately, a female ninja created a pupil technique that restrained Izanaga to stop this kind of blood relatives. The fratricidal incident continued to spread. After receiving the reminder from Masaki Fengmori, Uchiha Kami realized that if it was impossible to place Madara's body in this way, someone would definitely want to get the power of the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. But they don't want to think that even if the Uchiha family can adapt to other people's writing wheel eyes, but not their own eyes, they can't achieve true complete unity. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes like a spot, its power is not ordinary people can bear. At least, Uchiha Kami himself has no confidence that he can withstand the power of Madara's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, and he does not want to use Madara's eyes. He thinks this is an insult to Madara. Uchiha Mirror discussed with Masaki Fumari, and they agreed that the method of cremation is also a traditional custom, and Uchiha Mirror can also accept this method. So, when asked about how to place Madara's body between the pillars, Uchiha Kiya proposed this method. After regaining consciousness, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com asked, "Mirror, do you really want to do this?" "Well, Lord Madara." Uchiha nodded, looked at Madara's body, and said, "I don't want anyone to disturb Madara's peace in the future." Presumably Madara doesn't want to do this either. There was silence between the pillars. He didn't know what Madara's thoughts were, but Uchiha Mirror was Madara's heir. Since Uchiha Mirror made such a decision, as Hokage, he didn't have to refuse it. Moreover, we think that maybe it is also good. "It's good," said Tsujian, "in that case, after cremation, put his ashes in a place, so that we can go to mourn." Uchiha Mirror nodded. Seeing this, I understood that Madara's body was destined to be cremated, and I was very sorry. Madara's body was so valuable that I really didn't want to give up easily. But Uchiha Kira and Zuma thought so. He couldn't say anything, just if he can choose to accept it, it is impossible for him to hide the spotted remains immediately. Alas, if I had known it a long time ago, Madara's body should have been hidden before the Kyuubi was sealed, but at this time, he sighed inwardly. Madara cannot be cremated formally, and the Uchiha family will not agree to this. All manners are kept simple. The 5 people present witnessed that Madara's body slowly disappeared into the flames. Fengsen Masaki's face was shining with fire, and he was relieved. With the disappearance of the kaleidoscope writing wheel, Madara can no longer be resurrected, and Heiju's plan will once again be stagnated. Originally, according to Madara's plan, he should be able to survive, but it was a pity that he met Fengsen Jengui, but Fengsen Jengui felt that this pair of Madara might also be a kind of happiness. After all, dying unknowingly is better than seeing it with your own eyes. It is much better for the ideal that I have always adhered to be crushed. Chapter 30, Follow-up Impact. When Madara's body completely disappeared in the flames, Fengmori Jengui said in his heart, "Goodbye, Lord Madara, in the future, there is no need for a like you to participate." Madara is dead, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes disappear together. He must wait for another person with the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes to appear, although for Fengmori Masaki, Madara's death will make Heiju take actions that he does not know. May affect the future development of ninja, but the benefits will be more. Compared to an experienced Madara, Fengmori is more willing to face a younger Uchiha tribe. Even if it is also a kaleidoscope, the difference in experience will make it far less dangerous than Madara. Moreover, the Uchiha family is already a member of the ninja village, and Masaki Fumari can directly observe the possible reincarnation of Indra in the Uchiha family. It is no longer so easy for Kazutsu to sneak in forever. The conditions of a kaleidoscope that will not be blind are harsh, and it will be very obvious in the eyes of a caring person. The only drawback is that Heiju will be hidden again and will not appear as an activity as Ju. As long as Heiju is still alive, the conspiracy against the reincarnation of Asura and Indra will not stop. The best way is to Heiju is also removed, but what method can be used? At this time, Uchiha Mirror put Madara's ashes away, and immediately put the pillars in his seal scroll, and said to others, "This is the secret between us." For others, it is said that Madara is in battle. The bones are gone. When I return to the village, I will find a place to bury the ashes. Everyone knows that this is because they don't want people to disturb Madara's peace, so they nodded and agreed. They didn't even bother with the idea of marking Madara. The ashes were left without any research value. Even the reincarnation of the filthy soil could not be summoned. Even if summoned, a piece of clay had no effect, it was just the afterimage of the soul, leaving between the pillars. The group returned immediately. The pillars had been focusing on the battle. At this time, looking at the miserable surroundings, they took a deep breath and said, "I didn't expect to cause such a big destruction." Hayes Mori had already seen it when he rushed over, and now he suddenly remembered something, and said to Uchiha Mirror, "Speaking of which, I don't know if the village over there has been affected." Ah! Uchiha Koji also remembered, "Indeed, I don't know what's going on over there." After hearing the words, he remembered that it was the location of the mission, and frowned slightly. He tried his best to transfer Madara's attacks to other places. Although it was guaranteed that nothing would happen to the village, other places was reminded by Feng Mori Masaki, but thinking about the other side, he said solemnly, "Oh, if villages and towns in other places are affected, the village will be a little troublesome. Once the villagers lose their homes, they will inevitably put their grievances on the head of the Konoha ninja village, and the Fire Country will also be angry at this movement. Maybe they will reprimand the ninja village and give some punishment. This is very detrimental to the future of ninja village. Damn Madara!" Fijian cursed Madara again in his heart. "If you want to leave, leave obediently. Don't always cause trouble to the village. Madara is dead. It's over. The rest of the mess comes from him and Zujian. Pack. These are all my faults." Zujian sighed and said, "If someone really comes to the door, the village will be responsible for them, and some of the land controlled by the Qian Shao family will be allocated to compensate them. Allow them to live in the village. In this case, our Uchiha family will also allocate some land." Uchiha Kagami quickly said, "Master Madara is also responsible for this incident. The Uchiha family will not treat it as nothing." "Haha, I'm interested." Zujian smiled, and did not refuse. If the Uchiha family had landed, it would also reduce the pressure on the Senju family. If they gave too much land at once, even if the Senju family was the column is very convincing, and there will be some dissent. Fengsen Zhengui also wanted to contribute the land. The pillar and the door will also remember his contribution, but he didn't have much land himself. Because the family was scarce, he had to be managed by the Qian Shao family. If you really want to give it away, you have to work hard like a civilian ninja to support your family, and Konoha does not have so many sources of tasks at all. Feng Mori Zhengui still needs land to support his family. When the village has more sources of tasks and he is able to support his family alone, he can try to contribute land to the village. However, Feng Mori Masahiro is very concerned about the village's preparations to accept the villagers. If he thinks right, the first batch of civilian ninjas will most likely appear among the received villagers. When returning to Konoha Ninja Village, everyone saw that the village had been released from guard and began to rectify the order. Suzuki Sarutobi and others saw the pillars returning, and they hurried forward to ask if the pillars were in good condition and Uchiha Madara's condition. Just as agreed by the 5 people, they agreed that Madara had no bones left, and even the body was not recovered. Seeing the sadness of the pillars, everyone did not doubt. After all, the pillars were really for Madara's death. And sad feelings are in place, people can't help but believe. After the return of the pillar room and the door room, the control of the village returned to the hands of the two people. They immediately ordered the loss to be counted and the damaged houses were rebuilt. Originally, the pillars could be built by his own strength, but now he has no strength and must cultivate for a while. Fortunately, his wooden escape secret technique leaves a lot of wood, which can be used as a building material. When the village began to be rebuilt, high-level meetings began between the pillars and the door rooms. They focused on 3 issues. One was the reactions of the surrounding villages and the daimyo to the disturbance. Kyubai's problem with the seal in the body, the third is the problem of the Uchiha family. To be honest, this incident scared the Uchiha family very much. Madara's behavior almost put them on the fire. The fault of the leader of this era is usually counted on the family, even if everyone knows Madara's. The attack has nothing to do with the Uchiha family, but it does not prevent them from loathing the Uchiha family. Rather than saying that they really hate the Uchiha family, they are more worried about the Uchiha family's kaleidoscope writing round eyes. www.novel.com. The power of Madara has shocked everyone, and the Uchiha family has the potential to produce Madara. The same character, and the Uchiha family's temperament is also famous. No one can guarantee that the other party will go to extremes like ban. If the village really cares about making the Uchiha family responsible for Madara's behavior, the Uchiha family has nothing to say. They are also worried that their status in the village will continue to decline. Unexpectedly, Zuma's affair with the Uchiha family was simply revealed. The main mentions were the daimyo and Kyuubi issues. This made the Uchiha family breathe a sigh of relief. They were also grateful to the Uchiha family. Compared with the leader Madara, between the pillars is really a world. In the meeting, there was a request between the pillars that made the ninjas a little strange. Zujian hoped that the ninjas could check their ethnography and look for traces of other tail beasts. As for the reason behind, the pillars did not know. Said that since Hokage requested such a request, it was not a big deal, and the ninja also agreed. And Zuma's decision to help people who might encounter disasters made the ninja a bit of opposition, but Zuma said that the Senju family and the Uchiha family were the main sources of land, and the other families did not say anything, and just to show. With regard to their loyalty, they also offered some land symbolically. Although the number is not large, they are out of the land anyway. The pillars do not blame them. As the leader of the Senju family, he understands the importance of land to the family, and he will not force the ninja to contribute his own land. Soon after, the monarch of the country of fire sent people to ask about this matter, and many people were homeless because of this incident, and went to the capital of the country of fire, tried his best to talk to the daimyo, and played down the matter. Influence and persuade the daimyo to accept those who are homeless. Chapter 31, Permanent Deterrence. The battle between Madara and Zhu greatly changed the surrounding terrain. Let alone the creation of a Grand Canyon called the Veil of the End out of thin air, the vegetation in the rest of the area was severely damaged, and large areas of land were impaired, and villages and small villages were implicated. There are many towns, and after the battle, these places are basically unable to live in. For those homeless refugees, the monarchs of the Fire Nation generally adopted the method of repatriation, but the land was destroyed in the battle, and it was useless. Under normal circumstances, there are only 2 ways for them in the future, either to depend on the lord in the country, or to be displaced. Daimyo agreed to this request under the suggestion of Fijian, allowing these refugees to live in Konoha Ninja Village. In addition, there are some other issues that need to be discussed with the daimyo while he is still in the capital. It has reached Konoha Ninja Village and is preparing to receive the refugees. For the Konoha Ninja Village that destroyed their homes, of course these people who lost their homes will not have any good feelings, and they just feel that they have encountered innocent disasters. However, Konoha Ninja Village has a good attitude of admitting mistakes, and they are willing to allocate land. They are still willing to accept Konoha Ninja Village's kindness. The lucky thing to say is that before the scale of the battle became larger, the battle between the pillars and Madara had attracted the attention of these people and made them avoid them in time. Although their homes were not kept, no one died. Even if someone dies, their family members may hate Konoha, but in the face of reality, they will also choose to live in Konoha Ninja Village. It is best that no one has died, at least it can be guaranteed that they will not be because of this. And hate Konoha Ninja Village. According to Fengsen Jengui, these villagers are really lucky. They are people living in the country of fire. Even if they lose their homes, some people will be willing to accept them. After all, no one will refuse labor, and they live in Konoha Ninja Village. There is no need to worry about being exploited. Because of system problems, Ninja Village is not like other feudal lords. Most of their economy comes from daimyo. Among the villagers who came this time, there was the village where Feng Mori Masaki and others went to perform the task. They also saw Ichiro and the girl. Ichiro never abandoned Konoha Ninja Village. This move of Konoha Ninja Village has been very serious. Be kind, or, in Ichiro's heart, he still hopes to live in Konoha Ninja Village. Ichiro has heard from the girl that the performance of Fengsen Masaki and others in the face of bandits, according to the news heard, the people living here are the same ninjas as Fengsen Masaki and they live in such a village. Among other things, at least don't worry about another bandit coming over. And, if they live in this village, they don't need to pay the commission specially. The village will resist foreign enemies. There is no need to worry about bandits and land. Isn't it better to live better than before? Ichiro's thoughts are actually the public's thoughts. Although the battle between Madara and Zhu has affected their lives, they have also seen the power of Konoha Ninja Village. There is absolutely no doubt about their sense of security, and they have learned about the land they enjoy. Right, everyone thinks Konoha Ninja Village is better than the place where they used to live. Although many villagers moved in this time, the land given by the Senju family and the Uchiha family was enough for them to live on. In order to reduce the influence of Madara, the Uchiha mirror gave more land than the Senju family. While everyone was happy, it also caused some dissatisfaction within the Uchiha family. The faction headed by Uchiha Mirror knows that they are responsible, but some people who are dissatisfied with Uchiha Mirror feel that there is no need to give up so much land, although these lands are only a small part of the Uchiha family, but it still hurts people, especially if these people think they don't need to be responsible for Madara's private actions. Uchiha Hokage understands the selfishness of these people. There will be such people in any family, and there are still more of these people in the Uchiha clan, but Uchiha Hokage is the head of the clan, and he is outstanding at a young age. There were many people who supported him, and those people were also very sensible, so these people just complained and couldn't influence the family's decision-making. After a period of reconstruction, Konoha Ninja Village has been restored to its original appearance. The villagers also live and work in Konoha Ninja Village as they did in the past. At the same time, some of the children of these villagers also became curious about the ninja and asked some things about the ninja. After returning from the capital, I heard about this and immediately felt that it was a good opportunity to talk to the pillars about reorganizing Konoha Academy. At this time, Konoha Academy was half abolished. After receiving disciples in the interim, the teacher who came to teach was unwilling to disclose the secrets of his family. They talked about some basic knowledge. Naturally, they did not have any attraction to these family heirs. Some collateral disciples of the family will also come to listen. He thought that the role of Konoha Academy has come to an end, and we should try to target Konoha Academy to other civilians. Knowledge that is not much in the eyes of the family is very precious to the civilians. After the battle with Madara, Zuma could clearly feel that some important things in his body were gradually disappearing. He had a foreboding that he might be alive soon, and he had already planned to abdicate to Fuji. Naturally, he was not needed for this. Whatever you say, it will be dealt with in the interim. Originally, Zuma was planning to abdicate immediately and heal his wounds with peace of mind, but since his life is not long, Zuma decided to let herself play some final role. At this time, the 5 countries had stabilized their domestic situation and began to try to test other countries. Only 10 years after the Warring States period ended, the countries all embraced the idea of further annexation and expansion of the country. Reading www.yukansha.com. According to Zhujian's original idea, he wanted to maintain harmony as far as possible without moving troops by convening a 5-nation meeting, but now it's different. He is dying. Once he dies, Konoha Ninja Village will no longer be there. Have a deterrent to other countries. But now a new method has been thought of between the pillars. People will die and cannot maintain deterrence forever, but the tail beast is different. The tail beast is an immortal body. Even if it dies, it will be resurrected again. It can maintain deterrence forever. After seeing the power of Kyuubi, Zuma firmly believes that the one who can replace herself and Madara is the tail beast. This is also the reason why Zhujian asked people from other families to collect information on tail beasts. He wants to use his last life to tie up these tail beasts, and then allocate them to other countries as an eternal deterrent to combat power, so that the power of each country can be balanced. So as not to cause wars between countries. Knowing the physical condition of Zhujian, he agreed with Zhujian's final plan, and he will try his best to help Zhujian deal with the tail beast entrustment. This will be my last mission as a generation of Naruto. Zhujian said to Fujian, after I die, you must protect the children in the village to ensure that they will not be as young as we used to be. It's easy to step on the battlefield. I understand, brother. He said solemnly, no matter what method I use, I will ensure the safety of the village and let my brother's dream come true. Ah, the village will leave it to you in the future, said Between the Pillars. After that, the ninja clan gave the tail beast's information to the pillar, and after analysis, it was concluded that the tail beast might appear and hide, except for the 9 tails in Mito's body and the one sealed in the Temple of the Wind Kingdom. The 7-tailed beasts were in a free state, and immediately, the pillars began to prepare to capture the tailed beasts. Chapter 32, Peaceful Way. Although his body suffered a serious loss, relying on his own secret technique, the whole person looked no different from when he was healthy, and his strength remained in a state of heyday. However, every time the chakra is used extensively, the life between the pillars will be shortened even more until death. After fighting with 9 tails, the pillars discovered that his wooden escape can indeed suppress the power of the tail beast, but to really restrain the tail beast, it still needs the Uzumaki family's sealing technique. Therefore, Zhujian did not intend to catch the tail beast alone, he wanted to act with other people in the village. In the meeting, Zuma discussed with the ninja patriarch about capturing the tail beasts many times, and made plans one after another. For the Nin clan, capturing those legendary tail beasts is really an incredible thing. Listening after saying that Mito can use the power of the 9 tails, some people have the idea to house all the tailed beasts in the village, and they do not agree that the tailed beasts should be entrusted to other countries between the columns. Kenma said that this is not feasible. Although members of the Uzumaki family can indeed adapt to the seal of the tail beast, Mito himself proposed that even the Uzumaki family is talented to perfectly suppress the tail beast. Using the tail beast when the tail beast is unwilling requires a higher level of talent. Not to mention other things, it is not easy to ask someone from the Uzumaki family to serve as human Zulai, that is, the name for the person who seals the tail beast. Unlike other ninja clan, the Uzumaki family was not a member of Konoha. As early as the Warring States period, the Uzumaki family established their own country overseas and were recognized as the master of a country by the world. As the saying goes, it's better to be the head of the chicken than the tail of the phoenix. Although the Uzumaki country established by the Uzumaki family is only a small country and isolated overseas, they are more willing to be the masters of the country than the Konoha ninja village attached to the name of the fire country. Instead of being a member of the ninja village from the lord of a country. Therefore, Konoha ninja village only established diplomatic relations with the Uzashio ninja village established in Uzumaki. Nominally, Konoha ninja village has no ability to direct Uzushio village, and the Senjua family is a distant relative, and it is not easy to bully others. It is necessary to get their consent to be able to be used as a container for the tail beast. Even if Uzushio village is really willing to send the tribesman as a container, it will encounter the problem Mito said. Not everyone can perfectly suppress the tail beast, let alone use the power of Kyuubi like Mito. You know, as the princess of the Uzumaki kingdom, Mito's own blood aptitude is top-notch. How can ordinary Uzumaki people compare? From the perspective of Fukuma, a person who cannot become a fighting force is useless. It will only make other countries afraid of Konoha. Originally, Konoha may only have to face 1 or 2 countries, and he really wanted to take all the 9-tailed beasts as himself. Yes, I'm afraid that the 4 countries will directly join forces to attack Konoha Ninja Village. Regardless of the abundant talents in Konoha Ninja Village, other countries are not bad. If the 2 gods, Shijian and Madara, are taken out, Konoha Ninja Village will be stronger than other ninja villages. We are not afraid of 1 or even 2. But in the face of the joint attack of the 4 countries, even if the pillars and Madara are there to ensure the inevitable victory of the local battlefield, they may not be able to protect the others. Perhaps the 2 of them have nothing to do, but the Konoha Ninja Village is almost destroyed. Not to mention that Madara is dead now, and the post is also dead soon. After catching the tail beast, his lifespan will be reduced even more. In this case, the method of taking all the tail beasts as their own will only bring other countries all offended. Therefore, I believe that the tailed beasts proposed between the pillars and the balance of strength are a better choice. As long as no one is too strong, it will not become the goal of all countries, and it will be easier to deal with. The Fianjian's statement is justified and well-founded. The ninjas don't like to find their own way. After thinking about it, they think that monopolizing the tail beast will indeed cause trouble for them, and it is not beneficial, so they approved the tail beast division plan, and the proposal will also be handed over to the Lord of the Fire Nation for confirmation by the other party. Patriarchs of the whole village are working hard to capture the tail beast between the pillars. Only Masaki Fengmori and Kazumi Uchiha are the patrons, but they are young and do not need to perform such a difficult task. Most of it is to deal with some rear things, and the real capture action still has to be handled by those experienced older ninjas. Fumirai Masaki knows that the tail beasts are inevitable, and agrees with the judgment of the time. At this time, the tail beasts are the best way. Of course, another option is to not separate the tail beasts. However, in the case of Konoha Ninja Village already possessing the 9-tailed pillar power, other countries will definitely take the initiative to catch the tail beasts. It is better to let the pillars do it, and let the other party spend a lot of blood to maintain the country. It's stable. However, Fengmori Masahiro understands that this peace is bound to last. Now every country is thinking of annexing each other. At a time when the will to fight is high, careerists are destined to raise their heads, and war is inevitable. Fengmori Masaki felt that the idea of the balance of power between the pillars actually makes sense. Everything can be balanced when everything is balanced. As long as one party crosses the boundary, this harmony will inevitably be destroyed, which will lead to danger. But the problem is that peace is not only achievable through equilibrium, but also requires other factors. After all, society is a complex composition, and it is impossible to achieve peace with 1 or 2 methods. Whether it is Uchiha Madara's infinite monthly reading, or the idea of the later generation of the man named Nagato to use the ultimate weapon to make the world suffer from the pain, it is an attempt to solve the disputes in the world once and for all. In Fengsen Zhengui's view, even if he had a righteous idea at the beginning, he would often deviate from the right path in the process of taking shortcuts, and end up on a crooked path. The infinite monthly reading in Madara's imagination is for the time being. Masaki Fumiri disagrees with Nagato's ideas, or rather, agrees with part of it. It is true that letting the people of the world feel painful can make them realize the value of peace. Under the suppression of the ultimate weapon, the people of the world will not dispute. They will all be restricted by the ultimate weapon, but the question is who will restrict Nagato? If you really follow Nagato's idea, the world built by Nagato is no different from when Kaguya was ruled 1,000 years ago. And Kaguya's ending may be Nagato's future. This form of governance relies too much on personal morality. Feng Sen Zhengui does not believe that an unfettered person whose morality can remain unchanged forever. If Nagato's ideas and those of the pillars are combined, there may be a higher feasibility, and it may be possible to ensure a longer-term peace. Of course, the current Feng Mori Masaki cannot interfere in this aspect. At least let him sit in the position of Hokage before he can let go to face the problems between countries, and what he is currently facing is the first time in the ninja world. The battle thing. What Feng Sen Zhengui is thinking about is about the fairy law. Zhu Jian said that Feng Sen Zhengui's fairy law is different from the place where the three great fairy skills are inherited. How to use his own method is the problem he wants to study. Novel.com. According to Feng Mori Masaki's knowledge, Miyamu Mountain's fairy law is mainly embodied in the methods of integrating ninjutsu and mobilizing natural forces to attack, while the fairy law of Ryua Jidong is mainly embodied in injecting natural power into inorganic matter to manipulate inorganic attack. As for the wet bone forest, Feng Sen Zhengui guessed that it should be a way to inject natural power into the body and stimulate life. The celestial arts of the three great celestial arts inheritance sites have been summed up after years of experience. Once they practice their celestial arts, corresponding characteristics will appear. Although they are only used in different ways, the unique style is very obvious. According to Zujian, it is said that the immortal technique of Wet Bone Forest does not possess the immortal techniques of Longdi Cave and Miyamu Mountain. Feng Mori Masaki's fairy law was born naturally, and was different from the three great fairy art inheritance places with unique traces of operation. His fairy law did not yet have anyone's mark. Theoretically, he can use Xianchu Chakra as he wants, so as to use his own style of Xianchu. Because of a moment of curiosity, Feng Sen Zhengui tried to use Miomushin's frog team to attack with natural power. He thought he didn't know Miomushin's method of cultivation, he should not be able to use it, but he didn't expect it to be easy. Get started. This gave him another idea. Perhaps he could also try the idea of using Longdedong, but the result was a failure. Feng Sen Zhengui was not depressed, because the reason for his failure was not that he could not use it, but that he didn't familiar with. As he grows older, his mental state also has subtle changes. In normal times, he just feels that he has become more proficient in the control of natural forces, but now he has discovered other magical uses. If Feng Sen Zhengui didn't guess wrong, he should be able to use the magic of Miyamu Mountain, Longdi Cave, and Wet Bone Forest, not limited to one. Chapter 33, Second Generation Naruto. The weather was just right. Masaki, Fengsen and Satomi finished their practice today. The two of them sat in the yard to rest, watching the flowers and plants in the yard, and enjoying the hard-won leisure time. A few days ago, the first Five Shadows meeting was formally held between the pillars. The content of the talks was that the 5 countries would sign an agreement to ensure mutual non-infringement. The conditions for signing were the 7-tailed beasts captured between the pillars, 1%. For the country of the wind that already has 1 tail, the other 6 are equally divided among 3 countries. The talks were not all smooth sailing. For the benefit of the Kingdom of Wind, a generation of Feng Ying proposed not to be a tail beast, but to pay land and money as conditions for signing an agreement, which aroused the anger of the other 3 countries, and under the mediation between the pillars, the shadows of the other 3 countries calmed down and began to deliberately. After a fight, the 5 leaders of the ninja village solemnly signed an agreement that the land of thunder, water, and land obtained 2 beasts by paying money, and the land of the wind ended successfully with money and land. Because one country cannot have 3-tailed beasts, and the country of wind does not need tailed beasts, the remaining 7 tails are obtained by Takano. After the agreement was signed, the young people in Konoha Ninja Village breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that peace was really coming, and Satomi did the same. She glanced at Fengsen Masaki, and said softly, "Masaki, the country is now the agreement has been signed, you don't have to be so busy anymore, you can take time to relax." "Rimi, how long do you think this agreement can be maintained?" Fengsen Masaki asked after hearing this. Rimi was slightly startled, but Feng Mori Jengui would ask this question. After thinking about it, he said, "There should be no problem in 5 years." Rimi actually thought it would be longer, but looking at Fengsen Jengui's appearance, she deliberately said that it was shorter, but it was also a long time, and Fengsen Jengui didn't need to be like he was about to set foot on the battlefield. Feng Mori Masaki shook his head, and said, "I think war will come soon, within 1 or 2 years. Impossible." Rimi was taken aback. Although she didn't think that an agreement could guarantee peace forever, she didn't think that the agreement that had just been signed would be torn up so quickly. 5 years seems normal to her, but Feng Sen Jengui said that it would be within 1 or 2 years. Doesn't this mean that war is coming soon? If it hadn't been for the future, Feng Mori would have thought the same as Rimi thought, even in the middle of the day. Zhu Jian hopes to send the tail beast to other countries and use his friendship to ensure that the other party abides by the agreement, but he feels that it is not enough, so he said that it should be purchased with money, and the purpose is to reduce the funds of the ninja village in other countries. If there is no money, even if a war is really started, it will not last too long. I think that in order to prepare for the war, the ninja village will at least have to hoard food and money for a while, and it is impossible to start a war in a short time. However, I did not expect that the other party really did not intend to engage in a long-term war. In the first ninja battle, Thunder Country was desperate and sent more than 1,000 ninjas to carry out raids in an attempt to end the war quickly. This is a risky action. I guess I wouldn't even think about it for a while, but the other party did just that. Feng Mori Masaki felt that the war might not really be the idea of Union Ninja Village. Based on what he learned in another world, I am afraid the real reason is because the name of Thunder Country held the idea of annexation. Ninja Village is an organization hired by the state. It is the duty of the ninja to obey the orders of the employer. Even if they feel bad, as long as the employer orders, they must do it. This is the tradition of ninjas. Sometimes, it's not for us to decide. After all, the master of this country is His Royal Highness, not Hokage. Feng Mori said. Jengui. Rimi opened his eyes slightly. Feng Sen Jengui's words sounded like a complaint, but Rimi vaguely felt that what Feng Sen Jengui really wanted to say was something else, but he didn't know how to say it. Anyway, it's better to be careful. Master Fijian is also prepared. He is forming a troop recently, and I may also be recruited. Fengsen Jengui didn't talk too much about the name, but said another thing. After the 5 Shadows talks, Zujian returned to the village and stayed for a month. He announced the renunciation. The younger brother will inherit the position of Hokage. According to the original rules of the village, the Hokage candidates need to be recommended to the daimyo. After approval by the daimyo, through a vote of confidence in the village, Kami Shinobu can be established. Today's Lord of the Fire Kingdom has cooperated with Zujian for many years. Starting from a small country, the current Fire Kingdom has gradually formed. He trusts Zujian very much, and he has no opinion on Shujian, so he naturally agrees. As the actual manager of the Konoha ninja village, Kenma also gained the trust of the upper ninjas. He did not encounter trouble in the vote of confidence and passed the vote unanimously. As a result, Kenma officially became the second-generation Naruto of Konoha Ninja Village. After taking over the second generation of Hokage, Kenma first disbanded the Konoha school, which was no longer functioning, and renamed it the Ninja School, allowing non-family-born civilians to enter and study. On the other hand, he established a department called the Security Department, responsible for the internal security of the entire village. The Uchiha family has always been secretly kept away by the villagers because of Madara's affairs. While they are annoyed in their hearts, They are also worried about whether the Uchiha family will get worse and suppress the Uchiha family, especially the Uchiha family who has no affection for the Uchiha family, but unexpectedly, the security department was handed over to the Uchiha family. This is the department that guarantees the internal security of the village. If the Uchiha family is not trusted, how could this department be completely handed over to the Uchiha family to be responsible? This proves that the Uchiha family has not lost their trust at all. On the contrary, they have been reused by Naruto. Their patriarch is still a disciple of Naruto, and the Uchiha family suddenly feels a bright future. Uchiha Mirror was also a surprise in his heart, but he did not lose his mind, knowing that his teacher could not completely trust the Uchiha family. This department might also be a test. Really thought so? He hoped that the Uchiha family could become a part of Konoha Ninja Village. Uchiha Mirror made him believe this, but the current Uchiha family has not yet met his requirements. It hasn't been long since Madara attacked Konoha at this time. The village still distrusts the Uchiha family. It should be said that the Uchiha family also understands it in their hearts. It is so, just for such a short period of time. Raised some discordant voices in his own family. The Senju family has fought with the Uchiha family for many years, and he gradually understood some of the characteristics of the Uchiha family, especially the reason for the birth of Sheolamayan, which made him chill. This kind of blood continuity limit, which occurs only when you lose love and feel pain, is too dangerous and can easily become a factor of instability. Madara's attack is a lesson for the past. Therefore, no matter how willing to accept the Uchiha family, the prudent nature still has to take precautions against the Uchiha family. On the surface, the Uchiha family is given great power to show their trust. In secret, Uchiha Mirror and himself, the Anbi Surveillance, is planning to establish whether there are any unstable people in the Uchiha family, and whether anyone will follow the same path as Uchiha Madara. The security department, just as Uchiha Mirror thought, gave such great rights in the interim. One is to show their trust and appease the Uchiha family, and second, according to the arrangement of the security department, everyone in the Uchiha family will go out on patrols. It is convenient to monitor, and at the same time see how the Uchiha family will behave during the law enforcement process, and can they establish the glory of their own duties and the belief in protecting the village. As long as they enforce the law properly, they can slowly gain the recognition of the people in the village. Ma can safely and boldly withdraw from the surveillance, believing in the future of the Uchiha family. What Fengmori Masahiro said is that the front door was established to prevent enemy invasions. The privately owned Anbu is directly managed by Hokage. The front door must select outstanding ninjas to join. His 7 disciples are naturally one of them. Member. Once joining Anbu, it means that Fengsen Jengui will face the temptations of other countries and the unstable factors that threaten the village. Really? Satomi hesitated. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com immediately looked up at Fengsen Masahiro, and said, Masahiro, I also want to join this organization called Anbu. You can talk to Master Fiima. Hey! Fengmori Masaki turned his head in surprise, and said, What did you say? Rimi repeated. Fengmori Masaki's expression gradually became serious, looked at Rimi, and said, Rimi, this is a dangerous organization that has to be faced frequently. I don't want you to encounter these troubles, so I don't agree. Rimi was stunned, looked at Fengsen Masaki for a while, and suddenly said angrily, Why? What do you think the purpose of my practice is for? Is it just because of my waywardness? You know, I am also a ninja, protect the village is also my responsibility. You want me to watch you face the enemies of the village, and I stay in a safe place. Is there no use other than praying for you? It is the first time Fengsen Masahiro has seen Rimi become so angry. He seems to underestimate Rimi's consciousness. She has never regarded herself as a housewife. She has always exercised herself with the requirements of a ninja. But Fengmori Masaki did not think so. He subconsciously did not regard Rimi as a ninja, but a wife to love him. As a result, his own words directly aroused Rimi's anger. Fengmori Masahiro regrets not having children at this time. If he has children, he can at least use this reason to convince Rimi, but now, he has no reason to suppress Rimi's phrase "I am also a ninja." Let's talk about this later. Masaki Fengsen profused with sweat, then stood up and walked out. I'll go see the Lord between the pillars. When Fengmori Masaki walked out of the house, he heard Rimi talking angrily behind her back, couldn't help speeding up, and secretly said, "It's really bad." Chapter 34, Fairy Tales. After leaving the house, Fengsen Zhengui didn't know where to go. After thinking about it, he followed the words he said casually and walked to the Pillar's house. After abdicating, the Pillars stayed at home all day to recuperate, playing with his grandchildren, just like ordinary elderly life. As a disciple of Fijian, Fengsen Zhengui is also a familiar face in the Qian Shao clan. He greeted the people of the Qian Shao clan that he knew, and came all the way to the house. Under the leadership of the maid, he came to the room where he was ill. Before opening the door, Fengsen Zhengui heard the sound of teasing a child between the pillars, and a girl's happy laugh came from inside. Then, after the maid opened the door, he saw a blonde girl playing in the pillars. It looks very happy. Oh, Masaki! When I saw that the person visiting him was Masaki Fumirai, he said with a smile, "Look, this is my granddaughter named Tsunade." Masaki Fengmori knew at a glance that this girl was Tsunade, and only Tsunade could be so spoiled by Zuma. He had heard that his granddaughter was born a few months ago, but because of his practice, he has never seen it. Face, now I can see how this future 5th-generation Hokage was when he was a child. Master Zujian, how is your health? He glanced at the young Tsunade, and then Fumori Masaki asked about his health. Well, it's not good, but it's not bad, said the pillars very freely. As far as I feel, I should be able to live for 1 or 2 years. There is no medical department in the Konoha ninja village, and the medical ninjas have not been systematically organized. They rely on their own unique secret techniques, which is very messy. At this time, the best thing about medical ninjutsu is Zujian himself. Even he said so, it should be more accurate if you think about it. Fengsen Zhengui was also very sad, but he had nothing to do. Looking at Fengsen Zhengui's face, the pillars seemed to have guessed his thoughts, and said, "It's okay, I've been prepared, I've been at war for half my life. It's very fortunate to be able to spend the rest of my life in the middle of the world, and to be able to enjoy my old age at the end. Like my father, from birth to death, he didn't have a day of leisure. For those who were born in the era of war, like Zhu Jian can die in a peaceful day, it can also be said to be a kind of happiness." Fengsen Zhengui is a little worried, if before the death of Zhu Jian, the kingdom of Lei would start a war. Wouldn't the pillars die so peacefully? At this time, Tsunade screamed. It seemed that it was the strange column that ignored her. The column quickly went to coax her granddaughter. It seemed that the column was quite good at coaxing the child. Soon, Tsunade smiled again. "Look like." Zuma held Tsunade in his arms and said, "You seem to be worried." Naturally, Masahiro Fengsen would not talk about war, but talked about the contradiction with Rimi, sighed, and said, "I just don't want her to face danger, but she gets angry. I blame me for this. I didn't expect her to be so caring about ninjas." "Why do you think this way?" Zuma asked curiously. "That kid Satomi is indeed a ninja. Isn't it a matter of course to perform the duties of a ninja?" Fengmori Masaki was silent. He accidentally brought another world's mind here, but he forgot that the environment here is different. Ninjas all agree with their responsibilities. Even among the pillars, they just think that children should not set foot on the battlefield, but they don't think that adults shouldn't either. At this time, Satomi is already an adult woman and should naturally assume the responsibilities of a ninja. "This is my fault, I should understand her." Fengsen Masahiro did not try to argue. Since he lives in such a world, he shouldn't deny it before other people's ideas have changed. Jengui, if you really don't want Rimi to be in danger, you can protect her and prevent her from being in danger, said Zuma. I see, Lord Between the Pillars. Fengsen Masahiro nodded, feeling that this was the only way he could. He had no reason to stop Rimi, the only thing he could do was to let himself protect Rimi. Zujian said with satisfaction, okay, anyway, I have nothing to do now. If you don't understand anything in your practice, just tell me. Fengsen Zhengui heard that he happened to have a question to ask the column, so he asked about the fairy method. The column is not the fairy method learned from the wet bone forest. Then, when the column uses the fairy method, what kind of thinking is it? You want to ask this, He gently touched his chin between the pillars, and said, let's play a game and tell you while we are playing. Hey! Feng Mori Masaki said in surprise. When he saw the pillars took out a stack of things from the cabinet in the room, he remembered. This person likes gambling very much. Tsunade's interest is it was crooked by the pillars. Master Between the Pillars, you are not good at educating children like this. Looking at Tsunade with a curious look, Feng Mori could not help but said. You don't even have a child, do you want to tell me about your child's education? The column laughed, don't worry, it's not a bad thing. You will be very happy if you play around. No, if you know that your granddaughter will lose every gambling, and if you win something bad will happen, you won't think so. Feng Sen Masahiro glanced at Tsunade who was happily clapping his hands, and said inwardly it looks like it has been taken away. The game played out between the pillars is one of the more popular in the capital. According to Feng Mori Masahiro, it is somewhat similar to the cards of another world. Although the rules are different, the truth is the same, that is, the comparison is big and small. Feng Sen Zhengui listened to Zujian talk about the rules, and then started to play with Zujian. To be honest, Zujian and his granddaughter are also half a catty, although not so bad. But it is not good. Feng Sen Zhengui is a novice. Won the column many times. However, Zujian is not very concerned about the outcome. What he likes is the feeling of playing games. If you lose, you will say a pity. If you win, you will be very happy. If you just play and don't bet on anything, this mentality is quite good. While they were playing, they talked about the immortal technique. Zhu Jian said that although he did not learn the immortal technique of the wet bone forest, he also borrowed a little from the wet bone forest in his thinking. The fairy method of the wet bone forest is to incorporate natural forces into the body. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com injects life into life, similar to the effect of Yang Dun. The reason why the Mu Dun between the pillars is powerful is that his Yang Dun is so amazing, and after using the immortal method, its strength is even more incredible. Feng Sen Zhengui knows that thousands of hands are really powerful, and the answer between the pillars also made his heart move. The pillars have not learned the fairy method of the wet bone forest, but they can also imitate the effect of the wet bone forest. Maybe, my guess is correct. I have not passed any fairy law inheritance, and the fairy law learned by myself has a high degree of plasticity. At this time, Fengsen Zhengui thought of another person and asked, Master Between the Pillars, since the ancestors of the fairy law are all called immortals, the 6 immortals are also from the wet bone forest, Longdi Cave or Miamu Mountain. Did you study it? Of course not. Between the Pillars shook his head. When I first came to the wet bone forest, I asked the same question as you. The slug fairy told me personally that the 6 ways of immortals did not learn from the land of the immortal art inheritance. Rather, he relied on the celestial arts he learned, and, to a certain extent, he also guided 3 celestial arts inheritance places. Fengsen Zhengui heard the words, thinking in his heart that the 6 ways of immortals, like him and Zujian, had mastered the power of nature by themselves. That is to say, the 6 ways of immortals should also have the inheritance of the immortal law. After all, Today's rumors of secret techniques are obtained from the ninjutsu secrets, so ninjas regard ninjutsu as their source and respect the 6 immortals as the ancestors of ninjutsu. Indra is not the heir of the ninja school. The secret technique is recorded in the secret book. It is either the 6 immortals or the Asura and his successors. As the heir, Asura should also record about the immortal in the secret book. The secret technique of the law. It seems that I should also try to collect some records of Ninzong. Perhaps among them, I can find clues to the magic of the 6 immortals, Fengsen Zhengui thought. Chapter 35, Nin Sect and Fire Temple. Thousands of years ago, after Liu Daoxianren and his brother sealed Kagaiji, Liu Daoxianren traveled alone in the mainland. In order to explain his own understanding of chakra, he founded Nin Sect. The purpose is to face the present, understand and love each other, and maintain order and tranquility. Before the death of the Liu Dao immortal, his second son, Asura, was appointed as the successor of Ninzong. This act of abolishing the growth and establishing a child caused dissatisfaction with the eldest son Indra. After the death of the Liu Dao immortal, Indra and Asura were competing for Ninzong. Succession rights set off a battle that never ceased after their deaths. According to the spread on the mainland, ninjutsu had fallen apart hundreds of years ago. Because of the war, the world did not know the specific teachings of ninjutsu. There are only a few secret codes that show that ninjutsu originated from the secret code of ninja. We think that we have inherited Ninzong. Fusen Masaki knows that ninjutsu used for combat has never been promoted in the teachings of ninja sect. The source of the ninjutsu used by ninjas to kill people should be Indra. Indra was the first creation. People who can apply the ninjutsu of war. What was the outcome of the personal battle between Indra and Asura? Feng Mori Masaki didn't know very well. Anyway, they were still fighting with each other after they died. But if you start from the aspect of Ninzong, Indra really won very thoroughly. Indra destroyed everything in Ninzong, and even his father's teachings are no longer known to the world. What is even more ironic is that because instead, everything created by Tahara is regarded as a continuation of Ninzong. Is not just Ninzong, even the descendants of Asura and Indra are reduced to the point where they are driven by the nobles. With their status, they can be equivalent to the child of God. Thousands of years ago, the Ninzong founded by the 6 Dao immortals was a place believed by the entire continent. Even the lord of the country regarded it as the state religion. However, after 1,000 years, the Ninzong no longer exists and is the heir of 2 people who are the sons of gods. It's also become like this, and people can't help but sigh. Feng Mori Masaki learned from the pillars that the place where Shinobu religion continues today is the Temple of Fire in the capital, claiming to have inherited the propaganda philosophy of Shinobu. However, in Fengsen Zhengui's view, this should be under the guise of Ninzong. After all, they preach that the Liu Dao immortal is a monk, and Fengsen Zhengui, who knows the past of the Liu Dao immortal, naturally sneered. But they are not completely fake. After the ninja school was destroyed in the war, some of the surviving classics were inherited by the Temple of Fire or other countries' temples. Some of them are indeed the real ninja secrets, and there are also some in them. Some unique ninjutsu, for example, there is a secret technique called the talent of the fairy clan. By the way, part of my True Tree Senshou is inspired by this secret technique. Zhu Jian said with a smile, at that time, when I first came to the country, I met the daimyo and had an exchange with the residents of the Temple of Fire. I have seen him use this secret technique, but I just imitated its form. Fengsen Zhengui also knows that the secret technique of the talent of the fairy clan is indeed similar to the real tree thousand hands, but the power of the two is far from the sky. The power between the pillars is not comparable to that of a monk in a temple of fire, but it causes wind. What Sen Zhengui was interested in was the immortal clan in this technique. The word immortal cannot be used casually. Ninjas are very particular about the names of secret techniques, and ninja should be the same. Fengsen Zhengui vaguely thinks that perhaps there are really 6 immortals in the Temple of Fire. Xian Fa clues, but there are some unexplainable problems here. If there is really a secret code of immortal law, why haven't the monks of the Temple of Fire ever appeared a person who learned it? There are three possibilities. One is that there is no such secret code, the other is that the secret code is too difficult for no one to learn, and the third is that the secret code does exist, but because it is very obscure, no one notices it. Regardless of the possibility, Fanfiction Masahiro felt that he should take a trip to the Temple of Fire, but now it is not possible. Without a task, people are generally not allowed to leave the village privately. It was originally tacitly understood by everyone. Rules, and after the Uchihamadara incident, there was a clear order that once he left the village without permission, he would be treated as a betrayal. Fanfiction Jengui doesn't want to take the risk and sneak into the Temple of Fire. As a disciple of Hokage, he will definitely have the opportunity to go to the capital in the future. There is no need to go in a hurry now. Besides, there are still some troubles. Feng Mori Jengui and Zhu Jian discussed the immortal law. After broadening their horizons, the two hypothesized various ways to use the immortal law together, but they were all abandoned because they were not feasible or too slow, and some regarded them as unfeasible or too slow. The feasible method was noted by Fanfiction Jengui, and he was ready to go back and try. Xiao Tsunade saw his grandfather busy talking with a strange man, and forgot to play with him, and suddenly became annoyed. Seeing her small appearance, strong strength, and her body is no longer healthy, the pillars are a little overwhelming. Live! What a troublesome child! Tsunade was comforted by the column, seemingly helpless, but his eyebrows were full of pampering with his granddaughter. I hope I won't be so noisy when I grow up, Feng Mori said. Of course, when a child grows up, he will always be more mature. The pillars laughed. Zujian still wants to continue discussing with Feng Mori Masahiro. He is now anxious to teach everything out. After his death, the village will be protected by these young people. However, just after he said a few words, Tsunade in his arms became restless again, making Zuma have to comfort him. Just now, he even vowed to say that Tsunade might be safe in the future, but looking at it now, he underestimated him, really. Feng Mori Masahiro saw this, and said, "My lord between the pillars, it seems that people are reluctant to do so, I will go back first, and there are some things to deal with at home." "Ah, it's Rimi's business." Zuma said, "Jengui, you have to apologize to others. Rimi is not the kind of girl who only listens and can't speak." "I understand." Feng Mori Masahiro said. After saying goodbye to the pillars, Fanfiction Jengui walked to his home, thinking about how to tell Rimi. He accidentally denied Rimi's consciousness, and he admitted that it was his own cause. Although he still didn't want Rimi to step into the battlefield, Feng Mori Masahiro decided not to reject Rimi. Since Rimi is a ninja, it is reasonable to assume responsibility. As soon as he stepped into the house, Fanfiction Jengui felt that Rimi was in the house. He stepped forward and opened the door. Rimi turned her head, and after seeing Fanfiction Jengui, he said coldly, "Are you back?" Feng Mori Masahiro nodded, closed the door gently, and then sat down beside Rimi. Seeing that Rimi didn't mean to drive him away, he sighed slightly. It seemed that they were just sulking. "Sorry, I was wrong." Before Rimi spoke, he apologized first, with a sincere expression, "I shouldn't forget that, Rimi, you are also a ninja, you are like me, willing to fight to protect Konoha. You shouldn't insult your awareness." www.ltnovel.com. Rimi Hara wanted to ask him about his previous events coldly, but Fanfiction Masahiro directly apologized to her, which made her angry and she didn't know where to live, shrank and underestimated. "It's good if you know. Rimi, you want to fight for Konoha, I can understand." Masaki Feng Mori looked at Rimi and said, "But I don't want you to have an accident, so I will apply to Lord Shuma and ask you to follow me. Fight together." Feng Mori Masahiro wanted Rimi to be responsible for the logistics at the beginning, but it was a waste of Rimi's strength to let her be responsible for the logistics. If you really say it, I am afraid that you will make Rimi angry again. After thinking about it, Feng Mori Jengui has only one choice, and that is to let Rimi fight in his team, so that he can protect her nearby. Rimi is not a weak person. On the contrary, her aptitude is very outstanding. Learn from Jian Xiaodahua. Has already trained her skills, and the practice with Fengsen Jengui has brought her strength to a higher level. It is by no means the kind of person who drags her back. The cooperation between Masaki Feng Mori and Satomi is also very tacit. Acting in the same squad can increase the combat effectiveness while also greatly improving the survival rate. If one or both of them are dead, he would rather look at each other or die together, rather than being separated by the end of the world without being together. Fengsen Jengui was thinking about Satomi as much as possible, and Satomi was not an unreasonable person. Moreover, Fengsen Jengui's ideas coincided with her, and gradually, his heart no longer felt angry. However, she also wants Fengsen Jengui to have a longer memory and don't say it to herself, so she still pretends to be angry. How did she hide this from Fengsen Jengui? Fengsen Jengui saw this, and was willing to cooperate with her. After coaxing Rimi all night, Rimi's anger completely disappeared. Chapter 36, Acabe Life. The NB established by Fijian has begun to take shape. Its members are all excellent ninjas selected from each ninja family. According to Fijian's imitating pig, deer, and butterfly combination, it is set as a 4-person team, with 1 as the captain and 3 as the team members. In order to facilitate the operation of Anbu, the clothing has also been improved. In the Warring States period, the ninja's battle outfit was a light armor. While giving excellent defense, it also had a certain burden on the action. Of course, for masters like Zhu Jian and Madara, light armor is not a big deal, but after taking into account the factors of changes in the fighting style, he redesigned the battle outfit. On the basis of the light armor, the weight is further reduced, but a certain defensive ability is retained. In Feng Mori's impression, this is the transition between the war armor of the Warring States period and the later NB strong armor. Presumably, with the NBs with development, light armor will become more and more lightweight, until it is the same as the dark clothing decades later. What made Fengsen Masahiro a little fortunate was that at this time the Anbu did not have the lurking duty of a spy, so there was no need to wear that animal pattern mask. To be honest, it was really unsightly. Fumirai Masaki felt that he would leave from here before the Anbi developed that kind of mask. Although it is not impossible, he still doesn't like it very much, and it's best not to wear it. After choosing the members of the Anbi, I ordered the members of the Anbi to conduct training again and again, mainly focusing on the cooperation within the team and the cooperation between the team and the team. Although Feng Mori Masaki and others are Naruto disciples, they are very young in Anbu in terms of age. The others are older ninjas in the family. Therefore, they are not qualified to be captains, but are assigned as team members. Into the team. Just as Rimi promised, Feng Mori Masaki applied to Fuma to let Rimi fight with him. Fuma had the idea of transferring Rimi to the Anbi. Now Fuma Masaki took the initiative and the only request was fighting side by side. He naturally agreed and sent Rimi and Masahiro Fengsen to a small team. The other person in the team is Uchiha Mirror. It is estimated that the relationship between Uchiha Mirror and Masaki Fumirai is very close. When they were in Konoha Academy, the two also practiced often and they had a tacit understanding. Put them in a small team. But I don't know if it's because of Rimi. The dark captain in charge of their squad is actually Senju Dahua, an excellent female ninja from the Senju family. Rimi looked very happy when she saw her. Her captain is familiar with her. The elders are very reassuring. Fengsen Jengui is a bit miserable. Kyunju Dahua regards Rimi as his daughter, and has high requirements for Fengsen Jengui, the son-in-law. When practicing, he always assigns some to Fengsen Jengui. Troublesome thing. Rimi knew that Senju Dahua was not simply making things difficult for Fengsen Masaki, but also helping Fengsen Masaki improve his strength. Naturally, he was happy to watch this scene. Uchiha Kyuji didn't say anything, but just watched the excitement like Satomi. Feng Senjungui was angry and happy with the performance of these two people. Although Jian Xiaotahua did add a lot to him, it did enhance his strength. Feng Senjungui didn't say anything, and others did it too. Rimi's elders, who are also teachers, give her a face. Kyunjudahua has outstanding strength and is famous for illusion. In the process of fighting with the Uchiha family all the time, she can still live all the way to the present. Her illusion level is naturally amazing. Uchiha Mirror admits that she can do nothing with illusion. Xiaotahua, if she is not careful, she will be deceived by the illusion of the opponent. Although it is only a subtle illusion, it is enough to reverse the situation in the battle. Masaki Kazemori secretly wondered, really can't underestimate these ninjas who survived the Sengoku period. Even the Uchiha family and the Senju family are only active members of the Sengoku period. In other places, they can be compared with them. There are also many ninja families. If you say that the only ones who are beyond this era, there are only two people, Zuma and Madara. Anbi's practice is very difficult. Compared with pure strength, they have to abide by some of the ninja responsibilities, which is completely different from the direction when Konoha Academy and Schwimmamen practice. During the break, Feng Senjungui, who was deliberately cared for by Kyunjudahua, had more training than others, and he would naturally be more tired. Of course, Feng Senjungui, who has a fairy law in his body, will not be really tired to get down, but he deliberately put on a look too tired. No matter how Rimi would watch the excitement, he would also feel sorry for her husband at this time. Stay with him. Uchiha Mirror can naturally see the true situation of Fengsen Masaki. He will not expose Fengsen Masaki, but he is a little envious, sighing why his wife is not here. If he is there, he can also imitate Fengsen Masaki. Come so out. Uchiha Mirror's wife Uchiha Maki is a gentle woman, but people from the Uchiha family have already been fighting in their blood. She should have been able to enter the Anbi. However, out of precaution against the Uchiha family, only the Uchiha people he trusts will be allowed to enter the Anbi. And considering the character of the Uchiha family that he discovered, Maki Uchiha did not enter the Anbi during the time served in the security department. For this decision, Masaki Fumirai expressed his support. If Maki Uchiha died in the war, Uchiha Mirror would definitely be distorted due to strong mental stimulation. Regardless of the fact that Uchiha Mirror now has 3 bar patterns, but he is still gentle, I think he is different from other Uchiha people. Feng Mori Masaki believes that the reason Uchiha Mirror does not appear to have a distorted personality is only because he has higher qualifications. After the establishment of the security department, Masaki Feng Mori discovered some patterns in the Uchiha people who were patrolling along the way. When the average Uchiha clan turns on 2 bar patterns, they can already see their obvious personality changes: pride, indifference, extreme, madness, and so on. As for the Uchiha people with excellent aptitude, such as those who started the 3 Baans, it is said that they have not had such a big personality change at the time of the 2 Baans, and once they reach the stage of the 3 Baans, their personality only begins towards extreme. Feng Mori Masahiro guessed that the better the Uchiha aptitude, the more powerful the mental stimulation is needed to make the writing round eyes change. Therefore, those Uchiha who have the ability to open the kaleidoscope writing round eyes, even if they arrive the 3 bar patterns are not distorted either. But the kaleidoscope writing round eyes is a force that really needs great grief to awaken. At this time, this person will become crazy because of the strong mental stimulation. Uchiha Mirror's excellent aptitude allows him to reach a realm that ordinary Uchiha people can't reach for a lifetime without having to endure great grief. Once he enters the realm of kaleidoscope writing round eyes, he will also be taken by the Uchiha family. The bloodline is cursed. Feng Mori Masaki once asked Uchiha Mirror if he wanted to get the power of kaleidoscope to write round eyes. Uchiha Mirror thought for a while. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com told Feng Mori Masaki about a secret history of Uchiha's family. After he became the patriarch, he looked through the ethnography and found out. He said that Uchiha is a family that is willing to fight. In history, the Uchiha family has often been reduced to almost annihilation due to fierce competition. At this time, there will be a person with a kaleidoscope writing wheel, leading the Uchiha family to flourish again. Basically, the owner of the kaleidoscope Sharingan will be regarded as a sign of the rise of the family. At the end of the Warring States period, when the two owners of Madara and Senna appeared in the Uchiha family, they thought that they had finally defeated Chien, the Shao family, but I don't know why, the two heroes between the column and the door also appeared in the Chien Shao family. Uchiha Mirror said that the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is indeed a very powerful force, but he always has a feeling that the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye will bring some kind of curse. If possible, he does not want this power to appear in the Uchiha family. Feng Mori Masaki sighed inwardly that Uchiha Mirror is different from the Uchiha tribe in some respects. Although he still doesn't know the secret of kaleidoscope writing round eyes, but vaguely, he has already felt the curse behind him, and refuse. But it is not that Uchiha Mirror said that if there is no, there will be no. Once the time comes, Uchiha Mirror will inevitably open the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, because he has this qualification. If there is such a day, Feng Mori Masahiro hopes that the Uchiha Mirror will not be completely distorted, at least not to abandon the whole world like Uchiha takes the soil, and even he has an unrealistic and extremely unlikely fantasy Ukibojing will not be the same as other Uchiha people. After a few months of practicing Anbi, I was making further efforts to build the village, and then an unfortunate news came from the capital. Dai Ming died. Chapter 37, National Capital. When the daimyo came to the throne, the country of fire was only a small country. During his reign, he worked hard to rule and gradually strengthened his national power. He recognized the potential behind the ninja and hit it off with Zhu Jian. He agreed with Zhu Jian's plan for the ninja village. The state hired Wood Ya Ninja Village. Then, the daimyo used the ninja village as the main force and the samurai army as the supplementary combat method, and personally formulated foreign military operations, eroding the surrounding small countries one by one, and only then established today's fire country pattern. Even among all the monarchs of the country of fire, this daimyo should be among the best, even the greatest, and he is destined to be admired by future generations. But because of overworked national affairs, the daimyo had already become sick without knowing it. Just a minor illness broke out all the hidden dangers in his body, and he could not afford to be seriously ill immediately, but within half a month, Dai Ming died of illness in the mansion. After Feng Jian learned the news, he quickly notified the pillars who were recuperating at home. Zhu Jian couldn't help but sighed and said, "I didn't expect that His Royal Highness would go before me. When I went to the famous mansion before, I saw that His Highness still a look of spirit." Zhu Jian has cooperated with the daimyo for many years, and there is also a friendship between the monarchs and his subjects. How can Zhu Jian not be sad? He is even more regretful that he has not been able to see the last side of the daimyo. "Brother, now that the daimyo has passed away, I will go to the daimyo's mansion for funeral," said in the interim, "the village will beg to my brother when I leave the village." "No, I want to take a look too." The column shook his head and said, "I have known His Royal Highness for many years, so I can't stay in the village. Don't worry about my body. It doesn't matter how this way." Of course, I knew that Zhujian went to the funeral in person, and it was easier to win the trust of the new king, but the body between the pillars gradually became weak and he did not want to burden his brother. It's just that Zhujian said so, and looking at his expression, he knew that he couldn't stop it, and he didn't say much in the interim. Since Yujian and Zhujian are preparing to leave the village, the daily affairs of the village are managed by Mito. As the wife of a generation of Hokage, she has the ability to take over duties temporarily. Afterwards, Fei Jian selected some people from Anbu to serve as a guard to protect him and Zhu Jian to the Dai Ming mansion. Originally, Fijian didn't plan to bring many people. He was outstanding in his own strength and only needed a small team. However, if he went to the pillars together, he had to choose more teams. You must know that the people who want life between the pillars are not few. As long as he hasn't really died, someone is willing to assassinate him to gain money and fame. In the past, people from Taki no Kuni came to assassinate the pillars. At that time, the pillars were at their peak, and they naturally defeated the opponent easily. However, the opponent's strength was also good, so that the pillars used the secret technique of wood escape, and they could still be in the pillars. Run away in front of him, of course, mainly because Zhu Jian didn't have the mind to chase him. Now that the news about the abdication of the column is spreading throughout the ninja world, there may be some people who dare to assassinate the column, and Jian has to be fully prepared. Soon, the team was identified, that is, the NB team including his 7 disciples, totaling 3 teams. Fengsen Zhengui did not expect that he would have the opportunity to take a trip to the country so soon, but look like this for big things, I may not have the opportunity to see the scriptures in the Temple of Fire. While shouldering the responsibility of protecting Hokage, other people also have a glimmer of longing for the capital of the country. They have never been to the capital, and they don't know what it looks like. At least, Rimi can send her from Fengsen Zhengui. I can see from the clothes how prosperous the country is. The funeral of the monarch is urgent and ready to go. A group of people gather at the entrance of the village. In addition to the 7 disciples and Satomi, among the 3 teams, there is also a member of the Hyoga clan who is selected as one of them. The Hyoga clan's eyes are good at investigating. As long as the Hyoga clan member is present, he can guarantee the control of the surrounding situation. Feng Mori Masayuki first saw this Hyoga branch and was introduced by Mito Minyan and Zhuan Xiaochun. It's called Hyagakai. Hyagake is also a very talented person in the Hyoga family. He has a close blood relationship with the current Hyoga clan. The Hyoga family sent him to the NB directly under Hokage. The purpose is obvious. It is to increase the relationship with Hokage. Rather, there is more or less this kind of thought in every member of the Anbu. The captains of the 3 teams are Senju Momika, the female ninja who has been following the column and the door, as well as the master Sarutobi Yuichi of the Sarutobi family, and Yuichi, the master of the Yuno family. With these people around, I believed that the safety of the pillars was sufficient, so I checked with each of them where they were responsible, and then set off. There is an official road specializing in Konoha Ninja Village and the capital. All unnecessary obstacles are removed and the road is directly reached to the capital. In the battle between the pillars and Madara, this official road was also affected. Fortunately, it is not serious. It was patched back soon. Along the way, Kei Hyoga kept watching the surroundings with his eyes, and cooperated with his own captain Yuichi's worms. Ninjas who could hide from them almost did not exist. They were calm, but everyone didn't want to chat, after all. This is not an outing. Outside the task, Feng Mori Masahiro and others are free to laugh and talk freely, but in the course of the task, everyone is asked to take it seriously and not to relax. He hates that frivolous behavior, which is absolutely not in front of him. Appeared. After the training of Anbi, the quality of Fengsen Zhengui and others is undoubtedly up to the standard. During the journey, they are silent and loyal to their duties. Only when they are resting, they use themselves to deal with this situation. The way of dialogue that has been researched out, complain about the current depressed atmosphere. In their minds, most of the time they are amiable, but in this case they will appear too indifferent. If they head to the capital, the atmosphere will definitely not be so dull. Zuma could have alive the atmosphere, but now his body is very poor, and he is worried because of the death of the daimyo. He either hurries on the way or sits and rests on the sidelines without saying anything. A few days later, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com Kyoto appeared in front of everyone. After talking to the guards of the capital for a while, they took other people into the capital. As soon as we entered the capital, Sarutobi Hisan and others who had never been here suddenly shined. The buildings in Konoha Ninja Village were very boring. However, the capital here is strangely prosperous, with streets and alleys, restaurants, and tea shops. One is not available in Konoha Ninja Village, and they are dizzying. Even if Feng Mori has experience in another world, it was already a brand new city at that time. Although there are TV dramas, in terms of visual sense, it is far from the reality and atmosphere of the country in front of him. Zujian and Fijian have become accustomed to it, and there is no delay. Fijian did not go to the Daming mansion the first time. Instead, he took everyone to the temple in the capital, which is the Temple of Fire. Meet Shinjun nature don't bring so many people, only he and Zujian will go to meet, and the rest will stay in the Temple of Fire. Feng Mori Masaki didn't know if he had too much luck. Not only did he come to the capital, he also went directly to the Temple of Fire. Although it's impossible to check the ninja classics in the Kingdom of Fire at once, at least, the monk or the host learns some knowledge in the scriptures. In the Fire Country, the host and several monks came out to greet the door room and the pillar room. The host was a kind old man who was over 100 years old. He told Feng Mori Masaki and others that the Fire Temple would arrange guest rooms for them to live in. Before the two Hokage left, they could live here. After instructing the three captains such as Kyunju Dehwa to do something, they rushed to the Daming mansion with the pillars. The three captains followed closely, and after seeing the two enter the Daming mansion, they would return to the Temple of Fire. The remaining people, led by the monks, went to the guest room, and then the host of the Temple of Fire would take them to visit the Temple of Fire. Today's update will be postponed to tomorrow, and tomorrow will be updated too. I got up too early today. I went out to do some things. I am too sleepy when I come back. The update today will be postponed to tomorrow. Sorry to be back tonight. I thought I could come back earlier, but it was too late. Now it's too late to update, so the two chapters will be updated tomorrow. Chapter 38, Followers of Nin Sect. Fire Temple was built 100 years ago. The buildings here have a strong historical atmosphere. Feng Mori Masaki and others followed the host and listened to him introducing the Fire Temple. Although the ninjas regard the ninja school as their origin, the ninjas have long forgotten the teachings of the ninja school. They only inherited the secret techniques of the ninja school and are not interested in the ideas of the ninja school. The host of the Fire Temple understands this. Therefore, he did not say too much to the people behind him about Ninzong's thoughts. The words were just right, not to make them bored, and he could understand some of the historical origins of the Fire Temple. Of course, there are also telling them not to go to certain places. Since Feng Mori Masaki has come to the Fire Temple, it is naturally impossible to miss this opportunity to learn about the secrets of the ninja school. Therefore, after the host briefly introduced the entire Fire Temple, he said to the host, "Host, Master, can you tell me the meaning of ninja sect?" The host was a little surprised. I didn't expect that one of these young people would be interested in Ninzong Sutra. This is incredible. However, since the other party is willing to listen, he is also willing to promote his beliefs to the other party. Others are lacking in interest. After all, ninjas are not believers. If it weren't for the secret technique originated from ninja school, they would not be happy to have anything to do with ninja school. Even so, Satomi, Uchiha Kagami, and Hokage deliberately listened to Feng Mori Masaki. The Senju family has always respected the Temple of Fire, and Rimi is not unfamiliar with the Temple of Fire. She is willing to accompany her husband to listen to the scriptures of the Temple of Fire. For the same reason, the Hyoga family and the Fire Temple are not shallow. The Hyoga family, which has maintained ancient etiquette, is not as resistant to ninja as other ninjas. On the contrary, the Hyoga family is afraid of all the ninja families most willing to follow. Ninzong is involved in the family. There is no reason for the family of Uchiha Mirror. Fire Temple may not really inherit Ninzong, but at least it does not run counter to Ninzong. The concept that it promotes is still based on goodness. The Uchiha family who likes the battlefield will naturally not respect fire of the temple. The reason why he is willing to listen is because Feng Mori Masaki is interested in it. He thinks Feng Mori Masaki is not a person who can do useless work. There should be something worth listening to in the scriptures of Fire Temple. After the four expressed that they wanted to listen to the Ninzong Sutra, Sarutobi Hisaki and others were ready to go back to the room and wait. They really had no interest in the Ninzong Sutra. The host smiled and nodded, and said, "Please follow me." The host took the four people to a house and was ready to tell them about it. Now Konoha Ninja Village is an important force in the Fire Country. Although the Fire Temple has little to do with it, Konoha Ninja there are people in the village who are willing to be friendly to the Temple of Fire, which is naturally a good thing. On the way, the group saw two young girls walking in front of them, one walking in front and the other following in the back. The girl walking in front was dressed in plain clothes, but she couldn't hide her noble temperament and her fair face. Obviously from an excellent background, she saw the host leading the way and saluted, "Master." Presided over a ceremony in return, but his name for this girl made the four of them feel a little jump, because he called her Royal Highness the Princess. Although I knew that this girl had an extraordinary background, she didn't expect to be a princess of a country. Depending on her age, she should be the daughter of the deceased old man and the younger sister of the new king. The girl looked at Feng Mori Masahiro and others, and she knew their identities from the forage she was wearing. The host then introduced it and learned that she wanted to listen to Ninzong Sutra. The girl was also surprised, as if it was because he had something to do, and he told everyone that the Ninja Sutra was profound, and after reading it carefully, he left. After the girl left, Feng Mori Masahiro and others breathed a sigh of relief. They were a little curious about why a princess of a country appeared in the Temple of Fire. Could it be that she is also a believer? As the host walked, he talked to everyone about the princess. The princess was called Qianji, the third daughter of the boss. She was very much loved. After the death of the boss, Princess Qianji came to the Temple of Fire. Pray that the boss can enjoy happiness in the Pure Land. In the scriptures of Shinobi, a place called Pure Land is described. It is said that when a person dies, he will go here. In the world of Pure Land, the soul will look back on the best memories of life and be redeemed in the soul. After that, they will reincarnate and come into this world as pure life. Rimi, Hinatake, and Uchiha Kagami will be suspicious. If there is such a world, there is no need to be afraid of what will happen after death, but does such a world really exist? Feng Mori Masahiro can be sure that the Pure Land world really exists. In the past, no living person could prove the existence of the Pure Land world, but in this era, whether it is the ghouls of the Uzumaki family, or it is created in the middle of it, the rebirth of the filthy land proves the existence of the Pure Land world. Rather than caring about the Pure Land world, Feng Mori Masaki inferred from the host's words that the Princess Qianji is a temple of fire. No, it should be said that she is a believer of ninja sect. When he realized this, Feng Zhengui's mind flashed an aura, but the aura flashed so fast that he couldn't catch it, but he vaguely felt that the princess should have faith in it. What is it for? The host brought the people to the house and let them sit down. Feng Zhengui couldn't think of the inspiration that just flashed, so he temporarily put it down and listened to the host's teaching. The Temple of Fire is very similar to temples in another world. But there are some differences. The most obvious difference is that its teachings are still closely related to the ninja sect. After the disappearance of the ninja sect, the secret scriptures were scattered all over the mainland and the information was incomplete. It is impossible to know the full picture of Ninzong www.ltnovel.com, but according to the remaining information, it is still enough to show a mythical world. The objects enshrined in the Temple of Fire are naturally the 6 Dao immortals and their followers, just like the 2 sons of the 6 Dao immortals have the same names as the mythological characters in another world. In the scriptures of the Fire Temple, it is often possible to hearing the name Ling Fengsen Zhengui felt familiar. For example, Feng Mori Zhengui heard several names. In another world, he is a mythical character, and in this world it is also the name of the pupil technique of the kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Just like their status in another world, the owners of these names are also very important in the ninja school, and they are an important member of the ninja school's worldview. Perhaps because of this, they can become the name of the power of the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, as gods. Naturally, the descendants of the sun are eligible to use it. Feng Mori Masahiro thought that although Ninzong had long been torn apart, everything about it was invisibly affecting every aspect of the world, even the descendants of the immortals who had forgotten their ancestors. In the host's narration, although Fengsen Zhengui did not get any information about the immortal law, there was a short paragraph in the story that the 6 immortals talked about the immortal, which made Fengsen Zhengui a little excited and endured. Perhaps there is a secret technique that records the fairy law in the secret code of the sect. Seeing that it was getting late, the host stopped and said that if he still wanted to listen, he could come to him again. Fengsen Zhengui and others left the host and went back to the room to rest. Along the way, they talked about the ninja scriptures and couldn't help but sigh secretly that these thoughts and theories still have some charm. Because Zuma and Fiamma were stayed at by the daimyo, they did not return to the fire temple, but were arranged by the daimyo to live. Therefore, the fire temple was occupied by Feng Mori Masaki and others and the 3 captains. After the funeral was over, we'll return to Konoha Ninja Village. Chapter 39, One After One. The funeral ceremony of the old man will be held a few days later. As the country lord who brought the country of fire to this point, his respect after death is naturally not low. Whether it is posthumous title or tomb specifications, he is the best choice. As the lord of a country, to be able to come to this point, can be called death without regret. Although Feng Mori Masahiro and others could not directly participate in the funeral ceremony of the boss, as subjects of the country, they must express their condolences in other places and participate with the host. After the funeral ceremony of the daimyo, the capital did not calm down, big and small things continued one after another. From the edict issued by the new emperor, Fengsen Zhengui faintly felt the ambition of the new emperor. Xinjun's father was too good. As a son of man, he would feel pressured in front of such a father. If you don't want to live under his father's aura, the only way is to achieve even better results than his father. Feng Mori Zhengui has already smelled the aura of the coming war, and most of the current countries still maintain the mentality of further expansion. This is not something that can be prevented by the pillars who want to stop it. After all, the ninja is only a subordinate of the daimyo, and the relationship between the pillars and the boss may be stable, but the new king is different. As the saying goes, one emperor and one courtier, there is naturally a reason behind this. There is no friendship between Zujian and Xinjun. It is better to say that they are just familiar strangers, and they can be like their father. To deal with the column, I am afraid that few people can do it. Feng Mori Zhengui heard from the host that Xinjun treated Zujian and Fijian very seriously, but he did not think that Xinjun would treat Zujian and Fijian as his confidant. Now Xinjun is just a young man in his early 20s. And Zujian and Fijian are people in their 40s, and they are still old ministers who followed Xinjun's father to fight the world. According to the historical experience that Feng Mori Masaki has gained in another world, facing such an old man, who is still the leader of the country's important military force, the young heir will definitely feel uneasy and worry that it will be difficult to control. If it's a person with a wrist, it's fine, at least he won't tear his face directly. I'm afraid that the other party is an idiot, and then both parties can't get off the stage. Fortunately, now Xinjun's actions show that he is not a fool. He knows how to get along with Konoha Ninja Village. However, if Konoha Ninja Village wants to be fully trusted like the old man, I'm afraid it's not. It's too possible. After the personnel changes in the capital and some things have been handled, the column and the door are about to return, and they will return to the fire temple to meet with the disciples. Under the protection of Feng Mori and others, the old and new generations of Hokage returned to Muye Ninja Village. Although it has not been a short time since leaving, Konoha Ninja Village is still very peaceful. The security team and Anbi constitute the village's defense system, which makes the village more stable. After 10 years of construction, Konoha Ninja Village is finally on the right track. The village system has gradually stabilized, and the family has gradually begun to be included in the control of Shinobu Village. Falma was very satisfied with this situation. He started the construction of the new plan non-stop. Just like Feng Mori Masakaru thought, Falma realized the idea of the new king and became a ninja village employed by the country. The sharp sword in the hands of the Daiming is taken for granted, so he must prepare early. Even so, I believe that war will not break out so early, and countries still need to be prepared. The new monarch has just ascended the throne, and some domestic matters have to be dealt with. The war is not urgently needed, and other countries have been scuttled. A lot of money, it takes time to make up. Although the land of the wind has obtained a large amount of wealth and land of the wind is barren. Even if it is obtained, it will not be transformed into power so quickly. Therefore, Fijian does not think that they will immediately go to war and leave it to themselves. There is a lot of preparation time, and he hopes that this preparation time can be after the death of the pillars, at least not to let his brother see the outbreak of war. In order to ensure the information of other countries, Anbi was sent to various countries to collect intelligence, and prepared first-hand at any time. Unexpectedly, the news of the war had not come, and the bad news of other ninja villages came first. First is the Kingdom of Wind. The generation Feng Ying who worked hard for the country died due to the recurrence of an old injury. The guard shaman who followed him to participate in the Five Shadows talks inherited the position of the second generation Feng Ying. Then came the land of water and land. A generation of water shadows and a generation of earth shadows died successively. The patriarch of the ghost lamp family, the patriarch of the ghost lantern, the moon, and the generation of earth shadow guards, inherited the position of the shadow. Within a short period of time, 4 of the first generation of filmmakers who held the Five Shadows conference together changed positions. Except for the pillars where they were recuperating, 3 of them have died. Feng Mori Masaki was shocked by the speed of such a fast replacement, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was not so incredible. In the Warring States period, the average lifespan of a ninja was only 30, even if he survived, in the perennial battle, it will also accumulate countless hidden injuries to the body. It is normal when it suddenly breaks out. This is not the era of the ninja village. There is a buffer period of 10 or even 20 years. The Warring States period is basically fighting every day. Spend time. Of the 3 people who died, except for the younger generation Feng Ying, the other 2 were very old. Sudden death is normal. Thinking about the environment in the Kingdom of Wind, the recurrence of old injuries seems normal. Now there is only 1 generation of Reikage still sitting in the position, but it seems that he will not live long. Feng Mori Masawai remembers that in the latter part of the first ninja battle, the Country of Thunder was replaced by the second generation of Reikage. This is really a bad signal. Feng Sen Zhengui recalled the messages of those 3 people. Once the new leader came to power, it also meant that the village's policy was about to change. After recalling the information of those 3 people, Feng Sen Zhengui changed it. I feel that this war is really coming. The second generation Fukage Sandgate is just like Fijian, a leader who is good at construction. Whether it is puppet art or the secret art of using sand, it appears in his hands. The policy of Sheian Ninja Village has shifted from securing resources to increasing force. There is no doubt that it is preparing for war. The second generation Dokage was called a wise general, and he performed his role as a shadow in a rational way of thinking. During the 4th Battle of Ninja World, he specially reminded the 3rd generation of Dokage Oniki after the victory of the Alliance. As a victor, he should guarantee the interests of his own ninja village. It can be seen that he regards the interests of the village as everything. Of course, he also hopes that a true peaceful relationship can be established between ninja villages, but sensible nothingness will inevitably be achieved by realistic means. Facilitated. And the second generation of Shui Ying is more troublesome than the other two guys. Ghost Lantern Huanyu is a fighting mad who likes war. If you really want to provoke a war, this person will definitely be the first person to participate. And a generation of Raikage won't be any better. Due to environmental reasons, the people in the Thunder Country are generally warlike and aggressive, and even breed war lunatics like Goldenhorn and Silverhorn. Even in the peaceful environment of later generations, Lei Ji Nation did not stop plundering mystery, which made other countries very nervous. With the reduction of national armaments, the three generations of Taiying had to hire Xiao to protect national interests, and the result was promoted. Akatsuki secretly gets bigger. Feng Mori Masaki was sweating all over, so counting, now only the Konoha ninja village on the mainland still has the idea of delaying the war, and the other ninja villages are starting to prepare for the war, and I must remind them. Although Fijian is also preparing now, in Fijian's idea, other countries will not start wars so soon, so the speed of preparation is far less than that of other countries. Under normal circumstances, even if the fighting faction raises its head, it should not start a war so quickly. After all, it takes time to prepare, but the reality is often very bizarre. The reasons for this are probably very complicated. Feng Sen Zhengui he couldn't sort it out for a while, but he knew that war would break out soon. Feng Mori Zhengui was pondering for a long time, ready to write a proposal to Jian, analyze the current situation on the mainland, and let the village prepare for the war as soon as possible. Chapter 40, Proposal. After the establishment of Konoha Ninja Village, there were 4 levels of job hierarchy in the village, namely Ying, Shangnan, Zongnan, and Xianan. In addition to the shadow at the apex of Ninja Village, Shangnan was the backbone of the village. Not only can you participate in the high-level decision-making in the village, you can also vote on the appointment of Naruto, which can be described as extremely powerful. In view of Shangren's rights, Zuma was very careful in appointing Shangren. Taking into account the influence of family status and preventing family power from being too strong, only the heads of some big clans were given the posts of Shangren. Others, some of the small families in China, only have the title of Zongren. They didn't have the right to sit on an equal footing with the big clan. In order to prevent people from thinking that Zuma deliberately expanded his family power, after he became Naruto, only Feijian was Shangnan. During Zuma's reign, he always regarded himself as the leader of the village instead of the Senjua family representative. After he abdicated, he dismissed all his duties and appointed Senjua Dehua as a new upper ninja. Other than that, there was no second upper ninja. In the current Konoha Ninja Village, those who are eligible to participate in decision-making are the second generation of Naruto and the leader of other large families. Although Uchiha Kami is not qualified to forbearance, he can originally participate in decision-making as a family. But because of his young age, Madara's affairs were ahead, and the families all rejected the opportunity of the Uchiha family to participate in decision-making. After Uchiha Mirror was qualified for the forbearance, he could return to the top. Although Masahiro Feng Mori is a disciple of the family, he is not of a high birth, and he does not have the qualifications for Shinin when he founded the village. Now if he wants to be qualified for Shinin, he has to perform enough tasks and get half of Shinin's approval. Fang can get the qualifications of the shinobu, so now he is just a Zhong shinobu. According to common sense, Masahiro Feng Mori is not qualified to submit proposals directly to Naruto. This is the responsibility of Shangren. In the ninja village, the level of government affairs is relatively strict, and Zongren is not qualified to just casually see Hokage. However, Feng Mori Zhengui's disciple status can play the role of meeting directly with Fijian, not to mention anything else, in Anbu, the team where his disciple is the most seen. Fujian naturally wanted to treat his disciples as the important backbone of the village, both openly and secretly training them. The last time he went to the capital of the country to protect the two sides, Why did he choose Fengsen Zhengui and others? Obviously, there are not many teams with rich experience and strong strength in the village. The reason is not to give Feng Mori Masaki and others the opportunity to get the qualifications for Shinobu while getting in touch with the major events in the village. When the time comes, they will be qualified for Shinobu. It's a matter of course. Masahiro Feng Mori decided to hand in his proposal the next time he meets with Fijian. For the future backbone of the village, Fijian will definitely read it carefully and consider the correctness of it, even if he does not fully believe it. The character will also be prepared. The only thing Feng Mori Masahiro has to do now is to write his own proposal carefully, so that the speculations in it are reasonable, and can be trusted by others. It is impossible for him to directly write such things as comics. Fortunately, as a member of the Anbu, he has been exposed to a lot of information, and after a few days of polishing, he is already confident. After the day's mission was over, Feng Mori Masaki sat at the table, spread the scroll in front of him, meditated for a moment, and started writing. Rimi, who was about to go to bed, saw that Fengsen Zhengui didn't know what he was writing. She stepped forward and wrapped Fengsen Zhengui's neck with his hands behind his back, and asked curiously, "Zhengui, what are you doing?" "Write something important," said Masahiro Fumirai, "prepare to show it to Master Shwima in the future." Rimi looked at the table. Anyway, there is no secret between the husband and wife. At this time, Fengsen Zhengui has already written half of it. She looked at some of the front, and suddenly exclaimed, "Zhengui, you really think so?" Before, Fengsen Zhengui told her that he thought that war would break out soon. She thought it was just Fengsen Zhengui's negative thoughts, but as it looks now, Fengsen Zhengui is serious. Fume Mori Masaki said with a soft and said, "Rimi, you should know that other shinobu villages have recently changed leaders, and the attitude of the second generation is obviously different from that of the predecessors. They are all acting to increase force. Rimi knows these things." After hearing Feng Marai's words, she also doubted whether the war was about to come, but she always felt a little too soon. Sometimes things come faster than we thought. Masaki Fengsen seemed to guess Rimi's mind, and said, "Especially the new king of the country of fire, whether it is domestic or foreign, will think this is a good chance. If a young monarch wants to establish his own authority, nothing can come faster than a victory." Similarly, for other countries, when the new monarch first ascends the big treasure, he has not completely controlled the country. At that time, there is no better offensive opportunity than this. Feng Mori Masahiro felt that if the boss could live longer, perhaps the war would really come after a period of delay, just like others thought. Rimi's eyes were a little confused. Although she was clever, she did not have any accurate knowledge of these important national events that she had never encountered before. This is also a common problem for most ninjas. They practice fighting skills every day, so other aspects will naturally be abandoned. There are so many wizards like Jian, even him, there are limitations due to his identity. War, is it really coming? Rimi tightened his hands around Fengsen Masaki slightly, and asked herself in a low voice. As a person who grew up in the peaceful age, Satomi cares more about the peaceful situation and is willing to maintain it, but the reality does not seem to be what she expected. Fengsen Masahiro lightly patted the back of Rimi's hand and said, "Rimi, there are some things that cannot be avoided. If someone doesn't want peace, the only thing we have to do is to let the other party understand how much it costs to start a war, so that the other party has to accept peace." Asterisk. In the future, I will pay attention to the practice of the disciples as usual. After the second generation of Hokage came to the throne, his affairs have become more and more busy, especially now that the village is in the development stage. No matter what, I have to ask some things. New departments should also be established one by one to form a complete system. After seeing the Sarutobi Hisaki squad and the Mito Minion squad, I came to the Feng Mori Masakaru team and watched the practice of Feng Mori Masaki, Uchiha Mirror, and Satomi, and nodded slightly. These disciples are all good. In the same way, without personal supervision. www.novel.com, I have not forgotten what I should do. Perhaps, I can give them other tasks to perform, I thought to myself silently. After speaking a few words with Jian Xiaodahua, I saw Fengsan Zhengui deliberately talking to him. After thinking about it, he went to the side with him. He thought Fengsan Zhengui had some practice problems. To say it, he didn't expect Fengsan Zhengui to take out a scroll, saying that it was his insights on the surrounding situation these days, and I hope he can take a look. Fu Zhen was a little curious in his heart. Although Fengsan Zhengui's behavior was a bit out of the ordinary, but he regarded them as high-level people in the future. It is also a good thing for Fengsan Zhengui to have ideas. So, he just verbally blamed it, letting Fengsan Zhengui pay attention. The scroll was still taken, and he opened it to take a look. After reading the previous paragraph, Jian's expression became serious, and he glanced at Fengsan Zhengui, and asked, "You really think so?" Feng Mori Masaki nodded. After pondering for a while, he closed the scroll and said that he was going to go back and take a look. Seeing that Fengsan Zhengui had nothing else to do, he turned around and left. After finishing the office that day, he took out the scroll again and read it word by word. After reading the full text, he thought again for a long time. Although Feng Mori Zhengui's ideas are different from the mainstream ideas in the village, the unexpected makes sense. Some of the insights in it are also very novel, and they have not even considered it. Unexpectedly, he still has this kind of eyesight. Muttered, his eyes returned to the scroll again. In the scroll, Feng Mori Masaki combined the current intelligence and shifted the topic to the Thunder Country, thinking that the Thunder Country might be a dangerous target. The Kingdom of Thunder. Staring at the three words, his eyes closed slightly. Chapter 41, Union Village. The ninja village established by the Thunder Country is named after Union, because Union Ninja Village is built between towering mountain peaks. The clouds and mist are pervasive throughout the year, and the ninja village seems to be hidden in the clouds and mist. This is a place carefully chosen by a generation of Hokage. The terrain is complex, easy to defend and difficult to attack, even elite ninjas, it is difficult to sneak into it. The residents of Thunder Country are mostly brown-skinned, and the same is true of the first generation of Hokage. He is tall and standing at the window, looking down at the village surrounded by clouds and mist. A generation of Hokage was called AI. This is not his original name. In the tradition of Thunder Country, the name AI has a unique meaning, symbolizing the number 1, leader, etc. As the leader of Union Ninja Village, to have such a title. In his heart, this name will be passed down from generation to generation, and every generation of Hokage in the future will be named AI. Since is the leader of the entire village, AI naturally has to take on the responsibility of leading the village to prosper. This is the dignity of the leader, and in AI's view, it is something that must never be abandoned. Therefore, during the Five Shadows meeting, he saw Zhujian bowing his head to the other people to request. He couldn't help but blame the Zhujian, saying that this was not the leader's doing. If this point is removed, AI would admire this generation of Naruto. While the ninja families of other countries were still struggling to survive, Zuma joined other families to negotiate cooperation with the country for the first time, and then became an important military force in one fell swoop. And has its own independent status. When the news of the establishment of Konoha Ninja Village reached Thunder Country, AI knew at first sight that this was the direction that Thunder Country ninja should go in the future. After a hard struggle, he finally established a cloud in Thunder Country. Hidden Ninja Village, assisted the daimyo to open up the territory of Thunder Country, and obtained the same status as Konoha Ninja Village. AI Zenlai admits that the influence of the pillars is very far-reaching. The current peace of the mainland is not unrelated to his pioneering actions. I don't know when the title of God of Ninja was crowned on Hokage's body, especially when it was captured by Hokage. After being the tail beast of the Chaos Continent since ancient times, this title is more worthy of its name. However, in addition to respect, AI is wary of Konoha Ninja Village. In the final analysis, Konoha Ninja Village still belongs to the enemy country. They are enemies from the beginning. The so-called ninja god is more authentic. The greater the danger of the Thunder Country. Fortunately, not long after, the pillars announced their abdication. After inquiring about the news, it was learned that the pillars abdicated due to illness. This shows that even the ninja cannot escape the law of birth, old age, sickness, and death. Although the second generation Naruto of the new upper rank is equally powerful, it is far from its elder brother. The danger of Konoha Ninja Village has been greatly reduced, although it is still not to be underestimated, at least compared to the time when the pillar was in power. There is not so much pressure. At that time Aidu was considering the plan of the four-nation alliance to control the Nation of Fire. After a generation of Naruto abdicated, the other leaders of the ninja village happened to die one after another. Only Ai was the only one who participated in the Five Shadows talks that year. This made him feel a little bit about the impermanence of fate. Even so, he felt that he was also very fast. It is necessary to step on the back of those people. Due to regional reasons, the Thunder Country has always had strong folk customs and advocating force. In the unified operation that year, Ai faced the same very powerful enemies, and the hidden injuries caused by years of fighting were countless. At this time, there were no medical ninjas who are good at maintenance. There is no cure for his hidden wounds. Look at that generation of Hokage and other leaders who died suddenly, and you can know how much effort and hard work was done by their ancestors for the ninja village. At this time, there was a knock on the door, Ai yelled in, and then a big brown-skinned man walked in from the door. His name was Day. He was a guard who followed Ai all the year round. It seemed rough, but in fact he was clever. With delicate mind, is the most trusted person around Ai. Ai has decided in his heart that in the future, after his death, Dale will succeed the second generation of Union Ninja Village. He believes that Dale can move the village in a better direction. Day, what's the matter? Ai asked. Master Reikage, the news that I just received from the capital, the daimyo refused our request and asked us to immediately prepare for the plan to attack the country of fire. Da said, the daimyo hopes that the status of the new king of the country of fire has not yet been stabilized. They attacked the opponent, forcing the land of fire to cede part of the land. Ai knew that the country of fire had recently changed a monarch, and he had a foreboding that the daimyo might do something, but he did not expect that the other party would directly attack the country of fire. He felt that it was not time yet, so he asked the daimyo to postpone it. However, daimyo he refused, asking them to immediately develop an action plan. Seeing Ai frowned, Da went on to say, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers also know about this. They told me that they firmly support Da Ming's resolution and will take the initiative to raise it in the next meeting. Lei Ying my lord, it looks like there is no way to refuse. It's true. Ai sighed softly. Golden Horn and Silver Horn are masters in Union Ninja Village. They have high prestige in the village. It is said that they are the descendants of the 6 Dao Immortals. After they swallowed the flesh and blood of the 9 tails, not only did they not die, but they also gained the power of the 9 tails. It further confirms this rumor. If it is not the descendants of the 6 Dao Immortals, how can they adapt to the power of the tail beast? Because of this, the prestige of Golden Horn and Silver Horn is very close to Ai, who is the leader of a village. Ai can't help but consider the opinions of these two people. Because the people in Union Ninja Village admire power, there are many main combatants. Looking forward to eroding the territory of other countries as before, they would not refuse the daimyo's request. They had voices of dissatisfaction with the conclusion of the 5 Shadows Agreement. Ai wants to refuse, not because he is afraid of the country of fire, but because he thinks the village is not prepared enough, and there is not enough logistical guarantee to start the war rashly. The funds taken away by the second generation of Hokage have not been replenished until now. Cannot support a long war. It was just such a firm request from the daimyo that Goldenhorn and Silverhorn announced that they would support it. AI thought about it, and it seemed that he could only decide to immediately start a war against the country of fire. AI is also a refreshing person. After deciding to do it in his heart, other thoughts are thrown away, leaving only what kind of combat plan to adopt. After the establishment of Union Ninja Village, AI has made unremitting efforts to integrate the ninja family in the village, established the authority of AI, and unified the entire village under the name of AI. On the other hand, the person who contributed to the development of the village is Day, and this man is also a person who is good at innovation. Through the traditional customs of Thunder Country and the characteristics of Thunder Dune, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has successively developed swordsmanship and physical skills. AI is most praised for the secret technique called Thunder Dun Chakra Mode. The method of strengthening the body with the Thunder attribute chakra has existed since ancient times, but this is the first time that the secret technique of attack and defense is integrated like the Thunder Chakra Mode. The only drawback is that this secret technique is too demanding for the body, and ordinary people cannot use it for too long. Da admits that it is tailored to his disciples' physical strength. AI also knows the powerful physical strength of that young man. I believe this secret technique can be carried forward on that young man. Recently, Tatsu is trying to train the human column power so that they can play a role in the war. Unfortunately, the country of Thunder does not have a human column power comparable to Mito. Not to mention the use of the power of the tail beast. Still suffering from the spiritual influence brought about by the tail beast seal, if one is not careful, he will run away. If it takes longer, Deo might have better results, but now there is no way to count on the power of Ren's Huli, only Union Ninja Village himself. When AI was thinking about the battle plan, he couldn't help but think of the Five Shadows agreement signed a year ago. He didn't expect it to be torn up so soon. However, the first generation of Hokage knew in his heart that he knew that this agreement would be invalid if it didn't know when. Don't blame them. After all, we are all ninjas. To obey the orders of our employers, our own will is meaningless, does it? Even if it's you Senjujima, when the Fire Country daimyo asks you to dispatch, can you still refuse the other party's request? As the leader of the ninja village, the only thing I have to do is to obey the daimyo's orders and show the value of the ninja village. Let the daimyo rely more on the ninja village. The two sides will mutually benefit and help each other. This will be my last battle. AI thought silently in his heart. Chapter 42, Inheritance Between Pillars. In the Senju clan, the one-year-old Tsunade sat in front of Feng Mori Masaki, watching the game between the two, patted his hands happily, and smiled happily. Fengsen Zhengui thought, I really don't know what happened to me, and I was playing this game with a little girl, but in the final analysis, it was because the granddaughter was skewed between the pillars, so I had to gamble with others when I was young. Looking at Tsunade who was grinning in front of him, Feng Mori Zhengui thought, stretched out his hand and gently squeezed Tsunade's baby fat face, causing the little girl to scream and wave her hands in dissatisfaction. Haha, it seems Zayazuna likes you very much, Zhengui. The pillar on the side said with a smile. Really? Masaki Fengsen looked at Tsunade and said simple words, expressing his dissatisfaction. Of course, if it was someone Xiaotsuna hated, she would have raised his hand and beat him up a long time ago. Zuma said, it seems that someone has been treated like this. That's really lucky. Masaki Fusumori smiled, Miss Tsunade is very cute, but it seems that her temper in the future may be a little willful. If Tsunade's self-willed side is aside, her appearance is absolutely correct, her parents are both good-looking people, and her daughter naturally inherited the advantages of her parents. A wayward. Zhu Jian held his hands in front of him, frowning and thinking. He used to think Tsunade would become quieter in the future, but now he is becoming more and more self-willed. This is part of Zhu Jian's pampering. Not open, but even if he realizes this, it is estimated that he will not change his behavior. What's wrong with a person who is about to die and pampering his grandchildren? Tsunade is just a little willful. If you talk about him, it doesn't hurt much. At least Zuma believes that even if he passes away, Mito can educate his granddaughter well, without worrying about going wrong in the future. Anyway, the game will end here. Masaki Fengsen saw Tsunade yawn, cleaned up, and nodded to the maid at the door. The maid picked Tsunade up, and bowed to Tsunami Kazufumi Masaki, then exited the room and took Tsunade to rest. Watching the granddaughter leave, between the pillars sighed, and said, I really hope I can see Zayazuna when he grows up. Fengmori Masaki was silent. Recently, the body between the pillars is getting worse and worse. Before he could move freely, but now he can only lie on the bed and cannot walk at will. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the pillar is about to die. The man who is called the of Ninja is actually weakened to this point, which makes people sigh. Feng Sen Zhengui's heart is also very sad. After all, he has been prepared, but he has not lost his way. Fengmori Masahiro did not say anything like you will see it, but said, Miss Tsunade will definitely grow up healthy in the future. Don't worry. If you say that, I will feel relieved. The column nodded slightly. Masaki, if Zayazuna becomes a ninja in the future, I will trouble you to take care of it. Zuma had no children for her life, and only had 2 daughters under her knees. The eldest daughter was married. The child she gave birth was Tsunade. The second daughter was only 11 years old. I don't know if it was because of the situation of the daughters that she didn't let them become the ninja. The eldest daughter readily accepted, but the second daughter had other ideas. After 100 years, there is no guarantee that Tsunade will want to become a ninja. Therefore, Zuma first asked Masaki Fumirai to take care of Tsunade in the future. Fengmori Masahiro was about to say yes. What he said between the pillars made him a little confused. He only heard the pillars say, well, actually think about it carefully. It would be great if you should be the teacher of Xiao Gang, you see. She doesn't like you very much. Even if she becomes self-willed in the future, she shouldn't be in any big trouble. No, the point is not the question. Fusen Masaki smiled bitterly in his heart. If Tsunade returns to his name and learns, what will Konoha-san do in the future? Let Sarutobi Hitachi not know where he can pull it from. Are you alone? Well, with Sarutobi Hizaki's teaching ability, it may not be impossible to teach a new 3 forbearance. Fengmori Masaki has no resistance to accepting Tsunade as a student. He just feels that the 3 ninjas in his memory have been dismantled, and he feels a little inexplicable. Let's talk about it until that time. Maybe when Tsunade-san grows up, she won't want to. Fengmori said. I don't think so. Zujian smiled. Zhengui, I have watched you grow slowly over the years. I trust you very much. Please give it to you, I am absolutely relieved. Zhu Jian has also instructed 7 disciples of Fei Jian, but the relationship with Fengmori Zhengui is closer than any one person. The uniqueness of the fairy law allows Zhu Jian to have a real inheritance. If you want to choose among 7 people if a person is a direct disciple between the pillars, then this person must be Fengsen Zhengui. You have a good reputation. Fengmori Zhengui didn't expect that Zujian would say that, and said quickly. There is no need to belittle yourself, Zhengui, you are really good. He waved his hand between the pillars and said. I heard that you told me some suggestions about threats to the country's periphery. You know. Fengmori was a little surprised. www.novel.com. Of course I would know, anyway, I am also the first generation of Hokage. The pillars laughed bitterly. The shadows of other countries have left one after another, which made me a little sad, and what I didn't expect was that those heirs who couldn't wait for a few years were just preparing for the war. This may not be their real idea, maybe there are other reasons. Fengmori Zhengui actually wanted to directly say that it was the issue of the country's name, but after thinking about it, he still didn't say it. I hope so. In other ninja villages, Not all people like war, people who love peace exist. Zuma said. Maybe it really exists, but according to the tradition of ninjas, once the daimyo speaks, no matter how peaceful they are, they will definitely have to do it for the nobles. Fengsen Zhengui thought in his heart that he would not dare to think about another possibility, if it was Huaji. The name of the national university spoke about how to act between the pillars. The war is coming soon, but at least, I have maintained peace for 10 years. Zhu Jian said, in this situation, I may have done something wrong. When I killed Madara, I was with this hunch, I can only go on, otherwise everything I have paid will be in vain. I have no way to look back, but Zhengui, your generation is still possible. I hope everything I do can bring you new things. Your thoughts will allow you to find a better way to peace. Fengsen Zhengui heard this and said with a serious face, Master between the pillars, please rest assured, I will definitely look for other peaceful methods to realize the ideal world of the Master between the pillars. Even if our generation does not do it, we will retain our experience to the next generation, so that they can be one step closer to our foundation. Well said, Zhengui. Zima suddenly laughed. The will of fire I hope to promote is actually such a thing. Chapter 43, Rectify. Feng Mori Masahiro can only go to the Qian Shao clan in occasional free time. Most of the time, he is still busy with Enbu's work. Especially after surrendering that proposal, no matter what he thought, at least he began to increase the investigation of other countries and the composition of the troops in Shinobu village. This time, Feng Mori Masaki got a new appointment. He told him that their team would go to the Northern Frontier Army to collect information. Once there was an accident on the border, they would immediately send the information to the ninja village so that the ninja village could make timely decisions. Reaction. Although the ninja village has become an important military force of the country at this time, it does not mean that the samurai army has withdrawn from the stage of history. Even if the combat power of individual soldiers cannot be compared with the ninja, its number is also a great threat. In the vast territory of the country of fire, it is impossible for the ninja village to disperse people to maintain the peace of the border. Therefore, the samurai army is still stationed on the border. Feng Mori Masaki can imagine what kind of cold reception they will encounter when they arrive in the northern frontier. After all, the samurai does not have a good impression of ninjas, but it does not matter, as long as they perform their own tasks. And next, their team will be reorganized once in a while, the Uchiha mirror is transferred away, and the autumn road takes the wind instead, and they go to the northern frontier together. This appointment made Feng Mori Masaki a little surprised. Uchiha Kami would not go with them. Although I don't know why, but there should be his own intentions, Feng Mori Masaki didn't say anything. It's a shame that I can't go with you anymore. After receiving the official notice, Uchiha Kika went to Feng Mori's house and said, since it's an order, there is nothing to do. However, if you are arranged like this, there should be other tasks for you, right? Fengsen Zhengui said. If you say yes, there is indeed. Uchiha Koji's expression sank slightly, then he sighed softly, and said, Master Shwima told me that in the next possible war situation, Konoha Ninja Village the Uchiha family's security will be in charge of the Uchiha family, so he hopes that I can reorganize the family's interior. The Uchiha family is in charge of the garrison, and it is their duty to be responsible for safety, but the argument between them is even heavier once the war begins. In the current situation of Konoha Ninja Village, the civilian ninja has not yet formed, and it is destined to be a fighting force dominated by family elites, and the leader must be the Senju family. After the main force leaves, the defense of Konoha Ninja Village will not encounter an attack, and only the Uchiha family, who is as famous as the Senju family, will dominate. Out of helplessness, he could only rely on the powerful Uchiha family. However, he had to consider whether the Uchiha family was loyal or not. After the army left, no one else could suppress the Uchiha family. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure that the Uchiha family will not betray. This is also the task he gave to Uchiha Mirror, to make Uchiha Mirror as much as possible to rectify the inside of the family to prevent people with bad intentions. The matter of Uchiha Madara is still before, and it is only natural that people cannot be trusted. Feng Mori understands the necessity of this task, and said with a smile, I don't think you need to be too nervous. The Uchiha family will never really want to betray. I believe that the majority of people who have the same idea with you, even if there are really bad intentions, should be only a minority, as long as other people supervise these people. Uchiha Koji nodded, and said, I always think that the family should understand what they want to do, but there are still some discordant voices. After Madara's affairs, the village did not consider the previous suspicion, and entrusted the police department with the important task. It is already a benevolent act, but some people still think that the village should give the family more power. At this point, Uchiha Kami, who has always been gentle with others, smashed the table angrily. It was obvious that these people made him very angry. Masahiro Fumirai knew that the Uchiha family would be stupid at some point, but I didn't expect that even after giving such a power to the security team, there were still people who were dissatisfied. You know, in today's Konoha ninja village, which department is controlled by a family alone? Although it is for the convenience of surveillance, on the other hand, the Uchiha family's power has swelled to an unimaginable level to completely manage the security issues in the ninja village. There are also interrogations for suspected criminals or spies. No wonder that the power of arrest should be checked and balanced by the Anbu. Is there really such a person? Well, the leader is called Uchiha Setsuna, and he is considered to be the representative of the Hawks in the family. Uchiha Mirror did not hide it, and directly said the leader's name. Anyway, he had already told Feijian, Yu Feng, it doesn't matter if Mori Gengui talks about it. Uchiha Setsuna. Feng Mori Masayuki remembered seeing such a name, and only one scene appeared in the manga. It seemed that he was a person who claimed to have inherited Madara's will, and it also made Kaima feel that the Uchiha family is much more reason for attention. It's incredible to say that when Madara brought the disaster to the family, the Uchiha family had to separate their relationship with Madara. When the family situation gradually stabilized, some people felt that the family deserved more. Instead, Madara's behavior is considered correct. That should really be rectified. Feng Mori said, but depending on the situation, this person named Uchiha Setsuna should be a minority, and he can't make a big storm. Mirror, as long as you can take care of the family, other people's ideas will not be a problem. Well, after the establishment of the security team, everyone did their best at the beginning, but there seems to be some problems now, but I can't tell them. Uchiha Mirror said. Are the members of the security team seem a little arrogant? There are some, but Uchiha Kiya did not continue. He actually wanted to say that it is normal for people in his family to be proud. Other families know it, and there seems to be nothing special. Mirror, I believe in a truth, that is, absolute power will create absolute corruption. Fengsen Masahiro said slowly, the police force has a lot of power, but because of this, not many people can suppress the police force. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com seems to be nothing right now. Over time, the security team will definitely be unhealthy because of this in the future. If even the law enforcement agencies no longer uphold justice, who would be willing to trust the security team? When Uchiha Mirror heard the words, he was shocked. Feng Mori Masahiro said that those minor problems in the security team that seem to be nothing may become hidden dangers in the future. He hurriedly asked, Masaki, do you think is there any way to prevent this from happening? I think that in order to prevent this kind of thing, the first thing is to establish a strict system of rules in the police force to prevent someone from abusing their power. Once such things happen, they must be severely punished. Feng Sen Zhengui said, secondly, it is necessary to establish the concept of honor of the members of the garrison, so that they believe that they have the responsibility to enforce the law impartially, and to regulate ethics. Of course, the garrison itself should not be relied on, and others should supervise its actions and strengthen management. Let them feel that they can't do anything wrong. This is my general idea, and it should be more complicated to actually implement it. If you really want me to say it right away, I'm afraid it won't work. No, this is enough. Uchiha Koji said in surprise, listening to what you said, I am stunned. I have a direction on how to reorganize the family. I will think about it after I go back. I can help you. Feng Senjungui smiled. Uchiha Mirror talked for a while, and then left, probably to consider some disciplinary issues in the garrison, hoping to play some role. After that, Masaki Feng Mori prepared to go to the Northern Frontier Army, but he quickly ignored this matter. Just the day before they were about to leave, a ninja eagle came to Konoha Ninja Village and brought "Here comes the news from the Frontier Army. The Land of Thunder is invading aggressively, quickly support." Chapter 44, Troop Build-Up. Was standing in front of the window, holding the letter from Shinobu in his hand. After reading the above, he immediately called someone to invite the Shinins in the village to come to discuss matters and prepare to deal with the next war. His mood was ups and downs, and he really didn't expect Feng Mori Gengui's prediction to become a reality. The country of Thunder indeed launched a war against the country on fire. The speed was so fast that people were caught off guard. Fortunately, I recognized some of the statements in the proposal and made some preparations. It would not take another time to prepare the troops. In the face of the offensive of the Thunder country, every minute and every second may cause serious consequences. In less than 10 minutes, the upper ninjas gathered in the room. Although I don't know what happened, it must be a big event to gather all the upper ninjas in an extraordinary time. The inquiring eyes fell on the body in the room, waiting. The second-generation Hokage's words. Fei Jian turned around, looked at the Shinins in front of him, and said, "Just now, I received a message from the Anbu squad who was out for investigation, saying that without a clear move from Lei's Higuo, Yunyinran the army of the ninja suddenly launched an attack. The Northern Frontier Army was caught off guard. The line of defense was broken. A large number of ninja troops entered the country directly, requesting immediate support from the village." Hearing this, the upper ninjas suddenly looked surprised. They were also the people who followed the pillars to carry out the unified operation of the Country of Fire. They naturally knew about the war. Union Ninja Village actually attacked the site alone without the assistance of the samurai army. The army, it was too risky, but I have to say that this approach was beyond everyone's expectations, and instead achieved great results. The Northern Frontier Army is a samurai army that can conquer good combat. If they take a defensive position with sufficient preparation, even the Union Ninja Village army cannot easily win. However, under the sudden attack of the Thunder Country, the Northern Frontier Army was unable to cope with it. As a result, they failed steadily, and the Union ninja troops broke through the northern line of defense and went straight into the hinterland. With the maneuverability and destruction speed of the ninja forces, in this kind of sudden attack, not many cities can stop its offensive, but there are also great hidden dangers. Once the offensive of the Union ninja forces is blocked, the samurai army will be formed. Encirclement, it is likely to be completely wiped out. Union Ninja Village's desperate courage is admirable, but 1 yard is 1 yard. Since they are enemies, they must stop their attempts, otherwise Konoha Ninja Village will not be spared. It shouldn't be too late. We must set off immediately to contain the momentum of Union Ninja Village. Frances said coldly, "Let them continue to be so unscrupulous, it is impossible for the country to organize an effective samurai army until the warriors of Thunder Country. Once the army arrives, it will be the end of the country's ruin. But the intelligence is very vague. We have limited manpower. Where should we go to defend?" someone asked. Fei Jian picked up the map of the Country of Fire and said, "Union Ninja Village must know that it must be a quick battle, so there is no better way than attacking the country. Then, their marching route will be traceable. Of course, we also have to consider other possibilities, and we need people from the Hokage family. With that said, Fijian's gaze shifted to a handsome middle-aged man. He is the clan of the Hokage family, called Masato Hokage. He looked at Fijian and nodded and said, the Hokage family will do their best to help the village meet the Union Ninja. Village. Very good, let's discuss the troops in charge of the Shin'nins immediately. After we go back and mobilize, we will set off immediately. Hearing this, he said. Asterisk. When he heard the news of war preparations, Fengsan Zhengui still had an unreal feeling. He thought that after arriving in the Northern Frontier Army, he could see some clues about the Kingdom of Thunder, and then reminded the village to prepare early, but he did not expect before he left the village, the Kingdom of Thunder had already come. Too fast, really too fast, Fengsan Zhengui thought. Zhengui. At this moment, he heard Rimi's voice, turned his head, saw a touch of worry on her face, and said, is the war really coming? Ah, it's really here. Feng Mori Masahiro said. Just as you said, the war is coming so soon. Rimi gritted her teeth lightly, damn the land of thunder, why start the war? Anyway, we're going to be ready to fight. Feng Mori Masahiro said, and then the conversation changed, are you afraid, Satomi? Afraid? How can I be afraid? Rimi said without hesitation, these invaders, I will never let them harm the village. Feng Mori Masaki heard the words and took back the words of exhortation. The two of them prepared a little, took all the ninjas, and then left the house to gather for the troops. According to the predictions of Yujian and Shangnan, there are 3 places that Union ninja troops may choose. Considering the ninjas' ability to move, they are likely to choose to split operations, not only attack multiple targets at the same time, but also make it easier to swim. Go. Therefore, it was decided to organize 4 troops, 3 troops to support 3 locations, and 1 troops on standby to support the 3 troops or unexpected targets at any time. The 4 units will be composed of multiple teams, each with a total of 300 people. The General Ninja team will be led by the Anbi team. Each unit will be divided into close combat, mid to long range combat, and mid to long range combat based on the ninjutsu used. The investigating team can exert its abilities to the greatest extent possible. Although Masaki Kazemori can use mid to long range ninjutsu, judging from his abilities in all aspects, he is placed in a team that fights close quarters, as does Satomi. It seemed that Chudeo had another purpose for taking the wind, but he was transferred to other troops, but it was Danzo who came in instead of him. Danzo is also a good player in wind ninjutsu, but he is better at using wind ninjutsu at medium and long distances than at close range. It may be because of this that he was assigned to other troops, in the same unit as him. Sarutobi Hisaki can already shoulder this responsibility. There are not many ninjas in the wind. And it is impossible to gather too many people who can play the same role in the same force. Come on together, Danzo. Masaki Fengsan said to Danzo with a smile. Danzo had no ill feeling towards Fengsan Masahiro, nodded slightly, and said, well, speaking of it, the first time we fought side by side with the door was such a big battle, it was really a bit stressful. I believe that the village will win the final victory. We only need to fight as hard as we can. Feng Mori said. Danzo doesn't know how Feng Mori Masaki is full of information, but in his heart he also believes that www.novel.com Konoha Ninja Village will win the final victory, and Union Ninja Village will definitely not be Wood Yi's opponent. The two did not say that it was too long and they had to wait for orders in the army. Their army was led by Senju Dehua, the other 2 were led by Kaima and Suzuki Sarutobi, and the 4th unit was led by Masato Hokage. Leadership. The troops led by Fijian are mainly composed of ninjas from the Senju family. They are the main force in Konoha Ninja Village. They will assist the largest city. This is also the place where Union Ninja troops are most likely to attack, facing the enemy. Suzuki Sarutobi's troops are made up of the Sarutobi family, the Shimura family, and the Ingluko family. They also have to take on important responsibilities to assist the main force in the battle against the enemy. The troops in charge of Senju Dehua are mainly composed of a part of large and small families with complex members. Although no other two units have strong combat effectiveness, the ninjutsu they master has miraculous effects. With a part of the main combat personnel, they do not need to fight the enemy head-on, as long as they assist. Procrastination is enough. The troops led by Masato Hyuga are mainly composed of the Hyuga family, the Oil Girl family, and the Inyazuka family. They mainly play the role of investigating the enemy's movements, conveying intelligence, and supporting. After all the 4 units were assembled, I reviewed each unit briefly explained the current situation, and then ordered all the troops to rush to the battlefield. When the large group left the Konoha ninja village, the Uchiha mirror who was waiting at Konoha ninja village looked at the troops going away and muttered in a low voice, "I hope the war can end smoothly." As the patriarch of the Uchiha family, he cannot leave easily. Only in Konoha can he have control over the family and ensure that they will not cause chaos. Therefore, he can only pray in the village and his friends can return safely. Chapter 45, Rush to the Battlefield. The 3rd unit follows the predetermined goal and rushes to the battlefield. Although this ninja unit is the first time to march, each member is an excellent ninja that has been tested. At least on the surface, it looks orderly in the process of marching. Without saying a word, keep walking. Even without actual combat, Senju Dehua knew that the current combat methods could not be the same as the family disputes, and she had discussed with her many times what combat methods should be used in the Konoha ninja village if a war broke out. Some plans have also been made, and now is the time to test. As the captain of the army, Kyunju Dehua felt a tremendous pressure on her. Although she had set a battle plan, she didn't know how it would be implemented. In any case, she must move forward and do her best to stop the attack of the Union ninja troops and complete the task of the 3rd unit to contain the Union ninja troops, forcing them to the direction of the Union ninja troops, and let the Kingdom of Samurai army has time to reorganize. Considering that the combat ability of the 3rd unit is not high, Kyunju Dehua herself is also a ninja who is good at using illusion. A small number of combatants in the army dealt a blow. Although I don't know what route the enemy army will take, Senju Dehua can be sure that a ninja who is good at acting in the dark cannot take the road. This is not in line with the principle of ninja hiding, even a large-scale ninja army. There is a high probability that small teams will be taken to disperse and gather before the target. Therefore, Kyunju Dehua also divided the 3rd unit into multiple teams, mainly based on his own team, and the other teams fanned out, but kept a certain distance, so that the Hyuga and Yuzuzuka family members in the team the ninja is investigating the situation, and once the enemy is found, the intelligence is immediately sent back. Although Fengsen Jengui does not have unique secret skills like those in the family, his immortal method also has a unique way of perceiving. He hadn't been able to feel other people before, but after practicing, he can now do it. As he gradually approached the place predicted by Fijian and others, Fengsen Jengui felt that there were other people's breaths appearing not far away, not 1 or 2. Although they are scattered, they are still kept in a certain distance. A crowd of this size, there is no doubt that they are the Union Ninja Army. At the same time, other teams sent intelligence. Kyunju Dehua immediately judged the approximate range of Union Ninja troops. The number of enemy troops is about 200, which seems not as many as the 3rd unit, but based on the opponent's judging from the surprise tactics, the 200 men should be elites with extremely high combat effectiveness, and the 3rd unit does not have the ability to fight hard against them. I don't need to say anything, just follow our predetermined plan. Kyunju Dehua said to the captain of each squad. If you can get rid of it, get rid of it. Don't make a noise for others to notice. If you can't get rid of it, just do it. It's the main thing to deal with. As long as you can hold back your steps, let the other party find out as late as possible, and go if you understand. Other teams led the way, and Kyunju Dehua was also preparing to take his team to fight. Feng Mori Masaki and Rimi were formerly Senju Dehua's subordinates, and this time they are naturally Senju Dehua's team members. Danzo, who is also a disciple, was also transferred in, and the investigative ninja arranged in the squad was Kei Hyaga, who had been in the same team with Minyan Mito and Koharu, and he was also assigned to the third squad. The combat method of the Senju Muka team is that Hyaga Kai observes the opponent's position in advance, and then Kyunju Momo applies powerful illusions, and Feng Mori Masaki, Satomi, Danzo and other members shoot and kill. It's very simple. Of a battle plan. A group of people dived into the forest. Even if Hinata Kesui rolled his eyes, the meridians bulged around his eyes. For a moment, the surrounding things were included in his observation range. Although as a disciple of the separation, there was a small area that could not be observed, but it was too small. Under normal circumstances is not enough to affect him. With a wide-eyed vision distance of 1 kilometer, Kei Hyaga saw the Union ninja ahead of him early, and whispered to Kyunju Dehua. Kyunju Dehua nodded and said, "Okay, the others are ready, and fight now." Senju Momoka's illusion skills are even amazed by Uchiha Kami, but for others who have not seen it, he really feels the strength of his captain. The first thing that appeared was a 5-person team. Everyone had brown skin and a strong build. Just looking at it, you could feel the powerful power contained in the body. However, for the ninja, this is not the most important thing. The captain of this Union team is moving towards the goal. The raid tactics they adopted put the most emphasis on time. They must not let go of 1 minute and 1 second, and must move forward with all their strength. Ran, the Captain Union suddenly felt something wrong. The ninja's instinct made him feel dangerous. He quickly looked around, but found nothing abnormal. "Captain, what's the matter?" a team member asked behind him. "I don't know, but there seems to be something." Although the captain didn't notice anything, as a ninja, he was extremely vigilant. He asked other people to stop and be prepared at the same time. If anything was abnormal, he immediately sent a signal to notify the troops. After waiting for a while, the captain still didn't find anything. The other team members were a little anxious. If the time was delayed, they would be punished if they went back. They quickly persuaded the captain. If they found nothing, just set off. The captain was silent for a moment and nodded. When he was about to set off, he suddenly saw a figure flashing across the woods. Although it was just a quick glance, he confirmed that the other party's outfit was in line with the ninja's actions, and his mind jumped suddenly. The people from Konoha Ninja Village are here? Although there is no guarantee that he saw the people in Konoha Ninja Village, the appearance of the opponent is obviously abnormal. Moreover, under this kind of raid tactics, the captain is also under great pressure. Regardless of whether the opponent is or not, he recognizes the opponent. "Yes." Captain hurriedly shouted to the person behind him, "Send a signal." As he said, he watched his surroundings. However, he did not hear the sound of the signal flares. He turned his head in surprise, but saw that there was no one behind him, but within a short time, his team members disappeared. The captain was shocked, and quickly looked around. There were dense trees in front of him, seemingly endless. It was the same scene before, but in his view, it was all abnormal. Is it unknowingly that I have caught the opponent's ninjutsu? www.novel.com? If so, it can only be illusion. The captain immediately used the seal to unlock the illusion, but everything around was the same as before, nothing changed, and fear suddenly grew in his heart. What is this level of illusion? Before he could continue to think about it, the vision in front of him suddenly shook and gradually became hazy. A dizziness rushed into his heart, and he couldn't say anything, and his consciousness disappeared. "Number. Good job," Kyunju Dehua said softly in admiration. At this time, the 5-person team fell to the ground, breathing had stopped, and there was only one wound on their body. They were all killed without resistance in the illusion. Fumirai Masaki and others didn't expect it to be so easy. They can only say that Senju Momika's illusion is too powerful, and he deserves to be a ninja who can perform illusion showdowns with the Uchiha family. Just keep it like this, but don't think that it will be easy next. Senju Dahua said, the more powerful the ninja, the lower the influence of illusion on them, and there is no guarantee that the other party will do it. In illusion, anyway, be careful. Understand? The group set off again. Although Kyunju Dahua said that, none of the enemies they encountered could withstand Kyunju Dahua's illusion. Either there was no response or a little reaction, but they were still before being able to convey information. Was killed. There was no problem with Kyunju Dahua, but the other squads attracted the attention of Union Ninja, so Union Ninja forces finally discovered that Konoha Ninja had come here. After realizing this, they immediately adjusted their team and turned to counterattack. This time, Konoha Ninja and Union Ninja will really start clashing. Chapter 46, Ambush. According to the orders of Senju Dahua, the third unit adopts a bewildering method, and shows no mercy to enemies that can be killed. However, these Union Ninjas are elite, and only a small number of people in the third unit have strong combat effectiveness. Others are just a little special in their mastery of ninjutsu, so there are very few enemies that can be killed head-on, and most of them can confuse them with illusion or other secret techniques and delay their actions. This kind of strange situation was quickly discovered by these Union Ninjas. Although they felt that there was a problem, it was not a matter of solving it overnight, so the first time they passed the information to the army leader, waiting for orders. The leader of this Union Ninja troop is called Han. He has followed a generation of Raikage AI all the year round. He is a companion that AI trusts. Although this route is not the main one, it has a certain effect, so he will lead it. Han has rich experience, and he does not blindly lead his troops forward. When conducting surprise operations, he did not forget the importance of intelligence. He instructed the team to pay attention to the surrounding situation at all times, and report any abnormalities immediately. After receiving the information from the team, Han immediately realized that the opponent was from Konoha Ninja Village. This was a matter of course. After all, it was the first ninja village to be established. It is unlikely that he has not reacted until now. The opponent's method of warfare is a headache. At the same time, Han noticed the anomaly on the other side. When the other squads sent intelligence, only the squad in one direction did not send intelligence. He did not think it was because the squad there was not attacked, Konoha Ninja Village it shouldn't be overlooked. So, he ordered the squad close to there to pay attention to the situation. Not long after, an early warning signal flare was issued there, which was obviously attacked by the Konoha Ninja. It looks like it's not a simple guy there. Han said inwardly. Enemies encountered by other squads can only deal with illusions or occults, but the squad there was unable to even send out a signal at first, and after he warned, he could only throw out a flare, even specific information. If it doesn't come out, it can be seen that there is strength. Han gave the order, and the other teams tried their best to break through the influence of illusion and kill the enemy to death. Those Konoha ninjas could only delay by illusion, and could not even prevent the transmission of intelligence. They could not threaten anything. It was the woods here. Ya ninja can remove the team one by one, it is really dangerous. Therefore, for the Konoha ninjas here, Han decided to personally lead the team to meet the Konoha ninjas there for a while. Fighting against strong enemies is the longing in the heart of the guys of Rai no Kuni, so he doesn't want to play with those who can only play procrastination tactics. The weak are fighting. Han beckoned to his subordinates and hurried towards the Konoha ninja over there, the Senju Dahua team. Number. At the moment when he saw his signal flare thrown, the dying Union ninja breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes dimmed, and gradually stopped breathing. Senju Dahua looked at the signal flares representing the danger warning, and said, "This is the end of the silent battle, now we are going to fight the Union ninja forces head-on." "Master Dahua, there is a Union Ninja squad coming here. Looking at the chakras on them, they should be very powerful opponents. Hokage stared at Union Ninja who entered the 1 kilometer line of sight. It's really fast. Senju Dehua said, this is of course. Although the ninja troops are scattered and sneaking, they will not be too far away. Once they realize that there is a problem, prompt support is inevitable. Qian Xiaodehua immediately took the person out of here, shifted the direction, avoiding being caught by the other party, and thinking about the next countermeasures in his heart. Master Dehua, what should I do next? Someone asked. What to do? Of course it is to fight with them. If Qi is right, they may be the main characters in this unit. If they can get rid of it, it would be best. Qian Xiaodehua smiled lightly. Qian Xiaodehua is not a beautiful beauty. Rather, her appearance is quite cold, reminiscent of thorny flowers. She also had a fierceness in her heart. If it were other teams, she might lead them to adopt delaying tactics, but here they are all good combatants in the third team, and there is no reason to run without even fighting. Hey, is the other party chasing us now? Senju Dehua asked Hokage. The other party does not seem to have a decent perception ninja, and is still groping for our location, but it won't take a long time to find us. Hokage said while observing the other party's location. It looks like we can first think about how to deal with these guys. Senju Dehua said. I have a suggestion. Since the other party does not know our location, we can ambush the other party. Fengsen Zhengui said at this time. This is the traditional ninja fighting method. Others have no objection. Senju Dehua said, Meisuke, since you said that, I must have some ideas. How do you think we should ambush each other? I heard that people in Thunder Country are good at swordsmanship. Although they are ambushes, they should avoid getting close to them at first. So I want Master Dehua's illusion to confuse the opponent first, and then we can use ninjutsu for long-range strikes. While they are in a panic because of ninjutsu, they will fight in close hands. Feng Mori Masakaru said. Qian Xiaodehua nodded and said, a good way, then, it's up to you and Danzo. Fengden can threaten them, and the others are ready to support. No, Dehua-sama, I think other people can also use escape techniques together, even with different escape techniques, they can also exert great power. Feng Mori said. Danzo on the side heard the words and immediately said, are you trying to talk about compound ninjutsu? Exactly. Masaki Fengsen nodded. Qian Xiaodehua remembered that compound ninjutsu was not used by no one in the Warring States period, but there were already few people who cultivated multiple attributes, and few people could combine multiple attributes at the same time. According to her, no, the guy who really used this method was Suzuki Sarutobi. Danzo has also seen the use of compound ninjutsu from Sarutobi Risky. Sarutobi Risky inherited his father's aptitude and mastered various chakra attributes, and he effectively used the shadow clone he learned from his teacher. The use of compound ninjutsu has already begun to take shape. Of course, Masaki Kazemori has also seen the compound ninjutsu of Sarutobi Hizumi, and this time, he accidentally discovered that the Konoha ninja unit is very suitable for compound ninjutsu. Other ninja village styles are very obvious. Union Ninja Village is good at Earth Escape, Union Ninja Village is good at Thunder Escape, even if they can practice the second attribute. Basically everyone in their village is good at the same attribute, but Konoha Ninja Villages there is no clear good attribute. Although this situation makes it impossible for Konoha Ninja Village to directly pull out a unit of the same attribute as other ninja villages, but Konoha Ninja Village may pull out units with all 5 attributes under the same organization. Ninjutsu may not be able to do it, this is simply a good condition for compound ninjutsu. Okay, just use this method. Senju Dehua thought for a while, and said, for compound ninjutsu, Masaki, do you have any combination method? First of all, I need to know the chakra attributes that the people here are good at. Fengsen Masahiro said, and soon he learned that other people are good at earth escape, fire escape, and water escape. Then, let the wind escape between me and Danzo be used as a guide to increase the power of the fire escape, and then add the impact of the earth escape. Feng Mori said for a while. Then what about me? Rimi said quickly, and her good escape technique is Shui Dun. In this environment, the use of water escape consumes chakra too much, and the opponent is good at thunder escape. If you use water escape, it may be a bit disadvantageous. Thunder will spread through the water and cause us some trouble. Feng Mori Zhengui said. Rimi frowned, and gave a depressed yet. Although Feng Mori Masayuki made sense, it seemed like she was useless. Rimi, in this case, you can help me arrange the illusion. Sen Xiaotuhua saw Rimi's expression and said. Good. Rimi refreshed. After drawing up the battle plan, everyone immediately began to act. Under the white eyes of Hokage, the actions of Han and others were completely exposed, so they had plenty of time to prepare. And the Union Ninja Squad led by Han was worrying about the other side's whereabouts. It was clearly chasing the other side, but the other side seemed to know the direction they were going, and couldn't catch up. Han was a little angry, and ordered the team to speed up, not as if they were being played with by the other party. The people in the team did the same, responding to Han's voice and moved forward quickly. When passing through a forest, Han saw someone appear in front of him. He recognized these people as the target. Under overjoy. A powerful chakra surged all over his body, condensed like armor on the surface of his body. This is what De developed. The Lei Dun chakra mode that comes out can not only stimulate muscles and increase strength, but also possess armor-like defenses. Han kicked hard, and rushed to the person who fell behind in an instant, and hit the opponent's back with a punch. Under this tremendous force, the opponent suddenly folded his body and fell down. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be useless. However, Han felt a little strange at this time. The scene in front of him seemed to be a bit shaken, and there was some problem with the attacking touch. Han quickly turned his head and saw that there were some subtle changes around him. He did not leave his team, and the other people's bodies turned in other directions. At this time, their expressions were also a little confused, and Han's sight collided with him. This is illusion. Compared with Han's sudden realization, Qian Xiaotuhua, who was hiding on the side, was a little wondering how these guys got rid of her illusion so quickly, and after seeing the thunder light cloak on the other party's group, her gaze he condensed slightly, as if he understood the reason. The principle of illusion is to disturb the chakras in the opponent's body, thereby affecting their senses. On the other hand, as long as the chakras can be disturbed again, the affected senses can be restored to normal. Illusion is performed using the five senses as the medium, but it is the chakra of the opponent that really disturbs the opponent's chakra. That is to say, if your chakra cannot disturb the chakra in the opponent's body, it is naturally impossible for the opponent to use the illusion. Although I don't know what ninjutsu these Union ninjas are performing, it seems that the chakras are stimulated by the powerful thunder attribute chakras, and the chakra flow in their bodies will obviously be extremely active and not easily affected. Fortunately, Qian Xiaotuhua's own illusion skills are very good. In the case of not expecting the Lei Dun chakra mode, he can still make the other party have an illusion. This time one is not good, but it is not bad. When Feng Sen Zhengui and others saw the other party's expression, they knew that the plan had changed and they had to take action immediately. Feng Sen Zhengui and Danzo did not hesitate to resort to Feng Yian suppression, and then the others in the team did not hesitate. Using the fire escape and the earth escape, under the strong action of the wind escape, the fire escape expanded at an incredible speed, and then hit the rising earth wall, smashing it to pieces, and a large number of fragments carried flames to Han and others. All this came too fast. Han and others quickly dodged after they noticed it. Even if there is a thunder escape chakra pattern, it is not enough to completely avoid it, and these flame rock bullets fell all over the sky, setting off a violent explosion in this enemy area. A lot of flames spread in all directions. When the opponent was scattered by a ninjutsu blow, Feng Mori Masaki and others immediately attacked, striving to inflict heavy damage on the opponent before the opponent recovered. When Fengsen Zhengui jumped out, he happened to see a person rushing out of the storm. He didn't have time to pick his opponent, so he rushed over. After approaching, Fengsen Zhengui discovered that the other party was a blonde and fair-skinned woman. In the Land of Thunder, either she had brown skin or she had white skin. This difference was also very obvious. Fengsen Zhengui would not be because the other party was. The woman pitied, and the short blade in her hand quickly swung out. This woman is obviously not a weak person. Even if she flashed out in a hurry, when she saw Fengsen Masaki's blow, she also raised her blade to block the attack. Is very powerful, Fengsen Zhengui thought in his heart that among the same school brothers, his attack speed is very fast, and in this case he can block it. It can be seen that his skill is extraordinary, but his attack has not ended. At the moment when the blade collided, the blonde woman saw Fengsen Zhengui's blade surface seemingly distorted. She was slightly startled, and then felt a burst of inflating wind pressure, which sent her away heavily. The wind attribute chakra is inherently suitable for attaching to the weapon. Feng Mori Masahiro's family secret technique is this method of warfare. This family short blade is made of metal that can absorb chakra. After that, the nature of the wind attributes will be more obvious. Yu reading www.yuyukonshu.com. After learning the fairy method, he took this technique one step closer, imitating the Uchiha bounce of the flame group fan, and covering the wind chakra in a compressed form on the surface, which can increase the sharpness and contrast with others. In the case of an enemy, the compressed wind attribute chakra can be detonated, resulting in a counterattack effect resembling a fan of flames. Although it is simple, if he had not doubled his control power in the state of the fairy law, he would not be able to easily achieve this kind of control. Even if it could be done, it would not be as unnoticeable as it is now. Significantly, Feng Mori Masaki kept his figure, and immediately chased after him. When the woman was blown into the tree by the gust of wind, he had already come to the woman's side, and the blade made a white light, stabbing her to the point. The woman stared, and she had nothing to do now. Even if there is the lay-done chakra mode, she is not the kind of very powerful chakra, and the armor cannot block this level of wind-done ninja. I would die so silly. She was resentful in her heart, but she could only watch the blade approaching. At this moment, a figure rushed over, shielding the woman, and resisting the stabbing of the Wind Mori Zhengui. Fengsen Zhengui was startled. Although his blade pierced the Thunder Dun's armor on the incoming person's body, it only left a small wound on his body surface. A drop of blood oozing out was in the active Thunder attribute. The chakra evaporates. While the opponent took the stab attack, he raised his arm and swept back. Without a hit, Fengsen Zhengui retreated when he saw that a blow was unsuccessful. Looking at this big man, Fengsen Zhengui's eyes condensed slightly. Although he had only seen it in the comics, the characteristics of his body still made him recognize the person in front of him. He didn't know the real name of this person, but this person's future the name is 3 Generations of Raking AI. Chapter 47, The Strongest Shield. The status of the 3 Generations of Rakage is the same as that of Sarutobi Hizen in Konoha Ninja Village. It can be said to be a symbol of Union Ninja Village. His strength is also extremely powerful. When Ya ran away, he suppressed it many times. In the third battle of the ninja world, he delayed the pace of thousands of Union ninjas with his own power, and died after 3 days and 3 nights. The current 3 generations of Raking are not as powerful as the rumors of later generations, but he has seen his future style. Fengsen Zhengui's blow can only pierce a drop of blood on the body called the strongest shield. That's it. Feng Mori Masahiro did not expect to encounter this legendary Rakage here. From this man, he felt a huge pressure. If he was not careful, he might be planted in this place. But the magical thing is that Fengsen Zhengui didn't feel the fear, but there was a passion in his heart. He hadn't felt this kind of surging feeling for a long time. This was the first time since he practiced the immortal Fa. The other party's body flashed with thunder, and he was about to rush forward. Suddenly he saw Fengsan Zhengui raising his hand to make a seal. At the same time, he felt a burning breath, and it came from his body. His gaze moved down, and he saw a few spells with the word explosive attached to his body. He was slightly startled, and suddenly realized that Konoha ninja was sticking it on his body while avoiding. The technique is simply ridiculously fast. At this time, the spell had already exploded, and the dazzling firelight instantly surrounded him, completely withstanding the power of the spell's explosion. This kind of props that uses the sealing technique to seal ninjutsu into the spell is really very useful, and its power is not small. If the average person does not die on the spot, he will be severely injured, but the person in front of him is the third generation of Hokage. Feng Sen's Hung Hui didn't think the other party would fall because of this explosion. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the opponent stood there intact. The thunder light on his body was tightly wrapped around his body surface, giving unparalleled defense power. The explosion of several detonating talisman failed to destroy even the armor, which is of course. That is the thunder-done armor that can withstand the spiral shuriken. At the same time, the three generations of Hokage immediately rushed forward, raised his fist and hit Fengsan Zhengui's head. The other Union ninjas carried long swords on their bodies, but he didn't need to carry anything. This body was the best. A powerful weapon. The three generations of Hokage are not like his son, with a superb speed second only to Golden Flash, but under the stimulation of the Thunder Dance armor, his speed is still very fast, and he almost came to Fengsan Zhengui in the blink of an eye. This is the strongest opponent Feng Mori Masahiro has ever faced. It is different from the practice with the same door. It is an opponent who is really going to fight to the death. I don't know if it's because of his over-concentration, as if the opponent's speed. As a result, it slowed down, everything around it was like water, and the opponent's attack trajectory rippled and was clearly visible. More than that, Fengsan Masahiro seems to be able to feel something more subtle. He doesn't know what is going on. Is it the perception brought by the fairy law, or the sensory illusion caused by the mental change? Regardless of the type, Feng Mori Zhengui can confirm that this state is very good. As early as avoiding the three generations of Hokage, Fengsan Zhengui quickly absorbed the natural forces and condensed the Xianxia chakra. His physical fitness immediately rose to an extremely high level, which was enough to react to the attacks of the third generation of Hokage. The figure flashed immediately and disappeared into the sight of the third generation of Hokage. The young three-generation Hokage knew that this Konoha ninja did not disappear with some kind of ninjutsu, and he felt that this person just used the blind spot of his vision to get close to him. Three generations of Hokage didn't even look at it, and swung his arm towards his blind spot. However, he didn't hit the target, but there was a slight pain on his body. Three generations of Lei Ying stopped, and stretched out his hand to wipe on his body. There was a shallow wound with little bleeding, which had been stopped in the active chakra of thunder. There was a turmoil in his heart. Even in Union Ninja Village, there are only a handful of people who can fight him close, not to mention causing harm to himself, and this Konoha ninja has been hurt twice. Although his body was used to protect his companion once, it was genuine the other time. This Konoha ninja, his level of wind escape is extraordinary. After leaving the three generations of Hokage, Fengsan Zhengui screamed a pity. The strongest shield is well deserved. He has enhanced the wind attribute chakra as much as possible, but for the third generation of Hokage, there is only one wound left. Feng Mori Zhengui really doubted whether this third generation of Hokage was the descendant of the six Dao immortals. This kind of body was simply incredible, unlike what an ordinary person could give birth to. The blonde woman had recovered from the impact of the detonation talisman explosion, picked up the long knife and prepared to join the battle, and the third generation of Hokage was also ready to cooperate with the attack. Feng Mori Masaki squeezed the handle of the knife, preparing to have a good fight with these two men. At this moment, a pillar of thunder light suddenly rose up next to it, and it exploded. A large number of thunder lights shot freely. In Fengsen Zhengui's feeling at this time, the ripples of each thunder light were very clear, allowing him to relax. Determine where is safe and where is unsafe. At the same time, he received a signal from Jian Xiaodahua, which was a signal to retreat. As early as the beginning, Jian Xiaodahua had said that if he could kill all these people, he would try his best to fight. Prepare to retreat. After all, their mission is not to destroy the opponent. It is estimated that Qianzhudahua felt that this Union Ninja squad could not be easily won, so she decided to retreat directly. After seeing the appearance of the 3 generations of Reikage, Feng Mori felt that it was not a wise move to continue fighting. Now she has been ordered. Naturally retreat immediately. When the 3 generations of Reikage and the blonde woman saw Fengsen Zhengui escape, they did not choose to chase, but went to join Han. The previous ambush caused them to suffer. It is not good to stay away from the troops to pursue them. To pursue them, they must wait for Han's command. At the place where Lake Guangzhou appeared, Han panted and watched his team members come to him, but a few of them did not come back. No need to ask, they knew that they had died in the Konoha ninja's attack. Han smashed the ground angrily. In the sudden ninjutsu attack, he and the team members were dispersed. Then a woman who was good at using illusionism came up to fight with him. He was worried about the situation of the other team members, so he resorted to a trick. A wide range of thunder escapes, for the team members to fight for opportunities. Now the team members are back, but the Konoha ninjas have also ran away, and there is no plan to stay and continue fighting with them. www.novel.com Master Han, are you going to chase the Konoha ninjas? A Union ninja asked. No. Although Han was angry, he didn't lose his mind because of this. These people have good strength. If they fight and run like them, it will take a lot of effort to solve them. By then, the army of the country of fire will be assembled. Master Han, what should I do next? At this time, the 3 generations of young Reikage asked. He has not inherited AI's name, and his current name is He. Go back and gather with the large forces. Now Konoha ninja has arrived. If the opponent continues to delay, the raid is meaningless. Han said decisively. It can break through the defenses of these Konoha ninjas. I understand. He nodded and said. After, Han and the others took away the dead corpses of their companions, and while rushing back, they sent a signal to summon the Union ninjas who were being delayed by other Konoha ninjas, and when everyone had converged, they launched a powerful offensive. On the way back, Kazuo glanced at the blonde woman, her name is Sola, and Kazu is a disciple of Damon, who has always been arrogant, but now she was knocked down by the Konoha ninja, afraid is very unwilling. Sola, are you okay? He asked. He looks rough on the outside, but actually has a gentle temperament and cares about his junior sisters. It's okay. Sora shook her head, remembering that Konoha ninja, and suddenly gritted her silver teeth. If I meet that guy next time, I won't lose as badly as this time. He frowned slightly, did not pour cold water on his junior sister, but in his heart, he didn't think Sola could beat the Konoha ninja. Chapter 48, The Battle Continues. Fengsen Zhengui felt that the 3 generations of Reikage had not caught up, he was relieved, and he was ready to reconcile with other people. In that strange form of perception, he saw the ripples of other people in the water. Even if it is blocked by trees, it can be clearly seen. During the battle with the 3rd generation of Reikage, Feng Mori felt that this state was very good and beneficial to his actions, but now after the battle is over, this perception has not stopped, but it has a growing trend. Fengsen Zhengui's pupils trembled slightly, not only his companions, but even the shaking of branches and leaves caused waves of ripples. The complex ripples slowly spread in his field of vision, and he did not find it difficult to distinguish. It's not that it is too clear, uncomfortably clear. Time seemed to stop, and the sound disappeared. Feng Sen Zhengui felt unprecedented at this time. The ripples brought a lot of information. Every tree, every branch, every leaf, and even the stones on the ground, it seems that they can all become part of his perception. Feng Mori Masaki felt that his consciousness was about to be washed away. In the dimness, he seemed to hear Rimi's voice. The voice became louder and clearer. Zhengui, Zhengui, Zhengui. The last sound was like a blow to the head, making Feng Mori Masakaru completely free from that perception. Everything became normal, and Rimi was following him, looking at him worriedly. Zhengui, are you okay? Why don't you say a word? Rimi said. Nothing. Feng Mori Zhengui realized how dangerous it was just now. He didn't want Satomi to worry, he didn't say anything, and couldn't help thinking about the reason. This form of perception is so peculiar. Feng Sen Zhengui thinks it should be due to the immortal law, but he doesn't know how it caused this situation. His immortal law is a bit weird. The change may also be. Really, you don't look like you're okay. Rimi frowned and said, after all, it was a couple of years, she could see some of Feng Sen Zhengui's thoughts. It's really nothing, but are you injured? Feng Mori Zhengui revealed his situation and asked Rimi. No, those guys were caught off guard. It would be nice to save their lives. Few people can fight back. Rimi said. Well, she killed an enemy with her own hands. At this time, Danzo didn't know when he came, and said, I killed 2 people, Zhengui, how many did you kill? I'm ashamed to say that I didn't kill any of them. Feng Sen Masaki said with a wry smile, when I meet a very powerful person, my wind can only be able to pierce the armor on his body. There is such a person. Danzo was slightly surprised. He knew how Feng Sen Zhengui's level of wind escape was, and he could only pierce the opponent's armor. Although you can't use the powerful Feng Dun, but I think, even if you really use it, there will be no way to cause fatal injuries to him. Feng Sen Zhengui thought for a while and said. The sturdiness of the Thunder Dance armor of the 3rd generation Raikage can withstand the blow of the spiral shuriken. Although it cannot completely resist, the remaining power is not enough to cause great damage to the body of the 3rd generation Raikage. Do not use the strongest spear of the 3 generations of Raikage to penetrate him. In the ninjutsu currently mastered by Feng Mori Masaki, even with the blessings of the fairy law, the wind dodge used may not exceed the spiral shuriken thrown by Naruto Uzumaki, who mastered the power of the 9 tails at that time. Of course, the current 3 generations of Raikage are not in their heyday, and they are not a form of filthy rebirth that can continue to fight with non-fatal injuries. Even if the living people are not fatal, they will have a great impact. Maybe they don't need that intensity. Wind escape. I think if you want to stabilize that person, you need me to fight together. Feng Mori Masahiro said to Danzo, who thought this was the safest way. Danzo frowned tightly. He had no doubt about Feng Mori's judgment. He didn't think the other party would exaggerate. It seemed that even other ninja villages had very powerful experts. Listening to you, I think this retreat is the right choice. Although she was in front of her, she also heard their conversation and turned her head slightly. Master Dehua, what should we do now? Satomi asked in shock when he heard the strength of the man Feng Mori said. Kai, what are their actions now? Senju Dehua looked at Hokage. They are walking back. In addition, 2 Union ninja squads are also showing signs of action. It is estimated that the other Union ninja squads are the same. They should be gathered together, said Hokage. Are you ready to attack? Qian Shao Dehua immediately guessed the other party's intentions and snorted softly, it just so happens that it is convenient for everyone to gather together. We will do the same, and then continue with the previous combat plan, delaying their footsteps. Cut, I hope the Legion will move faster, the samurai is the trouble. Compared with ninjas, samurai usually have to form a large army before they go out to fight. After all, the combat power of individual soldiers is no longer as good as that of ninjas. If there is no established organization, there will be no power to compete with ninjas. The current samurai army can still exist. Rely on this. Just like the actions of the Union ninja troops, Kyunju Dehwa gathered the people of the 3rd troop together, and with the assistance of the detective ninja, used large-scale illusions and a small amount of force to fight with Union ninja troops, although the Union ninja forces assembled, but the situation didn't seem to have changed much. Damn it, how come those Konoha ninjas always seem to be unexplored prophets, knowing what direction we will go? Han was forced to retreat again, and his heart became more annoyed. In a place like Thunder Country, where the folk customs are sturdy, read www.yuyugonshu.com is mostly born here with irritable temperaments. Han is no exception, but his rich experience allows him to control himself, but the gradual unfavorable situation makes him a little out of control. It can only be said that Konoha ninja's investigative ability is above us. Aside, he calmly said, I had a premonition when I was in ambush. The timing of their ambush was too coincidental, and the scale of that kind of ninjutsu and power, if it is not prepared in advance, it is impossible to succeed. Should be said to be the 3 generations of raking in the future. At this time, he already has the style of a leader, and you can see more things, and his junior sister Sola seems to have discovered something. Speaking of which, I seem to see a person with very light eyes, close to white. Is this person from the Hyoga clan? Sora said. The Hyoga family? Well, their white eyes are said to have very powerful insight, but is their insight really so powerful? Han frowned secretly when he heard the words. It's not that he has never heard of the reputation of the Hyoga family, but after all, it is better to see it. He is in the region of Thunder Country and has never met the Hyoga family. Even if the rumor is so good, it won't be true if you haven't seen it with your own eyes. Knowing the strength of the opponent, Han finally felt the insight of the Hyoga family. If Rai no Kuni also has the eyes of the Hyoga family, Han couldn't help but think about it. In any case, Han can only continue to command the battle and encourage his subordinates to attack forward. This time their fighting enthusiasm is extremely high, and the 3rd unit is somewhat difficult to stop their offensive. In order to buy time, Kyunju Dehwa had to readjust combat plan. So, the 3rd unit and the Union Ninja unit inevitably entered the stage of frontal combat. Chapter 49, Golden Thunder. Although it is a frontal attack, it is mainly a combination of illusion and ninjutsu to form a defensive position to block Union Ninja's attack. It looks a bit negative. This is also no way. The 3rd unit's combat effectiveness is not as good as if the other side fights each other. The 3rd unit will definitely collapse. Combatants like Fengmori Masahiro do not need to take defensive measures. For them, offense is the best defense. He, Danzo, Satomi, and others received orders from Kyunju Dehwa to tell Union Ninja, strike from the side. Fengmori Masaki and his party set off immediately, and under the guidance of Kei Hyoga, went to the side of Union Ninja, killing as much as possible the enemy and reducing the pressure on the 3rd unit. Phase Mori Masaki said to Rimi while rushing, when the battle begins, don't be too far away from me. You can meet each other if necessary. Rimi nodded. The tacit understanding between them is beyond the reach of ordinary people, and sometimes they will perform beyond normal levels when fighting together. For Satomi's strength and combat literacy, Fengmori Masahiro very much agrees, so he didn't say much, and finally said, when fighting against the enemy separately, don't be distracted because it looks dangerous. I really need help. If you do, remember to type a password. I understand that if it is to the extent that I can handle it, then I don't need to sign, right? Rimi said. Correct. At this time, Danzo's voice rang, okay, Jengui, don't keep telling your wife, you will meet the enemy soon, get ready for battle. Fengmori Masaki heard the words and smiled apologetically at Danzo. In the eyes of this man, his behavior may be a bit frivolous, not in line with the image of a ninja. After converging his mind, Fengsen Jengui had already condensed the Xianxia chakra, and his left half of his body was covered with immortal patterns. Then, he began to seek the state of perception during the previous battle. Although there was almost a problem, he felt that it might be his own. Accidentally condensed too much Xianzhi chakra's sake. After all, the opponent at the time was the third generation of Reikage. Feng Mori Zhengui would also feel nervous for a while, and the result may be overreacted. With the concentration of the spirit, Fengsen Zhengui once again felt that unique form of perception. The rippling reaction of each person can give him a lot of information. In the fairy mode, the perception will be greatly improved, and this the effect of perception is better than the previous perception. Could it be the unique way of perception in your own fairy model? Fengsen Zhengui thought silently in his heart that everyone's performance in the immortal Dharma is different, and the form of perception is not said to be the same. This thought just turned a bit. The current target is the Union Ninja in front of him. Feng Mori looks at the ripples brought by the Union Ninja in front of him. Rush forward. When the Union Ninja running at the forefront saw Fengsen Zhengui, it was only a blink of an eye that the opponent's figure had already arrived in front of him. The Union Ninja was taken aback and quickly drew out his long sword. Before he could attack, Fengsen Zhengui staggered with him, seemingly not intending to fight. However, in the next moment, he exploded a large amount of body. Blood mist. Good, so fast. The Union Ninja didn't expect that the opponent's speed was so fast, even the speed of his shots. He had only time to draw the sword, and his arm, waist, and shoulder were chopped. He didn't know that this was the beginning. When Fengsen Zhengui left him behind, other people just saw him blowing up blood and fog, and they were startled subconsciously, and it was just such an effort that made Fengsen's Hung Hui caught the opportunity. Masaki Fengsen lifted the knife and cut the arm of a person holding the knife, and then kicked hard, kicking this person onto the other Union Ninjas, and the huge power brought the Union Ninja flying away. Going out and slamming heavily on the tree, the man just recovered his breath when he saw that there was a burning spell behind the Union Ninja who had kicked him. Asshole! After 3 consecutive Union Ninjas were killed, the other Union Ninjas could finally fight back. One of them used the Thunder Dun Chakra mode and raised the knife to Fengsen Masaki, but in Fengsen Masaki's view, the human Thunder Escape Chakra mode is far inferior to the 3 generations of Reikage. This secret technique of stimulating the body with powerful thunder escape can only be used by people with a strong body to exert its true power. Ordinary people can only be used as a means of explosion. At the same time, the power is limited. It can't last. Feng Mori Masahiro unceremoniously confronted him. His chakra knife is attached to the wind attribute chakra. Although the technique is simple, the degree of nature transformation is very high. It is based on the fairy chakra. This person uses even if the thunder attribute chakra is attached to his knife, it will not help. The opponent's sword was cut straightforwardly. The chakra knife continued to slash the opponent's body, even the Thunder Dun armor could not stop it, and not everyone was a 3rd generation Reikage, even the 3rd generation Reikage's Thunder Dun armor would be good. Pierced by Fengsen Zhengui. When Danzo, Rimi and others caught up, Fengsen Zhengui had already killed 4 people. This speed was surprising. Both Danzo and Rimi had doubts whether they had not won anything in that battle, so Fengsen Zhengui did this. At that time, I worked hard. Seeing that the Union Ninjas in front of him had assembled, Danzo chuckled, how can he just look at this guy to show off his prestige? After he said, he immediately sealed his hands, took a deep breath, and exhaled a lot of invisible air bombs. Wind Escape Vacuum Jade. The vacuum jade used by Danzo can easily explode the trees. Even if it is the armor of thunder, it will not be good for a frontal blow. What is more terrifying is not only the large number, but also the fast speed. Those Union Ninjas hurried away. Even if they really have confidence in Thunder Dun's armor, most people would not choose to follow the wind and run ninjutsu hard to resist. Of course, some people can't escape, or they are directly penetrated by the vacuum jade. www.ltnovel.com either use Thunder Dun armor to support it. Under the vacuum of Danzo, Union Ninja was immediately disrupted and deployed, and other Konoha ninjas rushed forward, and a chaotic battle began in this woods. Rimi is a peace-loving person, but she will not refuse her duties as a ninja, otherwise she will not set foot on the battlefield, so the shot is unambiguous. Feng Morimasaki saw this scene, he was slightly relieved, and then he continued to face his enemies. With Fengsen Gengui's shooting speed and action speed, there is no Union ninja who can survive the 3 moves under his hand. Perhaps it is because Fengsen Gengui can't be killed anymore. A weighty person finally rushed. Come! Feng Mori Gengui felt a strong rippling wave. When he turned his head to look, a dazzling golden light rushed towards him at an astonishing speed. He quickly raised the knife to block the opponent's slash. Feng Morimasaki looked at the other party's face clearly. It turned out that it was the blonde woman who was almost killed by him. He said in his heart, I almost thought it was a golden flash that passed through suddenly. Isn't the thunder escape of ordinary people blue? So it's you, where's the Union ninja? Fengsen Masaki said as he raised his long sword and turned to the opponent. If it was the Union ninja before, it would be too late to react, but the blonde woman Sora calmly avoided Fengsen Masaki's slash, but also pulled away. I don't need brother, I can deal with you. Sora glared at the embarrassing Konoha ninja, good luck, I ran into it here, this time I will tell the winner. Brother. Fengsen Gengui was slightly startled. Just when he was stunned, Sora had already rushed over, and the lightning armor on his body was shining with golden light, and his actions really looked like the golden glitter in the future. Chapter 50, The End of the First Battle. The golden thunder light flew towards Fengsen Gengui like a sharp arrow, and Fengsen Gengui fought back without fear. The blade just collided for a moment, and the opponent immediately drew the knife back, and then turned around and came to Fengsen Gengui. At the same time as he was to his side, a sword cut towards Fengsen Gengui's head. Feng Mori Masayuki understood the other party's intentions. He didn't want to give him a chance to perform the ninjutsu he called Feng Fen again, so he just moved away with one touch, shifted his position, and launched an attack from another direction. Feng Mori Masaki immediately turned around to block the attack. As expected, the opponent pulled away again, launching high-speed attacks time and time again using the method of thunder escape to activate body cells. Fengsen Gengui had to block one by one. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. In order not to hurt himself, the scope of the wind reversal technique was limited. The opponent seemed to learn a lesson from the previous battle, every time he moved. The locations of the are all outside the range, even if they are forcibly detonated, it will only consume chakra for no reason. Feng Mori Masahiro sighed inwardly. It is worthy of being the junior of the 3rd generation of Reikage. Although it has never appeared in the comics, it does not mean that Union Ninja Village does not have any young masters other than the 3rd generation of Reikage. The battle on this side attracted the attention of others. In their eyes, a golden thunder light was constantly flying back and forth beside Fengsen Gengui, and Fengsen Gengui himself was constantly changing positions to meet the opponent. This high-speed battle really has a stimulating visual experience. Gengui, are you okay? Rimi just took a look at the situation, and basically focused on his opponent, but couldn't help worrying about Fengsen Gengui's situation. Although Fengsen Gengui said that as long as he didn't play a signal, he could deal with it. But looking at the opponent's posture, does Fengsen Gengui have no chance to make a secret signal? In fact, Fengsen Gengui didn't feel that much pressure. Rather, he felt that blood surging again in his body. Last time, the other party couldn't cope with it, and he was killed by a second move. Just start the fight and show your strength. You can't always let you take the initiative. Feng Mori Masaki's gaze flickered slightly, and after blocking the opponent's slash again, his figure took the initiative to attack Sola almost at the same time. Sola was shocked. The opponent's attack speed was the same. After blocking, she didn't want to let herself encounter the ninjutsu trick, so she could only dodge it, but the opponent turned to attack like an unknown prophet. She had to move. In Feng Sen Zhengui's perception, the slight trembling of Sola's body muscles will also cause ripples, allowing him to judge the opponent's next move. Before, Sola pressed Feng Sen Zhengui to fight, but now it's the opposite. Coming over, Sora was forced to move around by Feng Sen Zhengui. This situation is like having a Shaolunian. Feng Sen Zhengui thought in his heart that now he finally experienced the advantages of the Shaolunian owner, and it was simply hanging up. Sora did not expect that she would be overwhelmed in this way. A fire broke out in her heart, and she kept looking for opportunities, hoping to take the lead from Feng Sen Zhengui's hands. However, she couldn't regain the initiative no matter what, but because of her anxiety, Feng Sen Zhengui caught a flaw and kicked her in the abdomen while fending off her long knife. Sora was kicked into a tree, then fell down, fell to the ground and gasped in pain. Feng Sen Zhengui's attack was powerful and controlled very precisely. The force penetrated into Sora's body, and Sora felt I was about to vomit, and the internal organs seemed to have spasms. Masaki Fengsen breathed a sigh of relief. Even if this high-speed battle was over, he hadn't been happy for too long. In his estimation, Sora should have lost the ability to fight. However, she suddenly turned around. His hands were already sealed, and he shouted, "Lay done lightning strike!" In an instant, the dazzling thunder light condensed, and Feng Sen Zhengui's eyes were full of strong light. The twisted thunder light surrounded him from all directions. He hurriedly flashed to the side. Fortunately, he has the ability to perceive. All of them can be seen clearly, even if it is unavoidable, it is only a very small part, which is easily broken by him with a knife. Feng Mori Masaki watched Sora, who stood up from the ground and jumped to a tree in the distance, and said, "It's amazing. I thought you would run away right away. I still have the power to fight, why would I choose to escape?" No matter how unwilling she was in her heart, Sola had to admit that she lost to the opponent in the battle of physical skills, but the ninja didn't only use physical skills, she still ninjutsu can be used. "Really? Let me see your ninjutsu. I want to say that, but we should go," Feng Sen Masaki said as he walked back. Sola was a little startled. When she looked back, she saw that her companions had arrived. Faced with so many enemies, Feng Sen Zhengui and others should choose to retreat and retain their strength. When she turned her head again, Feng Mori Zhengui has disappeared. "Sora, are you okay?" a Union ninja who rushed over asked hurriedly. "It's okay." Sora shook her head and touched her aching abdomen. Feng Sen Zhengui's blow was really powerful. If it weren't for the Thunder Dance armor hurriedly, she would really not be able to climb. "Get up, can only sit and wait to die." Seeing Sora's face and her actions, the Union ninja immediately understood that Sora hadn't said that she was safe and sound, and said, "Sora, you take a break first, let's go and chase Konoha first. Ninja, then you can go back to the big army." After that, he beckoned to the men behind him, and led his men to chase Feng Mori Masahiro and others. Sora deliberately followed along, but he also knew that if he was fighting in this kind of terrain, read www.uuganshu.com. Physical skill is very important, and now I don't have the strength to go. Returning to the big army to cooperate with other people to use ninjutsu is the best way. Sora had no choice but to take the other wounded back to the army. While rushing back, she bit her lip. She once again lost to the Konoha ninja. This time it was not an accident, but an upright loss. She didn't. "I went to find a reason to defend, but felt that I was inferior to others." Sora decided to sum up the experience of this battle after she decided to go back. If she encounters this Konoha ninja next time, she will never lose again. After Sora and Feng Mori Masaki and others returned to the main unit, the battle has entered the final stage, and the time has dragged on for too long. Even if the number of people in the samurai army is to be assembled, it should be finished now. In other words, Union Ninja's raid plan failed, at least this one failed. Han assembled the remaining Union Ninjas to launch a final assault. A large number of thunder ninjutsu was thrown away. However, under the opponent's various ninjutsu, they did not achieve good results. Perhaps they have won, but they were not defeated. The line of defense was meaningless, and when he saw the appearance of the samurai army, Han decided to retreat. After Hinata reported that the Union ninja troop had left, Senju Momika breathed a sigh of relief. This delaying operation was considered a success. The enemy lost the target. Now the samurai troop has assembled and is holding the road. If you don't want to lose too much, Union Ninja can only choose to return to other Union Ninja troops. Fortunately, guys, the enemy's plan was shattered, and you have survived. Senju Dehua said to the survivors of the 3rd unit, but don't be too happy, we take a rest, and then go and meet with other troops, then it will be a real battle, now take a good rest. Chapter 51, Trade Small for Big. This time the 3rd unit lost 47 people, close to 1/6, and more than 40 people were injured, but the Union Ninja unit on the opposite side was similar. With the composition of the 3rd unit, it was able to fight. This kind of record is already very good, but to have this result, the combatants have contributed a lot. When Kyunju Dehua announced that she could rest, Satomi exhaled in relief. She didn't feel it when she was nervous. After she relaxed, the fatigue of fighting suddenly surged, her feet were soft, and Fengsen Jengui quickly supported her. She helped her to sit down next to the tree. It's okay, Rimi. Fengsen Jengui looked at Rimi, her body was stained with enemy blood, but she didn't know if she had her own. Rimi shook her head. Although the battle was fierce, but her strength was very strong, and she did not fight hard with the enemy, she was not a big problem, but chakra used too much. Fengsen Masahiro confirmed that there were no wounds on Rimi's body, he sighed in relief, and sat down beside her. Although his body was not tired, the mental pressure was still great, especially when he was fighting with the blonde woman. Let his attention always be focused. At this time, Fengsen Jengui felt how powerful the Bo Feng Shuman would be in the future. The high-speed impact brought by the Thunder God technique must be greater than what he has experienced now, but Bo Feng Shuman can regard this as his normal state. Combat style, and brought Konoha Ninja Village from the disadvantage of the 3rd ninja battle to victory in one fell swoop. It is true that he will become a man of 4 generations of Hokage in the future. Both his combat literacy and mental endurance are very human. Feng Mori Masahiro does not know if he can conduct high-speed battles as many times as he did. He feels that he can, but he is not trying. However, it may be my own illusion. Fengsen Jengui slowly relaxes his body and relieves mental pressure. That peculiar form of perception is also a source of stress. He vaguely feels that he is about to hit the limit. For this incomprehensible form of perception, Fengsen Jengui, I think I should try to use it as little as possible, and take care of it after using it. Satomi watched the people on the side sort out the remains of her companions. These people were to be sent back to the Konoha Ninja Village for burial. Some of them were also crippled by the bombing because of Thunder Dunjutsu. Her heart trembled a little. She was still fighting with her, but now she lost her breath and would never wake up again. Rimi couldn't help but remember that during the Warring States period, the corpses of her parents were sent back to the clan. Even if the elders beside her were comforted, she knew that her parents could not return. Jengui, I know what a war is like. Rimi leaned on Fengsen Jengui and asked, how long will this war end, Jengui? It's very simple, just kill all the enemies. At this time, Danzo's voice rang, and he just heard Rimi's words. Kill all the enemies. Rimi repeated, feeling a little uncomfortable. The 3rd unit had sacrificed dozens of people, and it was only the same as the battle damage of the opponent. If it really kills all the enemies, Konoha, how much sacrifice will Ninja Village have to pay? Feng Mori Masahiro looked at Danzo. Now Danzo has gradually revealed the dark side of his personality. In his eyes, as long as he is an enemy, he must be killed, so that he can be truly stable. However, violence can only eliminate the problem, not to solve the problem, and it may not even be possible to eliminate the problem before the opponent's force is completely overwhelmed. No, Satomi, we don't need to kill all the enemies. Masaki Fengmori shook his head and said, the enemies are not united. They seem to be united now, but the cost of this war is more than we can bear. They will also be split internally. Fengmori Masahiro's words have a basis. The second generation Raikage in the future will have the idea of seeking peace, but the Golden Horn and Silver Horn disagree, which means that there was a master and faction in the Union Ninja Village at that time. Main Battle Faction. Masahiro Fengmori felt that the current Konoha Ninja Village did not defeat the strength of Union Ninja Village in one fell swoop. Instead of falling into a long war and causing heavy losses to himself, it is better to make a plan and unite with the owners of Union Ninja Village. Send, in exchange for the greatest benefit at the least cost. Is it possible? We ninjas are obedient to the order. As long as the daimyo of Thunder Country insists on attacking, what else can Union Ninja Village say? Danzo shook his head. This is not necessarily true, maybe the influence of Ninja Village will be greater than you think, Danzo. Masaki Fengsen smiled. Danzo frowned slightly. Now he is a person who obeys the rules of ninja very much. The concept of ninja as a tool is deeply rooted in his heart. If he wants to commit crimes below, I am afraid that he will not even think about it, maybe until he becomes a ninja village in the future. Only after the important personnel of the ninja village can understand the conflict between the ninja village and the daimyo. Masaki Kazemori believes that Danzo will understand right away. In the past, it was because the goals of the boss and Zujian were the same, making Zujian just like the daimyo doing whatever he said, but now the new king does not trust Konoha Ninja very much. The village, because of his temperament, will not just listen to Shinjun's orders. www.novel.com. If there is anything unreasonable, he will definitely refuse. In short, let's prepare to face the battle now, and the next battle will be even more fierce. Fengmori said. At this time, Senju Dehua was meeting with the leader of the samurai army. As soon as she met, Senju Dehua was very upset to say why she came so slowly. If they came faster, they would not have to go with the Union Ninja troop. Face to face. The samurai leader is hard to defend. In order to cope with a powerful ninja, the samurai must gather a certain scale. In addition, there are some terrains that only ninjas can cross. They are naturally inconvenient to move. But can he say that? If you really say it, it seems to be showing weakness to the ninja, although it is true, but he is not willing to admit it directly. Qian Xiaodehua just complained. After all, it was his own subordinates. It was really heartbroken to die so many people. Then he said, forget it, I won't say anything. Next, I need you to guard the road and persecute the cloud. The hidden ninja goes to the big army. Although the samurai leader is very angry with Senju Dehua's previous attitude, Union Ninja is their enemy. In this case, he can only put down his grievances, nod slightly, and confirm the location with Senju Dehua, and then take it with him. The subordinates went to prevent the Union Ninja troops from escaping to other enemies. And when Kyunju Dehua was about to rest, he ordered the third unit to continue to set off, while paying attention to the movement of the Union Ninja troops, and cooperated with the samurai to force the Union Ninja troops to reconcile with the large troops, and they themselves would follow. It will reconcile with the first and second troops. At that time, it will be a head-to-head confrontation between Union Ninja Village and Konoha Ninja Village. It will not be dragging, but fighting each other, and the scale will be even greater in the Warring States period. Let's go, Satomi. Well, let's go. Chapter 52, Arrive at the camp. The third unit immediately rushed to the rest of the battlefield. On the way, Kyunju Dehua received a letter from a ninja eagle. She hurriedly glanced at it and said to others, "The battle between the first and second units is over. Now, the attack of Union's ninja army was blocked and forced to retreat." After everyone heard it, they were very happy. As a result, Union Ninja Village's raid plan was a complete failure, but before he was happy, Qian Xiaotuhua poured cold water on it. "Don't be too happy, the Union Ninja is not going back to the Land of Thunder." Qianjutuhua frowned and said, "The towns along the way that were previously broken by the Land of Thunder were mostly destroyed by the warriors of the Land of Thunder. Occupied, now they are using this as a stronghold to build a line of defense. The second generation wants to make a surprise attack, but unfortunately the first and second troops have suffered a lot of losses. In addition, the warriors of the Land of Thunder have already arrived and have to rest. So, do you want to enter a long-term war?" Danzo asked. "That's what it means." Qian Xiaotuhua said, "Although you don't have to worry now, neither Union nor ours have any immediate plans to attack, but let's get into the big army early." The third unit set off again. If it only takes the official road, it will definitely take a lot of time to arrive. But the ninja is different from the samurai. Their organizational form guarantees that they can run on some terrain that cannot allow the large unit to pass. After taking the shortcut, the third unit came to the enemy where the other units were. "I saw it, that's the place." Hokage pointed out to Qianjutuhua where the large army was. After Qianjutuhua led the third unit approaching, she saw that a camp had been established there. "This will be the pre-war command site of Konoha Ninja Village." Then, a small team came out of the camp and came towards the third unit. "Is a member of the Thousand Hands tribe." After seeing Thousand Hands Tuhua, he respectfully said, "Master Tuhua, welcome back." Then he continued, "Presumably you should know the rules." Senju Tuhua nodded. The ninjas' imitating methods are varied. Although it seems nothing suspicious, it still needs to be verified. Thousand Hand Tuhua and the Thousand Hand tribe first had a correct signal. The Hyoga family members looked at chakra and the unique secretive operations of other families with white eyes, and confirmed that there was no problem with the third unit, and then the Thousand Hand tribe took it. Walked to the camp with the third unit. After arriving in the camp, I saw the Konoha ninjas in order, earnestly performing their duties, fully showing what the ninja village should look like as a military organization. Senju Tuhua ordered the people in the third unit to follow. The people in the camp went to rest, and went to meet with Hokage to report the mission. At this time, Shujian was in his camp, staring at the map hanging on the wall, and from time to time he used a pen to draw a picture on it. He had been fighting with the pillars for many years. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of national battle, though before the country's campaign was not that large scale. I didn't panic at all, thinking about how to cooperate with the samurai army to recover all the lost ground. At this time, when he learned that Qianjutuhua had requested to meet, he asked her to come in. After Qianjutuhua gave a gift, she began to report on the mission, and she could not help but frown secretly when she learned that she had lost more than 40 ninjas. But fortunately, Qianjutuhua, Feng Mori Masahiro, and Danzo are fine. Senju Tuhua is an excellent ninja in the family. If something happens, the loss will be great, and he also loves his disciples very much. Seeing them return safely, after relaxing, I am pleased that they survived the war, and in the future they must be able to exert their power on the battlefield. Let me tell you about the current situation first. She showed some statistics on the table to Qianjutuhua. Although the Union ninja troops were repelled this time, our losses were very large. This method of combat cannot be used in the next war, otherwise no one can afford it. Qian Xiaotuhua looked at the contents of the information and was taken aback. The first and second units consisted of 600 people. After the battle, more than 200 people were killed and more than 100 were injured. Among them, Qian was the first one. The Xiao family accounted for more than half of the casualties, so counting her third unit simply suffered a slight loss. And according to the report, if it weren't for the first generation of Raikage who led the Union ninja troop to be wounded and forcing the opponent to retreat immediately, the troop loss might be even greater. If future wars are fought in this way, even if Union ninja troops have the same or even higher damage, in fact, it is true, Konoha ninja village will not be willing to bear such a price. These family ninjas are all elites and lack one. It takes a lot of time to be cultivated, and no one wants to be so wasted. In addition to fighting, we have to find other ways to end this war as much as possible, said Jian. What do you mean? Kyunju asked. We captured a group of Union ninjas. On the one hand, we can torture Union ninjas' situation. On the other hand, I intend to use them as bargaining chips to make peace with Union, said Jian. In the past, the battle between ninjas was usually to completely annihilate each other, but this was in small-scale battles. Later, when the family battle became more and more fierce, when the whole clan was thrown in, it was also possible to capture this kind of thing. Homeopathy appeared, just like what I said, it can be used to torture and learn information, and it can also be used for trading. In the final battle between the Senju family and the Uchiha family, Uchiha Madara was defeated by the column, and the rest of the tribe also surrendered. At that time, the Uchiha family was the prisoner of the Senju family. Jian had long planned to kill all the Uchiha family members. This incident may also be a pain in the heart of the Uchiha family. Although it is one of the two big families that founded the Konoha ninja village, compared with the voluntary joining of other families, they are in a sense defeated and concluded. Treaty. Pray for peace. Qian Shaohua nodded. Indeed, the loss now is not small. It seems that even if Union ninjas can be wiped out, Konoha ninja village will be severely injured and will not be able to deal with others. Country, she doesn't believe that the land of thunder is a tiger and wolf, and other countries are harmless sheep. It only takes care of the two families to fight and make others cheaper. No matter if it is Qian Shaohua or Fijian, she can't do it. Novel.com. However, Union ninjas' fighting will is very strong, not only in war, but also when torturing these Union ninjas. Fijian shook his head, and said, I know why Thunder Country launched a war. If you want them to back down, these people simply don't have enough bargaining chips. In other words, shall we try to catch those high-ranking ninjas alive in the war? Senju asked. That's the case, said in the interim, but you have to do what you can. If you really can't catch it alive, don't hesitate to kill the opponent directly. The most important thing to protect yourself is to tell your subordinates about this. I understand. Senju said. Since you are back, I will have a combat meeting tonight to discuss the next combat operations. You should go back and rest first, said Jian. Yes. Qian Shaohua bowed out and exited the camp. At this time, Feng Mori Masaki and Rimi arranged to go to their camp, and after putting some things away, they ran into Sarutobi Hisaki and others when they went out. They came to see Feng Mori Masaki, as the same door. Seeing that he and Danzo can return safely, Sarutobi Hisaki and the others are also delighted. During the battle, I can only rush forward, and I can't look at the situation of my companions. If I am distracted, I may die on the spot. Sarutobi Hizumi said to Feng Mori Masakaru, which is different from the dealings of the third unit. The first and second units had a head-on conflict with the Union Ninja Army, and it was because of the tragic battle that they suffered astonishing losses. Meisuki, I'm really happy to see you. Sarutobi Hisaki strongly hugged Masaki Mori. Me too. Fengsen Masaki felt Sarutobi's enthusiasm, and answered sincerely, this is the friendship of the same family. Take a leave, sorry. Things are still busy, and there is still no time today. Please forgive me, and I will update it when I have time. Chapter 53, Humanitarian and Medical. Fengsen Masahiro can't take a break. Sarutobi Hisaki will take him, Rimi, and Danzo to get to know the situation in the camp, and divide every place and responsibilities in the camp clearly, if it's not necessary. Don't get involved where other people are responsible. If you really violate it, even the disciples in the room will have to be punished. Sarutobi Risen took them along. Everywhere he went, he told Fengsen Jengui and others about the tasks and taboos he was responsible for. Phase Mori Masaki listened, and nodded secretly. Under the arrangement of the intercom, the division of labor in the camp was clear, and the war potential of the ninja was fully utilized. He is worthy of being a master of the warring states. Period. After passing through a certain area, Fengsen Jengui and others came to the rear and saw that there were a large number of wounded here. None of them were minor injuries. Each ninja was wrapped in thick gauze, and a strong smell of medicine emanated. People can't help but want to cover their noses. The Union ninja is really not afraid of death. Before you die, you have to stab you. Sarutobi sighed, pointing to some people inside and said, they didn't need to suffer such severe injuries. It was Union's ninja who came to counterattack before his death, and was caught off guard. We have also met, these Union ninjas have very strong fighting will. Danzo frowned. I heard that Lei's national wind is strong, and it is understandable that the people who come out there will look like this. Feng Mori said. From the comics, it can be seen that Lei's country is very aggressive among the 5 major countries. It's the highest. Although I haven't seen it, most of the people inside are probably the main fighters. The second generation Lei Yingui was the leader of the village, but he was killed by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn rebels when the peace treaty was concluded. Even if these 2 people were attacked by surprise, under the circumstances of the 2 countries' diplomacy, Golden Horn, Silver Horn can easily ambush at the location of the alliance. It is impossible to say that without some assistance from Union Ninja Village. As a result, these guys caused us so much casualties. Sarutobi Hidezumi took them for another period of time, and showed them a person covered with cloth in front of them. These were Konoha ninjas who died in the war. The number is much more than those of the wounded. Although everyone had predicted, the casualties on the front line were unexpectedly so tragic. Rimi covered her mouth gently, and there were family patterns on those cloths. Most of the dead here were members of the Thousand Hands family. Fengsen Jengui saw this scene and patted Rimi's shoulder lightly. Rimi turned and leaned on Fengsen Jengui's body, sobbing softly. Although these thousand-handed people are far from her blood, but after all, people in the same family and shed the same blood, how can they not feel sad? How about Union Ninja? Feng Mori asked Masaki. He didn't believe that the Qian Shao family had paid such a large casualty, but Union Ninja was fine. Of course it's not good. There are more dead than us. Sarutobi Hizen said, and then took them to another place, which is different from other places. It is closely guarded by Konoha ninja and listens to Sarutobi. Jean said, the one who stayed here was the Union ninja captured on the battlefield. Union ninja and the wounded are not far away. Not only are there wounds left on the battlefield, but also the wounds left behind by the guards who have been taught by the guards because of the death of his distressed companions. This tossing and tossing makes it happen. It's dying, let alone escape, it's very difficult to survive. Deserve it. Danzo said gleefully. In his opinion, it is necessary to adopt a cruel attitude towards these enemy ninjas in order to deter others. Although Rimi didn't say anything, there was a hint of pleasure in her eyes. Maybe she didn't even notice it. The hands of these people may be stained with the blood of the Thousand Hands clan. Although it looks miserable, it is really happy. Feng Mori Masaki frowned slightly, and then asked Sarutobi Hizen, is anyone on our side captured by Union Ninja? Sarutobi shook his head and said, I don't know, but there are indeed some people missing. They may have died somewhere on the battlefield, or there may be no bones left. Of course, they may have been captured by the enemy. If the enemy is really taken prisoner. Feng Mori Masaki glanced at these miserable Union ninjas, although they didn't say it clearly, others knew what they meant. In this case, we should defeat the Union ninja earlier. If there are prisoners in their place, we can force them to send them back. Sarutobi Hizen said. Fengsen Masahiro nodded, but thought in his heart, even if these captives really come back, the torture received at Union Ninja will leave unforgettable memories, and these pains will turn into cloud. The hatred of the hidden ninja village will be more cruel in the next war. At this time, Feng Mori Masahiro really felt that the humanitarian spirit of the other world was very beautiful. Taking this as a starting point, the international organizations established in modern times have protected many people. If it can be implemented in this world, it should be possible. Protect many people, and tragedies like Nagato may not happen. Feng Mori Masahiro thinks that we should try to implement this kind of activity in the future. As long as the 5 major countries are willing to accept it, then it is also a good thing for the world. Of course, there is no such foundation yet. Any new idea has to be recognized by a large number of people before it can be accepted. Forced implementation will only make people unable to understand www.novel.com, embarrassing oneself, let alone others. No one would agree, but now we should treat the people in our own village as the object of protection. When Feng Sen Zhengui and others went back through the wounded area, he looked at the treatment methods on the wounded and found that they were all exclusive secret recipes. Each ninja family has its own treatment methods, with different effects, and some of them healed quickly. Some get better slowly, and it feels messy to get together. After learning about the death of his younger brother, Tsunade tried to establish a medical system to arrange a medical ninja in each team. However, at the time, Konoha Ninja Village faced offensives from other countries in the second ninja battle. Unable to undertake the extra personnel training, the result was temporarily shelved. It was about the latter part of the second ninja battle that Konoha Ninja Village had just established a medical system that took shape. I have to admit that the emergence of medical ninjas has greatly reduced the casualties of the war, and at the same time, it has also made medical ninjas become a medical ninja. Every ninja village must protect good objects, because other countries will give priority to killing medical ninjas. There may not be the capital to establish a complete medical system yet, but Masahiro Fengsen feels that the initial establishment should be started. At least the medical methods and the use of medicines should be unified. After the war is over, the Konoha Ninja Village can really go. Try to establish a medical system. In the comics, there is a peaceful period of 20 years from the first ninja battle to the second ninja battle. It is a waste of time not to develop medical treatment or other things. In normal history, the medical system developed at the end of the second ninja battle surpasses other countries. He does not believe that it cannot be made better in the past 2 decades, and the stronger the medical system, the more powerful the medical system will be in the future. Zhengui can bring better help when he goes to promote international rescue organizations. Chapter 54, Joint Resolution. That night, Feng Mori Zhengui wrote a proposal in the camp. He didn't say anything about the personnel arrangements in the camp. He only focused on medical matters. The arrangements were perfect, although there were better ones. Method, but it does not apply to the current situation, because there is no such condition. The medical treatment can be implemented immediately in the camp. Even if there is no formal medical ninja, the unified medical treatment and drug use can quickly restore the wounded to combat capabilities. Phase Mori Masaki believes that the importance of medical care can be seen in the beginning. Needless to say, he will take the initiative to establish a medical department in the future, and the medical system in Konoha Ninja Village will gradually get on track. Satomi was about to go to bed. Seeing what Feng Mori Masahiro was writing, he knew that he was definitely going to give a suggestion to Mr. Schwimmer. He had done this before and the suggestion was accepted. The facts also proved that Feng Mori Masahiro. The foresight is correct. Rimi glanced behind Fengsen Zhengui. Seeing the content above, she suddenly realized that, seeing Fengsen Zhengui thinking, she did not disturb Fengsen Zhengui, but lay on the bed. At this time, the camp is silent. Except for the ninjas who are occasionally awake and responsible for detection and security, everyone else has basically fallen asleep. Ample physical strength is the basis for fighting. No, it is impossible for even chakra to condense. And in the camp, I sat with the Shinins and discussed the next battle plan. They have decided to change their policy and hand over the large-scale battlefield to the defense of the samurai army, and they are in the tradition of ninja. Infiltrate, sneak into, and attack by means of surprise attacks. If the plan is executed smoothly, it is feasible for Konoha Ninja Village to achieve the same results without paying huge casualties as long as a certain amount of time is given. At the same time, in the Union Ninja Camp, a generation of Hokage AI also made the same judgment as Yujiun. The Union Ninja has paid a huge loss in this war, and even more so in Konoha Ninja Village. He can no longer let these elites continue to lose. AI's body is wrapped in a bandage, and blood oozes vaguely. As the leader of Union Ninja Village, what he has to face is naturally the second generation of Hokage in Konoha Ninja Village, like a master of their level. Fighting is no longer the point where ordinary people can intervene, at least you have to be forbearance before you can help each other. However, there is shinobu in Union Ninja Village, but there is no shinobu at Konoha Ninja Village? Of course this is not the case. Therefore, it has become a separate duel between AI and Fei on the battlefield. Their Thunder Dung and Shui Dun will open up a field that belongs only to them in the battlefield, and other people can only avoid it far away. Although the strength of Fujian is not as good as that of his brother Zujian, among ordinary people, he is already a strong man at the top. Although he is younger than AI, he is not inferior at all. Relying on his intelligence and mastery of the secrets. In the battle, AI also faintly suppressed AI Yi. At the end of the battle, he relied on a secret technique to avoid AI's attack like a teleportation, and used a move to pierce AI's body. Although it was not a fatal injury, it also caused AI to be severely injured. Retreat immediately. Looking back now, AI still can't help but sigh for the speed of Fenjian. He has a hunch that in the future, Fenjian will extol the ninja world in the name of speed. Sitting in front of AI was his most trusted deputy Dai. After receiving AI's instructions, he went out to adjust the layout of the camp. AI was injured because of the second generation of Hokage. Now he needs to rest. This kind of thing is still up to him. It's better to deal with it. Da notified each account of the latest orders, and made some minor adjustments according to the tasks they were responsible for. Many people felt that such orders were correct, but some people expressed dissatisfaction. Hey, Da, won't Hokage-sama be so scared? It's just a battle, and Konoha Ninja Village won't feel good either. As a result, we will change back to what we used to be. This person is a middle-aged man with long silver hair, firstborn with double horns, 6 beard-like textures on his face, and looks like a fox. Yes, this is simply shameful behavior. Another said, he was almost exactly the same as the previous man, the only difference was that his hair was blonde. These two people are two people in the Union Ninja Village. They are called Goldenhorn and Silverhorn. They are twins. According to them, they claim to be descendants of the 6 Dao Immortals. The family enshrines the immortal tools passed down from the 6 Dao Immortals. At this time, although the ninja no longer believes in the ninja school, he still respects the 6 Dao Immortals. Therefore, the Goldenhorn and the Silverhorn are also given a layer of legend, and because of their superior strength, they enjoy a lot of fighting in the village. Of fame. In particular, Union Ninja Village sent these two people to lead a team to capture 9 tails. After being accidentally swallowed by 9 tails, they not only survived in the abdomen of 9 tails, but also escaped by biting the flesh and blood of 9 tails. After swallowing the flesh and blood of 9 tails, not only did he not die, but he also got the chakra of 9 tails. You know, the power of the tail beasts is very powerful, and their flesh and blood are also highly toxic to ordinary people. The mythological colors on the golden horns and silver horns are becoming more and more intense, and they are even called the Light of Union by the villagers. After the hidden ninja village got the 8 tails and the 2 tails, they failed to try to swallow the flesh of the 8 tails, which pushed the 2 people's reputation even higher. After that, the 2 people of Goldenhorn and Silverhorn also established a unit of their own, called the Goldenhorn and Silverhorn, and gathered a large number of elite ninjas. To be honest, Tatsu didn't like these 2 people very much. Although the people of Thunder Country were generally belligerent, the fighting mood of the Goldenhorn and Silverhorn was even stronger. In this war, the most clear support attitude was these 2. Personally, I don't know if it was because of the flesh and blood of 9 tails, they all have some symptoms of bloodthirsty. This is Master Raikage's order. Da said lightly, if this goes on, the village will lose too much. We have to think about it in the future. Cut. Jin Jiao curled his lips. Well, just listen to your orders, as long as there is still a battle to fight. Da Wei frowned. The 2 people really like war. Although he doesn't hate it, he now feels that the gains are not worth it. The country of fire and the country of thunder will enter a long-term war. Other countries don't know how they will react. In his mind, he felt that the war should be ended as soon as possible. www.novel.com But neither Ai nor Da Ming thought so. Tatsu is not going to bother with Goldenhorn and Silverhorn, and after confirming that they have understood them, he went to convey orders to other people, and before he came to a camp, he heard the voices from inside, and seemed a little frustrated. He opened the curtain and walked in, saying, "What are you talking about?" In this camp are Da's 2 disciples He and Sola, and after seeing their teacher come in, they said, "Teacher, it's actually not a big deal. It's just that Sora has to decide the outcome with a Konoha ninja. I have lost to him twice. I will definitely beat that guy next time." Sola said loudly, her heart never allowed to fail. "What Konoha ninja?" Da asked. "A ninja who uses wind escape is very powerful. The wound on my body is left by this person," he replied, and pointed to the shallow wound on his body. Da Wei was slightly surprised. He knew how tough his disciple's body was. It was precisely because of this that he developed the Lei Dun Chakra mode, in order to let his disciple's physical potential come into play. Now, although it was only a shallow one, it could hurt he, and the strength of this Konoha ninja was not simple. Looking at Sola's expression, Tatsu knew that this female disciple was a very proud person. Her character was definitely going to meet the Konoha ninja, and from the tone of harmony, this person was not Sola who could defeat him. On the surface, Tatsu listened to Sola's words, and decided in her heart not to let Sora meet the Konoha ninja. If she intends to take the initiative to find it, then she will be assigned a task that cannot be found. After all, she is her own disciple and doesn't let her face a difficult opponent. "I still have something today, update tomorrow. Today's things are still busy, but there will be time to update tomorrow, and I will break it twice in a few days. I'm really sorry." Chapter 55, Wise General. The 2 ninja village chiefs unanimously chose the same policy. In the following wars, the Union Ninja and Konoha Ninja joined the war in the samurai army in the form of teams. While cooperating with the samurai to destroy the enemy samurai, the enemy ninja squad fights. Although this method has reduced the casualties of the ninja, but on the other hand, it has also led the war to a situation that cannot be ended for a long time. At this time, the 2 countries have begun to see each other, and it seems that it will be impossible to stop for a while. No one reacted to Union Ninja Village's raid plan at the beginning, but after Union's offensive was blocked and the Thunder Country Samurai Army had to join the war, other countries had already learned about the Fire Country and the Thunder Country's battle. In the battle, different countries behaved differently. Small countries like those would naturally not interfere. As long as they are not implicated, they should be grateful. Only 3 countries that are also big powers can join the war. In the land of the country in the northwest of the mainland, as soon as the ninja village of Union received the latest situation of the war between the 2 countries, a short young man immediately ran to the office of Hokage, slammed the door open, and shouted, "Teacher, new information is here. This young man is called Onoji, the grandson of a generation of Hokage Shihi, and the one he calls a teacher is now the second generation of Hokage. The second generation Tuyingwu was covered in bandages, only his eyes were exposed, looking like a mummy." He nodded and said, "Well, show me." Onaki quickly passed the scroll of information recording, without looking at the content on the scroll, and said, "It seems that the plan of Thunder Country has failed. If nothing happens by accident, Thunder Country can be said to have lost." "Really, teacher?" Onaki was taken aback, and now Lays Higuo couldn't see any failure. "Onaki, you must remember that war is never a matter of one person. In addition to the frontline army, it also depends on the strength of other parts of the country." No said, "The land of fire is fertile and rich in resources. In terms of logistics, naturally, there is no problem, but how about Thunder Country?" At the Five Shadows Conference, Thunder Country was greatly depleted by buying two-tail beasts, and for this raid plan, Thunder Country did not do a good job either. Sufficient preparation, otherwise it would have been noticed by the Fire Nation a long time ago. The war situation seems to be balanced, but in fact, as time goes on, the Thunder Nation will lose its strength and gradually retreat. Wu is known as the wise general in Iwaoki Ninja Village. His outstanding mind and keen observation make him a strategist for a generation of Hokage. When Hokage annexed other countries, Wu made many ideas, even Tuzi. The names of the country are recognized and implemented as the main strategy. When other countries are speculating on the outcome of the war between the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Fire, Wu has already judged who is the winner and who is the loser. As long as it is stable, the Kingdom of Fire will inevitably win, unless the Cloud, the hidden ninja village, was able to catch Fire Nation by surprise like the initial raid, but now that the second generation of Hokage has learned its lesson, it is impossible to make the original mistake again. Therefore, he believes that the Fire Nation will win. In that case, sir, we have to help Thunder Country. Union Ninja Village is very powerful, but they will all lose to Konoha Ninja Village, and the power of Fire Country is too strong." Onaki hurriedly said. "Hey? Onoji, do you think the Fire Country is our enemy?" Wu Fang asked. "Isn't it?" Onaki was slightly startled. "Of course not." Wu Wei shook his head slightly. "Onoki, you have to know that although the power of the country of fire is very powerful, it may be the most powerful of the big countries, but for us, it is not the most threatening one." Onoki is a little puzzled. It is clear that Konoha Ninja Village is powerful, but why is there no such a big threat to Union Ninja Village? Wu said, "Basically everyone in the ninjas of Union Ninja Village uses earthen ninjutsu. Just like the name Union, earth is the foundation of our village. Although earthen is not as powerful as thunder and fire destructive, but very good at defensive. The defense line constructed with earth escape can be said that no legion can break through, but there is only one type of legion that can easily break through." Onaki is not an idiot. He immediately understood the meaning of nothing. In the mutual restraint relationship of chakra attributes, Lei Dun is restraining the earth, that is to say, for other countries including the country of fire Yanyin Ren, the soil escape in Jikan is a defense line that is difficult to jump over, but Union Ninja Village can easily be destroyed with thunder escape, as if entering a man's land. "Yes, the Kingdom of Thunder is our greatest enemy," Wu said lightly. "But, didn't the teacher say that Thunder Country will lose this war? There should be no threat." Onaki still couldn't understand. Without nodding, "It's true. The Thunder National Congress loses, but it doesn't mean that it will be badly injured, because Konoha Ninja Village definitely doesn't want to pay too much. Therefore, when both parties can accept it, the war will end. After Thunder Country knows the reason for the failure of this war, Onogi, what do you think they will do?" "Well, I think I will find a way to bridge the gap with the country of fire." Onaki thought for a while and said. "Very good. nodded without approval. Do you think that the Thunder Congress will continue to encroach on the land of the Fire Nation, or is it going to invade and occupy the land of the Land Nation? Tianziguo is a country located between Huo and Thunder. It is not a big country, but its strength is good. It can survive the expansion of Huo and Thunder, which in itself represents its ability. Of course, another reason is Huo and Lei have to digest the large amount of land that they have taken in a short period of time, and it will not take too much effort to fight the country of Tian. The raid route of the country of Thunder this time passed directly through the country of Tian. It is estimated that the country of Tian did not want to oppose the country of Thunder, nor did he have the intention of the country of Fire. After all, the country of Fire also swallowed part of the land of the country of Tian. So in this matter, Tianziguo maintained a neutral attitude and neither prevented nor assisted. Impossible, the country of Tian will not watch the country of Thunder occupy itself, and the country of Fire will not watch the territory of the country of Thunder border itself. Onoki said. So, it is what Thunder country should do to invade the land from other aspects, then you know what the Thunder country did. Wu said. Onoki suddenly realized that since the Kingdom of Thunder cannot continue to engage in hostility with the Kingdom of Fire after the defeat, of course, he can only open a breakthrough from other places. www.novel.com and the three countries of Frost, Taki, and Tu are undoubtedly suitable to be regarded the goal, especially the basic escape technique of Union Ninja Village is restrained by the basic escape technique of Union Ninja Village. Not only should we not help the country of Thunder, but we should also help the country of Fire fight against the country of Thunder, at least to make them unable to expand. This is what interests our country of Soil, at least, the invasion of Konoha Ninja Village. Sex is not as high as Union's. Even if he is strong, he may not take the initiative to attack. Since it really fights, it is easier to defend than Thunder Country. Wu said, this is also the reason why he is more worried about Union Ninja Village. That's it. Onoki agreed with the teacher, but he was a little disappointed unconsciously. Wu keenly discerned Oyemu's thoughts, and said, Oyemu, in our position, we should not only look at personal emotions, but should focus on the interests of the village and the country. In front of them, our personal feelings it doesn't matter, how to strive for the best interests is what we should care about. The rock in Union Ninja Village is a rock, tenacious and standing upright. While ensuring its own stability, we should seek what we need. Yes. Onoki lowered his head slightly. His hostility to the Nation of Fire was not just because of its strength. The deeper reason was that in the past, when Onoki and Wu went to the Konoha Ninja Village together and asked for a military alliance, he was caught. Madara Uchiha was humiliated, and since then, he hated Konoha Ninja Village, even though it was just Uchiha Madara's personal behavior, not the will of Shima himself. And Wu's warning is to point out that Onoki's personal feelings are above the village's interests. In the future, Onoki will inherit the position of Wu. As the third generation of Dokage in Uegaki Ninja Village, we must not just take care of ourselves for a while. People who are ignorant of the interests of the village. Chapter 56, The First Ninja Battle. The war with Thunder Country has started for nearly 2 months. The two sides did not get any big results and are still engaged in a tug-of-war. After the fierce attack at the beginning, the offensive gradually eased and turned to enter. In the situation of confrontation, no one can beat the other side at once. Nevertheless, the overall situation is very beneficial to Konoha. With the assistance of the Hyuga family and other ninja families who are good at investigating, Konoha ninjas can always grasp the enemy's movements on the battlefield first, even if they do not fully grasp the clouds. The whereabouts of the hidden ninja can be investigated clearly by the samurai army. The general ninja's individual combat capability is better than that of the mass samurai. However, surrounded by dozens of samurai, they can only leave with hatred. However, once the number of ninjas increases, the number of samurai required will also increase. Konoha the ninja squad will not confront the samurai force head-on, instead, it will continue to attack the small samurai force and destroy the enemy. The victory or defeat between Konoha and Onion Ninja is not obvious, but the samurai armies of the two sides are slowly widening the gap. After all, Onion does not have the detection ability of Konoha, and is not capable of attacking the samurai army. Not higher than Konoha, but much worse. Just like the second generation Hokage unpredictable, the scale of victory has tilted in the direction of Konoha. Even if Union and Konoha can still fight, they can only withdraw from the fire when the samurai army cannot resist. Within the country, Phase Mori Masaki is observing orders these days and working with the team to continue to destroy the samurai. With their team's fighting ability, the small group of samurai forces has no chance of resistance and wiped out cleanly. Even if he encountered Union ninjas, Fengsen Jengui was fortunate not to encounter the third generation of Reikage or other Union masters. Those Union ninjas were captured if they could be captured. However, just because these Union ninjas are not that powerful, and it is unlikely that important figures from Union Ninja Village will appear in them, Feng Mori may also be a little surprised. Just like in the second ninja battle, Tsunade, although his younger brother Shenshu is weak, he is also on the battlefield. As a result, Fengsen Jengui told Fengsen that luck was not always so good. These Union ninjas were really not important figures, so they were sent directly to the prison camp to stay with their companions. Fengsen Jengui couldn't help but think of the Union Nunrin who had fought him twice at this time. She seems to be the younger sister of the three generations of Reiking. The third generation of Reiking can inherit the position of leader in the future. The status is definitely not low, his younger sister. The same is true, she is a suitable prisoner, but Fengsen Jengui did not touch her. After Feng Mori returned to the camp, apart from rest, he talked with Sarutobi Hisaki and others, or talked with Rimi at home. In this place, only these can bring some relaxation. Of course, there is also some things can make Fengsen Jengui happy. The proposal he wrote was handed over by Qian Xiaotuhua to Fijian. Upon seeing Fijian, he agreed with him. He did not hesitate to give an order to let the people in the camp begin to integrate medical treatment. After a period of time later, although it is not so advanced, at least a unified medical technique has emerged, which is of great benefit to the treatment of the wounded in the camp. Specially called Feng Mori Masahiro in the past, asked him about his views on the medical situation, and asked him if he had any new ideas. Feng Mori Masaki naturally has many new ideas, but many of them cannot be said at once. Before the hierarchical system of Ninja Village, if he intervenes too much, I am afraid that it will leave the room bad. Therefore, he gave medical advice based on what he said, without involving other aspects. Feng Mori Masahiro said that unifying the medical methods in the camp is only the first step. It is important to divide the field of medical care and order special personnel to conduct research, such as the use of new drugs, new medical ninjutsu, and the training of qualified personnel. Medical ninjas, just like war supplies necessary military supplies, medical supplies must also go up. Feng Mori Masahiro's proposal partly combines Tsunade's ideas with another world's battlefield medical plan, which opened up his eyes. He can see that this plan can greatly reduce the casualties of his own personnel. He has already decided in his heart to wait for the war. After the situation eases, part of the force must be spared to carry out this matter. On the other hand, Feng Mian Jengui is also more and more valued, not only for his superior strength, but also from his prediction of Thunder Country as the greatest enemy and medical advice. It can be seen that his ability, and his humble temperament, without arrogance or rashness, he is already qualified to be a decision-making person in the village. The only problem is that Feng Mori Jengui hasn't made a lot of credit yet. I'm afraid it's not enough for those big clans to recognize him as being promoted to the position of Shangren. In a sense, Shangren can be equal to the big clans. Who wants to look at one? People from the ninja clan can easily walk to the same position as themselves, as long as it is not for making them speechless, they will definitely not agree. For this, I don't feel too worried about this. With Feng Mori Masaki's ability, he must have a chance to make great achievements. It's just a matter of time. Of course, as his teacher, he naturally has to make plans as to what opportunity Fengsan Zhengui can do. Fijian will not only care about one person. For his other disciples, Fijian will give them opportunities. However, those disciples with superior backgrounds are a little bit troublesome. The fathers of Sarutobi Hizumi, Shimura Danzo, and Akudo Takufeng are all Shangnan. I don't plan to let a family have too many Shangnan. Therefore, even if they have achieved great success, they can only continue to stay in the position of Zongnan, and the unconstrained family members Fengsan Zhengui, Zhuangzai Xiaochun, and Mito Minyan can be promoted to Shangnan more smoothly. This seems a bit unfair, but there is no way. It must be considered for the village. Sometimes, the superior birth brings not all good things, just like the Sarutobi and the three people. If there is no accident, they will be promoted to Shinobu later than Feng Mori Zhengui and others. Number. At about 3 months, a new situation emerged in the war. The Land of the Land issued a statement to the Land of Thunder, condemning them for violating the Five Shadows Agreement, and expressed their solidarity with the Land of Fire, saying that they would form an alliance with the Land of Fire to jointly sanction the country of Lei. No one thought that the National Council of Soil would suddenly join the war and stand on the same front with the Land of Fire. To be honest, the Land of Thunder was a little scared here. It would be very troublesome to fight a Land of Fire. Encountered a Land of Land. www.ltnovel.com. How can it not survive the Land of Thunder? And the Land of Fire is very happy here. With the joining of the Land of Land, the Land of Thunder will be driven out of the Land of Fire sooner, so they will go home soon, and they don't have to fight with the Land of Thunder here. However, it didn't take long for someone to come and help Thunder Country. The ninja village in the Land of Waters suddenly attacked the coastal area of the Land of Fire. Fortunately, I was mindful of this kind of raid and made the defenders of all sides more vigilant. Therefore, the plan of the ninja village in the ninja village was not followed by the cloud, the same effect as the villager. After the offensive was blocked, the Water Country no longer concealed it, and directly issued a statement stating that they would stand on the same front with the Thunder Country. Although the Water Country is one of the 5 major countries, it is only a small country located on the island. Its geographical location limits their development. If they do not acquire new land from other places, they will not be able to become stronger. Therefore, they stare at once you are on the land of the Fire Nation, you will naturally stand with the enemies of the Fire Nation. The matter is not over yet. When the 4 countries are already in action, the Kingdom of Wind will of course not just sit idle. The Land of Wind, whose land is mostly desert, is undoubtedly longing for fertile land. No surprises. Still set the goal on the country of fire, but did not form an alliance with the country of thunder and the country of water, but planned to do it alone. The reason is also obvious. Once an alliance is formed, it is necessary to share the interests of the victory with allies. The country of wind is very greedy and unwilling to do so, and the distance between the country of wind and the 2 countries of Lei and Shui is very far away, so nothing can be gained. Assistance. Why is it necessary to form an alliance with them and let them share the benefits? All in all, after the Kingdom of Wind joined the war that engulfed the entire ninja world, known as the First Battle of the Ninja World, has completely begun. Chapter 57, another version of the Battle of the Gods and Bridges. After hearing the news that the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Wind participated in the war one after another, Fijian's original good mood deteriorated. Fortunately, the Kingdom of Earth did not change course, and was still willing to form an alliance with the Kingdom of Fire, while the Kingdom of Wind did not. Allying with other countries is only a unilateral aggression, and the appearance of these 2 things prevents him from becoming more pessimistic about the future prospects. Because they are fighting on the front line, the alliance treaty between the 2 countries was signed by the 2 daimyos to ensure mutual assistance in this war. At the same time, the new king issued an order to Fijian, asking him to defeat Lis Higuo's troops as soon as possible, regain the lost territory, and maintain the dignity of the country. Looking at the intelligence in front of him, he marked the attacking positions of the thunder, water, and wind on the map, thinking about how to deal with them. The samurai army alone is definitely not enough. If you can really stop it, it won't make the ninja village become the country is an important military force, so Konoha ninja must be sent over. But the problem is that Konoha ninja village currently has limited manpower, and all the large units that can be used have already arrived here. Is it necessary to send the 4th unit responsible for supporting it? Or is it to send out the Uchiha family who stayed behind in the Konoha ninja village? After thinking about it for a while, I didn't think it was feasible. The village wanted to leave a protective force, and the support of the 4th unit was also very necessary. No one knows whether unexpected situations will suddenly occur on the battlefield. If the 4th unit is given to send it away, no one will come to support then. I felt that it was necessary to use the current large forces to distribute the combat power, but the Lazi nation troops remained entrenched. If a part of the combat power was directly withdrawn, the pressure on the front line would be a bit greater in the final analysis. It is because of Lei Ji. The country's surprise attack took the lead and occupied part of the towns on the border of the Fire Country. Without these places, the defense line of the samurai army was broken and it was difficult to play a role. Thunder Country also understands this. As long as they can still occupy these places, Konoha ninjas will not dare to disperse their forces to deal with other ninja villages. Over time, the rest of the Fire Country will slowly be given to by the ninja villages. Conquering, of course, is a good thing for Thunder Country. Therefore, the country of Thunder has not even attacked in these days, and focused on defense. Faced with Konoha ninja's several provocations, he was unmoved by the several provocations. He made it clear that he wanted to delay the time. After all, the longer the delay, the more beneficial to them. The pressure on his body is really great. If you don't quickly repel the Thunder Country, what should the defense lines of other places do? It is impossible for him to let Union Ninja Village take the place of defense and let Union Ninja Village enter the hinterland of the Country of Fire. Even if he knows the reason for the opponent's alliance, he still feels uneasy. I thought to myself that a quick battle must be made. If this delay continues, other places will be difficult to defend. They don't have to completely defeat the Kingdom of Thunder. As long as they can drive the troops of the Kingdom of Thunder out of the Land of Fire, there will be I spare no effort to support other places. S. gaze fell on the location of Tanokuni on the map, and he tapped his finger lightly. It was decided in his heart that the breakthrough in the current situation would be opened from here. As we all know, every war requires logistical support, whether it is food, weapons, equipment, living supplies, etc. These are one of the factors that ensure the victory of the war. The distance between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire is very far away, and it is in itself. If the logistical supply is insufficient, it will not be possible to support the labor expedition until now. For example, Konoha Ninja Village is within the territory of the Land of Fire, and it is very easy to obtain logistical supplies, but the Land of Thunder is different. It is separated from the Land of Fire, and the Land of Land is not a subject of the Land of Thunder. Although they dare not offend the other party, they will not directly provide them with supplies. They are not so weak yet. In other words, the logistics supply of Thunder Country still comes from within the country, and it still has to work hard to send it to the country of Tien to be received by the troops. This puts a lot of pressure on the logistics. Once it is cut off, it will not be so easy to recover. It was decided that if they wanted to force the Kingdom of Thunder to retreat in a short period of time, they could only start with logistics. Without logistical supplies, they could not fight even if they wanted to fight a defensive battle, so they could only choose to withdraw from the Country of Fire. However, the Kingdom of Thunder cannot fail to understand this truth. They have also experienced many wars and are veterans who can conquer the logistical route. They are naturally attentive to the protection of the logistics route. From the beginning, they felt that as long as they dragged it, the Kingdom of Thunder would definitely if they lost. They did not adopt this method of warfare, but now the situation is different and they can only take the risk once. Although the logistics unit is important, it will not have too many guards. One is because the frontal battlefield requires manpower, and the other is because the attack on the logistics unit cannot have too many people, otherwise it is easy to be noticed by the ninja and strengthen the defense. Therefore, only a small force can be operated, which does not require too many people, as long as there is an elite ninja to defend, and for the same reason, only an elite ninja force needs to be sent to carry out a raid mission. I began to think about what kind of people should be allowed to carry out this combat mission. It must be Union's elite to protect the logistics supply line. Therefore, Konoha must also be equipped with elites, and it must be suitable for this task. The requirement is fast, ruthless and accurate. After a whole night of thinking, he decided which squad should be sent to carry out this battle. He quickly issued an order to call those people over. When Fengmori Masaki saw that someone called himself in the door, he couldn't figure out the meaning of the other person for a while, but when he saw other people heading to the camp in the door, he had some clear thoughts in his heart. Fengmori Masahiro also thought about how this war should be fought. After learning about the offensives of the water and wind, he also came up with the strategy of attacking the logistics supply line and forcing the country of thunder to retreat. He also felt that I am one of the candidates suitable for this battle. Fengmori Gengui's fighting style is to cooperate with the wind chakra attack at high speed. It is very suitable for raid combat, especially for tasks that require small troops like attacking the supply line. It is more suitable for him to carry out, just like in the future. In the third battle of Ninja World, the Battle of Shinsubi Bridge, the so-called Golden Shimmering Water Gate, was chosen. If you think about it this way, the task he is going to carry out now is the Battle of the Shinsubi Bridge in the first ninja battle version. Masaki Fengsen looked at the Konoha ninja who was heading with him. There was only one familiar person, Kei Hyaga. Although the others were from the same village, they were not very familiar. He even knew all of these people. They don't know their names, let alone their abilities. The next person who appeared was also known by Fengmori Masahiro. She is Chien Xiaodahua. She appears here, which means that this mission is led by her. After all, Chien Xiaodahua is the shinobu, and it is impossible except for the door there are people with higher positions than her. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com is to attract the enemy's attention on the frontal battlefield. Chien Xiaodahua saw Fengsen Gengui and nodded slightly to him. As shinobu, she knew the next battle plan, so she expected Fengsen Gengui to be selected. In the camp that came to Fijian looked at the 7 people in front of him. These were the people who carried out the raid plan, and said, "I call you over this time because I hope you will form a small team to carry out an important mission. Once successful, the situation of this war will gradually benefit us." Except for Fengmori Masaki and Chien Xiaodahua, the others did not come up with a plan to attack the supply line. Therefore, at this time, listening to this, I felt a little nervous at this time, and I don't know what will be given. Task: you need to go to the land of the country to destroy the logistics supply line of the Land of Thunder. This mission will have Kyunjudahua as the captain. Jian glanced at Fengsen Gengui, who did not show a surprised look, and then said, "Time is in a hurry, and we haven't got any too detailed information, so this information can only be used for your reference." Chien Xiaodahua stepped forward to take the scroll, and then said in the interim, "I will explain in advance that this mission is very dangerous, so you must not be careless. One more thing is that Union Ninja Village will also cooperate with your actions. To attract the attention of Thunder Nation troops over there and make it more convenient for you to act, so remember to respond when you get to the local area. Time is very tight, I won't say much, you go back to find out their respective information, and then just let's go." Chien Xiaodahua said yes, and directly fulfilled his duties as the captain, and took Fengsen Gengui and others out of the camp, and asked them to go back and prepare the equipment. The introduction can be carried out after departure. Chapter 58, Team Formation. Satomi was surprised when she learned that Masaki Fengsen would go to Tianziguo to perform the mission. She understood the danger of this mission, and felt a little unhappy. It was not because Masaki Fengsen was arranged to perform the mission. Instead, he didn't arrange to go with him. Rimi is undoubtedly in love with Fengsen Zhengui. She does not want to watch Fengsen Zhengui alone to perform such dangerous tasks. She would rather face him with him. Therefore, her unhappiness is due to at this point. I want to ask Master Shijian to reschedule. Rimi was silent for a while, and said. Rimi, this matter was also carefully considered by Master Shunjian. He did not arrange you in, which means that Master Shunjian feels that you are not suitable for this task, and it is useless if you go to say it. Fengsen Zhengui said hastily. But before Rimi's words were finished, Feng Mori Zhengui hugged her tightly. Fengsen Masahiro whispered in her ear, Rimi, I am very suitable for this kind of task. Among all people, my chance of survival is the highest. Although it is indeed risky, I assure you. I will definitely complete this mission and come back safely, so please wait for me here, please. Although Fengsen Zhengui said so, Satomi was still unwilling to accept. She broke away from Fengsen Zhengui's arms, looked at Fengsen Zhengui, and said, But I don't want to be here and know nothing. Wait, instead of making me worry about you, I don't know if you can keep the promise and come back. Why don't you let me go with you? Even if you are really in danger, I can share the burden with you, and come back together if you come back. Die together if you die. Feng Mori Masaki couldn't help having a headache. Rimi seemed a little stubborn at this point. Her self-esteem made her reluctant to look at her, and she was obviously not a woman who would be persuaded so easily. Just when Fengsen Masahiro was thinking about how to convince Rimi, he heard a hum from the door. The man opened the curtain and said, How can I do it? I will go out to perform the task soon. You still have kung fu fighting here? No, it's not a quarrel. Feng Mori Masahiro saw that the person coming in was Kyunjutahua. He was slightly relieved, and said, It's just that Satomi wants to carry out this mission with us. Qian Xiaotahua was startled slightly, and said to Satomi, Really? Well, Master Dahua, please tell Master Shijian and put me in the team too. Rimi nodded. Qian Xiaotahua didn't want Rimi to perform this mission. The reason was not because she regarded Rimi as her daughter. This is part of the reason. The real reason is that Rimi's strength is good, but it's not suitable for this. The task, from the standpoint of the village, even if it is his own child, he is naturally responsible when needed, but it does not mean that she must be sent to an unsuitable place. Rimi, your abilities do not meet the needs of this mission. What we need is someone who can move quickly, attack quickly, and immediately catch the enemy's vitals. Qian Xiaotahua shook his head slightly. If you participate in this mission, it will cause us trouble, so you can't go. But, Zhengui. Rimi was at a loss for words, a little lacking in confidence. Qian Xiaotahua glanced at Fengsen Zhengui, patted Rimi's shoulder lightly, and smiled, Relax, Zhengui is not a weak person. His strength is recognized by me and the second generation. You have to believe it. If you are really worried, I will make an agreement with you and I will let him come back safely. Rimi looked up at Qian Xiaotahua. Qian Xiaotahua touched her head and smiled, Don't you believe me? No, of course I believe Master Dahua. Rimi shook her head quickly. That's good, you just wait for this kid to come back. Qian Xiaotahua turned around and smiled at Fengsen Zhengui, and then asked Fengsen Zhengui if he was ready. Seeing him nodded, she didn't do anything. He politely pulled him out of the camp. Hey, fortunately, there is Dahua-sama, otherwise I really don't know how to convince Rimi. Fengsen Zhengui sighed and said to Qian Xiaotahua. This kid is more stubborn, but it's not a bad thing. If it's really troublesome, you can call me over and I'll discuss it with you too. Sen Xiaotahua said. Sure enough, if you want Rimi convinced, you still have to call the elders over. Fengsen Masahiro shrugged. As a peer, Rimi is not afraid of herself in this respect, so she can argue with herself, but in front of her elders, she doesn't so stubborn. Qian Xiaodahua brought Fengsen Zhengui to the meeting place. No one else had arrived yet. It was a little surprised to see Fengsen Zhengui. Qian Xiaodahua said, "You think everyone has arrived, so I went to find you. It's just that I want to talk to Rimi, but now that I can't say anything, I just brought you here. Is this a problem for you?" Feng Mori said. "No, there is Rimi's own problem. I should have thought about it earlier, but she is still young, and she will know which is lighter and heavier in the future." Kyunju Dahua glanced at Fengsen Masaki, "Speaking of which, you two, when will there be children?" "Hey!" Feng Mori Masahiro did not expect that Kyunju Dahua would mention this. "I don't have time to think about this kind of thing now. Really, I am looking forward to seeing your children." Senju Dahua shook his head, "If I can't see it before I die, it would be a shame." "No, you will definitely see it." As soon as Feng Mori Masahiro said something, he had a feeling of saying something terrible. He covered his mouth and muttered, "It always feels like speaking." "Hey? What's that?" Kyunju Dahua's hearing is very good, and Fengsen Zhengui's muttering has not been missed. "It's nothing." Fengsen Masahiro quickly revealed it, pointed at other people who had come from afar, and said, "Master Dahua, they have already come." Qian Xiaodahua didn't care either. After everyone else arrived, she said, "Well, since everyone has already arrived, let's go right away. Before that, let's make a short self-introduction. We need to help each other, don't know what to do with each other? Zhengui, you come first." "Me?" Feng Mori Masaki pointed at himself. "Of course, you are a disciple of the second generation, so naturally you have to set an example." Senju Dahua said. "I understand." Masaki Fengsen looked at the 6 people in front of him, and said, "My name is Masaki Fengsen. I am good at high-speed battles based on wind ninjutsu and swordsmanship. The main responsibility should be fighting. Next, we will perform the task together, so please give us your advice." After that, we salute everyone slightly. Others hurriedly responded. To be honest, as the second-generation disciple, they thought it would be more difficult to get along in the ninja village. Those high-status ninja families more or less look down on the low-status ninja families, especially Uka the Bow family is almost on the bright side. Fortunately, after Uchiha Mirror rectified the family's interior www.novel.com, this attitude has also converged a bit. Although Feng Mori Masaki is not born high, he is a second-generation I after all. No one can guarantee that the disciples will suddenly become ambitious and look above the top. Now the other party's performance is very humble, which makes them very fond of. My name is Kei Hyaga, and I think everyone should know that my responsibility is to investigate the enemy's intelligence. Of course, if necessary, I can also be a combatant. Kei Hyaga said after Feng Mori Masaki. My name is Shigeru Inyazuka. Like Feng Mori-kun, I am good at fighting with my partner at high speeds, said a tall man with 2 wild marks on his face and a ninja dog beside him. After yelling, he smiled and said, "Don't look at my stature, but my speed is actually very fast. My name is Takuma Yamanaka." A young man said immediately. He looked very smart and his eyes were calm. "I am good at using mysticism, and I can be responsible for investigating with Hyaga-kun. My name is Sarutobi Konosuke. I am good at using fire escape and earth escape, but I am not very good at physical exercises. I can use ninjutsu for remote support." Then a young man said. "There is only one person left. It is a young girl." She saluted the others and said, "Senjo Lisa, is good at using medical ninjutsu, and I will be responsible for your medical care." Qian Xiaodahua clapped her hands and said, "Since everyone already knows him, let's set off." Everyone can get to know each other on the way. Therefore, the 7 left the Konoha camp and followed a pre-planned route. While leading the troops to attract the attention of the country of thunder, they went from the other side of the country of fire to the country of Tien, and Yan Yinren who rushed there the troops respond. Chapter 59, Just War. Because it was a roundabout way, everyone had to speed up their pace to avoid spending too much time on the road. At this time, what was needed was the speed of the soldiers. The longer the delay, the greater the pressure on the war in other places. After passing through one forest after another, the group left the border of the country of fire and came to the territory of the country of Tien. Although the country of Tien was also on guard, a team of 7 ninjas could easily sneak into the country. Master Dehua, I don't know where the people from Yunyan Ninja Village will meet us. Feng Mori asked. Probably in this place. Kyunju Dehua took out the map and pointed it out to everyone, and said, but the exact location still needs to be confirmed with a blind eye. Isn't it a problem? Hinata nodded, and said, please don't worry, I will report immediately if I find anyone in Uegaki Ninja Village. Since I am here to assist in this raid operation, I think I would not send too many people to the ninja village of Iwakura. After all, there are too many people to be found easily. Inyazuka said. No matter how few people are, it's always an elite, or why would you send it for? Yamakazu pondered, do you think they won't do everything with their heart? If that's the case, Yunyan Ninja Village will simply declare war on the country of fire. Why is it annoying to make an alliance with the nation of fire? That's not what I meant. Iwakura Ninja Village should be in charge of attracting the attention of the troops defending the logistics. If there are too few people, can it be done? Shigeru Inyazuka explained. Then you can rest assured, although the earth escape is not a very destructive escape technique, but if it makes a big movement, it is much more powerful than other escape techniques. Perhaps only the water escape on the sea can be compared with it. Sarutobi said with a smile, I use the earth to escape. I have a say in this aspect, so I don't have to doubt it. Well, and it's not just them. I will participate in the task of attracting the attention of the enemy. Kyunju Dehua said at this time. Her illusion can be used against the enemy alone or on a large scale, which is suitable for the ninja village of Ueoki. The people in the company cooperated, however, the task of sabotaging logistics materials depends on you. It is too slow for me to come. Qian Xiaodehua's weak point is that her destructive power is not strong. She can kill a large number of people with illusions, but the materials are not creatures and will not be destroyed by illusions, while Fengsen Zhengui and others can. To play out the destructive power above her, so it is most suitable for them to perform the task of sabotaging logistics. Understood. Masaki Kazemori, Shigeru Inyazuka, and Sarutoki Yukinashuk said in unison. They are the main force this time. As for Kei Hinata, Takuma Yamanaka, and Lisa Senju are all suitable for rear support or single-player confrontation. At most, he was responsible for killing some peripheral personnel and assisting Fengsen Zhengui 3 people. Kyunju Dehua and his subordinates continued to rush to the place where they met, trying to avoid contact with Tian's Higuo's troops in the middle. Although Tian's Higuo is unlikely to fall to Lei's Higuo, there is no guarantee that the other party will secretly please him. It's better to be careful. Under Qian Xiaodehua's illusion, these people didn't even notice it, and performed the task ignorantly. As he approached the destination, Kei Hyaga concentrated all his energy on his eyes, carefully searching for the traces of the ninja village of Uegaki, and soon he saw that there was a 10-man team in a small forest. The forehead on his head was from the Yunyan ninja village, and there was nothing suspicious in other places, so he told Senju Dehua. Kyunju Dehua immediately led people over. Before contacting the opponent directly, she would send a signal to show her identity, so as not to think that she had encountered an enemy. After getting a reply, Kyunju Dehua followed the Yunyan ninja village troops. When they met, she was a little surprised that the one standing in front of the team was actually a short man. Feng Morimasaki's gaze narrowed slightly. He recognized the identity of this short man. It was the future 3 generations of Hokage Onaki. He did not expect that he would be the captain of this raid plan. Although Kyunju Dahua does not know the identity of Onoki, since the opponent can be the captain, it is obvious that she has extraordinary strength. She did not laugh at the opponent because of the opponent's height. At this time, Konoha Ninja Village should try not to fall out with Iwagura Ninja Village, not just the next task requires their assistance, but also because it does not put more pressure on the country of fire. To show his friendship, Kyunju Dahua took the lead in introducing herself. Onaki learned that he was a member of the Senjua family and nodded slightly. Because of the pillars, he subconsciously felt that the Senjua family can speak good things. If it's a member of the Uchiha family, he. Hello, Tao Huashan Gren. I am called Onoki. I am a disciple of the 2nd generation. This time I will assist you in raiding the supply line of the Kingdom of Thunder. Although it is not that annoying to the people of the Senjua family, Onoki still does not. I wanted to say something nice to the people in Konoha Ninja Village, but he couldn't help but said, it seemed that his expression was a little stiff. Senju Dahua can't see the reluctance in Onoki's heart. It seems that this Iwaguro ninja has no good feelings for Konoha Ninja Village. Even so, she smiled and said, it turns out to be a disciple of the 2nd generation Hokage. It's a coincidence. Ah, we also have a disciple of the 2nd generation. Fumirai Masaki walked out and said to Onaki, hello, my name is Fengsen Masaki. Onoji recalled some big clans in Konoha Ninja Village. It seemed that they did not have the surname Fengsen. That is to say, the opponent was only a little ninja, but he could become a disciple of the 2nd generation of Naruto. It seems that this person must have something outstanding. Fengsen Masaki, haha, hello. Onaki nodded stiffly. Just call me Fengsen. This time, Iwakura Ninja Village is willing to assist the country of fire to fight back against the war of aggression. I thank you very much, thank you. Fengsen Masaki slightly saluted Onoki. Onaki was stunned. He didn't expect this Konoha ninja would actually do such a move. The Iwakura ninja behind him also looked at each other, and even Senju Momika and the others were stunned. The world of ninja was turbulent. Every ninja family was fighting with each other. The casualties continued. Everyone was crying because of the war. 12 years ago, the 1st generation of the head and the 1st generation of the village Tukid Shihi and the other 3 signed a joint agreement. The 5 Shadows Agreement stipulates that in the future, the ninja world will no longer arbitrarily use troops to defend peace. In the 10 years after that, the ninja world has restored calm, the country prospered, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. We ninjas no longer need to send our children to the battlefield. Live in harmony in the village. Feng Mori Masahiro said here. The conversation changed, however, a few months ago, Union Ninja Village broke the agreement because of its own ambitions and invaded China because of its own ambitions. The hidden ninja village still retains the spirit of abiding by the agreement, condemning the actions of the Thunder Country, and resolutely decided to assist our country in resisting aggression. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the ninja country and Iwagakura Ninja Village. Onoki was a little confused. Are they so noble? Originally, the ninja village of Iwakura didn't want the country of thunder to shift its targets or annex the land of fire to increase its national power, and only then helped the country of fire fight the country of thunder. Reading it is completely nonsense that www.yuyugonshu.com should say that they are observing the peace agreement or something. Feng Mori Masahiro continued, this kind of aggression in the country of thunder is utterly unjust. This is an unjust war. A peace-loving country like the country of Tuzi will surely be affected by those invaders in the future. Let's watch. In order to protect the people in the village, we must defeat them. Hope that in the next war, we can fight together to maintain the order of the ninja world and defend the people. After saying that, Masaki Fumirai stretched out his hand to Onoki. Onoki was stupefied by Masaki Fumirai. If he didn't know the truth, he would really think his village was so noble. In fact, the rocky ninjas behind him having been moved by Feng Mori Masaki's words, he felt that he and others were maintaining the order of the ninja world and maintaining peace. Well, let's fight together. Onoki recovered his senses and shook hands with Fengsen Masahiro. Although his village does not really love peace as Fengsen Masahiro said, he has to say that such words make Onoki it sounds very comfortable. No one would hate to praise the people in their own ninja village, especially if the other party is from another ninja village. They speak more sincerely. At the same time, I am a little surprised. Are the people in Konoha ninja village really so noble? Although Kyunju Dahua didn't understand why Feng Mori Masakaru did this, it seemed to have brought them closer to the Uegaki ninja, so she didn't say anything, and said, "Okay, everyone, let us study the logistics of the country, think about how to execute the raid plan. Come on." Feng Mori Masayuki heard the words and pulled Onoki to sit down. Onoki was dragged by Feng Mori to sit down. When he reacted, he was surprised how he had a good relationship with each other all at once, just like a friend who has known him for many years. "I came back tonight, the update will be postponed to tomorrow, and tomorrow will be 2 more. I came back a bit late today, and I was tired, so I was ready to rest. I will make up for today's part tomorrow, forgive me." Chapter 60, Relationship between Reputation and Ninja World, 2 in 1. Thousands of hands Dahua took out the intelligence scroll given by Jian, unfolded it in front of everyone, pointed to the content on it, and said, "After investigation, it was found that Tianji Guo did not give Lei Ji Guo too much assistance. Tianji the country just opened up a road for the country of Thunder to transport grain and grass, and other than that, it did not assist the country of Thunder in transporting grain. In other words, the transportation of grain and grass is all the responsibility of Thunder country itself." Fengsen Zhengui looked at the scroll and said, "Yes, this has caused a problem, that is, the distance is long, and it takes time and effort to transport grain." Qian Xiaodahua smiled slightly and pointed to a line on the scroll, so Lei's Higuo adopted another one. This method is to transport a large amount of grain and grass to a place for hoarding, and then divide the logistics unit into 2 parts. One first transports part of the grain and grass to the front line, and the other goes back to continue to transport the grain. When the original grain and grass are about to be used up, the new one will also be used. Almost there. Oh. This means that there is also a grain storage area in the country of Thunder, which is probably given by the country of Tian. Onoki nodded. Therefore, we should take this grain storage area as the main goal. The supply line can be destroyed as much as possible, Qian Xiaodahua said. Just destroy the supply line and wait for the Thunder country to react, relying on the material in the food storage field. It is about to last for a while, enough for them to find another way to build a new supply line. After all, we can't always block the supply line here. However, if the food storage area is directly destroyed, they will either travel thousands of miles away from the land of Thunder. To transport food, they will either go directly to the hometown, and even if only part of the supply line is destroyed, they will no longer be able to choose the former. Fumirai Masaki nodded slightly. At this time, the way of logistics transportation was indeed very backward. If it was just a ninja army, it would be enough, but the country still needs to supply tens of thousands of samurai army, so it has to use a lot of manpower to transport grain and grass. He had thought about whether the scroll seal could replace transportation. Although he didn't understand it in detail, it seemed that the technology in this area was still immature, otherwise Union Ninja Village and Konoha Ninja Village would have used this method a long time ago. "It's okay," Qian Xiaodahua said to the people present after determining the goal. "It's okay, if it is troublesome to destroy everything like the supply line, but there is a clear goal that won't move, it's easy." Onoki smiled. Others don't know how Onoki's confidence came from, but Fengmori Jengui could guess it. Ohaki's confidence lies in the elimination of his bloodstain from the second generation of Earth Shadow's Chenfu. The ordinary evasion technique blood continuum is produced by the fusion of two attributes, just like the wooden evasion between the pillars is a combination of two chakras, water and earth, and the combination of three chakras is called bloodstain. Elimination, needless to say, the power alone must naturally exceed the limits of blood inheritance. The dusty escape combined with the three chakra attributes of wind, fire, and earth possesses the power to transform the material it encounters into molecular size. Even Uchiha Madara's Susanoo or the Mudun between the pillars can't block the impact of the dust frontally. If it's not because the chakra is consumed too much and the range is limited, there is also the problem of attack speed. In the fourth time during the Ninja World War, Onoki wouldn't be unable to deal with Susanoo in full form. No matter how strong the outer protection of the grain storage area is, it has no meaning in front of Chendun. Of course, the current Ohaki may not have the ability to use the dust storage that swallows all the grain storage area. It really wants to be so, Feng Sen Jengui, etc. People don't need to fight anymore. Sure enough, Onoki went on to say, I will use a powerful ninjutsu technique. It's okay to panic, and you can take the opportunity to further damage. Good. Kyunju didn't ask Onoji why he didn't use it many times to completely destroy the food storage area. The more powerful ninjutsu, the more chakras are needed. In some ways, people will always be restricted. Onoki's tricks for forbearance, the technique must be the same. Then it is up to us and Onoki to destroy the food storage area. The other Iwakura ninjas are responsible for destroying the supply line, mainly from the Kingdom of Thunder to the food storage area. It does not matter whether the supply line to the front line is broken or not. After learning about Onoki's ability, Kyunju made such a combat plan and asked Onoki if he had any objections. Naturally, Onoki has no reason to disagree. Other Yunyan ninjas don't have to face the food storage areas that may be heavily protected, but it doesn't take too easy to destroy the supply line. Even if you want to go to the food storage areas, you only need to attack from a distance with his dust, that is, there is no need to enter the hoarding ground to fight. Seeing this, Qian Xiaotuhua breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was assisting his own Yunyan ninja, and he couldn't force the order, as long as the other party could agree, he said, the specific situation needs to be investigated locally. Let's take a rest, then let's go. The others agreed. Fengmori Masahiro was about to talk to Onoki, when he saw Kyunju winking to himself. He had to get up and go over. When passing by other companions, their eyes were a little surprised. Fengsen Jengui's previous actions were so surprising, it is estimated that Qian Xiaotuhua was looking for him because of this. Qian Xiaotuhua walked farther with Fengsen Jengui, ensuring that no one else would hear their conversation, looked at Fengsen Jengui with a smile, and said, Jengui, what you just said was very interesting. Why can't you see that you have such eloquence? I'm not a good talker. Masaki Fengmori shook his head. I just think it is necessary to maintain an alliance with Iwagaki Ninja Village in the current form of war, so that's why. It's okay, I'm just a little curious. What is the just war you are talking about? Kyunju waved her hand. Of course, she didn't think there was any problem in holding the ninja village like Fengsen Jengui, just like Fengsen Jengui said. Yes, it is beneficial to get along with Yunyan Ninja Village, but it is another thing that really cares about her. Are you talking about this? The so-called just war is a war that maintains the order of the ninja world, defends the peace of the ninja world, and promotes the development of the country's civilization, said Masaki Kazemori. Qian Xiaotuhua is really interested. Fengmori Jengui's concept of war has never existed in the past. It should be said that war has been used as a means to achieve one's ambitions in the past. If there are any lofty goals, basically no, it is estimated that only the pillars have executed the just war that Fengmori Masahiro said. Why do you say that? Kyunju Dehua asked. I think that order and peace in the ninja world will be the main theme of the future. Therefore, future wars should be carried out on this basis. Masakaru Fengmori said seriously, aggression that destroys peace is not commendable. What the entire ninja world is going to oppose is like this behavior in the Kingdom of Thunder, the Country of Water, and the Country of the Wind. Back then, Lord Zujian established the Konoha Ninja Village and Konoha Ninja Village for the purpose of ending the troubled times and protecting children. Naturally, it is to maintain peace, and the country of the earth is willing to form an alliance, and it is also a kind of peace regardless of their goals, at least their behavior should be so determined. Therefore, this war that engulfed the entire ninja world is the same as maintaining the order of the ninja world. We should propagate the battle between the parties that disrupt the order of the ninja world. On the one hand, we should make the ninja world understand what justice is and what is injustice, and what path they should choose. On the other hand, we should let the world understand what is justice and what is injustice. They know that Fire Country and Konoha Ninja Village are the image of upholding justice and justice. Kyunju Dehua nodded. Fengmori Masaki's eloquence is indeed not good, but she understands the meaning, and said, I probably understand. Our Konoha Ninja Village should inherit the will of Lord Zuma. However, the daimyo may not think so. The main reason is what is the meaning of such a fictitious name? In the daimyo's view, annexing land and keeping a name in history are the real things. Meaning? Of course there is a meaning. Fengsen Masahiro said, most people don't like war of course, excluding daimyo's careerists, especially the people of the country. They are the ones who live and work in peace and live in peace. Ideal, even if there is no need for propaganda in the future, peace must be the goal that everyone is pursuing. Then, a country that maintains peace and maintains order is an example. If it is still a powerful country, will it become the leader of people who expect peace? Is it? Will it win the trust of everyone and are willing to help it? When Qian Xiaodehua heard the words, she couldn't help being silent. She began to think about what kind of situation would it be like if it were really like this. Fengsen Zhengui looked at Qian Xiaodehua's expression and continued, Master Dehua, I think both the Fire Country and Konoha should maintain a good image. Even among countries, a good image will be recognized by the other country, at least by some people in it. For example, this war, Waitanokuni is unwilling help any country. First of all, it's not because the Country of Thunder is a group of militant invaders, and the Country of Fire is also a tiger wolf in their eyes. This is the impression left by the Country of Fire when it swallowed the land, so the Country of Tian will neither inform the Country of Fire about aggression, nor will it assist the Country of Lei to deal with the Country of Fire at one go. This is actually the result of the same bad reputation of the two countries, which makes Tian's Higuo not confident. You can get a good return by assisting the other party. I just assume that if the Country of Fire is a reputable country, as long as the country that has helped it will be rewarded, what does the Tian Ziguo do? Fengmori asked, will it send intelligence to the Country of Fire when the Kingdom of Thunder is ready to borrow? Will it block the enemy out when the Country of Thunder is sending troops? You may ask, the Country of Tian they can't support the Country of Fire against foreign enemies. Of course, in order to protect its credibility, the Country of Fire should send troops to help the Country of Tian against the Country of Thunder, so that there will be no thunder. The country's entry into the country caused us to be caught off guard at the beginning and suffered heavy casualties. But in that case, won't our front be stretched too long? Senju Dehua asked rhetorically, just like the current Thunder country, there will also be a supply line problem. No, there are other methods here. What do you think Tian's Higuo would do in this situation? They don't need to pay manpower to deal with Lei's Higuo, then, are they willing to agree to let us buy food on the spot? Are they willing to lower the price of some food for sale? Fengsen Zhengui said. This. Senju Dehua groaned. As a ninja, she is not so familiar with some things, but after all, She is also a person who has experienced many wars. Based on her experience, this seems feasible. Tian's Higuo is not a very ambitious country. In fact, in the current form of ninja, small countries basically won't have the chance to rise. Although Fengsan Zhengui said that it was a bit cruel, it was true. It's a fact that in the case of the emergence of Ninja Village, those small countries that failed to change in time will not be able to defeat the 5 big countries. Unless they open up, it is their way out to stick to the big countries. The country that benefits them can protect their interests. What reason do they have not to unite with that country? But the daimyo wouldn't do that. I just swallowed all the small countries, so I can use it for them. Kyunju just wanted to ask about the justice war at first, but he didn't expect the topic to focus on national issues. But she was indeed becoming more and more curious, and couldn't help but want to hear Fengsan Zhengui's words. To be honest, I don't think it's possible, because other big countries won't watch the Land of Fire annex the land. The opponent may directly send troops to intervene. At that time, instead of being able to annex the land, they will turn themselves into a bad person. Feng Sen's Hung Hui shook his head. Do you think there will be no chance of annexing the land and rising one by one like the Warring States period? Qian Xiaotuhua said. It is theoretically possible, but it is not something that can be done overnight. After all, although the country of fire is powerful, it is not capable of completely defeating any big country. Masaki Fengsan said solemnly, I want to be the same as the Warring States period. It is impossible to send troops directly to destroy the country simply and neatly in the current era of great powers, unless the country of fire can have national power that surpasses other countries. At least it can destroy the strength of a large country alone and can control its name. The power of the land, however, unfortunately does not. In another period of his past life, someone on the internet once discussed that the strength of Izuma and Madara could unify the entire ninja world. But Fengmori Masaki thinks this is impossible. Zhu Jian and Madara can indeed destroy any country, but they absolutely have no ability to rule a country, let alone the entire ninja world, because the place is too big, and Zhu Jian Madara is unable to control such a large place, even if he can rely on his subordinates, but with the system of this era, it is not enough to control a country whose territory is the size of the entire ninja world. Perhaps when they were alive, even if they could not control the entire country, there would be no great turmoil, but after their death, the country would inevitably split, and the local conflicts that could not be alleviated due to control problems did not allow the ninja world to return. By the time of the Warring States period, Fengmori Zhengui felt that he had come out in large numbers. Didn't the country of fire have the ability to annex the country of Tian? Of course not. The reason was simply because the country of Tian must be annexed at a certain price. This price was for the country of fire that had annexed a large amount of land and had not yet integrated it. The country may be fatal, so the country of fire did not completely annex the country of Tian. With the current regime of the nation of fire, the size of the country has basically reached its limit. If it continues to expand, every time it annexes a piece of land, it will inevitably take a lot of time to digest it, and it may not be able to completely control it, and other big countries have time to break the rule of the fire nation over the local area. Considering the impact of the buffer zone of war, it is not impossible to assist in the restoration of the country. Fengmori Masahiro said, if the fire nation really wants to continue to annex the land, it can only make the further development of national productivity will give them the ability to control more land. Otherwise, it's better if they cannot fully control it. If the other party is determined not to yield and waste a lot of financial resources. If it is independent, it can be controlled by economic or political influence, reducing costs, and the benefits may be even greater. Qian Xiaotuhua is obviously older than Fengsan Zhengui, but at this time he feels that his brain is a little insufficient. Fengsan Zhengui has some words very clear, but some seem to be incomprehensible, as if he is holding a headache. The head said, wait, let me calm down first. In short, Do you think the current pattern of the ninja world is not easy to shake, instead of directly annexing the land and exerting national influence to control it? Well, although there are some differences, it probably means that. Fengsan Zhengui nodded, Master Dehua, I think if you can get a big benefit at a small price, then there is no reason to choose to pay a big price. But it can only get a small profit. Of course, I don't think that the ninja world is completely unshakable. It is still possible to continue unification, but it takes time. During this time, it is best not to engage in large-scale wars. Although necessary wars are to be fought, unnecessary wars are best resolved by other means. In the eyes of Feng Mori Masaki, the many ninja battles in the future will be blocking the progress of civilization. If they can promote the development of the country, they will have no effect on the country's political system or military. I am afraid that it will damage the domestic economy, lose population, and so on. Feng Mori Masahiro feels that if the country of fire is to have the power to surpass other big countries, it is impossible to rely on the ninja alone. It should still focus on the development of productivity. Compared with the past, the current chakra system has nothing too much. The big difference, its potential should not stop there. What Feng Mori Masahiro thought was that in the original theatrical version, the snow country or the chakra technology in the empty ninja village. He felt that this was suitable as the future development direction of Shinobu, but as he said, it takes time, since if time is needed, we should not waste time, financial resources, and manpower on unnecessary enemies. Actually, there are not so many enemies in the country of fire, and there are no real enemies that share the same sky. As long as the measures are implemented properly, it is possible to draw people who can be united and reduce unnecessary expenses. Feng Mori Masaki remembers that many people on the internet say that Sarutobi Risen has weakened Konoha step by step, and he feels that Sarutobi Risen is not capable, but he feels that Sarutobi Risen was a feudal period and had no higher education. The ninja has done a good job, leading Konoha to win 2 ninja battles www.novel.com and stabilizing the situation in time when Hofeng Mizuman died unexpectedly. The reason why Konoha is weak is due to internal factors, but only a small part. The real reason is that Konoha has never united with other people and regards everyone as an enemy, so he often faces a situation of multi-line war. There is no one power. Those who can increase their own national strength in successive wars, it's not bad if they don't collapse. The enemy Konoha faced at the time, was it really necessary to fight? Putting aside other great powers for the time being, Feng Mori felt that there was no need to fight in the Rain Country. Originally, Hanzo, the leader of Oyen Ninja Village, declared war on other countries to protect his country. He called a demigod. Who can join hands? If Sarutobi could unite Hanzo at that time, instead of treating the country of rain as a war buffer, Konoha Ninja Village should be able to end the war with the country of wind and land at a lower cost. Qian Xiaodahua listened to Fengsan Zhengui's opinions, and her heart became more and more surprised. She didn't think Fengsan Zhengui was a very good person before. She was reckless and impulsive. She was more worried that Rimi would not get married after she got married. It would be unhappy, but after that accident, Fengsan Zhengui became outstanding. Not only did he become a disciple of the door, but he also had a vision that no one else had. It sounded a little unbelievable, but 1,000 hands to Hua I've seen the same person, and that person succeeded in putting his statement into practice. That person was Senju Zuma. Qian Xiaodahua remembered a rumor in the family that Zuma secretly accepted Fengsan Zhengui as a disciple. After all, Fengsan Zhengui often went to Zuma's house, although Zhu Jian later to clarify that there is no such thing, but it does not prevent everyone from thinking. If he chooses 3 generations of goals from his disciples in the future, Kyunju Dehua feels that Feng Mori Masaki should be a suitable candidate.